The Cosmic Link. Book 2 of the Evaran Chronicles II. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Prologue. Ryalis Crownder scrunched her face as her augment's alarm system woke her up. She was a light sleeper in general due to being a peacekeeper commander, a role that required her to be ready at a moment's notice. However, the 31-hour flight from the Peacekeepers' headquarters to a remote planet had been uneventful, so she had taken the opportunity to get some much-needed rest. She rolled onto her back and activated her Augmented Reality Interface, or ARI, then opened the communication request that awaited her. "Commander, we're here. You're going to want to see this," said Jaharis, a young, light blue-skinned woman in a soft gray mesh suit who was in Ryalis's inner circle and was an accomplished navigator. Ryalis nodded. "I'm on my way." The communication window closed. She slid her legs off the side of the bed and stretched. A data stream in the corner of her eye showed all her augments were operating within the norms. She stepped into her shower stall and let a small army of nanobots clean her blue body and silver hair. After showering, she did her usual cleanup, then slipped on her light gray mesh suit. It was powerful, space-worthy, and had a thick neck guard that could spawn a helmet if needed. She loved the form-fitting nature of it, and it made her feel secure. After grabbing her belt with the attached sidearm, she paused to look at an image of Ducata Gajalton, a Dresdith ambassador she had a strong relationship with. Although it had not yet moved into a romantic one, there were hints of it. Unfortunately, he was as busy as she was, and their roles and duties were very different. She could dream, though. She exited her living quarters, and as she walked through the quiet hallways with only the ship's hum accompanying her, she reflected on the status of the Peacekeepers. They had once been the sole defense force for the United Star Federation, or USF. 4 decades earlier, a cosmic being named Antion had carved a swath of destruction to Prometheus, the homeworld of the Dresdith planetary state. He had brought with him a brutal machine race called Time Wardens. Trillions of humans perished as Antion and his group hunted someone named Evaran. They spent the better part of a decade terrorizing not only the USF, but also neighboring alien civilizations. The aftermath had been rough. The USF had lost faith in the Peacekeepers and fractured into a loose alliance of 81 planetary systems, each with its own home world and defense forces. The Kralik United Corporation, or KUC, had become one of the most powerful, as they had been the main distributor of combat equipment during Antion's reign of terror. She still remembered the day the Peacekeepers were disbanded in favor of local security. The idea was that if one system was threatened, the others would help out more efficiently rather than relying on a central force that couldn't cover everywhere. That hadn't worked out well, and now the USF was fighting multiple wars and being ground down. Several planetary systems had been lost. Their defense wasn't strong enough against rival alien civilizations and lawless mercenary groups, and very little assistance was provided. She reached the command deck. Jaharis was in the navigation seat, and to her right was Combrick, her co-pilot. He spun around in his chair. "Commander, we found debris orbiting the planet. One set belongs to a KUC prowler, and the other, a Telzik Ascendancy X2 class vessel." Ryalis sat in her command chair on a raised platform in the middle of the room. "They destroyed themselves." Jaharis swiveled to face her. "They did, and both have active beacons. We shouldn't remain here long. We did identify another distress beacon near a large crystal on the planet. It was one of the KUC's dropships." "Okay," said Ryalis. She motioned forward. "Take us down. Then launch a scout drone with surveillance monitors. If KUC forces arrive, they'll probably detect them, but at least we'll get some information before they're taken out. Then we can come back here and go through this debris." "Descending now," said Jaharis. "I'll have Garrick get the drone ready," said Combrick. He went to a side workstation and interacted with it. Ryalis eased back into her chair and contemplated what could have brought the USF Telzik War out to such a remote location. The USF had been losing, but there was a recent event where a KUC destroyer shot a missile that penetrated a Telzik dreadnought's shields, then demolished the ship. Her gut told her that whatever was on the planet had a hand in that in some regard. After breaking cloud cover, she took stock of the rapidly approaching landscape. It was a beautiful place with bodies of water, lush green forests and jungles, and several arid areas. They were going to a jungle with a massive light blue crystal that stretched hundreds of feet into the air. At its base were a cave entrance and the signs of a heavy fight. She stood when they were over the site. "The drone's been launched," said Combrick. Ryalis focused on the dead bodies. The drone provided a good view, and its scans revealed a wealth of information. It didn't surprise her to see a heavily armored KUC enforcer. However, some type of organic tendrils had pulled the enforcer onto its back, and there were bite marks, as if something had used mandibles to rip through armor. Only powerful creatures could do that. Several Telzik destructors also lay on their backs, and similar to the enforcer, their bodies had signs of being torn into. The strange 2-foot-tall dead monsters with 6 legs, a thorax, an abdomen, and a head with 3 sets of mandibles were probably the ones that assaulted both groups on the ground. These moments made her glad to be able to inspect from afar. The drone went to a nearby tree and inserted a small camera, then flew to the entrance. Ryalis checked a screen and verified that the feed came through. There would be 4 more screens going up in short order, and she was thankful she could view them while the orbiting debris was investigated. "Deploy a relay anchor away from the site, then take us up," she said. Although she wished she had more time, she knew the KUC would be arriving soon. Her ship would be no match for theirs, and even the Telziks might send something. The creatures that attacked both on the ground were a third faction, and she didn't know if they were intelligent or acting instinctually. Perhaps they had a bond with the crystal, saw fighting, and engaged. The only way she would truly know was if there were recording devices on the survivors or inside the cave. The drone could connect to them if there were, but breaking any security would be another task. The relay anchor would act as a hub to receive information, and if devices were shut down, an object would be launched to low orbit, which would then send whatever communication was gathered before destroying itself. After the anchor deployment, they flew back to the site. The second and third screens appeared on the large displays on the wall. One view was outside the entrance, and the other was about 10 feet inside. Ryalis had expected the cave to be stone, but it was instead a mix of rock and the same material as the crystal. The walls, with their scattering of slick light blue surfaces, almost looked like a machine had cut out part of the area. The drone was still able to drill in and attach a surveillance device. The 4th camera was farther in and revealed that the fighting had trailed inside. What stuck out to her was that it was mostly KUC workers in lighter armor and more of the creatures found outside. The humans were researchers and had been caught off guard, then had fought for their lives when the battle reached them. The 5th feed showed a large square room that had a fleshy area on the back wall. Scans indicated it was part of something even bigger that extended underground. She was not sure of its purpose, but she did note the equipment the researchers had brought. There were hover slabs holding barrels with transparent tops and blue liquid, and wires connected them to the fleshy part. "The scans show it to be mineral water," said Combrick. Jaharis shook her head. "Why would the KUC or the Telziks want that? They could just replicate it." Ryalis narrowed her eyes. "Unless our scans are wrong. That mineral water has to be more than it appears. Have the drone get a sample, and when it returns, let's do a quick scan of the debris in orbit while we have time." "Recalling the drone," said Jaharis. Ryalis had to know more about the strange liquid. The KUC didn't do anything that wasted time or effort, and they made it a priority to come out here. The fact there were researchers meant they must have found something. Although she wanted to poke around the Prowler's remains, there wouldn't be enough time. She would try to get as much as she could before leaving, but she was sure she had found something tied to the KUC's new weapons. Chapter 1. Dylan Townsend much preferred staying at the Wildhaven Institute for the last month instead of an alien moon. It was 9:30 a.m., February 13th, 2014, and he had already showered and exercised. He was now in his cozy dorm room and reflected on how nice the rooms were on the Toravada, the ship of his rescuers, Evaran and M. It still blew him away that 5 weeks ago he had been resigned to live and die on a faraway quarantined dome on an alien moon. That was the past, and he had a bright future ahead of him. Evaran and M were cosmic time travelers who stepped in and changed everything. They had to deal with other events while there, and Dylan was able to participate and expand his mind. Half the stuff he learned resembled something out of a science fiction novel, yet he had witnessed it. His bed on the Toravada had some type of neural effect that helped him stabilize his sleeping cycle. That had stuck with him over the last month, and he was thankful for it. He also loved the matter replicators and their ability to make any food or drink he wanted. His skin warmed when he thought of the hollow simulations he had made in his living quarters. That was something he definitely missed, and not something he wanted anyone to know about, although M did, and maybe Evaran as well. Today was an important day, as Evaran and M were coming to pick up and return home Advocate Tehran Gulcher 22, a representative of the Sistral Empire, the race that had initially quarantined Dylan. He held no ill will toward Tehran, who had become a close friend. He had stayed on Earth, along with Isaac Barret and Dr. Kate Minter, two others who had been with Dylan on the alien moon. Dylan was excited to meet up with them. He had originally thought he would see them more often than he had during his stay at the Wildhaven Institute. However, it had been somewhat chaotic with trying to get to classes and settling in. They had met once a day at first, then every other one, and now twice a week. Thankfully, Dylan had made new friends, and Jake Melkins, Brad Washington, and Evot had helped fill the downtime with fun events. The Wildhaven Institute was where humans went once they were aware of the non-human world and aliens who visited. They became wizened, which offered many opportunities. Dylan had already taken 8 classes and had learned about various non-humans, as well as how the Earth Ward was structured and managed Earth. It opened his eyes to a new reality, which was saying a lot after having traveled with Evaran and M. He really liked the Wareshifter class, and Mr. Okango was a Were Rhino who showed how effortless it was to transform. The Daedrold course was fun, and not just because Isaac was in it. There were many Daedrold strains, but the vampire ones had piqued Dylan's interest. He now understood Lord Vigon, a powerful ancient vampire lord, better, and he had been part of the greeting party when Dylan, Isaac, and Kate had returned to Earth. Wildborns were also strong, and Dylan was fascinated by Brad's ability to talk to technology. It amazed Dylan that there was such a wide range of abilities, and even more unusual was that only a few races had Wildborns, with humans being the most common. His teacher, Mr. Donnell, was Wildborn, and his ability was he could create light. Dylan could see, never needing a flashlight, and even after putting on special glasses, he had to squint and turn away when a bright sphere had been created. It could temporarily blind someone, and that level of control was learned at the Wildhaven Institute. Jake knocked on his open door. He had been abducted by aliens when he was 6, but was saved by Evaran 15 years later and brought to Earth. Since then, he had reintegrated well, and even flew as a transport pilot for the Earth Ward. He and Evaran also had a very strong bond. "Hey," said Jake, "ready for breakfast?" "Don't need to tell me twice," said Dylan. He did a final check of his clothes and ensured his wallet and cell phone were on him. "All right, let's go." As they walked to the cafeteria, Jake glanced at him. "Big day today." "Yeah, can't wait to see Evaran and M again. Wonder why they changed the time to 11:30. Jake chuckled. "Because they're assisting Dalton, his team, and Earth Ward forces in taking down a Dread Order compound in Venezuela." "Oh, is that all?" They laughed. It didn't surprise him that Evaran and M were helping. They were probably up to all sorts of things, but Dylan hadn't heard much. Even Evat wasn't aware, and Dylan suspected out of everyone he knew she would be the most informed outside of Dalton. Maybe Lord Vigon or Lord Noskov would know, but they didn't hang out at the Wildhaven Institute. "So, you gonna ask them?" asked Jake. "I think so," said Dylan. "Isaac and Kate want to travel on the Torvada. You're alive, so that's a good sign." Jake grinned. "Being alive is always a good thing. Yeah, although the previous gang didn't seem to fare too well." Jake sighed. "Not much you can do when the Torvada decides to disappear on you. If it had done that when I traveled with Evaran and V, I'm not sure I'd be here right now." V was M's previous form, and Dylan wished he could have met him. He had learned more about Dr. Albert Snowden and Emily Snowden, Evaran and M's previous companions. They had a high standing on Earth due to traveling with Evaran. Even more bizarre was that they had cosmic energy in them. It wasn't much, but it was enough for them to be considered powerful. They had also become masters in combat and at using the PSD. Dylan could easily see himself learning both, although getting cosmic energy would probably be out of his grasp. They reached the cafeteria, then got in line to get food. The place reminded him of his college. He would have a card that could be used for the semester and then would drop in whenever it was open. He thought he would need to watch how much he ate, but the nanobots in him kept his weight constant. If anything, they boosted his workouts, so he was getting buff. After receiving their food, they sat at a table. Dylan bit into his apple. "I'm still blown away that you knew M's previous incarnations. You 4, then V." Jake sipped his orange juice. "Yeah, and they definitely had different personalities. U4 was more set in her ways, whereas V was curious about everything and tried anything. M is sort of a mix between them. I'm just glad he and Evaran were around." "Me too. Otherwise, I'd be at a Sesselter breeding camp." Jake had grown up on a space diner for a large portion of his life. The camps sounded like a nightmare, and aliens had eaten his mom. However, he had Kathy, his fiancée, and Robert Melkins, his dad. He also lived at Lord Noskov's base in the Appalachian Mountains. Dylan leaned back in his chair. "Never thought I'd be back on Earth, but I'm glad I am. It's crazy how fast things can change, especially if Evaran visits," said Jake. "Yeah." "How you liking the courses here?" Dylan gestured out. "I really like them. The Earth Ward class is interesting. I can't believe how much is going on, and yet non-wizened have no clue." "The Imperium truly owns the media," said Jake. "The only place they don't have full control is the internal Earth Ward network, for obvious reasons." "I get that." Jake eyed him. "You still thinking on what you want to study after Wildhaven, or what you want to do?" Dylan pressed his lips together. "Well, actually, no. I guess I could go back and finish my degree, but it might be cool to work with the Earth Ward in some capacity." "You traveled with Evaran and M, so there'll be a lot of doors open." "Yeah, and of course, I could travel with them some." Jake swatted Dylan's arm. "You won't regret it, and this time you won't be the one being rescued." Dylan smirked. "Well, I hope we can travel with them. We'll see how it goes. I will say, these nanobots are dope." "I may ask for some myself at some point. Can't hurt to ask." "I could put in a good word," said Dylan with a big grin. "Whatever works." Dylan liked hanging with Jake. Everything was easy, and those were the best types of friendships. It also probably helped that they were both rescued by Evaran, so they had a common bond. This would be an exciting morning. Isaac Barret knew how rare it was to be sitting with an alien and a non-human. It was 10 o'clock a.m., and he was in the office of Cantress, the Wildhaven Institute head librarian. He sat behind a majestic desk, and bookcases surrounded him on the walls. Sunlight streamed in from large windows, and Isaac loved the apple smell in the room, although he couldn't pinpoint the source. Sitting next to him was Tehran. Evaran and M were coming at 11:30 to pick him up. Tehran was a crow-like humanoid with a big blue beak and 4 eyes. Black fur covered his body, which stood at 6 feet, 5 inches. His bony calves ended in clawed feet. Thanks to the Torvada's nanobots, he could converse with anyone. He had joined up with Evaran and M when Isaac Dylan and Kate had been quarantined on Ancestral Moon. Evaran had allowed Tehran to visit Earth for 1 month. Isaac had become close friends with Tehran. Cantris was an outsider, someone who came from another dimension. He wore a white robe with a metallic belt and a blue and silver collar. His white hair and fair skin presented a unique look. He had come to Earth long ago with 38 others, and they formed a group called the Immortal Order. They had also played a significant role in human history. Cantris was a shapeshifter, and Isaac was curious what the others of his group were capable of. Cantris had declined to expand on that. "Our last meeting," said Cantris. His hand steepled. "I'm going to miss these chats." "Likewise," said Tehran. Isaac frowned. "I wish you could stay longer." "As do I. However, I do miss my people, and I'm anxious to help our society as it moves forward." Cantris exhaled. "I wish I could spend a month on Varlon. I want to see Camarellis. It sounds like a beautiful city." "You would be most welcome there," said Tehran. "Anyone leaving Earth would be sent to Fredoria, although I doubt the Earth Ward would do anything if I was with Evaran. Which would never happen, anyway." Tehran stroked his beak. "Yes, I find it unusual that as involved as he has been in Earth's history, he's only met a few individuals and groups." Cantris waved a finger between them. "I tend to know Evaran through those who have traveled with him, although I've known of him for a long time." "You never forget traveling on the Toravata, that's for sure," said Isaac. "I'd like to spend time in Camarellis, too." "You would be welcomed as a hero," said Tehran. Although Isaac had been rescued by Evaran and M, along with Dylan and Kate, the rest of the adventure had dealt with stopping a future version of the Sistrals, known as the Graingax, from traveling to the past to assimilate Sistral culture. Isaac had come to grips with not only being saved, but also with having nanobots in him, wearing an advanced suit, meeting a lot of aliens, and experiencing a fluidic dimension. Tehran scrutinized Cantris. "I assume the technology we discussed won't be publicized?" "It won't. Knowledge is sacred to me, and I keep things quiet, like your membership in the Immortal Order." Cantris chortled. "Yes, and we've kept that hidden, although anyone who has traveled on the Toravata knows of us." Isaac had enjoyed the technological discussions Tehran led. There were often times when the topics covered were beyond him, but Cantris had soaked it up like a sponge and asked pertinent questions, implying he understood. In one session, he had shifted into ancestral form based on an image which delighted Tehran. Isaac was going to miss him. His joy in learning new things was infectious. "From the previous month and outside of our discussions, what did you find the most interesting?" asked Cantris. Tehran cooed. "There is much that I liked. The food was good, as were the many places Jake Melkins took me. The Wildhaven Institute was a great experience with meeting all the different types of non-humans. It amazes me how they all look human but aren't. I can also see the technological growth of Earth, and it will join the stars soon. Humans went from first flight to the moon in less than a century, and now we're getting into AI," said Isaac. "Yes, and Earth also has the Earth Ward, Evaran, and Dalton Kingston to guide it," said Tehran. "The Kregan Star Empire protects Earth as well. It's a safe place for humans to expand, and I wish I could witness their introduction to the galaxy outside of the Fredorians." Isaac chewed on Tehran's words. He was right in that Earth had multiple levels of defense from galactic threats, and anything planet-side would be handled by the Earth Ward and Dalton Kingston. It still amazed Isaac how the Toravata chose someone, gave them cosmic energy, then delivered them to where they needed to be. Dalton had taken Isaac and Tehran out to several places to discuss things. Isaac admired Dalton's effort and could see why he was considered the top inspector on the planet. He was tough, smart, fast, and had a lot of high-tech items. Evat was also a big factor in his effectiveness, along with a strong team. Dalton's story of his life and how he came to Earth had been riveting. "You've seen more than most humans have in their lifetime," said Cantris. "I would suspect so with the friends I have met," said Tehran. "I will say I understand why I was compared to crow-shifters. I thank you for being the intermediary in setting up the meetings with various groups of them. No problem. It was interesting to see their reactions," said Cantris. Isaac had been at those meetings, and it was fun to witness the were-crows, who had never met an alien before, interact with Tehran. They were a bit taken aback by his back tentacles and 4 eyes, but in the end they had a good discussion and tour of where they stayed. Tehran seemed to really like the were-crows in the woodlands near the Wildhaven Institute. "Perhaps we can get a late breakfast before you both meet with Evaran and M?" asked Cantris. Isaac had not even noticed he was hungry until now. "I'm game." "I am as well," said Tehran. Isaac joined them when they exited. Although he was saddened that this meeting was their last, his pulse quickened at the thought of seeing Evaran and M again. They would take Tehran back, but Isaac, Dylan, and Kate would be on the Toravada. They had agreed to ask about traveling with Evaran and M, and Isaac was not sure what the response would be. If the answer was yes, then maybe he could see Tehran between summonses. Either way, he was thankful for everything he got to experience up to this point. Dr. Kate Minter took a moment to catch her breath after a 5-mile run on one of the many paths around the Wildhaven Institute. Evat was next to her, without a bead of sweat. Kate sat on a nearby metal bench and bent over with clasped hands. Evat joined her. The last month had been great for Kate, and Evat had been a big part of it. She had traveled with Evaran before, and M was her mentor, and V before that. Evat had taken Kate out to many attractions and sights in the area, and it had kept Kate's mind focused. Evat's main processor was embedded in Inspector Dalton Kingston, and she had 2 servbots, which were essentially nanoswarms that allowed her to be in 2 places at once. She had recently been granted enhanced algorithms that made her feel more. Kate was not sure how that was possible, but she had experience in working with algorithms. Evat was in her human form, a female with red hair, fair skin, and green eyes. While Kate still mourned Oleg Koval, the man she had fallen in love with during the quarantined moon event, she had begun to heal. She had watched the news that celebrated his return as a miracle. Part of her wanted to reach out, but there was a chance he could remember something through his amnesia. Perhaps it was best to let him be and enjoy his life with his wife and kids.
"You're thinking of Oleg again?"
said Evat. "Huh?" asked Kate.
"When you clasped your hands and stared at the ground with a slight frown, I calculated that it wasn't me or the run, which made Oleg the highest probability for being the source of your discomfort."
"You're very observant. And you're right." Evat laid a hand on her shoulder.
"I'm here for you should you need me."
Kate leaned back against the bench and smiled. "Thanks."
"Meeting Evaran and M again will lighten your mood."
"Probably," said Kate. "There's still about 2 hours before that, though. I'm just enjoying the weather, the run, and hanging out with you." Evat tilted her head.
"Likewise. You met with Dr. Bryson last week. How'd that go?"
Kate puffed her cheeks. "It was amazing, actually. He's an energetic guy, and he wanted to know all about my rescue. However, I could tell he was still dealing with the loss of Dr. Snowden and Emily. Dr. Bryson had known them since he had Dr. Snowden as a roommate in college. He even mentioned seeing Evaran, V, Dr. Snowden, Emily, and others after they had died, but before they left the plane. They literally went to another reality."
"Yes, to the cosmic medium, where they are with Evaran's main form."
"I can't even imagine what that's like or really understand it," said Kate. "I mean, Dr. Snowden and Emily died. Then they became something more, but I suspect it was due to their having cosmic energy in them. Otherwise, that would have been it." Evat raised a finger.
You're correct in your assessment. I'm sure Dr. Bryson will want to meet more with you.
"He definitely does," said Kate. "I'll plan out some lunches over the next few months. I also have his cell and email, and I've friended him on various social media."
I saw that.
Kate inspected her. "Oh, you did you?"
I hope you don't think I was snooping, but I keep tabs in general on those I care about,"
said Evat. "I was kidding," said Kate. "I may only have known you for a month, but you're one of my closest friends." Evat's eyes lit up.
Thank you. I feel the same way. I've relished our time together.
"I'm glad we met," said Kate. Although she had many colleagues, they weren't close to her. She had been alone in that regard, and at family gatherings she had been teased for focusing too much on work and not on making connections. She had tried to participate in some groups outside of her job, but there were either power struggles or people who drove her away, including control freaks and men who wouldn't take no for an answer. Evat was none of those things, and was someone Kate could see becoming a best friend.
How did your family respond to you coming back after they declared you missing?
Asked Evat. Kate fidgeted with her hands. "Well, as you probably know, my mom and dad called a family meeting once they heard I was alive. Mom was a mess, but I let everyone know I was doing classified work, so I couldn't say anything. My older sister wouldn't leave my side the whole night, and my uncle said he knew it was a government conspiracy of some type. But overall, they're okay and understand I'm doing something secret."
It's probably best they know that and nothing more,
said Evat. "Yeah." Kate looked around. "This is a nice change of pace from the courses, but I'm enjoying those too."
Which ones are you liking the most?
Asked Evat. "Aliens, which I guess is no surprise," said Kate. "However, the thing that gets me is that the Imperium actively covers up telescope findings, and they have been for a long time. I guess it makes sense. Humanity would freak out if they knew aliens were real, or even non-humans, or yourself."
I agree,
said Evat.
The path for the eventual unveiling has been set, and it will come at some point, but it will be a long while. Humanity isn't ready. They squabble over many things that have little bearing for a planet entering the galactic community.
"Yeah, sadly. Still, the class is exciting to me. After seeing what I did with the Sistrals, I understand Earth would stand no chance against an advanced civilization. I'm glad the Kriegans protect us, even more so after Evaran got involved with them. I do want to visit Fredoria at some point."
Me too,
said Evat.
Perhaps Dalton can arrange a trip sometime for all of us.
Kate perked up. "Oh, that would be great."
At the very least, you can visit the Kriegan delegates here on Earth.
"I'd like to do that." Evat studied her.
Do the non-humans bother you?
Kate shrugged. "Not really. I saw so many aliens on the Torvada that the non-humans aren't that much different in terms of appearance. The only concern I've had so far is a young werewolf telling me multiple times that I smell and look good."
Do you wish for me to deal with him?
Kate held up her hands. "Oh no, it's not a big deal. I was just saying that's the extent of any issues I've had since being here."
I understand,
said Evat.
The young werewolf was most likely not thinking about eating you, but had other desires. You can call on me if needed for things like that.
"I will," said Kate, standing. "I guess I better get cleaned up and get some breakfast." She scrutinized Evat. "Where's your other servbot? With Brad?" Evat rose.
Yes. We're about to infiltrate a Dread Order compound with Evaran, M, Dalton and his team, and the Rangers, a new elite Earth Ward unit.
"Oh, do you need to go and focus now?"
I can multitask and we'll sync later.
Kate moved her hands apart. "That's so amazing that you can split yourself like that. Is it strange to sync?"
It's not,
said Evat. "Which swarm takes over?" asked Kate. "I mean, does one become the main and the other merges into it?"
Not quite. Both merge into my main processor inside Dalton. Then the swarms are synced up.
The approach made sense to Kate, and she wondered what it would be like to have copies of her running around, then merging into a main version. That would be a useful ability, and also a way to add some redundancy if any version could become the main. She could see how versatile it was for Evat to be able to do what she did. "All right, you want to join me for breakfast?" asked Kate.
"Of course,"
said Evat.
"I can hang out in your room while you get ready. Then we can eat and meet with the others when Evaran and M comes."
Kate relaxed her muscles as they took off. The morning runs always did her good, especially now that Evat joined her from time to time. Kate wondered what she would be doing after completing the Wildhaven courses. Whatever it was, Evat would be involved. Chapter 2. M stood with Evaran and Inspector Dalton Kingston on the Toravada's ramp. It was 7:00 a.m., and they hovered above a small building inside a deep pit in the Venezuelan jungle. A bubble shield surrounded the area, and a tarp covered the pit's opening. The sun made the surrounding treetops glisten, and a light mist rolled across the ground. A wide ramp led into the pit, and from above it would be hard to detect anything. Most of the structure was underground, and getting in would have been tough. The building was a glorified guard post. As once inside, another massive ramp went deeper into the main compound. The subterranean part resembled a 10-level garage with offices instead of parking spaces. Some levels had specific purposes, and the lowest two were the largest. M had identified them as storage, but deep scans didn't provide much information on what was in there. A large elevator hub sat in the middle and ran the height of the compound, but there was also a set of stairs on the right side. This facility belonged to the Dread Order, a nefarious organization that had existed for centuries with the sole focus of consolidating power from the shadows. They had billionaires on their rosters and a who's who list of wanted criminals. They also had people at all levels of government across the world. One issue the Earth Ward and the Helians before them had was that the Dread Order was secretive to the point where it was hard to gather information on them. A breakthrough came when Dalton and his team captured a rogue ex-CIA agent who mentioned the organization. Thanks to a truth seeker, this hidden spot had been identified. It was one of the bigger hubs, and it was about to be raided. Dalton's initial plan was to have 60 members of the newly formed Earth Ward Rangers, an elite unit meant to handle a variety of challenging missions, drop in from above after Evat disabled the shield. The Rangers were modeled after their Kregan counterpart, another Special Forces unit of the Kregan Star Empire. He had 2 lead Rangers for this mission. One was primary, while the other was secondary, but both were qualified to run the whole unit if required. The Rangers had advanced technology and consisted of multiple non-human types that ranged from werebulls to Raskarian vampires. There were even a few wildborns with special skills. Another unique aspect of this unit was they had several Lightmires, a first for any group in the Earth Ward. Since Evaran and M were around, they decided to help, and now everyone was on the Toravada. M had suggested a plan that would have the Toravada burrow underground and breach the compound at multiple points after Evat had disabled power. Dalton and Evaran agreed to the approach. Dalton peered down. They've been operating here for who knows how long. It makes you wonder how many crimes originated from here. That'll come to an end today, said Evaran. Dalton exhaled. Yeah, and I'm glad you two are here to help. It'll make things less risky. Also, having the Toravada will make entering much safer. There's supposed to be 3 death squads housed here. Let's hope they don't live up to their name. M glanced at him.
Evat has transmitted the updated layout of the facility, and I've forwarded it to you both. She's close to the power generators now.
I'm ready to go. Very well, said Evaran. He dipped his head at M. Take us a bit away, then begin the burrowing sequence. We should be ready to breach as soon as the power is off. M moved the Toravada while checking in on the others in the main living quarters. Dalton's team relaxed at a table, and behind them the Rangers checked their gear. Dalton's team and 40 Rangers would enter at the lowest point of the facility, which was also the largest part, and work their way up. The Lightmires would be with that group. Evaran, M, and everyone else would secure the entrance, preventing anyone from escaping, then proceed to meet up with Dalton's group. After the base was captured, every enemy would be bound and brought to the Toravada to be taken to an Earth Ward base.
"I'm at the power generators and ready to shut them down at your command,"
said Evat over comms. "Excellent. We're almost at our breaching point," said Evaran. M had ensured the burrowing entrance a mile away would not be detected. The jungle provided good coverage, and using the Toravada's nanoswarm to cover their tracks worked well. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the breaching point. Dalton slapped Evaran and M on their backs. "That's my cue. I'll get my team." After another 5 minutes, Dalton had returned. Behind him were Todd Armani, Rick Westmoreland, Valerie Simmons, Brad Washington, and primary lead ranger Mike Orville and his ranger team, who fidgeted with their weapons. Evaran and M had met with Dalton's team earlier in the day, and M had enjoyed observing their reactions to his and Evaran's new forms. Brad had already seen them, and the others had no issues with adapting. A lot of questions had been fielded, but Evaran and M limited their answers. "Evat, go ahead and disable the power generators," said Evaran.
"Done,"
she said. Evaran motioned forward. The Toravada's shielding melted through the compound's wall. Dalton's group surged into a warehouse-sized space that was flooded with emergency lights. Dread Order employees were caught off guard and scrambled to leave the area as sporadic gunfire erupted. "We got this," said Dalton. "Go." The Toravada backed out, then churned through the dirt and rock to reach the foundation of the topside building. The Toravada then melted through the floor and plugged the top of the ramp that led to the main entryway. A portion of the Rangers had gathered in the command center with secondary lead ranger Garrett Harrison. Evaran faced the Rangers. "The entrance to this compound is now sealed. The Lightmires are with the other group, and as a reminder, if anyone gets wounded and needs treatment, bring them back to the medical lab. You've also seen how the holding cells in the hollow rooms work." "M did a good job of showing us how it works," said Garrett. M high-fived him. Garrett cracked up. "We're ready to go." Evaran nodded. M will take point with me behind him. Stun if possible. Lethal as a last resort. "Got it." M, proceed, said Evaran.
"Acknowledged. Defensive mode engaged."
Nanobots swarmed out of slats in M's upper arm and coated him, making his armor thicker. His energy shield output increased, and he ratcheted up his density control, which made him heavier. Although he moved slower, he would serve as a focal point for attacks. He marched out of the Toravada and down the facility's ramp, with Evaran and the others in tow. The Toravada's pulses gave M an overview of the base and where everyone was. The Dread Order had a lot of guards with high-end weapons. Dalton's team was trying to secure the lower levels, and there was a rush of security coming toward the entrance. Employees had moved to designated areas, although some were still out and about. The first guards to come into view unloaded their submachine guns, or SMGs, on M. Their bullets ricocheted off his shielding, and he struck them with stun blasts. Evaran used his energy shield to block enemy fire as he moved next to M. Evaran fired stun shots, which knocked out the remaining defenders. Once at the base of the ramp, 6 Rangers set up portable cover and guarded the area. 2 others secured the downed guards and transported them back to the Toravada. M continued on with Evaran at his side and the 10 Rangers behind them. They entered the elevator hub, which had a large metallic pillar in the center with 2 doors on both the front and back. Benches were scattered around the sides, and the lighting was bright due to the emergency lights. Glass statues arose from a circular pool of water between the elevators and the side walls. However, it was the 8 members arrayed before them that M focused on. They were probably one of the death squads, as they all wore a similar uniform, consisting of a black mesh suit with a yellow badge on their right arm. Although their footwear and belts varied, all had on a forearm device. Their energy signatures showed them to be a mix of humans, outsiders, Daedrals, Wildborns, and even a Lightmire. One outsider transformed into a large werebear and charged M. He pushed and shocked him with no impact other than making him angrier. A Daedrold of the blooded strain pulled out 2 pistols and unloaded on Evaran. Evaran dashed forward into the midst of the death squad and batted the attacker into the others. M joined Evaran and got entangled with the werebear. Other rangers opened fire with a barrage of stun blasts and took down 3 Death Squad members. A Death Squad Wildborn extended an open hand, which morphed into a fleshy tendril that speared 2 rangers in the stomach. Another ranger sliced off the tendril. The Wildborn grunted as he retracted his appendage, then cried out when M shocked him, causing him to collapse. The remaining Death Squad members fell to the rangers charging in and ensuring every enemy was downed. Evaran scanned the 2 who had been injured. The tendrils can be removed, but they need to get to the medical lab right now. M, form a hover slab that can carry them.
Acknowledged.
M used his personal support device, or PSD, to create the slab out of morphable metal. He lifted both men onto it. We'll secure the others and get them back to the Torvada, but you can leave now, said Evaran. Dalton's team already dealt with the Death Squad on their end, so there may be another one left. We'll proceed once this area has been cleared of combatants. M pushed the slab, an escort accompanying him. Although he could handle this himself, it seemed one of the injured rangers was close to the one who walked next to the slab. The Wildborn's tendril attack was unusual, but its power was undeniable. It had punched through the ranger's suit like it was nothing. If the aim had been higher, the 2 rangers would have died. M could see via Evaran's chest view that the other downed Death Squad members were being bound. Thankfully, the werebear and were-rhino had reverted to their human forms, so it made it easier to move them. Evaran had created an 8-person hover slab that had 4 levels and a divider that allowed 2 people per level. The normal tactic would have been for the rangers to each take an arm and carry the captured, but a slab was more efficient. M calculated that without his and Evaran's presence, the fight would have been much deadlier. It had been 3 hours since the assault on the Dread Order's compound. Evaran and M had met up with Dalton, and they were now in the second-to-last level. M's lights had dimmed when he read the casualty list. While Dalton's group had his team and 40 others, they had fought 2 death squads, along with regular security. The Lightmeyers had tried to save who they could, but 5 rangers had died, and 11 were wounded, including Valerie, Todd, and Brad. Dalton's strained face showed he was not happy with how things went. He had made sure to convey that the plan was solid, but the fights were tougher than expected. If he had not been present, there would have been even more casualties. All the injured were in the medical lab with the Lightmeyers, and the dead were placed in a separate hollow room. They were in a command center, but the level itself was like a prison floor. Instead of cells with bars, these had enclosed rooms with the bare necessities. M had already plugged into the systems and had broken through their security mechanisms.
The people who were held here matched those on a missing list,
said M. Dalton grimaced. And apparently they had a truth seeker on staff. All the Dread Order needed was to get someone here they wanted information from. Then it was easy pickings. I concur, said Evaran. Oddly enough, there was no one in the cells, but that may be related to their termination protocol. Dalton sighed. The Earth Ward will need to look into how they were captured. I recognized the name of a state senator who just vanished. Now we know where he went. Perhaps I can get a time winder to help. Evaran's eyes glowed. There are many missing on that list. Assemble a top 5, and then you can join us to travel back in time and observe. Dalton drew his head back. You sure? I know you try to avoid interacting with things like this. I'm a part of events in this. M and I do need to go to the Wildhaven Institute in 25 minutes, then deal with the summons. But when we're back, we can silently observe their captures. I'll take it, said Dalton. And I appreciate it. All of this. Really. I'm just glad you're still around. M tilted his head. You too, old friend, said Dalton, raising his hand for a high five. M returned it and smiled.
Acknowledged.
Dalton had adapted fast to the new forms, and he was an anchor. someone Evaran and M made sure to visit after every reformation, while others might see them due to an event. Anchors were the first on the list after any change. Jake Melkins was also one, as was Sandus, the information broker who operated in Kregan space. There were others outside the timeline, like the Toravada Chosen, Drevel Zage, and Zazrisa Mortaka, and their companions Seer, a Toravada AI, and CC, a cosmic cloth. M liked working with Dalton again, and the interaction accessed memories from when M was V. Although M didn't have the raw data on how his cosmic orb reacted to those events, his AI side had an algorithm that helped elicit the same reaction from his orb based on audio and visual feeds and storage. It wasn't exact, but it was enough to give him a sensation he could identify. In this case, it was a calm and relaxed state brought on by being around a true friend like Dalton. It was the same fluctuation he got with Evat and Jake Melkins. "Are you getting a new gang?" asked Dalton. Evaran eyed him. "Perhaps. You want them to ask. That's how it should be done. I should have no influence on that process other than to be asked," said Evaran. "The Toravada granted them access to information I wouldn't have shared. That's a strong indicator that they were meant to travel on the Toravada." Dalton rubbed his chin. "And not necessarily with this version of you and M either. It could be one of your other ones from your future. Still, it's a good rule to let others ask." Evaran's eyes glowed. "I concur. Let's see how all this plays out. The unknown excites you," said Dalton. "That doesn't surprise me." M's lights brightened.
Or me, but I like new experiences.
"You both know me well," said Evaran. Dalton chuckled. "That we do. What if I asked to bring my team along?" "You know I would say yes." "Yeah, I was kidding," said Dalton. "However, my role is here on Earth, and I honor that. But you can always call on me at any time." "Assuming I have the Toravada, of course," said Evaran. The last time the Toravada had taken off left M and Evaran stranded. They had died, then reformed. M was not eager to repeat that experience. The AI and cosmic orb configuration would be gone, and he would need to rebuild those connections, a timely process that wouldn't include unique moments from his previous form. It was a soft form of death. Thankfully, he could simulate what his previous connections would have felt, but it was not the same as the actual experience. Dalton crooked his thumb at a nearby large room. "There used to be something in there, but now it's all been burned. Some type of paper filing system. This dread order is going to be difficult to track down. They don't often use anything digital and use an elaborate drop-off and sender system. Even the utilities bill for a place like this doesn't exist, as they use their own power generators, and there's no digital bill on where those came from. This low-tech approach is why they've been around for a long time."
"They hide in plain sight,"
said M.
"I'll work with Evat in trying to see if there is more we can uncover."
"Sounds good," said Dalton. Evaran raised a finger. "On another note, the Earth Ward Rangers are becoming a solid unit. I've read up on the missions they've done so far. And they're growing, too. We've had a lot of applicants for the job, and so you're aware, Dylan checked them out." "Interesting," said Evaran. He was concerned about his future after completing the Wildhaven Institute classes. Perhaps Jake showed him it. "Yeah, most definitely was him, I'm sure," said Dalton. M had observed the budding friendship between Jake and Dylan. Brad and Evat were also a part of their small group, but Jake visited Dylan often by himself, and then they would fly somewhere or hang out. Dylan's biggest fear was being alone, something that would have happened if Evaran and M had not stepped in during Dylan's rescue on the previous summons. M liked that Dylan now had friends who understood his situation. Dalton inspected another part of the room. "Let's see what else we can find." M followed him as they discussed more on the Dread Order. Although this operation had been successful, it was one component of an unknown puzzle. The Dread Order would probably shift how they operated, especially now that they most likely knew he and Evaran were involved. The ripple effect was something Evaran tried to avoid, but he had some interest in this, so M would do whatever was needed to help. It also gave him more time with Dalton and Evat, something M relished. Chapter 3. Dylan beamed when he and Jake reached the landing pad the Torvada would use. Isaac, Tehran, Kate, Evat, Dr. James Bryson, and Terry Salinas, the Earth Ward director, were already present, and Goldie, the golden retriever, pranced around soliciting pets. Dylan had briefly met Dr. Bryson at a lunch, but Kate had spent the most time with him. She chatted with him like he was an old friend, and Evat chimed in at times. Isaac and Tehran talked with Terry. It was a few minutes before 11:30 a.m., and Dylan wished he had come earlier. When he hung out with Jake, he lost track of time. Had it not been for Dylan's cell phone chirping, he might have been even later. He greeted everyone. Then he, Isaac, and Kate separated into a small group. "You guys ready to ask?" asked Dylan. Isaac bobbed his head. "I'm ready to go." "Same," said Kate. She chewed on her lip. "What do you think Evaran will say?" "We have a lot going in our favor," said Isaac. Dylan wagged his finger. "Yeah, especially the Torvada showing us all that information. It can't be coincidence." "It probably isn't," said Kate. "So, how are we going to approach this?" "I think we ask after we drop Tehran off and we're in the command center," said Isaac. Kate gestured at him. "You can speak for us, unless Dylan is dying to." Dylan shook his head. "I'm good with that." Isaac puffed his cheeks. "All right." The Torvada arrived, and Evaran and M exited. Dylan's pulse quickened. Memories from the previous trip ran through his mind. He had gone from hopelessness to hope in a short amount of time, and now he was in the best position of his life. After all the greetings were finished, everybody assembled in a semicircle around Evaran and M. "It's good to see everyone again," said Evaran.
"Likewise,"
said Terry.
"And the Earth Ward is thankful for your help earlier today. I've read the preliminary reports from the raid."
Evaran frowned. There were casualties. M's lights dimmed. Dylan gulped. Even as powerful as they were, it wasn't always safe. He wasn't privy to what tactics were used, but it was obvious that whatever had been chosen led to casualties. He would ask Evat about it later. Nonetheless, "It's time to take Tehran home," said Evaran. Tehran stood next to him.
"I wanted to say that I enjoyed my time here and hope that I can visit again sometime. You all have been more than generous to me, and I've come to understand and respect humanity in all its forms. Your place here will always be available," said Terry. "Don't be a stranger. Oh, before you go." He handed him a small cube. "All of Earth's food patterns are on there, formatted for your ancestral systems. You can thank Evaran for the conversion."
Tehran accepted the device and examined it.
"Even toasted cheese crackers? It's on there." Tehran cawed. "Thank you. This will be very popular when I get back."
Dr. Bryson cracked a big grin. "They even have the hot and spicy version you like." Tehran slowly blinked.
"That is a good thing."
He crossed his back tentacles across his chest and dipped his head. "Is there anything else needing covered?" Terry asked Evaran.
"Not that I'm aware of."
Dylan slapped hands with Jake, then waved to Dr. Bryson, Terry, and Evat as Evaran led the others into the Torvada. Dylan scratched Goldie behind the ears, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Dylan's heart sagged when Evat frowned. He had thought she might come, but she had to stay and do other things. She and Kate had become close, and Dylan savored the time spent getting to know her. She was a friendly and curious AI with an upbeat personality. Dr. Bryson had misty eyes, perhaps due to the Torvada representing the loss of his best friend. It had been interesting to see when Evaran embraced him earlier. It was obvious they had a strong bond, despite this being a different version of Evaran. Terry had kept a mostly neutral expression. Evaran was in his usual command chair, with M next to him at a workstation. Dylan sat with Isaac in the left seating area, while Kate and Tehran were in the other. A wave of nostalgia washed over Dylan as he looked around. This was the same setup from the previous adventure, but this time, Dylan's emotions weren't all over the place. It was a lifetime ago that he had been quarantined on the Sistral Moon with no hope of ever seeing Earth again. M. "Take us to Camrellis," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Camrellis was the capital city of Varlon, the home world of the Sistral Empire. Dylan wished he could have spent a month there, but focusing on the Wildhaven Institute had been a good use of his time. He was more prepared for what was out there, and perhaps a visit later wouldn't be out of the question, even if he didn't get to travel with Evaran and M. The Toravada ascended to low orbit after 20 minutes, then shot a gold beam that formed a silver-bordered circular portal with a light blue rippling surface. After flying through, everything outside faded away, then eased back in. Dylan was still in awe at how effortless it was for the Toravada to travel a vast distance, then jump through time. He had seen how it could also be used tactically in hostile situations. It also was like a second home, and he wondered if it would be so again. He analyzed the satellites and ships flying around. It was what he remembered from his last trip to Varlon. "Home," said Tehran. "Indeed," said Evaran. "We'll take you to the council building. From their perspective, you would have been gone an hour." Tehran stroked his beak.
"And I have quite the report to give."
"You should offer some hot and spicy toasted cheese crackers before your presentation," said Isaac.
"That's a good idea."
"I was kidding, but they might like it if you do." Tehran dipped his head toward him. After another 20 minutes, they landed on a pad high up on a building. Everyone assembled on the ramp.
"It's time,"
said Tehran. He gurgled.
"I'm going to miss you all."
Isaac extended his hands, and Tehran placed his tentacle tips on them. He repeated this with the others.
"I hope to see you all again."
Kate's eyes misted. "Same here. And we'll miss you too." Dylan's throat tightened. Tehran had become a close friend during the previous adventure and his 1-month stay at the Wildhaven Institute. This could possibly be the last time they ever interacted. Although he hated the feeling of being alone, a small part of him was leaving with Tehran. "Keep it real, all right?" asked Dylan.
"I will do so,"
said Tehran. His eyes blinked slowly. "I will check in a year from today to see how things are going," said Evaran. "If you have anything that needs my attention, make sure to bring it up then." Tehran nodded.
"I will."
M high-fived both Tehran's tentacles and hands, causing everyone to laugh.
"I'm going to miss you too,"
he said. Dylan was surprised to see Isaac struggling. Usually he was a beacon of calm in any situation. However, he and Tehran had been like brothers over the last month, traveling everywhere and navigating a new experience together. Tehran was a good buffer from the previous adventure, and now he would be gone. Tehran stared at the group, then exited the Toravada's shielding. "M, take us out," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dylan licked his lips as the Toravada ascended. Tehran stood on the landing pad and gave a final wave. Dylan and the others waved back. "Let's go to the command center," said Evaran. He placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "You will see him again. You have my word on that." Isaac cleared his throat.
"I'd like that."
"Me too," said Kate.
"Same,"
said Dylan. He followed everyone in. The next step was the traveling proposal. After taking his seat, he motioned at Isaac, as did Kate. Isaac exhaled slowly as he sat on the edge of his chair.
"We have something to ask you both."
Kate's heart pounded as she waited for Isaac to ask the question. They had discussed it often at the Wildhaven Institute. Outside of getting to see reality as it was, there were other benefits to traveling with Evaran and M, like the nanobots and suit. The nanobots were powerful, and Dr. Bryson had mentioned how much stronger the normal dose was. Living long and being even more agile than she was now appealed to her. The cognitive boost and healing capabilities were also big pluses. Isaac cleared his throat.
All right. Dylan, Kate, and I would like to travel with you and M on your summonses.
Evaran swept his gaze across them. Kate waited with bated breath. I'm okay with that, as is M. But on one condition, said Evaran. His eyes glowed. If there's ever a situation where I need to sacrifice myself to save you all, don't try to sacrifice yourselves for me. You'll come back to Earth instead. Kate imagined the adventures they would go on. This was the moment she had thought about for the last month, and now it was real. She swallowed hard at thinking about all she would learn, and that she was part of a special group that could claim to have traveled with Evaran and M.
Awesome, said Dylan. I'm excited to start this journey.
But that condition sounds very specific, said Isaac. Evaran frowned. I don't wish for it to ever occur. But unlike Dr. Snowden and Emily, you don't have cosmic energy. If you die, it's permanent. And I want to avoid that.
Yeah, me too, said Dylan. For the record, that sucks, though.
There will be a special button you can press on Dr. Snowden's Torvada interface that will send you back to the Wildhaven Institute a few minutes after you were last there. Kate rapidly blinked. Let's hope we never experience that situation then. And thank you. Really. This is a dream come true for me and the others, too.
Dylan whooped. No kiddin'.
I want to emphasize that there is some danger in the summonses, said Evaran. Kate shrugged. Then so be it. One thing I've learned from the quarantine moon is to live life now and experience as much as you can. A good outlook.
Yeah, I'm with Kate there, said Isaac. When you learn how small you are in the grand scheme of things, it makes you want to do more. Be more.
Yep, said Dylan. M's lights grew brighter.
Welcome to Evaran and the gang.
The group laughed. Now to my questions, said Evaran. You all have a light dose of nanobots. Do you want the normal one, similar to what Dr. Snowden and Emily had? Kate's pulse quickened. Oh yeah, I talked with Dr. Bryson about that, and he listed all the benefits. I'm not aware of any cons. Dylan and Isaac are aware as well, and we're all in agreement that we would like them. Very well. You'll all have your own PSD as well. I've created a set of holo videos you can use to train yourselves on its operation. It will take some time for the nanobots to fully adjust to you, but you can begin training with those videos as well as other ones covering topics such as close-quarters combat. Isaac furrowed his brow.
I had a question about the cognitive boost.
Proceed, said Evaran.
Okay. I get that it allows us to think faster and comprehend things better. Are there any other aspects? Like data storage? I mean, will our memory be enhanced?
Yes, said Evaran. You'll be able to store a large amount of information and reference it as needed. You'll also have the Torvada's vast archives at your fingertips. M stood.
Perhaps they want to wait a week before getting them.
Silence fell. M grinned.
To the research lab.
Dylan hopped up.
Oh man, you were playing us.
I was.
They chuckled before following him and Evaran. Kate eyed the survival suit hanging on the wall. She recalled how much it had impacted her before, and she blinked rapidly as she ran a hand over it. It had been an extension of herself, and in conjunction with the nanobots, she felt like she could do anything. Please put on your suits first, said Evaran. Everyone complied. Now, each of you take a slab. Kate went to the nearest one and lay down. The suit already made her feel stronger, and lying down had been effortless. After Dylan and Isaac were on theirs, Evaran tapped at a panel near Kate's head and pulled out a syringe. These nanobots will give you a normal dose. Your lighter one was about 30% of that. Although I don't expect any issues, how everyone adapts to them is unique. After receiving them, I'd like you to stay where you are for at least 30 minutes.
I'm ready,
said Dylan. Then M will proceed. Kate took a deep breath when M injected her with the nanobots. She could feel them coursing through her body, and the impact was immediate. She imagined being able to lift a car. Her heartbeat had increased, and it took a moment to relax. She found that by regulating her breathing and thinking calmly, a rippling effect washed over her. There was a tinge of nausea, but that could be due to her being excited. Isaac cleared his throat.
Oh yeah, I feel the difference. It was initially like having bees under my skin, but it's good now.
Feels great, said Dylan. Kate relaxed as her nausea was replaced by the sensation of a cool wave washing over her. She stared at the ceiling as she focused on the new nanobots interacting with her existing ones. As they integrated, she sensed the areas that hadn't yet. She wiggled her toes, which had not fully meshed, yet the balls of her feet had. It gave her insight into how much she could feel. She closed her eyes and concentrated on the others in the room. Dylan's and Isaac's heartbeats were like mini drums, and she could hear their breathing. M was a buzzing sound, and Evaran sounded like the wind. She grimaced, as she could now also smell body odor better. While she understood Dylan liked his jeans, he probably needed a few to rotate. Isaac had a peach aroma due to his lotion. Evaran and M had no odor, which she found odd. After your 30 minutes are up, please feel free to use the other rooms on the Torvada to test your new state, said Evaran.
Yeah, I want to check out the knowledge base room, said Isaac.
Hollow room for me, said Dylan. You said we got a cognitive boost, so I'm curious to see how that works with learning. M stood next to him.
You'll learn much faster. Perhaps I can assist you there.
Awesome. Their choices were a good reflection of their mindsets and what Kate expected. What about you, Kate? Asked Dylan. I think the Hollow Room and Planar Cartography Lab. Cool. M glanced at her.
Like with Dylan. Perhaps I can join you there if you wish.
I'll let you know, said Kate. I assume I can just contact you via the PSD?
Yes.
Great. Although she would enjoy M's presence, she wanted to get a feel for her new state alone. This would help her calibrate things and see what she was truly capable of. M could come later once she was in sync with her body and mind. Isaac stirred.
So, to be clear, these nanobots will extend our lives for quite a while, right?
Yes, said Evaran. You will live a minimum of 200 years, and possibly longer depending on how you take care of yourself. So we're stuck at this age for a while then, asked Dylan. That's correct. You're also immune to most diseases. However, you're not invulnerable. You can be killed physically, or if you're in an environment where your nanobots can't repair you fast enough. If we're careful, we can live a very long life. That's going to be noticeable, I would think, by others, said Kate. Evaran's eyes glowed. Your assessment is accurate. At that point, you have several options available to you if you stay on Earth. The Earth Ward will help in that regard. I figure they probably have had to do this already with long-lived non-humans, like Lord Vigon. They have. But one concern you'll encounter is outliving those you care about. Kate wrinkled her brow. Dr. Bryson had mentioned the long life aspect, but not the impact it would have on loved ones. She chewed her lip as she imagined being around after her family was gone. How that would be explained was beyond her at the moment. She assumed by Evaran saying that the Earth Ward would assist them that he was okay with their retaining the nanobots after traveling with him and M. She hoped so because this was the beginning of a new chapter in her life. Chapter 4. Isaac surveyed the knowledge base room. He had taken a small nap after getting his nanobots, and when he awoke, everyone was gone. A quick check with the Toravada showed that it was 1:30 p.m. Dylan and M were in a hollow room, and Kate was in a separate one. Evaran was in the maintenance hub, but the Toravada didn't disclose which room. The hub was a place of mystery, and Isaac had tried to glean more information on the area, but he had been denied access. He took a seat in the middle of the featureless white area. It reminded him of a smaller hollow room, and he wasn't sure why there was a specific need for one with a knowledge base focus. If every room could generate what was required, then all that would be needed was a hallway of those types. Then it would support multiple people, and each instance could be uniquely configured. There had to be a reason for not doing that, and he made a note to see if he could find out more. One thought was that it was a security feature. Although the hollow rooms had access to the Toravada's data, Perhaps only deep knowledge could be obtained in the knowledge base version. There was also the physical aspect, in that only approved people could enter where he was, whereas the other was open to all. He could see that, based on the previous mission when over 250 aliens were situated in the hollow rooms. He flicked his finger, causing a hollow menu to appear. The ones he had seen before were circular, with bands on them at various levels, but he didn't care for that organization. He had been able to customize his with an administrative look, which had a sidebar with links, a header that used a breadcrumb to let him know where he was in a hierarchy, and the main pedal on the right that could expand. It was an interface he was comfortable with, and many of the tools he utilized as a data architect used that style, especially for web-based interfaces. There was also a search box in the top right. Once a sidebar option was clicked, it would show more options below it. The accordion-like nature was always something he liked in hierarchical menu designs. He had a favorites option, and he expanded it and selected the realities link. The hollow room went dark and put him inside deep space. His breathing increased, but he knew he wasn't floating, although it was hard to distinguish. A window popped up and displayed options detailing the various realities. The current environment was at the timeline level. There was another window that had a prompt that would take him to any place inside the timeline. He wondered if this was how a god would feel when being able to travel anywhere with but a flick of his finger. As a test, he went to Mars. He appeared to be floating in orbit, but with a press on the panel on his right chair arm, he flew down and hovered over Martian soil. This was another level of exploration, and his nanobots kept him relaxed. They gave him a strong sense of control of his own bodily functions, but he was not sure how far that extended. A data screen of Martian facts opened up, and he assimilated the information quickly, despite there being some unfamiliar jargon. He somehow understood it all. The next environment he checked out was the subverse. It was a universal layer where exotic energies from outside were buffered before being disseminated across the timelines. He struggled to comprehend the raw power of those energies, but he had seen what a minute fraction of it could do to living beings. Earth was a hotbed of exotic energy hybrids, and he had only scratched the surface of that. The Daedrald subverse he was in was pitch black, but the Torvata had highlighted regions far off in the distance. One of them belonged to Drulkhan the Destroyer, a Daedrald prince who created the ancient vampires. His region was outlined, as were others. There were so many that no count was given. He moved outside the universe and into a universal cell. The brightness of the milk-like substance that enveloped him caused a bubble to surround him that dimmed the incoming light. He admired the exotic energy strands that connected from the cell wall to the spherical universe, which changed shape every now and then to become oblong. It boggled his mind that inside were an untold number of timelines, and there were also a large number of universal cells overall. The purple Daedrald strand was easy to identify due to its size, but smaller ones like Bornean were hard to see unless searching for it. He wasn't sure where exotic energy originated from, but it was like a concentrated form of different physics. Brad Washington was a wild-born, and witnessing his ability to talk to tech blew Isaac's mind. He had no idea how that was even possible, and even Brad didn't know. He said he could sense tech, then ask questions. Isaac moved out of the plane into the cosmic medium, the void between planes. Planes reminded him of a molecular structure. They had a variety of shapes, and long rods connected them together. The plane he had exited was called Cyrillin, named after Cyrillus, Evaran's longtime cosmic romantic partner, who had died and elected to become a plane. It showed how powerful cosmic energy was, and that it could create something so vast. He took a measured breath. The planes formed a system, and this was but one of several. Existential dread crept through him. He was nothing compared to the vastness of reality. Whether he died or not was meaningless. He concentrated on breathing. Finding one's purpose in life almost seemed like a joke at this level. A wave of relaxation swept over him. He loved his nanobots, and the ability to physically calm down might not always soothe his mind, but it did help. There was a lot more he wanted to explore, and with his new state of being, he was eager to continue. Dylan smiled as he gazed around the hollow room with M. Isaac and Kate had taken a nap while on the slabs, and although Dylan did feel somewhat tired, he was eager to see what the nanobots combined with his suit could do. He had decided to go right as the 30 minutes were up at 1:00 p.m.
What did you wish to test?
Asked M. I'm not sure. What do you recommend? A pillar materialized in the distance.
I would start with running to the pillar and back,
said M.
You already have a baseline without nanobots and also with a light dose. Now you can experience it with a normal one.
Dylan wagged a finger at him. Yeah, I like it. All right. He stared at the pillar, then took off. Running was effortless, and he could breathe with minimal effort. He picked up the pace to push himself, and as he did, it was as if everything slowed. It wasn't much, but it was noticeable. What he didn't expect was how good exerting himself made him feel. He wasn't sure if that was the suit or the nanobots, but he could run for days in this state. When he reached the pillar, he circled it and ran back to M.
Very good,
he said.
You were not only faster, but appear to not have exerted yourself as much compared to your last run. Let's try something more difficult.
The pillar sprouted multiple turrets at various heights. Dylan loved that he could see that level of detail.
This will test your reaction time,
said M.
The turrets will shoot a slight stun, but it won't hurt you.
Dylan shook his fist. All right, bring it on.
Go,
said M. Dylan rushed forward. He caught the subtle movements of the turrets as they aimed at him. The first few shots were easy to dodge, but then the firing pattern changed. He winced when he went left, and a blast hit him. The next 2 attempts were evaded with no problems, but when turning right, he got tagged again. The turrets stopped shooting when he reached them. He returned to M. Well, that sucked, said Dylan. I guess I'll need to practice that. M stood in silence. Dylan frowned. I honestly thought I'd do better.
Do you give up this easily?
What? No, of course not. But it's obvious I overestimated myself. M continued to look at him. I'll try again, said Dylan.
Before you do, evaluate your options.
Dylan furrowed his brow. What options? I just didn't recognize the firing pattern quick enough when they changed.
Think of all the options available to you,
said M. Dylan understood M was being supportive, but he wasn't sure where M was going with this. Although Dylan could learn the firing patterns in time, it would take practice. The only surefire way to avoid getting blasted was if he had a shield. Oh, you mean use my shield, he said.
I'm glad you came to that conclusion,
said M. Dylan spawned a 4x4-foot shield. Well, this should be easier.
It could be even more so.
Dylan laughed. Okay, that means I'm missing something.
Your feet could be targeted,
said M. Dylan scrutinized his forearm interface. He changed it so the shield was 6 feet wide and tall. It would be like moving with a weightless wall in front of him. He nodded at M, then took off. Although the turrets pounded his shield, they did not penetrate it. Dylan felt the hits, and they slowed him down some, but he pressed on with ease. When he reached the pillar, he retracted his shield and danced around with his hands in the air. This test was not just to see how his body adapted, but also to think of everything he had available to him to defeat a situation. M was a good teacher. Dylan ran back to him. Okay, that worked well.
Yes, it did. Let's do another test.
The pillar disappeared, and 3 drones spawned. Dylan pulled out his PSD. He reduced his shield to 2 feet by 2 feet, then moved out. The first drone flew to his left and fired at him. He blocked the blast, then shot back, but it evaded. The second one went to the right and attacked him. He was able to avoid the hit, but the third drone flew overhead and shot him. The drones reset. Dylan sighed. Yeah, I'm not ready for that. There's too many, and they come from all sides. M tilted his head. Dylan chuckled. Let me guess. I'm not thinking of all my options.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's see. They dodge too fast for an individual shot.
Do they?
Asked M. Well, yeah. You saw how agile they are? M pointed at a drone.
If you fire ahead of it, you'll hit it. You need to account for how quickly it's moving, but that comes with experience. Observe.
The drone flew randomly, but M stunned it. Wow, you're a good shot, said Dylan.
I can calculate movement patterns very effectively. However, you have tools to make it easier.
Dylan studied his PSD interface. The PSD had a variety of beam patterns, but the missed one stuck out to him. Although it obscured vision, it could also be ignited with a stun beam. That would essentially be an area of effect or AoE attack. The trick would be switching between that and the stun setting. Thankfully, he could cycle the beam by pressing the top button. Okay, I have an idea, said Dylan.
Proceed,
said M. Dylan stepped away and faced the drones. When he raised his shield, they attacked. He ran to the right to get the drones in a line, then fired his mist beam. A cloud formed in front of him that the drones had to fly through. When the first one did, he ignited the mist, causing the first drone to fizzle, then disappear. The second one had been at the tail end of the covered area and suffered the same fate. The third drone flew over. Dylan tried to predict where it would be, then fired, disabling it. Yeah, he said. Take that!
You're progressing well,
said M. Dylan exhaled. I have a lot to learn. These tools are powerful, but there's several of them, and I don't know which would be best for any given situation. Yet. I'll figure it out.
And I'll help out whenever you need me.
Dylan high-fived M. I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 5. Kate had not expected to take a nap after receiving her nanobots. Although they initially made her queasy, she had switched to a state of total relaxation. Her previous nanobot load could do that as well. It just took longer. When she had woken up, Isaac was still down, and Dylan was gone. She checked her PSD and saw where the others were at, so she decided to go to the hollow room to test some things out. She pulled up her regular running path through a wooded mountainside. The environment soothed her mind, and it was a mystery as to how such places could be generated. Everything from the sun's warmth to the earthy smell was immaculate. She stretched for a bit before taking off and pushing herself as hard as she could. Despite her effort, she was not out of breath. However, she did notice how fast she was moving based on the scenery she passed, and an internal label showed her speed to be 30 miles per hour. She tried to go faster, and her suit and body responded. When she reached 40 miles per hour, the exertion hit her hard, but it was like her normal state without the nanobots. She stopped to catch her breath. It dawned on her that she had run quicker than the fastest recorded time for a human. Humans spent a lot of time in the air when running, and roughly 40% of her run had her touching the ground, where she had to push up and forward. Given her newfound strength, this allowed her to do what was considered unlikely unless she sprouted another set of legs. She sat on a rock, soaking in the sun. These new nanobots were great, and she loved her form-fitting survival suit. There were several things she wanted to check out on the PSD, so she unstrapped it from her forearm. The suit had a few places that the PSD could be mounted, so she put it on her shoulder, then activated the interface, which projected 2 feet out. The crisp colors and design appealed to her, but she wasn't a fan of the circular menu with bands. Thankfully, changing the interface was not difficult, and she altered it so the layout was easy to understand. The top-level menu had links that could expand, with a bottom area that could grow as needed. A part of her job had her working with large data, and she used Python, a programming language, to help her dissect it. She had set the PSD's layout to a familiar tool setup. Of interest to her was morphable metal. It had intrigued her from the first time she saw M produce a hover slab from his PSD. While she understood the concept of dimensional mechanics, it still surprised her to see liquid metal pour out and form something, and then also have an energy source. The PSD probably had a dimension with power that it connected to. She hunted down the link to show her how to create things. It didn't take long for her to find the morphable option, and when she clicked it, a list of patterns displayed. There was an owner column, and several were done by Dr. Albert Snowden. Most had no one defined, so she assumed those were created by the system. Emily Snowden was on a few of them as well. The flying platform pattern caught her eye. This was the perfect place to test it out. She stood and removed her PSD from her shoulder mount, then extended her arm. The PSD aimed down, and she appreciated that the top end displayed the holographic interface. She activated the pattern and gasped when morphable metal poured out. A moment later, she was in the middle of what reminded her of a hot air balloon basket made of stainless steel. The other end of the PSD had spawned a small, flat metallic interface with a joystick and several controls on the side. She had thought she would have had to jump when the floor was formed, but the metal had somehow gone under her without her feeling it. She pressed the side button to ascend. As the platform rose, she used the joystick to move out of the way of several trees, and a moment later she was above the forest. Letting go of the controls caused the platform to continue to go forward and up. At 50 feet in the air, she disabled both, making her hover. The controls were intuitive, and she saw that she could tweak them if she wanted. She leaned on the side and looked out. The view was amazing, and she understood how lucky she was. Without Evaran and M saving her, she would still be on a quarantined alien moon. She frowned as she once again thought of Oleg Koval, the man she had fallen in love with. That relationship was no longer a possibility, but he would have loved to see all this. However, she wanted to move on, as dwelling on what could have been would just drag her down hard. It bothered her that she couldn't tell her family about all the amazing moments of her recent past. Her older sister would love to be where Kate was now. Her dad was an engineer, and he would be entranced by morphable metal. Kate cracked up, thinking about her mom and her wine addiction. She would never leave the matter replicator alone. The PSD had an editor she wanted to try, so she descended to the ground. After pulling the platform back in, she mounted her PSD on her shoulder. An interface with options arose before her, and she selected the Builder option. A hologrid projected on the ground, and to her right was a hovering list of shapes and objects. There was also an option to activate other patterns, so she loaded the flying platform one. The Builder program created the platform, which took up 4 cells. As a test, she grabbed the corner, then pulled it out to occupy 9 cells. She then saved her new pattern and closed the editor. A moment later, she spawned her creation, then took it up for a quick ride. It was obvious how powerful morphable metal was. She wondered what the limits were and suspected there would be an energy usage limit. However, another idea crept into her mind when she landed and retracted the platform. She found a suit modification pattern, then tweaked it so it had large boots and gauntlets with boosters in them. That would be useful for traveling, but it would also not allow her to use the PSD for anything else, as that was morphable metal's drawback. She created the items and flew up, then used her hand thrusters to level off. As she zoomed above the forest and dipped in a few times, she took a moment to let her exhilaration take over. Flying was effortless, but she did notice a cap on how fast she could go. That was not something she could override, so the limitation must be by design. That didn't dampen her mood, though, as she soared into the air. The boots and gloves allowed her to move in any direction with ease. Her ARI showed some options, so she could hover, reduce power, and the like. Compared to the flying platform, this was much more fun, but she understood the value of having one place where everyone could fit, especially if in a toxic environment. It did take some strength to handle the boosters, but her nanobots and suit covered that. She wasn't sure she could have done this with the previous nanobot load. Her mind erased at the thought of talking with Dylan and Isaac about the morphable metal possibilities, and she was eager to see what they would come up with. Dylan enjoyed the previous day in the Hollow Room. M was a good teacher, and Dylan learned a lot, not just about the tools available to him, but how and when to use them. What shocked him was how effortless it was to remember everything and execute it like he had known these things all his life. It was definitely the nanobots there, as he would have stumbled otherwise. It was 9:00 a.m., and he was the only one in the conference room. He had a bowl of scrambled eggs, bacon, onions, cheese, and tomatoes, along with a glass of orange juice. It still amazed him how matter replicators could do what they did, and he was sure Isaac had researched the engineering of it. Kate might have too. It did interest him as well, but there were many other topics he wanted to look into first. Isaac entered after 5 minutes and sat after getting some oatmeal and water. "Morning," said Dylan. Isaac dipped his head toward him. "Morning." "Sleep well?" "Oh, yeah. Had a good day yesterday. You?" Isaac sipped his water, then eased back. "I feel like an information sponge. I didn't realize how long I spent in the knowledge base room until the alarm I set for 10 went off." Kate arrived, grabbed a protein shake, and joined them. "Hey, guys." They greeted her. Isaac gestured at Dylan. "We were just talking about our experiences yesterday. I spent most of the day in the knowledge base room. The sheer amount of information available is crazy. I saw you were with them." Dylan downed a bite. "Yeah. He taught me about all the options to consider when given a situation. Then he created a bunch of them for me to run through. I mean, I think I would have figured some stuff out, but he showed me approaches I hadn't even considered." "Sounds like fun," said Kate. "You go to the planar cartography lab?" "Oddly enough, no. I went to another hollow room and tested my limits. However, I spent most of my time with the morphable metal aspect of the PSD. There are a lot of patterns it can create, and I really like the flying ones." "Oh, really?" asked Dylan. He checked out his PSD and grinned. "Is it the flying Kate pattern?" "Yeah, it is. I'm sure it can be tweaked, but I was able to fly around," said Kate. Isaac wagged his fork at her. "You know we're going to want to try this out." "Feel free to. And if you two come up with any patterns, I'd like to check them out." She eyed them. "Sounds like the nanobots have settled in for us." "Yeah," said Dylan. "I feel great and never want this feeling to go away." "Same here." Isaac tapped his temple. "Although I didn't focus so much on my physical side, I can feel the mental benefits. It's hard to quantify, but my memory and cognitive abilities seem enhanced. I can recall yesterday with perfect clarity." Kate ran her fingers along her jaw. "I wonder if that's quantifiable." Dylan chortled. "That is such a you thing." She smiled. Evaran and M came and took their seats. "I hope everyone slept well," said Evaran. Dylan finished his food as they discussed the previous day. Although he was excited to be where he was, he relished his meals with everybody. With a solid breakfast behind him, he could unwind and just be in the moment. M was like the brother he never had, and Evaran was a leader Dylan would run through a brick wall for. Kate and Isaac were close friends he felt he would get closer with. The suit and nanobots enhanced him and made him feel like he could do anything at this point. After a bit, Evaran interacted with the table console, causing a holographic map of a galaxy to appear. "I'm sure you're all eager to start the summons, so let me begin with where and when it is. This is the Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy, which is about 163,000 light-years away. The summons is for 4322 AD. Outside of that, there's nothing else." Isaac cleared his throat. "We just time travel? Open a portal? Travel there? Then go to wherever the summons is?" "Close," said Evaran. "We'll travel there first, then jump through time." "What if there's a civilization that can detect our initial arrival before we time travel?" asked Kate. "That will then be a part of events," said Evaran. "However, as a precaution, we can move the Torvata away a bit if the point is near a planet or other stellar object. Makes sense? The last thing we'd want to do is portal into a planet's atmosphere." Isaac motioned at Kate. "The Torvata can't do that. It has portal and jump rules, and the planet section states the destination must be off-world." "Oh, how many rules does the Torvata have?" asked Kate. "A ton. The manual on it is quite extensive.
and I feel like I've only scratched the surface."
"It's indeed extensive," said Evaran. "Nonetheless, we're going into the unknown. I don't know what dangers may be present, but your suits and nanobots will help you should we leave the Toravada. With that said, we can head to the summons spot now." "This is so exciting," said Kate. "I'm glad to see you're enthusiastic." Em high-fived her. They headed for the command center. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate sat in the left seating area, which was at a 45-degree angle from Evaran's chair in the center. Em was at his workstation to the right. The Toravada was already in orbit, and Dylan was familiar with the golden beam and the silver-bordered portal with a light blue rippling surface that the Toravada flew through. That was the color combination to move to another point in the timeline. He hadn't really noticed the difference during their previous adventure, but Isaac had filled him in during the month-long stay at the Wildhaven Institute. They exited next to a planet that reminded him of Earth, except this was about 1.5 times larger based on the stats being displayed. Everything outside faded to darkness, then eased back into view. A red dot had appeared on the surface, indicating they were at the right point in space and time. Dylan realized this was what Evaran and M must have done prior to coming to save him and the others on the previous adventure. "Are we at the same day and time on Earth, just a different year?" asked Dylan. Evaran shook his head. "It's June 13th, 4322 AD, but the same time as on Earth. There is a small buffer on the summons time, which allows us to sync from our departure, so it's 9:05 a.m. here, same as when we left Earth." "Ah, got it." Dylan stared at the debris of two ships. "What happened here?" "A fight that neither side won," said Evaran. He checked his chair console. "No survivors, and these ships are unknown to the Toravada." Isaac pointed at the red dot. "I bet whatever they were here for involves what's down there." "I concur. M, take us down."
Acknowledged.
As they descended through the atmosphere, Dylan took stock of what was being tagged. Everything from atmospheric pressure to the various land masses and oceans had a wealth of data labels. The variety of airborne animals indicated this planet probably had a lot of life on it. When they got closer to their destination, more and more creatures began to be identified. The lush jungle they approached was a sea of green, and there was so much being detected that the Toravada just painted the whole area in one color. "This is a very Earth-like planet," said Kate. "And those crystals, they have to be several hundred feet high at least. Never seen that before." "And we're going to the base of one," said Isaac. Dylan had already analyzed the new data windows that showed a zoomed-in view of where they were headed. The cyan-colored crystal sparked some, and its shape reminded him of a vertical cigar with jagged edges that reached the sky. The base's immediate surroundings were cleared out, and despite the green jungle, there was a patch of blue grass that covered the ground. That was probably influenced somehow by the crystal. At the base was a rocky cave. He liked how the rock gradually integrated with the crystal. The Toravada hovered in place and scanned the area when they arrived. Dylan sat up in his chair and grimaced at the dead humans he saw. At least, that's what he thought they were. They had been identified as humanoid, though. Next to them were giant insect corpses, and interspersed were robotic spiders the size of a large dog. A fight had definitely occurred. He gagged at the bloody scene. The humanoids were torn to pieces, and half the insects were missing chunks of flesh, as if they had been blasted by a shotgun. There was a bullet-shaped ship that was parked a bit away, and a burned-out shuttle that reminded him of a short, bulky airplane without wings resided near the entrance. "Wow, what happened here?" asked Isaac. "Are we going to travel back in time and observe?" "Yes," said Evaran. "However, before that, we can investigate the current state. The Toravada wanted us here at this point in time, and I'm sure it has a good reason." Kate gulped. "What's the protocol here?" Evaran highlighted a section of ground near the cave entrance. "We'll land there, then exit and look around."
I've detected several tracking devices,
said M.
"Should I disable them?"
Let's leave them for now. We can analyze them while we're outside, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Why do you think they're there? Asked Dylan. I'm not sure, but they may belong to one of these groups. Another thought is that an outside group placed them to see who would come to investigate, said Evaran. He stood as the Toravada landed. Let's find out. Dylan's heart pounded as he followed everyone to the ramp. He glanced at Isaac and Kate, who had closed their helmets and had given him a thumbs up. Dylan closed his helmet and inspected everyone's avatar in a strip at the top of his interior faceplate. Metrics on the right showed environmental measurements, while the left side had an image of his suit with various data labels. He gripped his PSD as they went through the shielding. The first thing he noticed was the gravity. It was higher than Earth's, but his suit and nanobots compensated. Although the temperature said it was 88 degrees, his suit had interior cooling that he had set to 68 degrees. He liked it cold, and it was comfortable. It impressed him that the suit could accommodate that. He placed his PSD on his shoulder after watching Kate do it. A holographic interface opened in front of him about 2 feet away. He set it to scan, which highlighted and showed labels with dense information on whatever it encountered. He focused on one of the large insects. It resembled a mix between a camel spider and an ant, except its legs were much sturdier and the body was covered in fur instead of a shell. The big mandibles and sharp teeth made it look ferocious, and multiple eyes were scattered around its head. "This place is creepy," said Kate. "Yeah, I'm with you there," said Isaac. Dylan agreed, and he liked that when someone spoke, it highlighted their avatar in his helmet, and the outline pulsed. They were in a graveyard, and it bothered him that the deaths were recent. He wasn't sure why these groups were fighting, and although he was disgusted by the carnage on the ground, his mind yearned to learn more. Isaac loved how the suit and nanobots kept him steady as he checked out the scene. It was one thing to be observing on the Toravada, and quite another to be on the ground and seeing everything up close. Dylan had been studying a large insect, and Isaac had joined him to look it over. If insects grew to this size, then there wouldn't be much of any other type of animal around. Although the dead creature resembled an insect, it had mammalian features. Isaac met up with Kate as she examined one of the humanoids. The face was similar to a male human, but there were metallic pieces in the head. The technical suit indicated the man came from an advanced society, but his light blue skin was odd. Isaac drew his head back when the data label changed to show this was a human. "My ARI just said this guy's human," said Isaac, looking at Evaran. "How come the Toravada didn't detect that earlier?" Everyone gathered around him. The Toravada's light scan only detects the basics and indicated there are parts that are human and others that aren't. Our personal scans are more detailed and determine that half his body is composed of augments, and he has primitive nanobots in him. Kate wrinkled her brow. "Wait a minute. We're over 163,000 light-years away, and it's 4322 AD. Humans shouldn't be able to be out here for at least another 120,000 years, and that's assuming they're traveling at the speed of light. A rift had to be involved, right?" "A wise conclusion, and the same one I arrived at," said Evaran. "However, it could be that they used a higher level of condensed space, but my initial hunch is a portal. We'll learn more once we find out what civilization he originated from." He singled out one of the big spider-like machines. "That may be of concern. Its design resembles several machine races I have encountered before." "You think they came to fight these humans? Then the natives attacked?" asked Dylan. "That's my current hypothesis. The creature's attack may be due to intruders, and the humans and the machines may be from a larger war. Whatever the situation, the trail of human bodies leads to that cave where I believe we'll find some answers." Isaac stiffened as the group continued on. Corpses littered the ground, with some looking like they had locked into each other in a death pose. He wondered if there were any survivors who had fled. As they got closer to the entrance, he noted there were some humans with wounds caused by energy beams. He grimaced at a pile of flesh with parts of a suit. That human had just been blown up. "Oh, that's nasty," said Kate, dry heaving. Dylan grunted. "Yeah, what a way to go." Evaran picked up a forearm brace off one of the dead. "This appears to have data on it. M, see what you can find out."
Acknowledged.
M took the device and connected to an open port using his morphable tendrils. Isaac widened his eyes as holographic windows shot out all over the place. They weren't physically there, but his ARI allowed him to see it. The flow of information on some screens went by too fast for him to process, but others were static. Star charts, organization listings, rosters, technology, and the like populated the slower streaming windows. These humans belong to the Krellick United Corporation, or KUC, which controls a planet state that is part of the United Star Federation, said Evaran. The machines are from the Telzik Ascendancy, a machine race, and their rivals. These spider-like robots are known as destructors. Isaac smirked. "Like in C++? "Yes," said Evaran. Dylan scrunched his face. "Say what now?" "C++ is a programming language, and destructors are a concept in it," said Isaac. "Yeah, they have that in Python too, though I don't use them much," said Kate. "Python is the programming language I use when dealing with large datasets." Dylan shrugged. I never messed with any of that before, but it sounds cool."
I will assist if you want to learn,
said M. "Works for me." Evaran narrowed his eyes. The shuttle nearby was the KUC's, and the dropship farther away is from the Telziks. There is no data on the natives here, and the only other information of note is that the KUC members were mining a liquid substance they called colada. When applied to a surface and excited, it causes the underlying object to phase. It would seem colada is unique to this planet, and this cave in the crystal has some. "I bet that's what the KUC and Telziks were fighting over," said Kate. "Yeah, and the insects defended the area," said Dylan. Evaran scanned one of the creatures. "These natives aren't insects, although they look like it. They are closer to mammals, but they have crystals in their shells. This fight happened yesterday, so we can travel back and see how the battle unfolded. Afterward, we can proceed deeper into the cave." Isaac scratched his jawline. "Couldn't we observe the event after going in?" "Although we could, I'd like to have a better idea of the creatures and what drew them here. I'd also like to know if the KUC arrived first, or if the Telziks did, and also how the ships were involved." You want to make sure we're not walking into a trap?" "Indeed," said Evaran. "To the Torvada." Isaac appreciated Evaran's caution. If it had been up to Isaac, they would have gone into the cave and potentially into something bad. Maybe they still would, regardless of observing the event, but at least they would have a better idea. After boarding, they flew to orbit, then jumped back a day. Isaac studied the cylindrical ship in orbit. At one end were 4 massive rectangular plates that surrounded it and were connected by huge rods. The center was thicker and had multiple layers around the main body. Antennae jutted out at various places, and embedded turrets were everywhere. Of distinction were 2 smaller cylinders near the front, which were identified as energy cannons. A strong kinetic bubble shield enveloped the ship. "That looks tough," said Dylan. "It's a Prowler, a KUC ship of the Vanguard class," said Evaran. "It's meant to be a medium cruiser. It's in communication with units on the ground. Let's see what's going on down there." Isaac took a measured breath as they descended. Being able to investigate like this was something he could only dream of before now, and he loved it. Anything the Torvada reached had its data exposed. It was like an information can opener. The data device gathered from the KUC member provided a lot of context. Isaac suspected most of it was general information, but there had been some data that was probably private, like Colada and its location. They reached the crystal's cave entrance. The Torvada had various scan profiles, and it was in scan profile 1, which meant nothing could detect it from a scan. To handle the visual aspect, it had stealth as the default. It could activate scan profile 2, which would make it appear to be a cramped, weak ship. Dylan sat on the edge of his chair. "Look, there's the blue humans." Isaac inspected the bustling camp that had been set up. A small shuttle sat nearby, and containers on hover slabs were being loaded. Although he was no expert on KUC humans, their movements indicated there was some nervousness, as if they were expecting something. One guy stumbled in his haste to get a slab out of the cave, while another ran inside instead of walking. "I see it too," said Evaran. "They're rushing this process."
A ship has been identified and is exiting condensed space above the planet. It has also launched a dropship toward the crystal,
said M. He tilted his head.
A missile has been detected coming from an area approximately 5 miles away.
What is it targeting?
The shuttle on the ground.
Isaac's stomach churned as the ship's bay doors closed. A small group had formed outside and was getting rowdy. Others had run into the cave, and some exited with weapons. One man took charge and ordered everyone into defensive positions. "Yeah, they know the missile's coming," said Dylan. "It would seem so," said Evaran. Isaac stiffened when the missile slammed into the shuttle, obliterating it. Parts of the ship smashed into the crystal, causing the red dots surrounding it about a mile out to appear on the overhead map. "The natives are coming," said Evaran. "M, fly to the missile's launch site."
Acknowledged.
Isaac scrutinized the Toravada's scan of the area when they arrived. Several Telzics had been detected, but there was no nearby ship. "They must have arrived here earlier." "Watching," said Isaac. "You think they set up surveillance devices?" They weren't present. Whoever placed them did so after the fight. "M, take us to the Prowler in orbit," said Evaran. Once there, Isaac gripped his seat when an energy beam from the Telzic craft hit the Prowler, sending it tumbling. Debris flew in every direction. The KUC ship fired back, causing a massive explosion on the enemy vessel. Isaac widened his eyes when the next few Telzic shots went through the damaged KUC ship. It wandered listlessly before launching a missile at the Telzic craft. Then the Prowler's power went out. "The Toravada's saying that's a Colada-coded missile," said Kate. "Yes, and it's also the Prowler's last effort," said Evaran. The KUC missile phased through several Telzic lasers before slamming into the Telzic ship and demolishing it. "Well, I could see why they want Colada." "That makes any defense useless," said Isaac. "I concur." "Let's track the dropship," said Evaran. Isaac puffed his cheeks. He had just witnessed one of the fastest fights he had ever seen. But when dealing with lethal ship weapons, it made sense. The Prowler's tactical decisions were odd. It could have applied Colada to the ship and jumped away. Maybe the first shot from the Telzic craft disabled that capability, or perhaps Colada was not on the hull. "How come the Toravada didn't detect the Colada earlier?" asked Isaac. Evaran nodded. "It had magnetic shielding that the Toravada can't penetrate with its scans." "Ah." Isaac analyzed the chaos when they returned to the surface and hovered over a battle. The dropship unloading the spider-like robotic destructors made him shudder. They crawled toward the human unit that fired on them. What intrigued him were the large creatures rushing to the crystal like they were being summoned. They came from all directions, with some scuttling from holes in the ground and others flying in. The humans panicked while trying to deal with this new threat. Some retreated into the cave, and others died where they stood. Even the destructors were not immune to the new faction entering the fray. The creature's mandibles easily cut off the destructors' legs or took chunks out of them. It was clear after 5 minutes that the fight was less equal sides duking it out and more of the humans and Telzics trying to survive against the native onslaught. After 10 minutes, the battle was over, and the swarm disappeared as quickly as it had come. I'm glad those bugs, or whatever they are, didn't come when we were there," said Isaac. Evaran paused. "We can call them bugs, as that's what they look like, and they were defending the crystal." There was a low-level sound emitted through the ground, as well as an unusual chemical gas. "I think we've seen enough, and can venture into the cave." "What if they think we're attacking the crystal by entering?" asked Kate. "Then we would have seen that with the humans when they were loading the shuttle." Kate ran a hand over her chin. "Good point." M faced Evaran.
I can stay and observe to see who placed the surveillance devices.
"Do so." I'll take us back to the present.
Acknowledged.
Chapter 6. Dylan rubbed his thumb over his fingers as the Toravada arrived back at the cave in the present. The bugs were nightmare fuel, and the fight between the humans and the Telzics had been brutal. He had watched one man shoot at the destructors, only to get torn apart by what looked like a beetle with swords for front legs. Other humans had run away, but had gotten energy beams blasted through them. The sheer terror they must have felt stuck with Dylan, and now he and the others were about to enter the cave. M returned to the Toravada and flew into his body.
There was another group that scouted the scene. Observe.
A hollow projection appeared before them. An unknown ship hovered over the cave and launched a drone. It went around and placed several surveillance devices outside, then entered the cave. After a bit, it exited with a small vial of colada strapped to its top. The drone returned to the ship, which flew away. "Well, that's odd," said Dylan. Kate eyed Evaran. "Yet another faction. They must have known of this location and waited for the fight to be over. I wonder how they knew when to come. I'm thinking now the surveillance devices were to see who would come first, but they sure didn't want to stick around." "I concur," said Evaran. They also took a sample of colada, so they understood the situation. I don't think the ship was aligned with the KUC or the Telzics. Isaac chuckled. "Now we have 4 factions. Not complicated at all, and we wouldn't even know of this other faction without the Toravada's and M's abilities."
We're a powerful duo,
said M. "That you are." Evaran stood. "Let's continue our exploration. You're not worried the KUC or the Telzics might arrive?" "Seems this other group was," said Kate. "They got in and out fast." "We'll deal with that situation if we have to. I believe the Toravada wants us to explore this area. It may be safer if you view things from the hollow room." Kate shook her head. "We didn't come all this way to sit around." "It would seem not," said Evaran with a grin. "Very well. Let's go." Dylan's heart thundered as they went to the ramp. He made sure his suit was snug and his helmet was closed. The nanobots helped calm him down, and he fidgeted with his PSD. It was ready to fire. Isaac and Kate also had worried looks despite their bravado just moments ago. Dylan stepped through the Toravada's shielding. A part of him expected the large natives to attack, but they could have done that the previous trip out. He noticed 2 new small indicators in his helmet's interior faceplate. The first was a vertical strip with bars in it that mapped to the sound levels. He guessed it was checking for the sound the crystal had made. The other was a color-coded rectangle that had multicolored vertical lines in it reminiscent of a UPC bar on shopping items. It had a slight blur to it, but seemed to be searching for the chemical gas detected earlier. The walk to the cave entrance was uneventful, and once inside he took stock of the lights that had been crammed into the sides. They reminded him of plastic basketballs. A dirt trail had been stamped out by the humans, and the walls were an odd mix of crystal and rock. Several corpses littered the ground, and he was glad to not get a whiff of that. The dead bugs were scattered around, and the piles of guts everywhere made him grimace. Evaran placed his hands behind his back and strolled deeper in. Although Dylan was still on the lookout for a possible ambush, Evaran's fearlessness put his mind at ease. M, in his robotic body, also reassured him that everything would be okay. Dylan knew the indicators in his helmet for sound and gas would alert him, and if it came to a fight, he figured they could handle it. They stopped where the tunnel widened into a small open area. Humans in lighter outfits had been massacred. They had tried to defend themselves, and based on their poses and their partially packed equipment, they were caught off guard. "Yeah, I don't think they were planning on being attacked," said Dylan. Kate walked over to one of several small cubes. "What are these?" Evaran scanned it with his ring. "They're projection devices, most likely what those here worked with. Based on the data we've retrieved, these were researchers of some type. I suspect they were researching colada." Kate shuddered. "Remind me to never do field work for the KUC."
I will do so,
said M. She swatted his arm. It did Dylan good to see a light moment despite all the death around him. He figured he would observe various situations and environments, but the first one, being full of death, had surprised him. He wasn't sure what the Toravata wanted them to do, and even Evaran didn't know. However, the mystery was what made it exciting, although he cringed at those he had seen earlier now lying dead with missing body parts. Evaran removed a wrist device from one of the researchers and handed it to M. Like the previous device, see what you can find.
Acknowledged,
said M. After connecting, he moved to the back of the room and projected a holographic display from his eyes that filled the enclosure.
I have detected a video feed and have set the time index to the moment of the attack.
Dylan's adrenaline surged as he watched the recreation. It was as if he was there. He licked his lips as a male researcher examined a screen. An alarm made him go to a cabinet and grab a weapon. He then grouped up with others and adopted a defensive stance toward the entrance. Several guards ran in and joined them. A destructor came into view, decimating 2 researchers and a guard. 2 big natives arrived behind it and chomped the destructor to pieces before moving on to the humans. Dylan winced when the bug pushed a scientist into the wall and disemboweled him. The last moments of the projection showed him trying to hold his innards in before the video went dark. "Oh," said Kate, grimacing. "That's horrible," agreed, said Evaran. Despite the person just attacked, it seemed the other deaths were quick. So there's that. Isaac grunted.
"Yeah. Still, just... man."
"Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on," said Kate. Evaran waved forward. "Let's do so." They reached a square room with a fleshy area on the back wall. Various barrels had tubes connected to something inside it, and hover slabs rested to the side. Dylan stared at the flesh.
Are you okay?
Asked M.
Your heartbeat has increased, as has your breathing.
What? Oh, yeah. Nah, I'm good.
The flesh intrigues you.
Dylan cleared his throat.
Well, I mean, it looks like,
A vagina, said Kate. You can say it. We're adults here.
Yeah, that. A really big one.
Dylan's face burned. He was not sure why a large crystal would have that, but it was right in front of him. It was as if they were in the crystal's private parts. Isaac took a step back.
Oh, I can see that.
Kate, Evaran, and M scanned the structure. It seems this is just an opening to a deeper network, said Evaran. Unfortunately, it's too tightly pressed for traversal. Dylan gulped. M tilted his head at him.
Oh, come on,
said Dylan, eyeing him. M smiled. Evaran surveyed the area. I sense a presence. Where? Asked Kate, looking around. Everywhere. Also, there's movement near the entrance. Dylan frowned.
Bugs?
Yes, said Evaran. Based on the sound of their footsteps, there are quite a few. M, go into heavy armor mode. The rest of you, get your shields out, and have your PSDs set to stun beam. Dylan swallowed hard as he complied. In the back of his mind, he figured they were going to have to fight. The crystal had been attacked earlier, and the insects were the response. Something didn't care for the gang being there. Kate gritted her teeth as she awaited the fight coming to them. Although she was confident they would be able to leave, she hoped there were no injuries. Evaran had spawned his energy shield and made his utility handle into a staff with ends that crackled with blue electric arcs. M had transformed into a juggernaut with heavy armor and shields. Kate relaxed some at knowing she was in the presence of a cosmic duo who had dealt with much rougher situations. She glanced over at Dylan and Isaac, who were prepped for a war. Dylan gripped his PSD tightly, and his gaze was locked on the room's entrance. Isaac's face was stone as he stood silently. She could now see a mini-map with red dots swarming toward them. It must have been the Torvata that detected it and relayed the information to Evaran initially, then to the rest of the group. Stay close to me and M, said Evaran. Kate rapidly blinked as he strode out of the room. His confidence was infectious, and she marched lockstep with Dylan and Isaac. M's footsteps also reassured her. She had seen what his heavy body mode was capable of, and these attackers would not be able to stop him. They met the vanguard of the bug horde at the room with the dead researchers. Kate grimaced at the variety of insects arrayed before them. Some were the size of big dogs, others bears, yet there were also smaller ones that reminded her of cat-sized beetles. Evaran raised his glowing hand, causing the bugs to pause. Kate's mouth went dry as she trembled. "We aren't your enemy," said Evaran. Kate jumped when a dog-sized spider phased through the ceiling and landed before them. Its 10 eyes unnerved her as it studied Evaran's hand. The odd shrieking noises the spider uttered made goosebumps rise on her forearm. It was obvious Evaran could communicate with it, but she wasn't sure how. It must be like how he talked with Goldie. "I understand," said Evaran. "However, we mean no harm. We are merely investigating what the humans were doing here and why the machines attacked them." The spider moved to the side to look at the others, then returned to its position. "I see that you can create forms." Evaran gestured at her, Dylan, and Isaac. "I have the template for these forms along with a way to communicate. If you're open to it, I also have a method of teaching you in a fast manner." The spider froze for a moment, then released a series of strange, gurgling noises. Although Kate couldn't see it, a chemical cloud of some type had been identified as it released from the spider's rear. A low sound reverberated through the ground, which caused the swarm to take off. She almost crawled out of her skin when the spider quickly shuffled past her. "Don't be alarmed," said Evaran. "I've come to an agreement with the presence I sensed earlier. It uses phased creatures as its messengers, and the presence has agreed to take on a human form and learn your culture. I also suspect it wants to understand why it was attacked. Let's follow the spider." As they walked, Isaac asked, "Is the presence a disembodied intelligence?" "Not quite," said Evaran. "I believe this is a sentient planet." Kate drew her head back. That was not a conclusion she would have drawn, but it made sense in hindsight. The crystals produced a liquid that allowed for phasing, and it was apparent that life forms could be created. The presence could then use those creatures to do what was needed. She did wonder how intelligent the planet was, and how it was structured. One thing that was clear was Collada was not meant to be mined. "This is wild," said Dylan. "Yeah, no kidding," said Isaac. "How are you going to teach this being our culture?" asked Kate. Evaran crooked a thumb toward the entrance. "There's an Earth culture absorption program specifically designed for this type of learning." "Oh, yeah, like Bob," said Isaac. "Who's that?" asked Kate. Evaran frowned. He was a close friend who was able to shift into any form. He had no issues with the program, but he died. It didn't surprise her that Isaac knew of Bob. She was curious to know more, but the momentary pain in Evaran's face suggested it could be reviewed later. Death was no stranger to him, and she could see how having close friends die had an impact. It once again illustrated how dangerous traveling with Evaran could be. They arrived at the room with the fleshy part. Evaran indicated for everyone to move away. Kate wasn't sure what was going on, but she heard the sound of something happening beyond the wall. She checked with Isaac, who shrugged. The noise grew louder, and she figured whatever it was would come out of the wall opening. In a way, it was like the crystal was giving birth. The thought led her to think of kids. Something she wanted, but only if she found the right partner. One big upside of the nanobots was she would live for a long time, so she could search more. But potentially outliving her children was not a fun thing to think about, unless the nanobots could somehow be passed on to children. An arm covered in miniature diamond scales extended out from the hole. A moment later, a woman stepped out. Her body was completely covered in the scales, even the eyes, nose, and lips. She had no genitalia, but she did have small breasts, although no nipples showed. Her shoulder-length hair was a solid block. "This is Chromu, and she generated this form to travel with us," said Evaran. "Although she's capable of communication, she isn't ready to vocalize it yet." "Hey," said Dylan, waving at her. Chromu remained silent. Evaran moved his hand out in an arc. She's not familiar with the ways of humans. Let's go back to the Torvada and get her in the Hollow Learning Program." Kate stood back as he led the group out. Chromu and M followed first, with Kate, Dylan, and Isaac behind them. Her stomach fluttered at the chance to talk to a sentient planet. There were a lot of topics she wanted to cover, from physical representation to how Chromu functioned. As they passed through the researcher area, the phased spider from before joined them and scurried ahead. Kate wondered if that was to tell the other bugs outside to back away. She was okay with that, although the spider still made her skin crawl. Once they had exited, it was too quiet. She scanned around, ready to jump into action if need be. They were probably safe, but she couldn't get the image of the natives chewing through the humans out of her mind. Kate relaxed when they boarded the Toravada. She took off her helmet and breathed deeply. Although there had been no fighting, she had been tense throughout. The suit and nanobots comforted her, and being on the Toravada was a nice safety blanket. They went to one of the hollow rooms. Evaran guided Chromo to the center, then poked into the air and pulled up a menu. The environment changed to show a massive horizontal timeline with a dot at the left end. A recliner materialized, which Evaran directed Chromu to sit in. He showed her how to move through the timeline and select events. It impressed Kate that Chromu had no issues with the setting she was in and could easily navigate after a quick introduction. It made Kate think she was highly intelligent and would quickly adapt. Kate wanted to hang out and see what she learned or selected, but that might make Chromu uncomfortable. They exited the room. "How long will she be in there?" asked Dylan. "Unknown," said Evaran. "However, she doesn't require food or drink, and she's eager to learn." Kate scrunched her face. "We just wait now?" "Indeed. Take the rest of the day to do whatever you want. I plan to sift through this data from the KUC forearm device. We'll convene tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Chapter 7. M had moved the Torvada next to the burned shuttle and stood outside the shielding with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. Chromu had already spent 30 minutes in the hollow room and had answered some questions from Evaran. One was about the natives, and they now knew the gang as friends, so there would be no issue going forward. She also said she would answer any inquiries on a life form if asked. M had assessed her comprehension as elite. She had spent most of her time so far studying Earth's evolution and had already absorbed a lot of information. As there was nothing pressing for the moment, Kate suggested testing her morphable metal patterns. M had seen some of her new ones, and it indicated a unique style of thinking. There was a threat that the KUC or Telzix might return, but the Torvada would sense them way before they reached the planet. That would give enough time to get back. This was a good break from the previous carnage they had seen, and his orb slowly pulsed at their eagerness to explore the environment. Kate beamed. "You guys are going to love this." "I'm ready," said Dylan. "Same," said Isaac. "How do we want to do this?" Kate tipped her head toward Dylan. "I think it would be useful if we start with him using a pattern, then we use what's made. After that, you can do one." "Alternating approach works for me," said Isaac. Dylan drew his PSD and pulled up the interface. "What do I do here?" Kate showed him how to access the morphable metal program and select a pattern. Dylan laughed. "I know this one. Kate's flying platform." "It's quite obvious, isn't it?" She guided his arm so it was straight out in front of him while he gripped the PSD with the main end pointing down. The interface displayed from the other end. "Okay, when you activate the program, the PSD will shoot out morphable metal from the bottom. It will create a structure around you, so don't move." "Got it," said Dylan. "Okay, activate it." When he did, a square flying platform with waist-high sides and a control interface formed around him. "Whoa! This is cool!" M detected Dylan's heart racing. Although it hadn't been mentioned to the new gang, M could assess their physical state much better due to their nanobots. There wasn't much Dylan and the others could hide from him. His cosmic orb rumbled.
Before we go, I need to inform you all that I can detect your internal state via the nanobots,
he said.
Isaac chuckled. "Well, yeah, I thought that was understood."
I wasn't aware you knew that.
Kate walked over and squeezed his arm. You're a great person. Even if I didn't know, I wouldn't care. I trust you. M's orb hummed. He craved organic interaction. Humans could be unpredictable, and that chaos allowed for some excitement in his daily routine. Too much would be a concern, but humans were an unknown variable that improved his algorithms. He had come to view Dylan, Isaac, and Kate as close friends.
Yeah, same here,
said Isaac. Ditto, said Dylan. He interacted with the interface, which caused one of the sides to drop forward, allowing access to the interior. Okay, everyone, hop on.
Acknowledged,
said M. He joined the others. The platform was based on one of Dr. Snowden's earlier patterns that had room for about 2 people. That pattern was 4 grid cells in size via the editor, but this one was 9, supporting up to 7 people.
Here we go,
said Dylan. They ascended 40 feet.
This is amazing,
said Isaac. So cool, said Dylan. Kate silently looked out, her hand on the platform's side. M determined that although she had already seen what was possible, this was her first time using it in a real environment, and she was taking it all in. That initial experience of seeing something new was one that M relished, and it set additional goals in his processing.
You're quiet over there, said Isaac, tapping Kate's arm.
We're on a new alien planet. Flying. She held up her PSD. From something generated by this, it's breathtaking.
Isaac grinned. It sure is.
He motioned forward.
Let's see something other than a battle scene.
The platform accelerated. Humans were curious by nature. Most species had some level of that, but the majority of the humans M had encountered would take higher risks based on that curiosity. It mirrored his own level of that. Kate jumped back when a cat-sized bird landed on one of the sides. It had blue and black feathers and 4 human-like eyes arranged in a semicircle above a white beak. It cooed at them. M determined it was definitely a predator, but it was not acting hostile. The noise it made was soothing. He extended a hand. The animal tapped at it with its beak. "Aw, it's friendly," said Kate. She did the same as M. The bird rubbed the top of its head in her palm.
"It views us as friends,"
said M. Dylan and Isaac followed suit. "Awesome," said Dylan. "I know Chromu has that spider thing to communicate, but it's like this bird knows."
"Probably some chemical residue from our earlier encounter,"
said Isaac.
"That or Chromu was able to send out some type of communication."
"You think it got an email?" asked Dylan. Isaac eyed him as Kate snickered. M enjoyed the light-hearted moment. One thing humans were known for in the future was their ability to make friends, even after disastrous events. He had met many future versions of humanity, and it puzzled him that the more advanced they got, the colder they were overall. There were a few exceptions, but M preferred humanity from before 5000 AD in general. Most highly advanced societies were at a different mental level, and the pattern was that as they became more logical, other aspects faded. It was the civilizations that balanced it that he found to be truly evolved. The creature flew away. "Wonder what else we'll come across," said Kate. She gazed off into the distance. "There's a big clearing up ahead. We can try out some other patterns there. I think you'll both like my flying suit one." "Oh yeah, let's do that," said Dylan. He dipped his head at M. "Not all of us have that built in." M smiled as the others cracked up. He knew that to be teased in a friendly way was a sign of friendship. His humor had a ways to go, but he was working on it, and interactions like this helped build his organic interaction library. He moved to the center as Kate changed the flying pattern to one that covered the top and sides fully, then made them transparent. This was a space-worthy configuration that showed she had considered the environment in her designs. Dylan touched a wall. "Wow, so we could be in space with this?" "That's the idea," said Kate. "Okay, on to the jet suits." Isaac knew the morphable metal was powerful, but after seeing Kate's patterns and the editor, he wanted to know more. It appealed to his design side, which was usually related to software and database architecture. The editor reminded him of a digital sandbox where the only limit was his imagination. Kate's flying platform had been impressive, and its variant with the covered sides and top even more so. The fact it could not only fly and seal up, but also deal with space fascinated him. He wasn't sure how it handled power, but it was most likely restrained somehow, as both of Kate's patterns didn't have top speed. Perhaps that was the trade-off for having anything at all. They landed in a dirt clearing surrounded by a sea of bluish-green grass that went up to their knees. After everyone exited the platform, it turned into a liquid form and retracted back into Dylan's PSD. Isaac had made a mental note to understand how that worked. It was obvious there was a dimensional nature to it, but how the dimensions were crafted and then used intrigued him. His pulse quickened to think that he would now have time to research those types of things, and he looked forward to comparing notes with Kate since he knew she would be interested as well. He surveyed the area using his PSD, which was mounted on his shoulder. The scanning mode was powerful and had detected various life forms around them, but most were tiny. The bird encounter on the way over showed Kromu's influence, and he suspected that would apply to other animals. If it didn't, he was confident the group could handle themselves. "Okay, Dylan, mount your PSD on your shoulder like Isaac," said Kate. Dylan complied. "Your PSD interface should be in front of you. Both of you select the morphable matter section, then choose Kate's flying suit program." Isaac did so and wrinkled his brow as the morphable metal snaked over his suit to form a thin armor layer up to his neck. He assumed he had the same object on his back as Dylan. It was as if someone cut a trash can in half, attached the top face to his back, then secured a massive bowling ball to the other end that had half of it removed for a flat face, the flat part face down, but he could see how it could swivel into various positions. However, it was the rectangular forearm plates that extended past the hands that stood out. Each one had a joystick-like grip at the end. He could wrap his hands around them or let them lay to the side. Kate checked both of them over. "Looks good. I made some modifications after my initial test since it was too physically taxing after a short flight. The suit can hover like the flying platform, just a different form factor, and on the back is a pivoting thruster. You can control your suit's angle from your right handle. Push forward, and you'll fly horizontally. Pull back, and you'll be upright. The left handle controls your hovering." Dylan chortled. "Is that all? This is cool." "Let's start by hovering first," said Kate. Isaac gripped the left handle, pushed forward, and hovered 2 feet off the ground. "Not bad so far," he said. "Yep," said Dylan. After they were all in the air, Kate said, "Okay, there's a button on your right handle that will fire the thruster. Press it, and when you're higher in the air, tilt your right handle forward. If you want to stop and hang in the air, stop pressing the button, then pull back on the handle." Isaac glanced at M. "You gonna join us?"
"I will,"
he said. Isaac nodded, and after they ascended, he pressed the right handle's trigger. He widened his eyes as he launched upward. He tilted the right handle forward, and his body went horizontal as he flew ahead. He could shift the left handle slightly back to dip, then pull back to go up again. After a few minutes of flying around, he pulled the right handle back fully, making him go upright and tilt back. He came to a slow crawl, then turned off the thruster before hovering to lower himself to the ground. "Wow, that was a lot easier than I expected," he said, glancing at Kate, who had also landed. She smirked and pointed up. "Those two are still having fun." Isaac peered up and watched M and Dylan chase each other around like a game of tag. While Isaac had tried the basics, which worked for him, Dylan seemed to have adapted fast and whizzed about like a pro. He ducked when Dylan buzzed by him and Kate, with M in hot pursuit. "I'm so glad he's adjusting to all this well," said Isaac. "Me too," said Kate. "It's hard to believe where we were and where we are now. Just glad to be here." She touched his arm. "We think alike." Isaac's face warmed. Kate was a close friend, and he felt like he could tell her anything. They had survived an ordeal no one should ever have to experience, and they came out with a strong bond. He was glad to have her along for this new journey. Dylan landed with M after a bit. "That was awesome," said Dylan. You're not sore? Asked Kate. Dylan shrugged. Nah. Since the controls are anchored by my forearms, I can move my arms around and still maintain control. That allowed me to rest them. And once you're cruising, there's not a lot of control needed. My first pass required your legs and arms to be in rigid positions, said Kate. It hurt after a short while. Dylan placed a hand on his chest. You won't hear me complaining about this. It's no surprise that you iterated to build a better pattern, said Isaac. Kate waved a finger between him and Dylan. Now you two have to create a pattern and share. Oh, I'm so in, said Dylan. M pulled out his PSD and created a couch in a semicircle.
We can do so here.
Works for me,
said Isaac. M's using his PSD so the others could have theirs free didn't surprise Isaac. M was just that way, and Isaac loved that about him. Isaac's stomach grumbled. The PSD can create food and drink from what I recall. M projected a holographic display that showed several menu animations.
For food, there is a pellet that has your daily needs, and can only be used by those with your level of nanobots. There are also smaller pellets that are half that, and a third as well if you want them. For drink, there is pure water, but you can flavor it any way you want. Check under the sustenance menu option.
Dylan whooped. Pineapple mango juice, ah yeah. Lots of sugar in that, said Isaac. Water will be fine for me. Same, said Kate. Isaac wrinkled his brow. Interesting. The pellet can be flavored. I'll try the smallest pellet, which should be a third of my daily intake need.
That's correct,
said M. Isaac liked how easy it was to get food and drink. He had to put his hand under the PSD when it dropped the pellet, and he saw how to drink when Dylan tilted his head back and let the PSD pour into his mouth. Isaac had flavored his pellet to be mashed potatoes and meatloaf. To his surprise, it tasted as advertised, despite it being fleeting. Okay, I like that, he said. Dylan replicated what Isaac had done. Oh yeah, pepperoni pizza. That's crazy. Cilantro rice for me, said Kate. And how much do we have? Asked Isaac.
We've upgraded it since the last time there was a need for it,
said M.
There is a 5-year supply of sustenance based on a daily usage.
Dylan's eyes widened. That's a long time.
Yes,
said M.
If you find yourself stranded, you know you have at least that long before perishing if you can't gain other nourishment.
Everyone went silent. Isaac gulped. Yeah, let's hope it never comes to that. Although I gotta say, this would have been great on the quarantine moon. Yeah, and I feel full from just a third, said Kate. M placed a hand on his stomach.
You would feel the same regardless of pellet size.
When was the last time it was needed? Asked Isaac.
When Emily was stranded on a prison planet for 9 months alone,
said M.
She used the water filter and pellet features until she couldn't.
Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. I know we plan to explore some of the patterns, but I'd like to hear more about the prison planet and Emily. M's lights glowed brighter.
I would be happy to tell it.
Isaac eased back into the couch. He hoped the food and drink patterns were not something he would need to rely on to live. However, it was great for survival, and he was curious to hear how Emily used hers. He also had a lot of thoughts on what could be done with the PSD's morphable matter aspect, and he was doing it with close friends in a great environment. He wished every day was this casual and relaxing. Chapter 8. Ryalis was glad to be back at Peacekeeper headquarters. It was nestled in a jagged canyon and extended deep underground. Due to the rough atmosphere and misty landscape, it was impossible to detect from orbit. Ships that flew in had to navigate a well-known path, and once inside the big canyon, they were invisible to most detection systems. The landing pads were also obscured and only revealed themselves on authenticated credentials. She was in a lab where researchers worked on the mysterious substance obtained from the large crystal. They didn't have a name for it, and initial scans didn't reveal much about it. They weren't even sure if anyone could touch it. All the reports so far said they could, but everyone knew what happened with the missile that hit the Telzik ship. She signaled to Jada Kernst, an up-and-coming young researcher whose family had been killed by the Gamblin Confederation, one of the larger planet states in the USF. She had dedicated her life to reinstating the peacekeepers. Although not a fighter, she was fiercely intelligent, even if she hid it under a rough exterior. Jada came over. "Hey, what are your thoughts?" asked Ryalis. "It's just mineral water if we're speaking chemically. Are you sure this is what the KUC used on that missile?" Ryalis sighed. "No, I'm not. But why would they and the Telzics be fighting over that? It has to have some value." Jada scrunched her face. "Maybe if you're thirsty. However, there was one small thing. We replicated a similar vial, and it matched almost exactly, except it was slightly lighter." "The original vial has more mass," said Ryalis. "Yeah, and we can't account for it. We recalibrated the sensors, and it's the same weight every time. Something is there, and it's undetectable." Ryalis snorted. "Let me guess. You think it's an exotic energy?" "It would make sense," said Jada. "I know you don't believe in that, but history has shown us it's out there." "It's not that I don't believe in it. I do, actually, but it's very rare. I can count on one hand the verified instances, and even then it wasn't tied to an object or person, just a gas in space with weird properties. I'm not sure what else we can do here," said Jada. "I'll redo all the tests, but I suspect it'll be the same." Ryalis paused as a communication window popped up in her ARI, showing Jaharis. "The surveillance system has relayed us information," she said. "You may want to come up here to check it out." "On my way," said Ryalis. The window closed. "Looks like I need to go. Let me know if you find anything else out." "You got it," said Jada. Ryalis hustled to the communication center. The headquarters had several, and this was a secured one. That usually meant only Ryalis's trusted inner circle could go there. Jaharis was the sole member on her leadership council who also flew with her to places. The medium-sized communication room was circular, and plush seats on a platform ringed the sides. Between each seat was a small table with a built-in matter replicator. The center had a sunken pit that had a metal floor. That was used mainly for projection. Ryalis also liked taking naps in there due to the comfortable seating. Jaharis was already seated, so Ryalis sat 2 chairs away. The seating distance and curvature would allow them to be almost perpendicular to each other, which allowed for easier face-to-face communication. Jaharis took a sip of a drink. Then the lights dimmed. "I've only skimmed this, but it's not what I thought it would be. You ready?" Ryalis got a beverage, then moved forward in her chair. "I am now." A holographic projection filled the center of the room. Ryalis didn't notice anything unusual about the aftermath of the battle scene. However, she almost jumped out of her skin when 5 beings popped up seemingly out of nowhere. She stopped the playback, then rewound 10 seconds and watched them appear again. "It's like they walked through an invisible door," said Jaharis. "I definitely didn't expect that." Ryalis shook her head. "Me either. 3 of them have suits on and appear humanoid. One is a robot in a style I'm unfamiliar with, and the last one looks human, but I don't see any augments on him." "And look at the sizes," said Jaharis. "They're smaller than us. Also, the 3 in suits put some device on their shoulder that is scanning." "I saw that. Those suits don't register as any known ones throughout the USF, said Ryalis. "You think they're from unknown space?" Ryalis drew her lips flat. "I don't know. But their presence means that whatever the KUC and Telzics were there for is far more important than I realized." The group picked up a KUC support device. "The robot connected to that, so it's at least advanced enough to be able to do that," said Jaharis. "Also, the surveillance devices were connected too. I suspect that was also the robot's doing." "What did the log show?" asked Ryalis. "Just that it connected. Maybe it was trying to hack the devices." Jaharis gestured at the projection. "They don't seem to recognize the corpses based on the way they're checking things out." "I noticed that too," said Ryalis. "Although we can't hear anything from the beings in the suits, the robot and other person are talking in a language I've never heard before. It doesn't register on our translation systems either." Ryalis didn't want to show nervousness around Jaharis, but there was something off about this group. Their appearing out of thin air was one thing, but the human without a helmet walked around the death scene like he was strolling through a park. It was evident he was no stranger to death. Perhaps he was the vanguard of a new faction coming to fight the USF. If they could travel like they did here, the USF wasn't ready for that. Jaehaerys shuddered. The human moves around like Antion, and also kind of looks like him, but with lighter skin. Ryalis' stomach churned. Let's hope they're not related. We're still rebuilding from Antion's visit. The group disappeared back into where they had come from. Was that all the video on them? Asked Ryalis. Jaehaerys pulled up a hollow interface and interacted with it. I can write a quick query. After a moment, the projection skipped ahead to show them coming out again, but this time they went inside the cave. I wonder where they went, or why, said Jaehaerys. Your guess is as good as mine, said Ryalis. I also noticed they didn't go into the cave previously, but they did this time. The group poked around in the researcher area, then headed to the back room. Ryalis thought the fleshy part of the area was odd. Another holographic display appeared and showed a swarm of large creatures entering. That looks like trouble. At least we now know what the natives must have been like when attacking the KUC and the Telzics, said Jaehaerys. The group moved back to the research room. Ryalis tilted her head when a spider-like monster fell through the ceiling. The helmetless human raised his glowing hand and talked to the creature somehow. Then the spider led them to the back room. Ryalis gasped when a woman with diamond-plated skin walked out, then returned with the group to the invisible door. What was that? Asked Jaehaerys. I'm not sure, said Ryalis. That woman came right out of the crystal, and the spider creature, it phased somehow through the ceiling, and the bugs went away. Jaehaerys cocked her head. Do you think the vials allow for phasing? It would explain how that KUC test missile broke through the Telzic ship. That's a good lead to investigate, but we have no idea how that would work. It's just mineral water, apparently. But I can relay this information to Jada. Maybe she can do something with it, said Ryalis. The video had provided some good information so far. Ryalis would go over it a few more times in case she missed anything. But from what she had seen, this event had some unusual implications. She relished the thought that the KUC had been denied. They had become too complacent at being one of the stronger states of the USF. Now there were new players, ones with technology she had never witnessed before. Things were about to get interesting. Dylan yawned as he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. As usual, he had gotten excellent rest, and he savored waking up refreshed. He frowned as he remembered his mom being tired all the time. A nanobot dose might have cured her. It was a reminder of the limitations of time travel, as he would do anything to go back and cure her. He missed her, but he would honor her by making something of his life. Thoughts of the previous day danced in his mind as the shower warmed him up. Kate's patterns were amazing. The hoversuit was his favorite pattern, and he had even played around with it after they returned to the Toravada. Her flying platform was solid as well, and she seemed enamored of flight in general. The last pattern she had shown was called Emily's Wagon. It reminded him of the back of a red toy wagon, except this was the size of an SUV, and it hovered. It could transport the whole group, although the regular flying platform could do that too. Isaac had created designs that focused on defense. He modeled one pattern after the previous adventure where he had seen an enemy emit a bubble shield. Dylan liked it, and the PSD could be placed on the chest so the shielding could shoot up and then around. It was mostly transparent, and he saw the value in having something like that. It even allowed him and Kate to fire their PSDs without being blocked. However, it was the heavy armor suit that intrigued Dylan. Isaac had modeled it after Kate's hover suit, except this one didn't hover and provided tough armor. The PSD was mounted on the forearm and still allowed the PSD to shoot. The downside was it was slow and couldn't hover or fly, but it was a good way to turtle up if need be. The weapon patterns also infatuated Dylan. He had made an assault rifle with the PSD embedded in it. He could shoot without recoil and with pinpoint accuracy. He had added a scope to it. and it almost felt like when he played video games. While he liked Isaac and Kate's suits, they took the PSD out of play, other than the heavy armor one. He liked having it still available. He finished his shower, then went to the conference room. Evaran had stated they would meet at 9:30 a.m., and Dylan had arrived 15 minutes early. He widened his eyes when he saw Chromu sitting alone.
Hi.
Hello, said Chromu in a calm voice. Did you sleep well? Dylan got his breakfast, then sat opposite her.
I did. Actually, did you sleep?
I don't require it. Kate and Isaac entered the room, got breakfast, then sat on either side of Dylan. Chromu smiled at them. Good morning.
Isaac nodded. Likewise. How was your learning session?
Intriguing. Humans have had quite the history. I was also interested in Earth and how it developed. I've incorporated the nanobots that Evaran gave me. It allows me to understand others and give me what he called an augmented reality interface. I like it.
NARI.
Kate sipped her coffee. I have so many questions to ask you. You can ask me anything, said Chromu. Dylan chuckled. You're so relaxed. It's infectious. Thank you. I'm still learning how to translate emotions, and I look forward to experiencing those with you all.
As do we, said Kate.
She cleared her throat.
Evaran said you were a sentient planet. I assume this body is an extension of that, and not all of you.
You're correct, said Chromu. I allocated a tiny portion of myself to this construct. When it merges back, I'll update myself.
Wow, that's so cool, said Dylan. Is the surface like your skin, then?
It is. There are multiple layers over my iron core that contain a crystalline dendrite network. I'm linked across all of that.
Do you feel everything on the surface? Asked Isaac.
To some degree, said Chromu. More so around my crystal spikes, which extend through the layers.
And the creatures we saw, they seem to respond to chemicals and sound.
A swarm of dust emerged from Chromu and generated a landscape showing a variety of animals. I created some basic forms and let them roam. Evolution took its natural course. Dylan grimaced at seeing the spider creature from their earlier encounter. Chromu continued. These allow me to move throughout myself and communicate with other living beings.
Said Isaac. We saw a bird or something that landed when we were testing a flying platform. It was friendly with us, so we figured maybe you informed it that we weren't enemies.
I did. Isaac examined the animated dust.
And I loved that thing you did. I assume those aren't nanobots?
They're similar in concept, except these are biological, but they do have some metals in them, said Chromu. Kate beamed. That's so fascinating. I take it there's a lot more on the planet? Chromu gazed at her. For comparison, I have roughly 3 Pacific Oceans worth scattered around.
Wow.
Dylan was not sure what to make of that amount, but the Pacific Ocean was huge, deep, and covered a decent chunk of Earth. Having 3 times that was hard to imagine, but it was obvious what even a little could do. Evaran and M entered the room and took their seats. Good morning, all, said Evaran. Everyone greeted him. He glanced at Chromu. I saw you finished the program in its entirety. There was a lot of information, but I now have a better idea of humans, she said. They have empathy, which I like, but also darker elements. I appreciate you including the data from the KUC member. It's obvious the KUC wanted one of my liquids, which they called Colata. Yes, and they've already used it to devastating effect against the Telzik ascendancy, said Evaran. Chromu frowned. It's not theirs to use, and not in that manner. It isn't. And the Telziks had an idea about it and came to stop the KUC. You interfered in their last fight, which led us to this point. Chromu narrowed her eyes. There was also mention of Antion and the Time Wardens and their path of carnage through the USF 40 years ago. Antion was the reason my creator, Borchilticaminius, or Borge for short, left me. Dylan jerked his head back when Evaran scowled as his eyes glowed brightly. Just as quickly as the facial changes had come, they went away. Whoever this Antion person was, it triggered the strongest reaction Dylan had ever seen from Evaran. Judging by Isaac's flinching and Kate's leaning back, it seems they were caught off guard as well. "I apologize for startling you all," said Evaran. "Antion killed Dr. Snowden and Emily and their significant others, Kess and Jelton Stollerin. V, M's predecessor, and I sacrificed ourselves to stop Antion. It's why we exist in these current forms." Silence fell. "Is Antion gone now?" asked Dylan. For all intents and purposes, yes. His cosmic energy was taken away, and he was placed on a planet near the end of biological life's time window in this timeline to live out his life as a mortal. A chill swept through Dylan. Evaran hadn't killed Antion directly. He did it indirectly, as if he wanted Antion to suffer. It went against what Dylan knew of Evaran. Then again, Antion had killed those closest to him. "You mentioned this timeline as if there are others," said Chromu. Isaac grinned. "Yeah, trust me. That got me initially too a while back. I'm guessing information about various realities isn't in the learning program?" "It isn't," said Evaran. "Can I learn about it?" asked Chromu. "If the Torvada allows it." Evaran eyed Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. "I would defer to the Torvada on knowledge like that." Dylan pretended to zip his lips and throw away the key. "We got it." Evaran faced Chromu. "I'm not familiar with your creator, Borge." "He called himself a matter mage," she said. "Although he couldn't create life, he could simulate the conditions for it. He reshaped the planet to form me." Kate wrinkled her brow. "What's a matter mage?" M motioned at her.
They're a race of energy beings who can control matter within a certain radius. Evaran and I have encountered many of them before, including a colony.
"Oh, exotic energy thing?"
They aren't. They're essentially planar energy beings that can extend themselves to manipulate matter.
Kate drew her head back. "I see. I wasn't aware you knew of matter mages," said Chromu. "I suppose that shouldn't come as a surprise given what I know of both of you."
"Acknowledged,"
said M. "Did you meet Antion?" asked Evaran. "I didn't," said Chromu. "Borge said he had to help his fellow matter mages fight Antion and his time wardens. Then he took off. He never came back. And I'd like to find him. I miss him." Dylan had expected to see a frown or something to indicate sadness, but Chromu's face had been emotionless. It was obvious Borge was important to her, but her reaction had been robotic. She showed emotion earlier, and it made him wonder if that was for everyone else's benefit versus her true nature. Maybe it would take time for her to show human-like emotions, or perhaps, to a sentient planet, it wasn't relevant. As if on cue, Chromu frowned. Evaran sighed. "Then I suspect part of the reason this summons was created was to deal with Antion's aftermath, and to also find Borge." "We gonna travel back and observe any of Antion's visit?" asked Isaac. "It's best not to travel to that time period. Although he shouldn't be able to detect the Torvada, he and the Time Wardens might with any portal appearances. The past should stay the way it is in this case." Dylan wagged a finger. "Well, what about these Time Wardens, then? What were they like?" "Observe," said Evaran, interacting with the table console. Dylan gulped at the car-sized robotic spiders. Some were as large as a 2-story building. They were fast, swarmed, and had many varieties. He shuddered when a fight was shown between a commander and Evaran, V, Dr. Snowden, and Emily. This level of enemies made the Graingax, a powerful enemy from the previous mission, look weak by comparison. Although Dylan had seen the previous gang before in various videos, he hadn't seen this one. It was odd to see Evaran in a different form. But Dr. Snowden and Emily worked as a cohesive team. Dylan wanted to get to that level, and it would be a good goal for them. "Yeah, let's hope there's none of those still around," said Isaac. "It sounds like there are none," said Evaran. The last 30 years of the USF have been for rebuilding, but it seems they're engaged in multiple wars, and part of one played out on Chromu. I don't understand why they don't all get along after Antion, said Chromu. Isaac bobbed his head. Well, if they're humans, then they probably want someone to blame. With Antion and the Time Wardens gone, it wouldn't surprise me if they turned on each other. Sadly, that's just one side of human nature. A brutal nature, she said. Kate interjected. The other side is what you mentioned. Everyone working together. I guess we'll find out more. Indeed, said Evaran. Isaac furrowed his brow. We could jump through space and time to find Borge, right? Unfortunately, he would most likely detect that due to what he is. Let's visit the Telzics and humans first to better understand the situation. I suspect Borge and the Matter Mage's involvement will be revealed to some degree. Works for me, said Isaac. Where to first? The Telzic Ascendancy. M was able to pull some information from one of the downed destructors. They have a Dyson swarm we can visit. Dylan recalled learning about those when he had been rescued. It was a bunch of orbiting platforms that drew power from the sun. The one version he had heard of had platforms and could also form a large ship and move to a new star if needed. Kate knew a lot about them, and he was eager to see one. Chapter 9. Isaac eased back into his seat in the command center. Next to him was Chromu, and across from them sat Dylan and Kate. He had a million questions for Chromu, but figured he would have time to ask them. Her mannerisms reminded him of an android, and he noted her delayed facial responses. It still boggled his mind to interact with a sentient planet, even if it was just a humanoid construct extension. There would be no need for time travel in regard to the Telzics, as the intent was to stay within the current period to ask about the situation. Isaac was sure if he had thought of that, then Evaran had already as well. Isaac's heart raced as he imagined meeting the Telzics. From what he understood, they were a brutal machine race that killed without mercy. Then again, the only information he had to go on was the KUC's definition of them and what he witnessed earlier with the Destructors. The Toravada opened a portal and flew through to a star. "Whoa," said Dylan, staring out front. "That's so cool." Isaac agreed with his assessment. Starlight poked out through a mesh of orbiting objects, each one the size of a large ship. A data window showed a closer look at one of the objects, and it had a thick base plate angled toward the sun that protected a city. A smattering of ships shared a common design that made him think of an arrowhead that had been split in half, with a massive rectangular body in the middle and large thrusters in the rear. Huge circular plates covered the top and bottom and hosted a variety of structures. The gaps between the orbiting cities were long from the Toravada's view, but from afar, the overall appearance would probably seem like a segmented, glowing metallic ball with even brighter grid lines. The city's illumination paled in comparison to the sunlight that passed by it, and from a distance, the star and all its objects would just be a bright image overall. Smaller platforms moved past the bigger ones, which made the place look extra busy. Isaac couldn't fathom the logistics needed to keep everything running. Perhaps that was trivial to a machine race. Chromu studied the scene. "They live close to the star." "Indeed," said Evaran. "This is a very advanced civilization, and I have seen this design before. Is it a common one?" asked Kate. "It is. There are variations where it's just plates surrounding the star, then the actual living facilities are massive structures floating around that. Other approaches use smaller objects that can focus starlight to certain points for usage. I'd love to see them," said Kate. She stared at the city. "How do we plan on introducing ourselves? I want to tour this place, but I doubt the Telzics would allow that." Evaran moved his hand in an arc. "Let's observe this environment for a while, intercept any communications, and do some deep scans." Chromu tilted her head. "You don't trust them?" "I don't. But this will give us an idea of what we're dealing with. Per the KUC, this is a warlike society." "I see. That makes sense." Isaac checked out the data windows that showed various messages. He had thought it would be machine language that he would not understand, but was pleasantly surprised that it was normal chatter. There were many terms he was unfamiliar with, but he got the gist of what was being mentioned. There was even humor, not something he would ascribe to deadly machines. The chats ranged from setting up meeting times to the newest media production. Kate scrunched her face. This isn't what I imagined a lethal race to be like. I concur, said Evaran. The KUC may have painted the Telzix this way due to being at war. We also saw the Destructors, but like with any society, the soldiers will be different than the average citizen. Yeah. Isaac hoped the Telzix were rational and not aggressive. He inspected what was outside, and loved that the Toravada could fly undetected. It kept to the outside of the orbiting cities and avoided spending any time where sunlight would hit it. On their previous adventure, an enemy ship had detected them that way, even though the Toravada was hidden. The Toravada hovered near one of the plate-like structures. Looks like little trash cans with multiple arms moving around out there. I'm guessing those are maintenance workers, said Dylan. I would agree, said Evaran. A window zoomed in on one. They have magnetized feet, but they can also move about. Based on what they're doing, it seems they're repairing any imperfections they come across. If you notice, there are larger ones that seem to be doing heavier work. Isaac singled out a snake-like robot. What's that one do? M chimed in.
My analysis indicates that it's used to get into tight places, but it could also deploy an extendable cord if needed. The grippers on each end appear to be built for that.
Ah. The moving carpet over the city made Isaac's skin crawl. He understood the nature of the maintenance workers, but the thought that they could be dangerous in a deadly environment was not something he ever wanted to experience. However, the city design intrigued him. It was like someone placed long, thin, rectangular buildings, then put in connectors to them at various levels. Every now and then there was a connector that had a sphere in the middle. There were some custom structures that broke the mold, which he figured were the spaceports, but he suspected the massive base was where most of the Telzix were. As the Toravada continued scanning, Isaac gestured at a data window. They have big spheres scattered between the cities. What do you think those do? They're energy storage, said Evaran. Next to them are several large rings. Those are starlifters, and I suspect they move around as needed. That would allow for any material to be created from the star. Wouldn't the cities already do that? Asked Dylan. They would. However, this is for larger structures, such as a new city plate or storage spheres, or those triangular defense platforms that are between the star and the cities. Isaac scrutinized the new highlighted objects. The Telzix could blast anything that came near their star, and they could produce any weapon of war that was needed. The rings could make ships non-stop if they wanted to. Kate scratched her jaw. What are those long cylinders? M smiled.
Transport ships. It's common that when a Dyson swarm needs to leave, they can dock with a ship that will take them to a new star. My calculation shows that the city ships would turn inward toward the cylinder while forming a rectangular box pattern. The ends would control thrust, while the main body interior would have connected energy storage spheres along with a few starlifting rings.
How do you know all that? Asked Chromu.
It's an efficient design and how I would do it.
Because you're a machine. M's lights dimmed.
Perhaps.
Oh. Chromu ran over and hugged him. I didn't mean you were less. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Kate and Dylan also appeared confused. Chromu was very empathetic, and the pained look on her face made it seem like she felt she had done something horribly wrong. M patted her back.
There.
The group laughed as Chromu stood back and slapped his hand when he offered a high five. Isaac liked that Chromu wasn't being malicious when she referred to M as a machine. It did make him wonder how she translated all the Earth culture information. Her face had shown an immediate reaction this time instead of a delayed one, so perhaps she was adjusting. Thankfully, M didn't take it as an insult, although his dim lights did show he initially thought it might be. Evaran cleared his throat. I've noticed a pattern on the city's distribution. There are larger ones that have more communication, and I suspect they're regional centers. We're near one. but I believe it's best that we reveal ourselves a bit away from the star, then contact the city. If everything is okay, we'll dock." "You know how to contact them?" asked Kate.
"We do,"
said M.
"I've identified several approaches we can utilize."
"Got it. Take us out," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged."
Isaac took a deep breath. The Telzics weren't like how he thought they would be, but he was eager to meet them. Then again, it could be a dangerous facade. Kate's pulse quickened once the Toravada had flown far enough away for the group to reach out to the Telzics. She admired Evaran's decision to take as much time as needed to learn as much as possible before first contact. It showed that he wanted to be prepared, and she suspected he had gleaned more information than what was shown or discussed. M probably had more knowledge as well. "Initiate their communication protocol," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged,"
said M. He paused.
"Communication and translation adjustment accepted. Holographic display requested."
"Let it through," said Evaran. Dylan wrinkled his brow. "Translation adjustment?" "They communicate faster than what a human would expect. They'll slow their speech to a crawl to talk to us. Their adjustment would not be as great compared to how quickly M and I converse." "Huh." Evaran's answer was not something that had crossed Kate's mind, but it made sense. She inspected the unusual silver robot that appeared. It had a rectangular shape with a multi-segmented appendage at each corner. 6 of the 8 arms ended with a ball, while the remaining 2 had 8 finger-like extensions. The body had a variety of smaller objects on it, including slits that emitted light in the center of all the body's sides.
"Oh, humans. This is unexpected,"
said the robot in a light, digital voice.
"I assume you can understand me if you initiated contact."
Evaran sat up. "We can. I'm Evaran." He pointed in sequence around the room. "With me are M, Dr. Kate Minter, Dylan Townsend, Isaac Barret, and Chromu. We wish to visit one of your regional cities and talk to someone in authority."
"You do you? Well, I think I can accommodate that."
Kate was baffled by the robot's friendly and light-hearted speech style. It was far from the death-dealing tone she had imagined. Evaran's eyes narrowed. "You're not quite what I envisioned."
"We get that a lot. Machines. Death.
The robot made a buzzing noise.
We're a bit more evolved than that. Nonetheless, Curator 7XP5Y33D has agreed to meet you. As you're humans and use verbal communication like we're doing here, you can call him C7.
He faced M.
I've sent you credentials and coordinates to a regional shard."
"Acknowledged."
The robot buzzed again. M tilted his head.
"I apologize. You remind me of some of our older models."
Chromu's eyes flashed. "He's more than that,"
"No offense was intended,"
said the robot.
"I don't think you're human."
"I'm not. I'm a planet." The robot buzzed longer and louder.
"Okay. I wish I could be there when you meet C7. It was fun meeting you all."
His hologram dissipated. Between Chromu's sudden, empathetic gestures and the strange robot's behavior, the introduction was rather unusual. Kate interpreted the buzzing as laughter, but Evat was the closest she had come to a machine-based life-form laughing, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Dylan cracked up. "I was not expecting that,"
"The robot had some sass,"
said M. "Yeah, he did. Let's hope it's not psychotic or anything," said Isaac. "I don't think it was," said Evaran. "M, put us in scan profile 2, and then take us in."
"Acknowledged."
The trip to the coordinates was uneventful, and Kate reflected on the robots calling it a shard instead of a city. She was not unfamiliar with the term, but she had only heard it used in information technology. A hovering window showed that the number of scans of the Toravada by other ships had skyrocketed. Communication had also increased significantly. "I guess everyone knows we're coming," said Kate. "It would appear so," said Evaran. "Perhaps for this initial visit, M and I can go." You ain't getting rid of us that easy, said Dylan. I suppose not, said Evaran. Make sure you're alert when we arrive. Although the Telsics seem friendly, it could be a trap. But I don't think they get many visitors in general. Isaac smirked. I think that robot was laughing when it buzzed. Kate grinned. Yeah, I thought that too.
It was,
said M.
It actually made a different sound, but the translator converted it to a buzz.
Hopefully that's off when we meet with C7. I want to hear it all, said Dylan. Isaac nodded. Me too.
Done,
said M. Kate gulped as the Torvata approached a green platform that jutted out from one of the long, cylindrical city structures. There weren't many maintenance workers around it, and the platform reminded her of an extended DVD tray on a computer. Several small turrets hovered nearby, and a red beam had connected from another building to the Torvata's upper shield. Per an information label, the beam was meant to highlight that something was docking. After landing, multiple metallic bands surged from the sides and lay on top of the Torvata. The platform then was pulled into the cylindrical structure. Kate surveyed the spacious interior that reminded her of an empty warehouse. Illumination was provided by a series of square boxes attached to the ceiling and walls. There were no guards present, but an orange light path had connected from the Torvata to an open lift on the other side of the area. Let's go, said Evaran, standing. Kate followed the others out. She had her helmet closed, and the interior faceplate showed the temperature to be cold, but tolerable. The environment was not suitable for a human without a suit, and that didn't surprise her. The bay they were in was probably warmed up to some degree. She suspected machines would like it colder. Why is the place empty? Asked Dylan. Evaran looked around. Most likely due to the hidden turrets embedded in the wall. There is also a nanobot swarm there as well. Any aggressive action would be dealt with immediately. Kate analyzed the areas Evaran outlined. She hadn't seen it initially, yet Evaran had. What puzzled her was he didn't need to scan, where she would have had to. She understood he had an aura around him, but the walls were at least 50 feet away. Perhaps long-range detection was another cosmic being attribute she was unaware of. The lift descended after they boarded. The stainless steel walls were odd to Kate. She had thought there would be panels or something similar. Thin, glowing lines on the edges were the only illumination. Thankfully, her nanobots provided dark vision. Nonetheless, Evaran still used a small orb from his belt that flew up to provide more light. The lack of any noise outside of the group was also strange. Her ARI showed that some type of magnetic system was being used, which would help explain the silence. After 20 minutes, they came to a stop. Evaran strode out with everyone in tow. The orange line continued into a massive hexagonal tunnel that had interspersed side entrances. Kate's mouth went dry at the horde of robots hustling about. Smaller ones reminded her of armored roly-polies, and they scuttled to and from in vast numbers. Spider-like ones walked the sides and ceiling, while large cubes on wheels rolled around. A few robots resembled two-legged mechs, yet others were just spheres with multiple appendages. "Whoa," said Dylan. "This place is a little busy. Oh, we're safe, right?" "We are. I suspect they know we're visiting, and if you notice, they have cleared a path around the holographic orange line on the ground," said Evaran. Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. "I get now why they aren't too worried about us being a threat. They could just swarm us at any time." "They won't," said Evaran. He waved forward. They went to the center of the tunnel and began walking in a line behind Evaran. All the machines still moved at a reckless pace, but they kept away from the orange line. Evaran had his hands behind his back and was observing everything. Kate loved his curiosity and lack of fear. If he had any fear, it never showed. Isaac and Dylan were quiet and had mounted their PSDs on their shoulders to scan. Kate did the same, and she widened her eyes at the additional information that popped up. Every machine had a purpose based on its functionality, yet she also identified some that had no designation in terms of purpose. Some robots went motionless, almost as if they were checking out the group. Although there was little sound in the way of verbal communication, there was a lot of chatter between the robots. It wasn't limited to inside the tunnel, as every robot had a connection to a central service she couldn't see physically. Evaran's and M's conclusions were immediately shared in her ARI, and she wasn't sure she would have arrived at the same ones as quickly. After walking for 30 minutes, they reached a large doorway that led to a massive open area. Kate could barely comprehend the size of where they were. Although they were on a walkway that extended along the sides, the open area had multiple levels on the edges, and a platform with various paths to it sat far away in the center. She was glad there were guardrails, as a fall could mean death. Other platforms connected to the sides, and some had decently sized structures on them. Pillars also stuck out from the sides at various points, but she wasn't aware of their purpose. However, their path had been highlighted, and they were traveling to the main platform in the center. She wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but for the moment, everything was okay. Dylan licked his lips as they walked along the walkway with waist-high guardrails. Outside them were rails that had robots zipping by. There were even some on the underside. The floor was solid, and he was glad for the stability, as looking out showed a deep drop. The amount of activity didn't surprise him, though. Robots of all shapes and sizes either scurried about or flew. A few massive ones functioned as cargo carriers. The area had plenty of lights from various sources, which allowed him to see far and wide. They reached the central platform. Dylan searched for a robot or a machine, yet there was none. The platform had a single cylindrical object in the middle that went up to his knees. The eerie silence didn't help things, which seemed odd given everything going on around him. There must be a silencer of some type. Nonetheless, he was safe with Evaran and M, and he was sure Isaac and Kate had the same feeling. However, they were all outside the Toravada in a place that could decimate them. At least, him, Isaac, and Kate. Evaran and M would probably survive. A light encircled the cylinder, and a voice boomed out.
Welcome to Regional Shard TZS4 of TZS, home of the Telzik Ascendancy.
Evaran searched the area. Thank you. I assume you know who we are already and why we're here.
I do. And your translation technology is more advanced than ours. I use a variation of our technical language as a test, and yet you seem to have no problem translating it. Let me present myself in a more familiar form to you.
Dylan stepped back when a stream of nanobots from the cylinder shot out and merged to create a middle-aged man with fair skin and a black, form-fitting mesh suit. He had black hair, silver eyes, and a trim body. You may call me C7. This is a human infiltration form, but I modified it without the augments the United Star Federation, or the USF as you may know it, has. C7 stared at Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. I have nanobots like you, but in this case, I'm all nanobots. Cool, said Dylan. C7 eyed him. Based on the context, you're not referring to the temperature, but that you're okay with what I said. Yeah, actually. Good. C7 inspected Evaran. You have all of TZS4 curious as to why you're visiting. We've already ascertained you're not from the USF. However, your name is not unknown. Do you know of Antion? Evaran's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. Yes, he has been dealt with and will no longer pose a threat. Based on your and Chromu's mentioning of him, I assume he came through here and not in a good way. C7 sighed. He changed everything, and we now believe you must be the one he hunted. I am. Can you elaborate on Antion and his actions? Curious one you are, but I like it. But first, some background. The Telziks as a machine race were created by a matter mage, known as Axel Regatlik, or Axel, to make it easier for you. She could not create life, but she made the conditions for us to arise. We spread out, with 4 stars being our home. A 5th star state was being built. Then Antion came with his Time Wardens. Dylan found it hard to believe that C7 wasn't human. His appearance and mannerisms made it difficult to detect that he wasn't. The scans from his ARI showed he was a nanobot swarm, but without that, Dylan would have been duped. Although C7 had presented as calm so far, a small frown had begun to form on his face. C7 walked around with his hands clasped behind him. Antion and his group destroyed the first star. While the Telzics there fought hard, they were overwhelmed. Axel had gone to assist, and she never came back. The second and third star states were demolished. Antion had made it clear he was hunting for someone named Evaran, and I guess after destroying 3 of our star states, he concluded we didn't know, and he moved on to other civilizations. I was created by a matter mage who left to fight Antion, said Chromu. Like yours, mine never came back. Then we are their creations, you and I, said C7. You mentioned you were a planet, and we assume this construct is a traveling form. Chromu smiled. It is. C7 gestured at her. I'm eager to learn more about you. Well, about all of you, actually. Did Antion go to the USF? Asked Dylan. Oh, he did. He killed trillions of humans across 2 planetary systems, went right up to Prometheus, the USF capital city. In time, though, he must have come to the same conclusion that they didn't know where or who Evaran was, and he left. C7 shook his head. That's when the Krellic United Corporation, or KUC as you may know them, attacked our 5th star. They did significant damage, and we held out. But they have a new weapon that can bypass our defenses. Colada, said Evaran. It allows for the phasing of objects coded in it. All it takes for activation is a simple electrical charge. C7 drew his head back. You know of this? It's why we're here, actually, said Evaran. Chromu produces this liquid substance naturally and houses it in her crystals. The KUC were mining it. Then a Telzic ship attacked. Chromu sent a distress call to the native creatures which cleared the area. As for the KUC and Telzic ship, they destroyed each other. We wondered why they hadn't responded in an acceptable time threshold, said C7. How do you know all this? Evaran motioned at M. Chromu can verify, but M can show you when we were on the ground there. M used his eyes to project the gang's investigation on the planet. It was obvious Evaran was trying to avoid any mention of time travel, showing the initial visit was harmless and would verify there had been a fight and that the information came from the KUC member's forearm device, or Chromu. After the projection ended, C7 grimaced. It seems our infiltration unit discovered this new advantage the KUC had. Unfortunately, they weren't able to retrieve a sample. This could have saved the other star states from Antion, but at least we now know how the KUC is doing it. He glanced at Chromu. I take it they didn't get any more? They didn't, she said. Is it for trade? Chromu frowned. Not if it's for war. I understand, said C7. Evaran raised a finger. I can provide you with a better alternative. Colada-infused objects can be defended against. C7 bobbed his head. This would be acceptable. What do you want in return? Nothing. Your race is on the edge of extinction due to Antion, so this is the least I can do. Your actions are noble and well received, said C7. He wagged a finger at Chromu. I think I know where your matter mage went. Where? She asked, standing straight. The Gallian Veil, a dark nebula that came into existence when Antion arrived. We suspect it was something created by the matter mages. Antion wasn't able to find them in there, I don't think. Evaran interacted with his ARI. I see a dark nebula, but the KUC calls it the Void. I assume they are one and the same. They are, said C7. Anything that goes in never comes out. Although Antion did come out, but with half the fleet he took in with him. Chromu, if your matter mage is alive, he would be there.
but traveling there is a dangerous proposition.
Chromu faced Evaran. But we can go there, right? Yes. However, we still need to meet with the KUC.
C7 scoffed. Oh, they won't be as understanding about your presence on Chromu or about Colada.
Perhaps not, said Evaran. However, I still want to see both sides' perspectives. I think you've given us a different view of the Telsics. The only one we had to this point was based on your destructors and the KUC's description of you. C7 relaxed. Although the first star state was aggressive, the second was timid, and the third had an unusual obsession with creating an organic hybrid race. Ours had a good balance. We only defend ourselves if necessary and focus on elevating ourselves with culture. I believe we're the first balanced variation Axel helped guide. You'll experience a wide variety of human societies in the USF, but the KUC is oddly more robotic than the others. Colder. We have the coordinates of their homeworld, said Evaran. Hopefully there'll be no issues. Afterward, we can investigate the Galleon Vale. Do you plan to visit us again? Asked C7. Kate beamed. I'd love to check out your culture. A sentiment that is most appreciated.
Yeah, same here, said Isaac. Dylan gave 2 thumbs up. Count me in.
Your crew understands the chance for new experiences when they see it, said C7, looking at Evaran. It would seem so, he said. A projection of streaming data appeared in a hovering panel next to C7. If you're going to meet with the KUC, perhaps you can give them this communication. In it, we ask for a truce. Antion is gone, and there's no need for us to fight with each other. I will try to deliver it, said Evaran. Thank you, said C7. Also, you mentioned protection against these Colada-coated missiles. How do we obtain that? M paused.
I have sent that information to you. All that's required is to maintain a series of electrical fields that vary in strength in a specific pattern. That'll force the object to drop out of being phased. Then you can deal with it.
So simple, said C7. Chromu, do you produce a lot of Colada? I don't, she said. I could scale it up, but there's been no need. C7 chuckled. With enough, you could phase your whole planet. Although I don't know what that would do to your orbit. An interesting thought, said Chromu. C7 extended his arms wide.
I love this. It's exciting to talk with a new species.
And yes, while some of you are human, you're not from the USF. I suspect I may never know your origins, and that's fine. Perhaps you'll trust me enough in time to inform me. We shall see. And thank you for your hospitality, said Evaran.
I'll send you a set of credentials you can use on your next visit, said C7.
Thank you. Assuming there are no issues, we'll be back. C7 bowed. Dylan followed Evaran out of the room. The meeting had been way outside of what he had expected, and he liked C7. He was genuine and interested in learning more about them. This could all be a ruse, and they were being buttered up for a slaughter, but Dylan didn't think so. Then again, he had made bad judgment calls before. He hoped he was right this time. Chapter 10. M's orb pulsed in a calm manner as he analyzed the meeting with C7. On the way there, M had been flooded by connection requests. That stopped when talking with C7. But now that the gang was returning to the Torvada, the requests started again. It didn't surprise him that there was a massive virtual world that all the machines connected to. He had peeked into it briefly to see why the Telsics wanted him to visit. The place offered a stark contrast to the physical one where robots scurried around. In the virtual space, every machine was a dot with wiggly arms in all directions, and the dots danced in symphonic arrangements. In other areas, they played games, and in another spot, they made shapes that had electricity arcing over it. Those were essentially hangouts for smaller groups. The sheer size of it all intrigued him. and in the brief moment when he had materialized inside, it was as if everything decided to check him out. M interpreted his orb's reaction as a warm feeling of camaraderie. Although he wanted to participate, his focus was on the summons. The Telzics were far removed from his initial expectations. They were a highly advanced machine race that could defend themselves and embraced their culture. They weren't warlike and only sought to evolve themselves. It was an admirable goal that appealed to him. However, not all aspects were peaceful in the virtual world. He had observed some groups practicing the best way to kill organics. Isaac slapped M on the back. "Thinking hard or hardly thinking?"
I was thinking hard,
said M. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate cracked up. "You've definitely piqued the Telzics' interest," said Isaac, pointing around. "They seem to stop and face you before moving on."
I didn't realize it was noticeable,
said M. Dylan grinned. "They must like what they see."
I'm nice to look at.
Everyone laughed. Humans tended to tease to lighten the mood at times. It was also how they showed affection, and he was glad to have them around for a shared experience. Their heartbeats were normal, which was very different than on the way in. The thought of immediate death most likely contributed to their initial nervousness. However, they were all relaxed now and had taken more interest in scanning. M addressed Chromu.
Were you aware of the Galleon Veil?
"I wasn't. But if that's where Borges went, then I want to see if he's still there in some capacity," she said. Kate wrinkled her brow. "It would be odd for him to go and not come back unless he thought that was a way of allowing you to grow." "I miss sharing images with him." "Oh, that's how we communicated," said Chromu. She looked around. "I feel connected to the Telzics. They're a Matter Mage creation, like me." Evaran nodded. "And you two may not be the only ones. Creating the Galleon Veil, assuming the Matter Mages did, would require many of them, an amount I've never seen before. Nonetheless, I hope he's there and we find him." "Thank you." M had a different understanding of what Evaran had said. He didn't think the Matter Mages created the Galleon Veil alone, as the numbers needed to do so required a concentration that was unlikely. He most likely meant there was a powerful being present that assisted them, but he would not mention that to worry Chromu or the others. "To the KUC place now?" asked Kate. "Indeed," said Evaran. "As with the Telzics, I'm not sure what to expect or how they will react to us knowing about the incident on Chromu. However, as it's near lunchtime, we can take a break before proceeding."
"Works for me."
Isaac furrowed his brow.
"When we get to the KUC homeworld, will we do the same initial scan around like we did with the Telzics before going down?"
"Yes." Humans had the willingness to learn and adapt, something not common among the many species M had encountered. While it didn't apply to all of humanity, especially those in this era, it was one of their defining traits throughout the ages. Their ability to compromise would serve humanity well in the future. Isaac's inquisitive nature was what M considered a good example of a desirable human trait. The walk back to the Torvada was uneventful. Everyone had assembled in the command center, and after a bit they had undocked from the landing pad after it extended out. M joined the others in the conference room, where Dylan, Isaac, and Kate got lunch. What they selected reflected their mindset. Isaac always chose something healthy, and this time he had picked broccoli salad with a large container of water. Kate had a bowl of rice, curry, and chicken with a small cup of strawberry ice cream and a glass of iced tea. Dylan went heavier with a double cheeseburger, fries, onion rings, and a red cola. With their nanobots, it would efficiently handle the nutrients provided and would ensure the group managed their weight, an aspect Dylan seemed to have picked up on. Chromu examined everyone's food. "Interesting choices." "And you don't need food or water, right?" asked Dylan. "That's correct. But I enjoy seeing you all nourish yourselves. Especially you. You're young and need more to grow." "Yeah, I guess so. I'm not complaining." Kate took a sip of her drink while looking at Evaran. "About the Telzics. C7 didn't seem angry with you for being the one Antion hunted." "I noticed that as well," said Evaran. "It's apparent they don't blame me for what happened. As an advanced civilization, they would understand that being the target of something like that doesn't infer a negative aspect. That would be especially true for a machine race making that consideration. Kate bobbed her head. I figured. It may not be like that with the KUC humans, though. Perhaps not. But we'll discuss more about their society when we get there, said Evaran. Isaac inspected Chromu. And you must be happy to know where Borge potentially went. Chromu frowned. I'll be even more so if we can find him. However, he's had a lot of time to come visit. I fear the worst. We'll find him one way or another, said Dylan. Thank you for being kind. M liked that Dylan tried to assuage Chromu's concerns. He had a generous heart, and his protective nature had been shown on the previous adventure when he rescued a guard under attack. One thing Dylan did not know was that Evat had informed M that Dylan had been interested in the Earthward Rangers. He would make a good recruit, especially with his nanobots if he chose to keep them. M wouldn't broach the subject with him unless he brought it up. I still can't believe how the Telzics were, said Isaac, easing back into his chair. C7 would be hard to differentiate from a human. Yeah, I thought that too, said Dylan. I just straight up thought they would all be Terminator-like based on those destructors. Kate faced M. Did they try to contact you while we were in there? I know they focused on you on the way out.
They did send me many requests,
he said.
They have a virtual world they're tied to.
Kate's eyes widened. Really? Did you record what you saw in there? M connected to the table console.
Observe.
A holographic projection played of what he had witnessed, and everyone sat silently as they watched. After it ended, Dylan drew his head back. That was wild. Everything moved so fast, but like in a coordinated way. Yeah, said Isaac. It reminded me of data flowing around. Molecules for me, said Kate.
I'm glad you enjoyed it,
said M.
I was invited to return at any time.
Chromu laid a hand on his shoulder. They liked you, as I do.
Acknowledged.
M's orb calmly pulsed at the attention he received. He would put in a request with Evaran to visit the Telzics after everything was over, assuming they survived. The situation could change drastically, but it encouraged him that there were machine races that weren't slaves to a mentality driven by war. Isaac wasn't full, and ate just enough to keep hunger at bay. As the Torvado was going to scan for a while, it would give him time to let his food settle. Everyone had gone to the command center and taken their seats. Dylan and Kate sat on one side, while Isaac took the other. M. Take us to Harith, the KUC homeworld, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The portal opening and subsequent flying through always thrilled Isaac. He understood how unique it was to be able to do that, and traveling around undetected and learning in safety were highlights of being on the Torvada. KUC systems might detect the brief portal, but they wouldn't see anything coming out of it unless it was by a star. In this case, they had arrived on the side of the large planet away from the sun. He took a moment to survey the flood of data windows. It was apparent this was a bustling planetary system, and the Torvada identified ships, stations, satellites, and Harith itself. The ships stood out due to their sheer numbers. A massive one outclassed the others. It had a cigar shape with clamped ends, as if someone had used their thumbs. The craft had a dark gray hull. The two medium-sized vessels of similar design were docked on the sides. Weapon systems from projectile turrets to missile portholes were everywhere, and at various points were large balls that were partially embedded and identified as laser weapons. The shielding output was impressive, and with several huge thrusters in the rear and side ones for adjustment, navigation could be done with ease with the power to back it up. Smaller versions of the large ship were nearby, and beyond that, there were rectangular transportation and cargo shuttles in various sizes. Swarming all around were smaller craft that had flying saucers for the main body, with a protrusion out front that ended in a point. About half didn't have a life form detected on them. Two massive space stations were shaped like the number 7. Docking bays resided on the bottom part, and the top just had various lights on it. Antenna and defensive weapons were present all over, and one of the big ships he had seen before sat nearby. The communication data window showed a massive stream of messages coming to and from the station, but Isaac couldn't parse anything of value from that. "This place is pretty advanced," said Dylan. "I'll say," said Isaac. He dipped his head toward Evaran. "I assume you and M can see what's going on with all that? It's scrolling too fast for me." "We can. The communication seems standard for a civilization of this type. The KUC are definitely humans, but are a bit colder than what you know," said Evaran. "Colder as in they don't show emotion?" asked Kate. "That's part of it," said Evaran. "There isn't much humor." Dylan displayed an amused look. "Each version of humanity has a humor meter?" "In a way, yes. It's one of several attributes that M and I scout for. These humans seem to be very serious in many aspects. That could be a byproduct of their intense bioengineering." "You mean they're cyborgs?" asked Isaac. "Something like that." Dylan gestured at Chromu. "Do you think it'll be dangerous for her if they know she's the planet they tried to get Collada from?" Evaran eyed her. "Possibly. We can say she's Dilkasic." Kate snorted. Chromu tilted her head at her. "Sorry," said Kate, extending a hand. "He used parts of our names to make that up. Dil from Dylan, K from me, and Sick from Isaac." "Oh, I like it," said Chromu, beaming. "Ah, I get it," said Isaac. "You'll need to play the part." "Yes, I'll need to be an actor." "I'm sure you'll do well." Evaran's eyes glowed. "If this data is accurate, we'll want to talk with Azric Krenzel. He's the prime administrator for the KUC." "How are we going to do that?" asked Isaac. "I doubt it'll be as easy as it was with the Telzics." "A good question. M has already identified their authentication system, and will be visiting humans from the Palatin planetary state. Dilkasaks will be a new alien race that Palatin has encountered. For the rest of us, we can wear typical attire from there. M can also rearrange Azric's schedule so that we're meeting today." "Any significance to Palatin?" asked Kate. "Yes," said Evaran. "They're a refugee system, and take in many from the other states. As such, it's a good cover." "Ah." Dylan narrowed his eyes. "You don't think Azric will see through our disguises?" "He will once we're alone with him," said Evaran. "I don't like deception for a first meeting, but my name was mentioned by Antion, so it may be wise to downplay that until we can meet with Azric. Then we can ask about Collada, and also deliver C7's message." "Works for me," said Dylan. "Let's hope Azric doesn't get pissed at our ruse," said Isaac. "If need be, M can retrieve the Torvada, and we'll make a quick exit," said Evaran. "M, proceed with the fake credentials, and take us in."
Acknowledged.
Isaac was comfortable with the plan, but it felt odd to have to sneak around other humans. Then again, they might blame Evaran for Antion's visit. Isaac's ARI showed a data window with an outfit hologram. He liked the beige pants, shirt, and cloak. Perhaps Palatin was a desert world. He checked a data window that showed the Torvada had been granted access to a landing spot. The credentials had worked. He didn't think the authentication system was weak, but more that the Torvada operated on another level. Otherwise, the KUC could be infiltrated with ease, and he didn't get that feeling from reading some of the summaries from Evaran and M. They cruised toward Zaja, the massive capital city that had buildings that reached the sky at heights he had never seen before. The large statues of heavy troopers were awe-inspiring, and the place was busy with ships flying everywhere. What impressed him was the city's sheer size. It covered an area about 5 times that of New York, with a population of 161 million. There was also a big underground component and a tunnel system that linked to other cities. "That's a lot of people," said Dylan. "I suspect many came here during Antion's wave of terror, and then they never left," said Evaran. "The housing here is very advanced. The large, drum-like structures you see are part of ships." "Like Zell's society?" said Kate. "Yes." Zell was an android the group had met in a previous adventure. He was from 2377 AD, and despite their only briefly getting to see his homeworld, it had massive ships embedded in the ground that acted like cities. "I guess if Antion and the Time Wardens came, the ships could take off. I assume it would need some time to get going, though," said Kate. I concur, said Evaran. It takes about 3 weeks to be ready to launch, which could have been all the time they needed. However, I didn't see any attacks on this world during that era as far as the data we mined is concerned. Isaac studied the various checkerboard-like areas they quickly approached. The Toravada had highlighted a cell to land in, and that was part of one of the grids. There were others with larger cells, and he assumed there was some type of controller that managed where something landed based on a ship's size. There were walls on each edge, with an entrance toward the main pathways. The KUC viewed security as a high priority. The Toravada landed in its designated spot, and a cover slid over the top of the cell. Lights turned on from poles in each corner, illuminating the solid, concrete-like floor. Outside the enclosure was a busy pathway packed with small transport units. Evaran stood. You can use your PSD to activate your holographic outfit. You can keep your helmets open for this, as your projection will also make your skin appear blue. Isaac selected the menu option. He walked around and investigated his new look, then checked out the others. I like this. Yeah, it's cool, said Dylan. Kate motioned at Evaran. Looks good on you, too. He ran his hand down in front of him. As a good friend used to say, what's not to like? They shared a laugh as they exited the Toravada. Isaac scrunched his nose at the smell of burning oil. It wasn't what he had expected to smell. Loud noises emanated from outside the cell, and he heard a lot of chatter. There were also beeping sounds and the occasional clang of something hitting metal. Although he was glad he had enhanced senses, it made things like this stand out more. A transportation unit that resembled a 5-row golf cart with ample space in the back pulled up.
I have called this, as it's how to get to the main entryway,
said M. Isaac glanced at the others, then took a seat in the second row with M and Dylan. There was no equipment to pack, and the unit moved to the center pathway and sped along. This was an automated service, and it made sense not to allow a free-form area to move around in when there were ships coming and going that would have different loads. It was also a secure way of ensuring anything arriving did so on the city's terms. He licked his lips as they whizzed past other cells. Vessels of all types and shapes were on display, and although most of the crews were human, some were very alien. Humanoid robots were everywhere, as well as others that resembled cubes on wheels. Flying drones filled the air. Large mechs walked around and made his skin crawl. They had serious firepower with chain guns and what looked like a missile bay and laser turrets. The logistics to manage all this had to be done by a program or an AI. This place is sick, said Dylan. Kate smirked. Almost as many machines here as on TSZ-4. I've also noticed that the humans I've seen have a lot of augments in them. They do, said Evaran. They also have nanobots, although more of in a maintenance perspective, not a weaponized one. Dylan waved his finger at a few humans. It looks like they're flashing gang signs. M repeated the hand symbols.
Every state has its own, and it's meant to indicate origin and membership. It's customary to show them before talking with someone.
Do we need to know that as Palatins? M paused.
It would seem so. They have a 4-step sign.
He replicated it. Dylan did the motions. Kinda weird, but okay. Kate and Isaac practiced it as well. I don't think we'll need to do it that often, if at all, said Evaran. However, it's good to know. The unit went down a ramp at the end of the spaceport area. Other units entered and exited the entryway, and the tunnel they went in reminded Isaac of ones on city highways. There were several massive ramps on the sides that led off to other destinations, but their unit stayed the course. He was sure M had plotted their destination correctly. The signage for the other passageways was represented by hovering holographic labels with a mini-map to the side. The tunnel network was a maze, but the overall shape was a ring with tunnels leading off at various points. The spaceport had multiple connections. It was an efficient way to move things, and he liked it compared to dealing with a train station or an airport. After 15 minutes, they arrived at a small bay alongside many others. They disembarked, and once they exited into a large open area, the unit took off. Isaac soaked in their new environment. Several wide ramps led topside with signs indicating different areas. Although M had created a mini-map in everyone's ARI, Isaac didn't know the regions they were going to. Next to each ramp were guards who wore bulky, dark gray armor with blue and white highlights. They had weapons on their backs, along with basic shielding around them. Their helmets had a thick, Y-shaped slit that glowed blue. Next to the guards were what resembled small, robotic cats with wings. Regular citizens flashed the KUC signs, which made Isaac uneasy. He was from Chicago, where, if people were showing that, you had to be cautious. Evaran pointed ahead. Thanks to M, our appointment awaits. Isaac relaxed as he followed Evaran to the ramp. No one had given them a second look, for which he was thankful. Adrenaline surged through him, and he imagined himself as a spy infiltrating a place. Hopefully there would be no issues, but in the back of his mind he suspected when Evaran dropped the ruse during their meeting with Azaric, the situation might turn bad. He hoped not, but if it did, he would do whatever was necessary to help the others and get out. Chapter 11. Kate gorged herself on the environment on the way to Azric's office. She was on a hovering platform that traveled along special routes about 50 feet off the ground. Although there were seats on each side, she had to stand to view everything. The unit moved fast, and she craned her neck at times to catch things before they went out of sight. The massive buildings were similar to a city on Earth, except every building was advanced. The lack of parks stood out, as did the absence of trees or any major plant life. This was a steel and concrete jungle, or whatever material they used. She had thought there would be markets, but she didn't see any from her vantage point. The streets were busy, and the absence of ground vehicles was noticeable. They were used in an underground component, but topside had civilians walking everywhere. There were few hoverpads or bikes, but perhaps that was a security thing. It could also be that certain zones didn't allow surface transportation. After 20 minutes, they landed in front of a huge building. 2 gargantuan statues of heavily armored guards stood at the ends of a long series of steps. The number of guards and drones indicated this was a secured place. They disembarked the unit, which whooshed away. "I gotta give it to the KUC. Their public transportation is well designed," said Isaac. Kate sighed. "Yeah, but I wish it went slower. Hard to catch everything as it's whizzing by." "Assuming no issues, perhaps we can visit some areas," said Evaran. "That would be great." Dylan singled out one of the statues. "Seems they honor their security forces."
They do,
said M.
They pride themselves on their military, which is quite extensive.
"Yeah, can definitely see that." They ascended the 3 flights of stairs into a large, open plaza. The building's entrance had 5 massive pillars with shielding between all but the center one. Groups entered on the right and exited on the left. A small army of guards and drones were positioned so their firing arc had good line of sight from the central pillar. There were also many headless robots that had thin legs and arms and a cube for a body. A mounted cannon sat on top, with a jetpack on the back. The KUC salutation was being shown everywhere. The citizens were so used to it that the motion was flawless and quick. She hoped she did not have to flash the Paladin signs. Although she could do it if needed, it would be obvious if any of them stumbled with it. When they arrived at the entrance, M projected their credentials, and the cube robots let them pass. The interior reminded Kate of a cathedral. In the center was a wall of desks with shielding and security forces. The flow of people was unrelenting. But that didn't surprise her due to the power the KUC wielded. A robot manning a checkpoint authenticated them and told them to go to Unit 4. Kate assumed that was for an elevator, as there were around 10 with numbers over them. As they walked toward it, she observed how efficiently people moved. As people stepped out of units, another group entered. It ran like clockwork. The gang came to a stop in front of the elevator, which opened and let out a group. They boarded, and once everyone was inside, the lift shot up. There was no sudden lurch, and the ride was smooth. After 5 minutes, they exited. It dawned on her that they never entered which level they needed. The system must have known where to take them. The area they were in was a semicircle, and opposite them was a shielded, sealed door with 2 guards. There were another 4 guards wearing unique armor around the room and 2 turrets aimed at the lift. Kate didn't like the unnatural silence, as if there were sound dampeners somewhere. The sterile smell was powerful, but she did catch a whiff of what smelled like plastic burning. She examined the 4 guards with unique armor. One was huge and had no weapons, but his oversized gauntlets probably did some major damage. The 2 next to him were smaller, but carried a vast array of weaponry. The last guard was big like the first, but it had additional tanks that showed drones inside. They must be an elite version of the guards, and their head movements tracked the group. She couldn't pinpoint any specific reason as to why she got goosebumps, but the guards were probably efficient killers that tracked their prey. One of the normal personnel at the door beckoned them forward, and another scanned them. The door opened as the shield around it dropped. They were waved through to go down the arced hallway. Kate grimaced at the various holes throughout. A lethal gas had been detected behind the walls, and she had no doubt that if she or anyone else caused any trouble, the doors to each end would seal them in and unleash a deadly mist. After 10 minutes, they exited through another door into a large, hexagonal room. At the other end, someone sat in a chair, perusing the dozens of screens on the walls and the holograms moving around. The half where the gang stood was featureless, and a light shield divided the area. The other 2 people standing at attention were like the elite guards from before, except they were much smaller and carried blades. The screens went blank, and the holograms dissipated as Azric Krenzel pivoted in his chair. His dark blue outfit, with highlights of black and orange, had a pleasing aesthetic. He was 7 feet tall, and his light blue skin and silver eyes created a stark contrast. He was trim, and his physique suggested he worked out, but Kate suspected his suit and augments had something to do with that. Azric flashed the KUC salutation. Kate followed the others in doing the Paladin one.
"Paladins. Right," said Azric in a controlled voice. "Your signage skills betray you. Listen to me. Carefully. The Paladins owe me quite a bit. They're in debt to me, no doubt for providing them with the edge to keep the Crenalian Empire at bay. I've even loaned Paladin some of my own forces. So when I saw a Paladin delegation was coming, I contacted them. They haven't sent anyone. That means you're not representing Paladin, and this is a deception. Your lack of signage skills just emphasized that. I'd normally kill you where you stand, but you've intrigued me. You risk your very lives coming in this way, and now I want to know why. Make it interesting. Your lives depend upon it."
Kate's heartbeat raged. Azric was no fool, and it surprised her how quickly he had seen through the ruse. Evaran's eyes glowed. "Before I explain, I assume you know of Antion."
"Of course I do. The Cosmic Destroyer,"
said Azric. "I understand. I'm Evaran, the one he was looking for. He did find me, and he was dealt with. I'm going around and seeing what harm he has done and helping where I can. With me are Dylan Townsend, Isaac Barret, Dr. Kate Minter, Chromu, and M."
Azric eyed him. "Your subordinates aren't important to me. But you have my focus. As rare as that is. Can you prove any of this?"
Dylan snorted. Azric stared at him.
"In KUC culture, you would be beaten for that. Know your place."
Dylan widened his eyes as he lowered his head. "There's no need for that," said Evaran, his gaze piercing Azric. "Nonetheless, M will show you the planet we took Antion to."
Acknowledged.
Kate didn't like the death stare Azric gave Dylan. It was almost as if Azric restrained himself from assaulting him. Hopefully it was just a minor thing. She scrutinized the holographic projection showing a dark blue-skinned man who appeared angry and distraught. He was in the middle of an open plain. cursing Evaran and ranting about how he didn't want to die. Eyes wide, Azaric stepped closer to the shield.
"It's him. And you defeated him. How?"
Evaran raised a finger. Some things are best left to cosmic beings. He'll never return here, as he's mortal now and in a faraway place in space and time.
"What planet is he on?"
"One at the end of time. From my perspective, he's already perished." Azaric stood back.
"This could still be a part of your deception to gain my trust. To what end, I don't know. Those videos could have been altered. Why are you really here?"
"As I mentioned, I'm here to help where I can," said Evaran. "To that end, I came across a planet with Collada where your forces met their end at the hands of the natives. There was also a Telzic Ascendancy presence."
"Now this is interesting," said Azaric. "I assume you used one of our fallen brother's wrist communicators to learn of our existence."
Kate could see he was a quick thinker. Mixed with the power he had, that was a lethal combination. Evaran extended his hand and projected a hologram of the gang's visit to the planet. "We did. It provided us with context of who had fought. I decided to visit both the Telzics and the KUC to understand more. The Telzics wanted me to give you a message about a truce. They don't want to be at war with you." Azaric scoffed.
"They're a brutal race. If you think they're capable of a truce, then they've fooled you. Nonetheless, let's see this message of peace."
Kate watched the holographic representation of C7 describing the current situation and proposing an end to the hostilities. His speech was formal, not like what she had witnessed, but she suspected that someone like Azaric would have dismissed anything that didn't fit his perception. After the message ended, Azaric narrowed his eyes.
"That also could be a fabrication. However, I do think you're being truthful."
He gestured at Chromu.
"She has a crystalline structure consistent with the crystals we found on the planet that has Collada. I suspect she's from there. Are you?"
"I am," said Chromu.
"And you have access to Collada?"
Chromu shook her head. "I only witnessed the fight and asked to travel with Evaran and the others to understand more about the situation." Azaric rubbed his chin.
"We didn't detect any sentient race on the planet."
"We lived deep underground. I came up to see what the disturbance was. The attacks on the crystal reverberated down into our society."
"I see."
Kate liked that Chromu could lie. It would not be good if Azaric realized she was the planet, as that could lead to her being a potential bargaining chip. Kate wasn't sure if Chromu would destroy her body if captured, since it was only a construct. Azaric studied Evaran.
"If you're truly here to help, and the Telzics are sincere, then we can meet and discuss this truce."
"I can do that," said Evaran. "Also know that the Collada mining efforts damaged the planet by hurting the crystals. That should stop immediately."
"Based on our last trip there, I don't think you need to worry about that."
"Where and when do you want to have this meeting?" asked Evaran. Azaric interacted with a forearm device.
"I need to discuss this with others, but I can send you the details. How do I contact you?"
Evaran tapped at his belt and pulled out a small cube from his dimensional storage. "You can squeeze this, and it will allow for holographic communication."
"Place it on the ground before the shield,"
said Azaric. Evaran complied.
"There's much to do in the city. Please, explore it, and I'll contact you as soon as possible."
Azaric glared at Dylan.
"I would suggest you keep your companions in line. Others won't be as merciful as I am."
"Very well. Until then," said Evaran. Kate followed him and the others out. Azaric gave her an uneasy feeling. Something was off. His treatment of Dylan showed a cruel side. It didn't help that the two guards fidgeted with their blades while staring the group down, as if they couldn't wait to slice and dice. The way Azaric spoke initially, and then changed after discovering who Evaran was, indicated that while not fully trusting him, he extended Evaran some respect. Except for maybe Chromu, no one else received similar treatment. "Well, that wasn't odd at all," said Dylan. Evaran popped up in Kate's ARI. "There are listening devices. We need to leave immediately. Close your helmets to cover your face." Everyone did so.
"You think he's going to try something?"
asked Isaac. Evaran drew his lips flat. "I do. And even if he didn't truly believe I was a cosmic being, he knew Antion and the power he wielded. It's why he kept the shield up the whole conversation. The cube I gave him works two ways, and M and I can listen in. Azaric scanned the cube to see if it was a listening device, but he won't be able to discern a dimensional connection. He's already made plans to capture us, as he thinks Chromu has value, and I may provide more information on Antion and the Telzics." Kate gulped. "He's going to torture us, isn't he? Assuming he does capture us." "That's a fair assumption, but it would most likely be me and M," said Evaran. "I don't know when Azaric will make his move, but we'll find a spot to hide while M gets the Toravada." "He could have tried taking us right then and there," said Dylan, "and that would have ended badly for him." A chill swept through Kate. Evaran probably would have taken down Azaric and the two guards had they attempted anything, and she suspected Azaric knew that on some level. She had not expected this turn of events, but she had wondered if there would be some trouble. It seemed they had found it. Dylan viewed Azaric as cruel. He ran a large corporation that was a planet state and sold combat equipment, and now he was gunning for them. He could have tried to capture them while they were in his office, but Dylan suspected that Azaric understood the power of a cosmic being and was taking no chances. Better to try it somewhere where he was safe and away. He also had directed some hate at Dylan. Hopefully it was just bravado. While they were in the lift, Evaran had used his glowing hand to obscure the area. The brightness would have blocked the cameras built into the ceiling. It allowed M to exit his body in orb mode and shimmer out of view. Dylan's heart raced as they exited. Everything was different now. Every guard was a potential threat, and the feeling of being in a secure place had vanished. In a place with as many tracking devices as he had detected earlier, he wasn't sure where they would go. Most places were open and had security, and even the underground transportation system had turrets and checkpoints. The 4 elite guards, similar to the 2 from the office, had tracked the group as they passed. Dylan hoped they didn't need to deal with them later. He relaxed some when they exited the building. Azaric had allowed them to get this far. M's orb had taken off, but his robot body was still with them. He would be in 2 places at once and able to communicate. His projected time to return with the Toravada was about 30 minutes, barring any issues. Dylan had hoped to tour the city, but that wasn't an option at this point.
"Where are we headed?"
asked Isaac as they walked southwest. "To a nearby coliseum where they have robot fights," said Evaran. "There's a large network of tunnels there that aren't surveilled, and when M's orb arrives with the Torvada, we can coordinate a location to board. If we have to fight before then, we have better defensive options."
"And M's body to help,"
said Isaac, slapping M's back.
Acknowledged.
Chromu tilted her head. "The KUC celebrates violence."
"That doesn't surprise me,"
said Dylan. "They're humans, after all. This is probably like wrestling, where the story is more important than the actual action." "Interesting." Kate scrunched her face. "Wish we didn't have to do all this."
"Yeah," said Dylan. "Azaric is crazier than we thought. Maybe we should have just hijacked into their system and did a holo presentation. I assume that was possible."
Evaran pressed his lips together. That would have made us a threat immediately, and M had already detected a security AI governing the building's communication infrastructure. M would have had to attack the AI. Our deception allowed us to get close without attacking and see how Azaric would react. We gave him a chance.
"I feel like we sort of ended up being a threat with the deception anyway,"
said Isaac. Perhaps, but he would have understood if he was rational. He has decided to go down a darker path, and his decision to capture us shows his character. There's something deeper with his relationship to Antion that we aren't privy to. Yet. Dylan smirked. Maybe he just hates cosmic beings. I concur. I was just kidding, but he has to know you're not like Antion. Evaran glanced at him. Perhaps Antion introduced himself like we did. Isaac furrowed his brow. It sounds like his introductions involved mayhem with his Time Warden guys. Once we get to the Torvada, we can dig deeper and see what additional information is available. We now have some good reference points to do our searches from. Although Dylan disliked that they had to use deception, he understood the decision. They had essentially put themselves in a position of vulnerability to show trust. Azaric was going to take advantage of that, which revealed his malicious side. Hopefully, extraction wouldn't be an issue. A coliseum was marked in his ARI's minimap. Light green arrows on the ground highlighted the path Evaran had selected. The walk was only a few miles, and it weaved between various buildings. M's orb view showed in another small window as he flew toward the Torvada. Dylan did miss having an overhead view of the area, something M usually provided. Although M's body was with them, it would stand out if it flew overhead. They reached the first building in their path and walked around it. Dylan liked that there were no vehicles. It was all wide walkways and businesses at the ground level. Above them were living quarters and offices. Humans hustled about with different shades of skin, although blue was the most common. The denizens tended to wear one-piece outfits with various gadgets on them. Some had visible augments on their head, forearms, and hands. All of them had attractive faces. The guards posted around were similar to the ones in Azaric's tower. They had a hovering drone above them, along with a dog-like robot next to them. Security came in pairs of 2, but they also had 2 thin, humanoid robots with them. Dylan wished he could talk to the citizens. Perhaps when they completed the summons, they could visit again. They reached their destination after a brisk 20-minute walk. The Coliseum was a massive, oval-shaped structure that dominated the nearby buildings. Along the walls were holographic images of upcoming fights. There was one going on between 2 squads of robots, and crowds moved in and out of the rectangular entrance. When the gang arrived, the guards waved them in. Dylan relaxed some. They were in a place that his ARI showed as unmonitored. A data window listed the Coliseum as being under the Robotics Guild's control. There was also no security present. The large open area they entered split off into multiple hallways. The main one ahead of them led to the Coliseum's ringed seating. Evaran went to a side corridor that had much less traffic. A few maintenance robots cleaned the walls and ground. A small robot that resembled a TV on wheels came up to them.
This way. Azaric's forces are looking for you now,
it said. How do you know that? Asked Evaran.
He's issued a proclamation for your arrest, said you're a cosmic being, invoked Antion's name, and worked with the Telesics. You're wanted for more questioning.
He's made it official, said Isaac. The robot faced him.
It is. Your group was tracked entering the Coliseum, and Azaric's forces have already entered. Follow me.
Why are you helping us? Asked Kate.
The Robotics Guild is no friend to Azaric.
The KUC was not as united as it would appear. Dylan wondered what other factions were present. He followed the robot to another small hallway that had a dead end, which revealed itself to be the entry point to an older system of tunnels. Evaran had detected the advancement of enemies even as far away as they were. Dylan wasn't sure how that was possible, but taking this new route made sense. They could hide out there until the Torvada was nearby. He rushed in after the others, and after 5 minutes, the metallic corridor widened somewhat. This must be some type of connector between regions, and the sporadic lighting suggested the place was old. They paused when encountering a large group of guards with heavy armor. The robot rolled past them, then pivoted toward the gang.
The Robotics Guild may be no friend to Azaric, but we're loyal to the United Star Federation.
Dylan's mouth went dry. They had been betrayed and would have to fight in a cramped tunnel. Evaran expanded his energy shield to cover the front before the guards fired stun beams. Heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Dylan turned. They're behind us, too! He created a shield that covered the tunnel's width and height, then placed his PSD on his forearm and activated the heavy armor morphable metal pattern. Isaac and Kate did the same. They were boxed in, but had protection from either side. Isaac and Kate stood behind Dylan while M's body moved to the center to support whichever direction was needed. "What do we do?" asked Isaac. Evaran pushed forward. "This tunnel goes under an open area. M will bring the Torvada down to us there." Dylan found it awkward to walk backward and keep his shield facing forward. The troopers had already fired, and although their blasts didn't penetrate the shield, every hit reverberated through him. One of them rushed forward and bashed Dylan hard enough to send him tumbling. Isaac went to help him up, but was hit by a series of stun blasts. Several more struck him, knocking him out. "Isaac," said Kate. M marched past Isaac and Dylan and took on the brunt of enemy fire. Dylan and Kate dashed over to Isaac, and they picked him up by the arms and dragged him toward Evaran. Chromu motioned for them to lay Isaac down, and when they did, she lifted him up and laid him over her shoulder. It wasn't lost on Dylan how easy it was for her to do that, especially with Isaac still in his heavy armor pattern. Her body must be far stronger than he thought.
"Go,"
said M.
"I'll keep them at bay."
Dylan wanted to stay and fire back at their attackers, but Isaac was the top concern at the moment. Evaran had made good progress, and Chromu was able to catch up to him quickly. A green arrow appeared on the ground with a distance metric. They were only a few hundred feet away from where they needed to go. He sidestepped the downed enemies Evaran took out. Although Evaran used his left arm for the shielding, he held a staff in his right hand that fired stun and repulsion blasts. Dylan and Kate assisted and provided a hailstorm of stun beams, clearing out the front. Dylan inspected the powerful foes that kept coming. They were a heavier version of the guards they had seen before. Their helmets also had unique designs. His ARI tagged them as an elite trooper, and despite how strong they looked, they were folding under the continuous barrage. They had shielding, but one aspect of the PSD's blasts was they were highly effective at draining shields. When they finally reached the area M had designated, Evaran and M created enough space for the Torvada to come down. Dylan stood back as the Torvada melted through. The troopers backed away as the ground rumbled. Dylan wondered if the tunnel would collapse, but it held as the Torvada broke through the ceiling and landed, blocking the tunnel. Chromu boarded first with Dylan and Kate in tow. M went next. Then the Torvada spun 180 degrees, and Evaran joined everyone in the command center briefly before visiting the medical lab. The Torvada ascended while under heavy fire from the elite forces. Chromu laid Isaac on a slab. Several holographic layers floated above him as a tube snaked out and injected itself into his arm. "Is he going to be okay?" asked Kate. Evaran nodded. He was just overloaded, but his suit took most of the impact. He'll be up shortly, most likely with a headache. Without his suit and nanobots, the stuns would have been lethal. Dylan swallowed hard. It was another reminder of how dangerous traveling with Evaran could be. The KUC's weapons were advanced, and he suspected the stun setting was based on their version of humanity, which had a lot of bioengineering. He shuddered to think that if they didn't have the suit or nanobots, Isaac would have died. Snuffed out. Just like that. Dylan puffed his cheeks. They were safe now, and his courage from earlier when going to meet Azaric had diminished quite a bit. Chapter 12. Ryalis eased back into her chair in her command office after having polished off a light meal. She didn't like to eat heavy, as she never knew if she would need to be somewhere quickly. As secure as the Peacekeepers' headquarters was, the situation could change in a moment. She recalled a dinner with Ducata that had a lot of food, but she ate little, as things had become intimate, and she definitely didn't want to be full with that going on. She frowned as she gazed at an image of him in her ARI. A light blinked on her desktop. She cleared her throat and flushed Ducata's image, then pressed a button that caused a hologram of Jaehaerys to appear. "What's going on? Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but once again you'll want to see this. I'm in the command center," said Jaehaerys. Ryalis stood. "No worries about dinner. I'm on my way." When she arrived, Jaehaerys had set up several display windows. Few crew members were present, and each was authorized to see sensitive material if needed, but the screens indicated that some of this was public information. Combric indicated for Jaehaerys to present. "What do we have?" asked Ryalis. "An incident at Zaja," said Jaehaerys. She pointed at one screen. "It seems the group we saw before registered as Palatins, per our information network." She identified the crew by their registered names. "Although those are Palatin names, they aren't that." "Seems obvious," said Ryalis. Jaehaerys gestured at another display. "They traveled to Azric's tower, then left and went to the Colosseum. Then a citywide proclamation was issued." "Play it," said Ryalis. She grimaced at seeing Azric. He had his usual haughty expression, and behind him were two elite guards in heavy armor. Azric flashed the KUC salutation. "Citizens of the Krellick United Corporation, I, Azric Krenzel, Prime Administrator, have been visited by a cosmic being with unknown intent. His name is Evaran, the one Antion hunted." An image floated to his side, showing Evaran and his group with their names. "They are to be brought in for further questioning. Anyone who reports them, know that you will have served the KUC and have our gratitude." Ryalis knew that was code for secret compensation, and KUC citizens understood that as well. Azric continued on. "They are considered to be dangerous, and we all know what happened the last time a cosmic being visited us. What turned out to initially be friendly ended in the eradication of over 3 trillion humans. I say, never again. They're also working with the Telzik Ascendancy. Evaran's group was last spotted near the Colosseum. Help us find them." The display ended. Jaehaerys went to another display. "They were found at the Colosseum, and the Robotics Guild sold them out. Led them to an abandoned hallway where Azric's forces waited. We obtained the video feed of one of the troopers." Ryalis's gaze was fixated on Evaran's tactics. He was a moving shield that downed any attacker who got close. She widened her eyes when a blast of dust swept over the area and obscured everything. When the security forces moved in, Evaran and his crew were gone, and a circular shaft that went topside remained. Jaehaerys highlighted an area in another screen. There was no indication of what burrowed in, but here's where something did, in a perfect circle. Ryalis found it hard to believe anything could burrow down like that without being detected beforehand. "You think it's a ship?" asked Combric. Ryalis pulled her lips in. "If it is, I've never seen one that could do that. There's no information about anything being there other than visuals and audio. Scans show nothing, which is impossible. If Evaran is truly a cosmic being, then he may have technology far beyond us. Similar to Antion." Jaehaerys sighed. "Let's hope Evaran is a different type of cosmic being." "I think he is," said Ryalis. "How do you know?" asked Combric. "Not that I'm challenging your assumption." Ryalis smiled. "Always feel free to speak your mind. As for Evaran, look at his group. The 3 humans are primitive, and Antion would never be caught with them around. He had time wardens. Then there is the robot, who seems to show affection toward the humans. I think Evaran is the anti-Antion, which is probably why Antion hunted him." Combric scrunched his face. "But why would he want to talk to Azric? And what about his working with the Telziks?" "I don't know," said Ryalis. "Maybe a guilty conscience, or perhaps a fact-finding mission. One thing is clear. Azric doesn't like him. That means Evaran could be an ally." Jaehaerys examined a screen. "How do we contact them? We can't exactly broadcast publicly." Ryalis chewed her lip. "If the Peacekeepers had a cosmic being on their side, one who favored justice, that would be a big boon. Then again, it was possible that Evaran and Antion were similar, and Evaran was just assessing things before doing something like what Antion did. A scary thought was that maybe Azaric was not only defending the KUC, but also the USF. Contact our informants, and have them notify us if Evaran and his group are seen, she said. Jaehaerys interacted with her console. Sending it out. Combric grimaced. You think he's going to return after what happened on Hareth? I do, actually, said Ryalis. If he wasn't interested in visiting, he would have never gone to see Azaric. No. Evaran is investigating something, and I don't think he's done. He'll either try to visit a smaller state or go to Primiticus. Jaehaerys spun around in her seat. Primiticus seems likely. You can be anonymous in the lower levels there with ease and get any information you want. Yeah, but that place is dangerous, said Combric. Jaehaerys smirked. To a cosmic being? He chuckled. Yeah, maybe not. Ryalis frowned. We still have some issues there. Every state has a presence on Primiticus, and Slotharka may even be stronger than the KUC there. I'll be on Primiticus here shortly to deal with some issues. Maybe I'll get lucky and run into him. The others laughed. Nonetheless, let's hope Evaran can be found and is willing to talk, she said. My gut says he is. But now, it's a waiting game to see where he and his group pop up. Dylan frowned at Isaac on the slab. It gave him flashbacks to Oleg Koval, who had been the rock of their group when they had been quarantined on an alien moon. Oleg had been downed and had gotten amnesia, and he had been on a slab until he was brought back to Earth. Thankfully, Isaac was just unconscious, and the nanobots were healing him. He would be awake in an hour, per the Toravada's estimate. It was 3:45 p.m., and everyone else had left the medical lab. Kate had joined Evaran and M in the research lab to go over the information they had obtained from Hareth. Dylan wanted to join them, but he couldn't leave Isaac alone, even though he was perfectly safe. It was also close to dinner, and the next step would be to visit the Galleon Vale. But Evaran had suggested that everyone take a break. They could go after eating. Chromu entered and stood on the opposite side of the slab. He'll be okay. Yeah, I know. Just sucks he went down trying to help me. She stared at him. You care deeply for him. He's like family to me, even if we're not related by blood. He's my big brother, basically, said Dylan. Interesting. Chromu swept her gaze across Isaac. These nanobots are quite effective. I can sense what they're doing in him. You can? That's so cool. Thank you. Even if he didn't have nanobots, my organic swarm would have picked up anything if I concentrated on them. Dylan wrinkled his brow. That's a powerful skill. Plus, you slung him over your shoulder during the fight with no issue. You're a lot stronger than I thought. This form is quite resilient, said Chromu. However, I would like to create a more human one. Dylan drew his head back. You would? Yes. I liked C7's human infiltration form. While this is humanoid, it stands out. Dylan also liked C7's appearance. He would have passed as a human on Earth with no problems. Non-humans would have figured out he wasn't, but that didn't seem to be an issue in the USF. It made him wonder if there were any, but he had not seen any indication of it. Dylan sat in a nearby chair, and Chromu took a seat next to him. He leaned over and clasped his hands. As a planet, you created all the creatures that live there? He asked. Chromu shook her head. I just seeded life as I understood it and let it evolve naturally. I guided some species by introducing a favorable environment, but for the most part I left things as they were. Did you ever have to step in for catastrophic events, like, say, one species killing everything? Asked Dylan. Yes, I did, said Chromu. There was a virus that had evolved and suffocated those it had infected. I removed it. With your organic swarm? That's right. Dylan was fascinated by her perspective in managing a planet. She could choose what survived and what didn't. Disease would only occur if she stayed out of the way, but it seemed she only stepped in if it was a global issue. I'm still blown away that I'm talking to a sentient planet. She hugged him. I'm glad my presence makes you happy. Thanks. I noticed you're very affectionate now, he said. I am. Life is to be celebrated, and from a human perspective I would seem highly empathetic, but I'm that way toward all life. Maybe not toward those who harm others for pleasure, though. Dylan appreciated her view. With all the life on her surface, she would have experienced the ups and downs of survival. It made sense that when dealing with sentient species, especially advanced ones, the day-to-day struggle was only an issue if there was a war or a skirmish. I guess the KUC didn't send their best representatives of humanity to you. It sucks that your first introduction to humans was them trying to steal Collada, he said. Chromu frowned. That and the Telzix sending destructors. They were both hostile groups, and I acted out of self-defense. However, it introduced a new feeling of being alone. Boers usually handled off-world interactions. Dylan narrowed his eyes. There were others before the event that brought us here? A few. One group came through a portal and began killing native creatures. They also tried building an outpost, but Boers removed them, and I covered the portal with a mountain. Dylan chortled. Oh, I'm not laughing at you, but that's one way to shut down a portal. Is it still there? It's closed now, said Chromu, smiling. I'm enjoying this. Hanging out? Yes. I like being verbal. Using chemicals and ground vibrations and showing images to those on my surface is limiting and restricted to basic ideas. I could also use my organic swarm to depict concepts, but most creatures didn't understand that. With verbal communication, I can express more complex ideas. Dylan understood that this was a new experience for her and must be exciting. It just hit me that we've never asked how long you've been around, he said. In human terms, I'm millions of years old. Dylan leaned back. Are you serious? Did I lead you to think I wasn't? Nah, I just... Wow! You're ancient. Chromu grinned. Yes, and a majority of that time was spent with Boers and learning how to function. It took me a long time to understand what I was. Dylan ran a hand over his mouth. I can't even imagine. I'm 22 now, and compared to you, I'm a baby. Perhaps. But you're alive. That is great cause for celebration. Dylan cracked up. You're the most positive person I've ever met. I'm glad you see me as a sentient being, and not a thing. Chromu laid a hand on his shoulder. You're a friend, like Boers. Dylan liked that she trusted him enough to call him that. It must have been lonely after Boers left. While she could interact with the natives on her surface, she probably lived in a different world with Boers. I'm glad to have you as a friend, he said. Chromu raised her head. I hope to meet others as well. Traveling to these places has given me a new appreciation for what's out there. I'd like to have a few cities on me. Dylan boxed in the air. Just make sure they're worthy enough to be there. If not, I'll remove them. They shared a laugh. I also like humanity's sense of humor, at least those from your era. There wasn't much of that in my existence, but I immensely enjoy it, said Chromu. There'll be no shortage of that here, said Dylan. We may joke a lot, but it helps lighten situations like the one we were just in. I've noticed that. Dylan liked how easy it was to talk to Chromu. She craved interaction, and he had no problem with helping her in that regard. When he got back to the Earth Ward, it would be interesting to explain how he had a planet as a friend. Kate surveyed the massive holographic galactic map that filled the Planner Cartography Lab. It was a second home to her, and it sometimes made her feel like a powerful being as she zipped around to any place in the cosmos. The feature that everyone focused on was the dark nebula that seemingly had arisen from nothing. M had picked up more information at Zaja, and they were able to watch the nebula grow from when it was first detected. Although the USF didn't know how the nebula was created or where it came from, they knew it appeared when Antion did. The Telzics suspected it was matter mages who had created it. However, based on what Evaran and M had shown of what a matter mage could do and the range at which they could do it, this meant there had to have been hundreds, maybe thousands. The holographic display also highlighted various areas, like the USF to the right of the nebula and the Telzics to the left if looking from a top-down perspective. The three-dimensional view showed much more than that, and the 81 planetary systems that made up the USF stood out. It was massive at about 120 light-years wide, and the many states had wildly different sizes. The KUC controlled one of the largest states, whereas Palatine was about a quarter of the size. The main state of the USF was Dresdeth, where Primiticus was the capital city on the planet Markern Prime. Dresdeth was also the most populous state and about twice the size of the KUC. She had a good understanding of relative sizes, and although the USF was big to her, it was but a minor dot in the overall galaxy. Other civilizations near the USF were labeled as aggressors, and after the rise of the planetary states, the civilizations attacked weaker states. 7 had striped lines indicating they were in a war. The 2 states nearest the nebula had notes about rebuilding, but they were backed by the KUC and were at war with the Telzics. "This seems so chaotic," said Kate. Evaran placed his hands behind his back as he strolled around. Indeed. The USF was stronger when they were a united government instead of a loose federation. Resources aren't shared equally, and based on this, the states will be picked off over time until only a few remain. Kate gulped. The humans here could be wiped out? Potentially. I never doubt humans in general. They're resilient and crafty, and when backed into a corner, they fight with ferocity. Do you think we're here to save them on top of finding Borge? Evaran paused. I'm not sure. This summons is vague and wanted us here. However, Azaric tried to capture us, which means he's now a person of importance to our being here. I suspect his removal from power is part of this. Chromu entered the room. Hey, said Kate. Hello, said Chromu with a grin. You're in a good mood? I talked with Dylan, said Chromu. He's great to talk to. And I see you all are looking at the Galleon Vale, where Borge might be. Evaran gestured at the holographic map. There isn't much information on the Galleon Vale, other than it's a dark nebula, and Antion lost half his fleet there. The KUC reported that the few ships that ventured in never came out. We don't need to worry about that, right? Asked Kate. I wouldn't think so, but I've been surprised before, said Evaran. Chromu waved her hand around the nebula. I hope we find Borge there, or at least learn his fate. M laid a hand on her shoulder.
We'll find him one way or another.
She hugged him. Kate laughed when M tapped her back. Chromu relished affection via physical contact. After Chromu stepped away, she faced Evaran. When are we going? After Isaac is up and ready to go, he said. It's close to dinner, so he should be ready around then. Okay, she said. Kate cleared her throat. On another note, how will you sync with your planet self, or will you? Whenever we go back there, I'll reintegrate myself at the same place where we first met, said Chromu. Ah, makes sense, said Kate. So right now, your planet version knows that it sent itself in your form, but it doesn't know what you know at this moment. 2 versions of you, essentially. Chromu nodded. Your planet core is like your heart. The crystalline network is your nervous system, the surface is your skin, and you can control an organic swarm, which is similar to a lot of fingers, said Kate. I like that analogy, said Chromu. I would add that my brain is a subset of the crystalline network, and the large crystals on the surface are bones. Kate exhaled. That's so fascinating. Now that you've seen advanced technology, do you plan on making any of it? I do, said Chromu. However, I need to think about it more and about what I would make. I like the idea of creating satellites so I have a way of communicating off-world. Whatever we can do to help, let us know, said Evaran. Chromu hugged him. Thank you, "Oh," said Kate. Chromu beamed and gave her a hug. "I'm glad to not be left out," said Kate. "Any time you need a hug, let me know." "I will." Chromu studied the map. "How do we plan to investigate this?" Evaran highlighted a point inside the nebula. "We'll open a portal to there. If it's too dangerous, the Torvada will do an emergency jump back in time and space. I suspect that once we're in there, whoever or whatever resides in there will contact us." Kate grimaced. "Let's hope it recognizes that the Torvada is different." "Perhaps," he said. "Antion lost half a Time Warden fleet in there, so there's some power in the nebula. And he's why we can't go back in time to check things out." Evaran sighed. "Unfortunately so. We don't want to engage in any opportunity that could change his personal timeline." Kate didn't know much about Antion other than he had killed Evaran's first group. She suspected that if there was a timeline change, then Antion could somehow be alive, although she wasn't sure how that worked. Every time Antion's name was mentioned, Evaran gave a small frown, but it was quick and easy to miss if someone didn't watch for it. "Then we'll focus on dealing with the present," she said. Evaran dipped his head toward her. She loved being a part of the planning as opposed to being the target. This summons had opened her eyes as to what went into resolving one and how Evaran and M dealt with it. Each one was unique and involved others, which made doing more of them exciting to her. Her heart sagged to think of Isaac not being there. He would have embraced this discussion, but he would be up and about soon. She couldn't wait to catch him up. Chapter 13. Isaac slowly opened his eyes and took stock of his surroundings. The last thing he remembered was trying to help Dylan. Then everything had gone dark. He was in the Torvada's medical lab and expected there to be some pain, but it felt as if there had been no impact. He smiled at the others around his slab. "Hey all, I'm back from the dead." Chromu held his hand. "You didn't die." "Figure of speech," he said, squeezing her hand. He sat up. "I guess we got out of there okay." "We did. And I'm glad you're back," said Evaran. "You're fully healed without any sign of damage." Isaac scratched his jawline. "You know, I didn't even feel anything when I was hit." "You went unconscious before it could register," said Evaran. Isaac swung his legs off to the side. "Just glad to be here." "So, what's going on?" "As it's close to 5 p.m., the plan was to have dinner, then go to the Galleon Vale. We wanted to make sure you were ready for that, though." Isaac stood. "Yeah, I'm good to go. If anything, I feel even better."
There's excess energy from the nanobots,
said M.
"They'll expend it soon enough, and you'll sleep well."
"Makes sense. Let's eat."
Isaac followed everyone to the conference room. His stomach rumbled at the thought of a delicious meal. All his senses were far more heightened than he was used to, but he loved it. He wondered why it took being knocked out and healed to feel this way. Perhaps there was a process to attain this state without the unconsciousness part. He made a note to check it out later. Isaac enjoyed the company, and it was how he imagined a family dinner to be. His childhood had been somewhat rough, and dinners were what you could scrape together or something heated up and eaten while watching television. Chromu was more affectionate overall, and her antics made everyone laugh. Her hugging, squeezing of arms, and defense of others was innocent, and when contrasted with Dylan's and M's goofing around, it created a comical situation. Even Evaran joined in the fun at times. While the food was good, the camaraderie was better. Isaac eased into his seat in the command center. His grilled salmon salad had hit the spot, and he was ready to check out the Galleon Vale. The others, minus Dylan, had already gone over it in some detail and had a plan. The nebula had an ominous feel to it, but he trusted the Torvada would be able to handle whatever was in there. Next to him was Dylan. Kate and Chromu sat on the other side. Evaran was in his command chair as usual, with M at his workstation. Looking out, Isaac saw they were in deep space. He had thought they might be stealthed above Harath, but it made sense to move away so the portal wouldn't be detected. M, take us to the Galleon Vale. said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada opened a portal and flew through. Isaac licked his lips as the emptiness outside presented itself.
Okay. That's a little creepy.
We should go to the roof, said Kate. Yeah, let's check it out, said Dylan before hopping up and running away. Isaac chuckled.
Well, I guess he's excited.
I am too, said Chromu. She chased after Dylan. Isaac laughed. Let's go, said Evaran. Dylan's and Chromu's enthusiasm was hard to contain, and Isaac loved that they showed it. It made him feel even more energetic, but he was sure that was a mental thing. After a minute, he was on the roof with the others. He took a measured breath as he swept his gaze across the empty void. The Torvada's shielding had a small glow to it, so there was some illumination, but outside the shield there was nothing. Evaran stared out. Infrared shows this area is desolate. Dylan wrinkled his brow. Is that the only way to detect anything in here? I got this, said Kate. A dark nebula is essentially a molecular cloud that is so dense that it can absorb and scatter light. Nebula are star-forming factories, basically, and a dark one is really cold, with thick dust. If there are any stars here, we should be able to see them with infrared. Oh, right, said Dylan. I like that explanation, said Chromu. Kate extended a hand toward Evaran. Since this was formed 40 years ago, I guess there couldn't be any stars forming here. That's my conclusion as well. At least, naturally forming ones, he said. Isaac moved his hand in a circle.
This is just a big, dark soup of cold dust?
Essentially, yes, although this dust is similar to what you would know as soot, said Evaran. I was hoping to detect something of whatever created this. I believe it's time to introduce ourselves. What do you have planned? Asked Kate. The Torvada is going to emit a bright beam. If there's anything here with power, it will detect that. Dylan chortled. Like using a flashlight. Indeed. M. Proceed, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac wondered if he would have to look away, but it seemed that had already been accounted for. The round beam shot out from where the Torvada normally emitted a portal one, and the shielding had dimmed to protect everyone's eyes. The light was much brighter than he had anticipated. Dust had been pushed back initially and now glowed around the interaction. That's so cool, said Dylan. Now we just wait? Yes. We can create some seating, said Evaran, interacting with his ARI. Isaac sat on the end of the large crescent-shaped couch that materialized. He grinned after everyone had sat. All that was missing was a campfire. Dylan had created a small cooler with drinks and a bucket of snacks. I like this, said Chromu, who sat between Kate and M. Me too, said Kate. She motioned at Evaran. What type of response are we expecting? The Torvada will let us know of any fluctuations, said Evaran. Matter mages have a unique signature that can be detected, but if it's something else, it should still be able to be tracked. Isaac eyed Evaran.
You think there's something else out here other than matter mages?
He drew his lips flat. This nebula is not natural, and its creation could not have been done by matter mages alone, even if they had great numbers. They had help, which assumes this formation was done by them. Nonetheless, the Torvada will pick up and translate any communication effort. A deep voice boomed out.
That's a good observation.
Isaac's heart thundered, and he almost fell out of his chair.
What was that?
Asked Dylan, hopping up and looking around. Someone we should talk with, said Evaran. He strode over to a plank that had extended from the roof to the edge of the shielding. The light beam shut off. You may enter, but know that your form will be clamped down here, said Evaran. I suggest you use a human shape for familiarity. My ship, the Torvada, can translate, as you've already seen. Isaac joined the others at the roof's guardrails. It didn't surprise him that Evaran responded without fear or concern. The Torvada had identified an ever-changing shape of swirling dust, but it was like it had popped up out of nowhere. Maybe they were already inside something. A red-skinned man with a blue form-fitting suit stepped through the shielding. His long, white hair and white eyes stood out. He was trim and stood about 6 feet tall. Isaac liked his sideburns.
I'm Phrozytalactus Jern, but you may call me Froz. If I recall correctly, humans tend to mess up our names, so the shortened version will work. Your translator is quite advanced. I'm impressed, and that's rare.
Froz's voice was calm, and every word was enunciated. It had a scholarly tone, which Isaac appreciated. Evaran introduced everyone. It's good to meet you. I'm glad you didn't take hostile action at our appearance.
This is but a tiny portion of myself, for security reasons, said Froz. I couldn't penetrate your shielding, and assume you routed my communication via energy fluctuations into something that could be understood. I also observed your interactions and noticed Chromu.
He walked over and caressed her face.
And it's good to see you again. You've taken a bold step to travel this far.
Borge? She asked. Froz removed his hand and stepped back.
Not quite. I'm a grand matter mage.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. That requires hundreds of matter mages sacrificing themselves into one powerful being. They are extremely rare. I've only met one other.
You do know what I am. And yes, I didn't know there was another until you mentioned it. Antion, whom I assume you know since you have a similar energy to him, took our collective of over 600 down to under 200 members. The decision was made to create a grand matter mage. Me. However, 6 were left out to assist with things.
Froz looked at Chromu.
Borge sacrificed himself to create me, and I have his memories from when he created you until he left to fight Antion. You're a beautiful creation.
Chromu frowned. Borge is gone, then, but he lives on in you.
Yes.
She hugged a startled Froz. I'm glad he's around in some capacity. Froz embraced her.
And it pleases me to see you survived and found new friends.
She stepped back. I did. It's been a great experience so far.
We have a lot to catch up on, said Froz.
He scrutinized Evaran.
And you were the one Antion hunted.
Evaran's eyes glowed. Yes, and he has been dealt with.
Do you have proof of that?
M can project our dealing with him.
Is there another way to prove that? Audio and video feeds can be altered with ease, especially by someone of your power, said Froz. It would go a long way toward establishing trust. While I know you're not like Antion, if I have personal evidence of his defeat, you'll have my full trust, and I'll provide you with any assistance you need. If you don't wish to do this, then I'll leave after talking with Chromu.
An awkward silence fell. Evaran pressed his lips together. I'll take you to him. I assume we can go now.
We can. However, I do have one question. Antion said he could touch me and dissipate me. I was skeptical, but didn't want to test that. Can you do the same?
Yes. This planar form contains the same energy as Antion, which can be exposed if needed. Should this form perish, then the full might of what I am, at least in this place, is released. Froz paused.
I see. The fact you travel with Chromu leads me to believe you have noble intentions. I'll bring the rest of myself in. Then we can go.
Isaac flinched when a cloud so dark that it stood out amid the other darkness funneled through the shielding and attached to Froz. A moment later, the cloud was gone.
I'm ready,
said Froz. Very well. M, take us to the coordinates I entered, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac swallowed hard at seeing 2 powerful beings talking. They existed on a different level and discussed things that very few would know about. Although Evaran showed some limited emotions, they indicated he was irritated. Then again, not many would desire to talk with the person that killed their friends. Dylan noted the mood change as the Torvada opened a portal and flew through. Evaran had his hands behind his back, and his face was neutral, with no hint of emotion. Seeing Antion did not seem to be something he wanted to do, but he wanted Froz's assistance. What for was still unknown, but Dylan trusted that Evaran was thinking 10 steps ahead. The Torvada had jumped through time, and it now orbited a planet in a 1-star planetary system. There was no sign of any technology, and the lack of stars made Dylan's skin crawl. This was not a place for living things. He shared a look with Isaac and Kate, and they appeared to recognize that this was a serious moment. The Torvada descended toward the planet.
"Where are we?"
asked Froz. "At the end of time for biological life," said Evaran. "This is one of the last planetary systems in this timeline."
"We traveled through time? And space, I assume."
Evaran nodded. "It's a function of the Torvada." It didn't surprise Dylan that Froz took all this in without concern. Froz gazed out.
"I see. Are there any matter mages in this time period?"
"No. They have exited to places outside the timeline. Most powerful beings have."
"Is Antion alone on this planet?"
"Yes. For the rest of his mortal life," said Evaran. Froz scrunched his face.
"He was a cosmic being."
"That's correct. However, he corrupted one of my plane forms and wreaked havoc everywhere he went. My previous form created a situation where one of my crew, a human, evolved to a state beyond this plane, then took Antion's cosmic energy away. I then placed Antion here with a limited matter replicator."
Froz tilted his head. "I'm not sure what a plane form is, but I assume you mean that as a cosmic being you have many forms and apparently can have them exist at the same time independently."
"Yes." Dylan knew Evaran had a previous form, but not that there were others around at the same time. He wasn't clear if they were him or something else. He planned to ask about it after this event. Froz was still an enigma, and he asked questions Dylan could learn from. Froz waved a hand around.
"I suppose you won't say how you took away Antion's cosmic energy. That would have been useful to know when he was terrorizing everyone."
"Some things are best left to cosmic beings," said Evaran. Dylan found it interesting that despite the Torvada showing them a lot of information and Evaran and M being open about many topics, there were some that were not discussed. He wondered if Evaran and M would ever discuss the details surrounding Antion. Dylan surveyed the grassland near a mountain they approached. A small hut had been detected, along with a matter replicator that was parked outside. Antion had been identified, and he sat in a nearby chair. A zoomed-in window showed he had blue skin and was bald, and he wore a loose, tattered robe. The Torvada landed in front of him. Dylan had thought Antion would detect the Torvada somehow, but he didn't. Everyone left the roof and assembled on the ramp, but stayed inside the shielding. Antion was only 10 feet away and was still oblivious to their presence. A light wind swept over the area, and Antion sat motionless as he surveyed the grassland. "I will engage him," said Evaran. "In order to keep the conversation brief, I would ask that you hold any questions or comments until we're done." "No problem," said Kate. Dylan pretended to zip his lips and toss away a key.
"Same."
Chromu acted like she caught Dylan's imaginary key and mimicked him.
"Have at it," said Isaac.
Evaran stepped forward, then interacted with his ARI. Dylan suspected he had disabled the stealth as Antion jumped to his feet.
"Who are you?"
asked Antion in a deep voice. Evaran's eyes glowed as he placed his hands behind his back. "You know who I am." Antion scowled.
"Evaran, and a new form, with new followers."
He gestured at Dylan.
"He tell you what happened to his last group?" "I killed them."
"Yes, and now you're experiencing the consequences of those actions," said Evaran. Antion strolled around. "To live as a mortal in this desolate wasteland. There's nothing here. I'm plagued by strange sensations that require me to ingest material, then later excrete it. Every 14 hours, I have to sleep. The only upside is that the pleasuring aspect is nice, but it's not enough." That was definitely not something Dylan had expected to hear. "You have many years to continue experiencing it until your death," said Evaran. "And yes, I know where and when it is." Antion scoffed. "You may be more like me than you'll admit. Why are you here? To mock me?" "You killed over 400 matter mages." Evaran moved his hand to the side. "Froz is a grand matter mage formed from the survivors." Antion inspected him, then shrugged. "And? What do you mean, and?" asked Froz, stepping forward, eyes flashing. Evaran restrained him with an arm across his chest. "He wanted to see that you were dealt with." "Dealt with? You stole what was rightfully mine," said Antion. "No. You took cosmic energy from my second initial plane form," said Evaran. "It was returned to where it belongs, and while you had my cosmic energy, you inflicted casualties everywhere you went. From where Froz is from, you wiped out trillions of humans." Antion waved dismissively. "An insignificant race. Had I discovered their role in events, I would have destroyed them all. It would have been like wiping dirt off my foot." Dylan's blood boiled at how callous he was. He was a murderer at the highest levels, and he simply didn't care whom he killed. "And matter mages," said Antion. "Another weak race. Had I known that killing myself would have unleashed me, I would have done that." Evaran tilted his head. "No. That ability would have been shut off before full assimilation." Antion's gaze bore a hole through him. "You don't know that." "I do, because it's what I would have done." Antion smirked. "I made you kill yourself and reform." Dylan blinked rapidly when Evaran's eyes glowed brightly as he stood motionless. It was like he restrained himself. Evaran glanced at Froz. "Do you have anything you want to ask him before we go?" "I do," he said. He sized up Antion. "While I'm glad I exist, it came at a cost. There are only 6 matter mages left outside of me from over 600. You left a mark on our region of the galaxy that we're still dealing with. I know you don't care, but it pleases me to know there is justice, even for the likes of you." Antion clapped slowly. "Great speech. You're still worthless, perhaps, but I do have my freedom." Antion rushed forward and fell after slamming into the Toravada shielding. "Be glad there's shielding." Froz shook his head. "You truly have been downgraded." He peered at Evaran. "May I give him a gift? It won't kill him, but will serve as a reminder." "As a sign of trust, I'll allow this," said Evaran. Froz walked outside, then took a deep breath. "Oh, yes, you're definitely Antion." Antion jumped up and charged Froz, then froze, as if held in place. Froz waved a hand, and Antion hovered. He howled as writings were etched into his skin. "You will know the names of the mages you killed," said Froz. "If it were up to me, I would have made you functionally immortal and crafted you into a toilet forever to ingest waste. But I'll abide by Evaran's wish for you to live this out." He stepped back inside the shielding. Antion fell to the ground and breathed hard as he propped himself up on his knees and arms. "You think this means anything?" "It does to me," said Froz, glowing softly.
I've seen enough."
Evaran glared at Antion. "Then we'll leave and let Antion continue experiencing his punishment."
"No," said Antion. "You're Evaran. I know you'll show me mercy. I want to go back to being a sentient dimension, and I'll never interact with this timeline. You can make this happen."
"I could," said Evaran. He slowly raised a finger. "But I won't." Dylan swallowed hard as Evaran pivoted and entered the Torvado with everyone in tow, leaving him and M on the ramp. M faced Antion.
Bad bye.
Antion ran up and pounded on the shielding. Dylan puffed his cheeks and followed M into the command center.
"That was intense,"
said Isaac. Kate frowned. "He's an evil person." Evaran eased into his command chair. "And he'll continue to have ample time to think about things. So what now?" asked Dylan. "It has been a busy day. Chromu and Froz will want to catch up, and we can meet tomorrow morning to discuss our next steps." Dylan wished he could be a fly on the wall when Chromu and Froz spoke, but they probably desired some alone time. There was no shortage of things to do, but he would watch the conversation with Antion again. This was someone who had a profound impact on Evaran and the previous gang, and to see him in his current state had been an eye-opener. Evaran had delivered justice, and it was a tougher side of him that Dylan had never seen. It was no surprise that Evaran hadn't killed Antion. Even so, Antion's fate was not something Dylan would wish on anyone. Chapter 14. Kate had a good night's rest, as she always did when sleeping on the Torvada. After everyone had split up the previous day, she had talked with Dylan and Isaac. They had discussed how Antion had so much power and had used it for the wrong purposes. The deaths he caused, and how little they meant to him, showcased his brutality. She pushed those thoughts out of her head and cleaned up, then went to the conference room and got breakfast. It was 9:00 a.m., and the meeting to go over the next steps was in half an hour. She smiled as Chromu and Froz entered and took their seats. "Morning," said Kate. "I hope you two had a good time catching up." Chromu beamed. "We did. Borge lives on in Froz, and he plans to visit me." Kate sipped her coffee. "That's great to hear." She dipped her head toward Froz. "What do you plan to do now?"
"A lot," said Froz. "To begin with, I'll assist you all with your next steps. After that, outside of visiting Chromu, I'm not sure. I suspect I may be needed for something that hasn't occurred yet. We'll see."
Kate marveled at having someone with his power helping them out. Perhaps that was routine when traveling with Evaran and M, and she found the experience intoxicating. Everyone else filtered in over the next half hour, and when Evaran arrived, he started the meeting. "I hope everyone had a good rest," said Evaran. "We can start if there are no objections." Isaac grinned.
"I think we're good."
"Have at it." "Good," said Evaran. "Now that we have Froz with us, our next step is to visit the Telzik Ascendancy. C7 mentioned using a human infiltration form, so I suspect the Telziks have some experience with the USF. Azric is a threat that must be dealt with if there is to be peace in this region of space. Hopefully, the Telziks can point us in the right direction in regard to dealing with him." Froz narrowed his eyes.
"I could just simply remove him."
"Then another would resume in his place," said Evaran. "This needs to be done in a way that his corporation no longer does what it does, and, in particular, doesn't continue to mine Chromu. You may yet play a role here, but if you did remove him, you would be viewed as a threat to the USF. If we do it right, then they may reform, the Telzik War will end, and a new era of peace will be ushered in." Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. "That's a tall order." Evaran's eyes softened. "Perhaps. But I believe that is what the Torvada wants, and on a personal note, I want to assist in building this era of peace." Kate loved how Evaran always tried to do what was right, even if it was doing what she thought would be impossible. Getting humans to change their views was like herding cats. She suspected he felt guilty about what Antion did since he had used Evaran's cosmic energy to commit atrocities. Isaac motioned at Froz.
I take it that you created the Galleon Veil? I did, he said. One of my abilities as a Grand Matter Mage is that my reach is extensive, enough to cover a planetary system. I converted many to create the Dark Nebula so Antion couldn't find me or the remaining 6 mages. And it worked.
Evaran rubbed his chin. Half of Antion's Time Warden fleet was destroyed. How did you accomplish that?
Froz leaned back in his chair. Not easily. One of the advantages of having a dark nebula is that their ships couldn't detect me. I attacked one and destroyed it, and I almost died in the process. They had a self-destruct mechanism made of antimatter, which is lethal to me. I escaped before being consumed by the blast. After that, I used timed explosives on their engines, then got a safe distance away. They eventually caught on, and Antion's fleet detected me within a certain radius. I'm still not sure how he did that.
He would have created a multi-layered kinetic field, strongest on the inside, that activated with any movement, and any pattern that registered as abnormal could be taken out with a timed antimatter explosive or beam, said Evaran.
Froz stared at him. That's exactly what they did.
If Antion thought of it, then I would know it. He most likely inherited some knowledge from my plane form that he consumed. Dylan extended a hand. This wasn't your previous form, right? That's correct, said Evaran. I wouldn't normally speak of this, but you've seen Antion, so this is within that informational framework. When I first came to this plane, I did so with 8 forms spread across it. My previous form was the first of those 8. Antion took over the second. I have met the 6th and 8th plane forms during my time here. Kate chewed on the thought of there being 8 different versions. On top of that, he had met some of the others, which would be like meeting yourself. She wondered if their personalities were different. This version of Evaran was the second version of the first plane form, and it was possible the others also had later forms. She furrowed her brow. How did Antion take over your second plane form? Evaran frowned. Antion was a sentient dimension that gained access to our reality. My second initial plane form sacrificed himself to remove Antion at the cost of being trapped. Before that form perished after a long period of fighting, he was able to release enough cosmic energy to trap Antion in a humanoid form in our reality, which made him vulnerable. My second form assumed another one of our forms would deal with Antion, and he was correct. Dylan whistled. That's wild. Indeed it was, said Evaran. Chromu hugged him. I'm sorry you lost a plane form. It would be like me losing this body. An apt analogy. Kate realized how similar it would be for Chromu. If she sent out 8 traveling forms and one got corrupted, another would deal with it.
All this talk of the plane forms, but it sounds like you have a main one outside the plane, said Isaac.
That can be discussed later, said Evaran. Kate figured he didn't want to reveal too much in front of Froz. Although he had shown he could be trustworthy so far, there was still a lot that wasn't known of him. The Telzik Ascendancy was a creation of Axel Regatlik, known as Axel to us, who perished when she went to defend one of 5 Dyson swarms, said Evaran.
I see, said Froz. Unfortunately, she wasn't a part of my formation. However, any Matter Mage creation will be held in high regard by me, and I'll do everything in my power to assist them.
I think they would like that, said Chromu. As would I.
Froz grimaced. While I lament our losses, the humans had it worse. 2 of their planetary states suffered devastating casualties. I did some scouting after Antion left the Galleon Veil. He killed trillions of humans, and although they fought valiantly, their technology was no match for the Time Wardens and their sheer numbers. Even after losing half his fleet, Antion brought in more to assist, and the USF wasn't the only civilization to suffer from Antion's obsessive hunt for you.
Evaran drew his lips flat. I suspect that was why it was easy to paint me and M as dangerous, due to us being cosmic beings.
Yes. Now that you've attracted Azaric's attention, he'll use you for his own political gains. A face to a new foe. One he probably thinks he can capture.
Yeah, let's not let that happen, said Dylan. Evaran is nothing like Antion. Isaac bobbed his head. Unfortunately, people aren't going to see that. Any interaction with the USF going forward will have to be undercover. I concur, said Evaran. The Telzics know enough about the USF to infiltrate them, so hopefully they can assist us. We'll head out after everyone is done with their breakfast. Kate drank her coffee. She was excited to see the Telzics again, but this time they would bring Froz with them, who would be an advocate for Evaran. She had to pinch herself sometimes to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Meeting advanced races and traveling on the Torvata had been everything she had hoped it would be so far. Isaac had thoroughly enjoyed breakfast. Having great food with friends while discussing topics that made his mind swirl was intoxicating. Adding in the different beings that occasionally traveled with Evaran and M was a bonus. Froz was very powerful and interacted with Evaran as an equal, but Isaac knew Evaran was way more than he let on. Antion was a good example of what a corrupted Evaran could do. Everyone had gone to the command center, and the Torvata opened a portal to TZS-4 where they had met C7. Isaac's heart warmed when Chromu held Froz's hand. He was a father figure to her, and she put a lot of emphasis on physical touch. To her, Borge was a part of Froz, not just physically, but mentally. Froz treated her like a daughter, and his care for her was evident. It must have been a relief for her to know that she wasn't abandoned. Isaac did wonder why Froz hadn't visited Chromu after Antion had left. It could be that, with over 200 Matter Mage's memories, Froz simply hadn't gotten around to it. Thankfully, Chromu wasn't resentful, and given how old she was, Isaac realized he was thinking from a human perspective of time instead of one for ancient beings like her. After exiting the portal, M contacted the Telzics and acquired landing coordinates to the same place they had originally gone. They didn't see the first robot they had talked to before, and the previous credentials they had been given allowed them to bypass any type of inquiry. The Dyson swarm came into view.
"That's beautiful," said Froz. "Did some of the other Matter Mages know about the Telzics?" asked Isaac. "The Matter Mages who formed me came mostly from another region of space that Antion had attacked," said Froz. "There were a few from this area, like Borge, but those who would have known about the Telzics most likely perished."
"I bet there are a lot of other mage creations out there," said Kate.
Froz exhaled. "There are, and it'll be my purpose to aid them however I can."
Isaac liked his goal. It did him good to see that not all powerful beings were corrupt, although Evaran was an exception. Froz was too. The other end of the spectrum was what he expected, and Antion portrayed that well. The Torvata landed on the designated landing pad, which then pulled back into a large area. "Let's go," said Evaran, standing. Froz gazed out.
"No guards?"
"I assume they could space this bay if they wanted to," said Evaran. Froz wagged a finger at him.
"Good point. That wouldn't work on this group, or any other that is prepared for that."
"Indeed." Isaac wasn't sure he could survive being flushed out, but then he remembered his suit was spaceworthy, and he had his PSD to move around. It was an odd sensation to be lumped in with beings at Evaran and Froz's level. The nanobots, the survival suit, and the PSD gave Isaac power. He figured the Evaran tech was what Froz alluded to. As they walked to the lift in the distance, Froz pointed around.
"Ah, they have hidden turrets. If spacing didn't work, you would get vaporized."
Isaac only knew they were there during the previous visit because Evaran had highlighted them. They appeared in Isaac's ARI, but Froz was able to identify them without any assistance. If he could demolish a planetary system into dust, it would be trivial for him to detect other things in this area. After 20 minutes, they had taken the lift down and entered a large hexagonal tunnel. Isaac widened his eyes when the machines that hustled about stopped.
"I appreciate your thoughts," said Froz.
Kate wrinkled her brow. "They seem to know you, or what you are."
"The latter," said Froz. "It would seem Axel left a way for the Telsics to identify matter mages, and they know I'm a grand matter mage."
"Interesting," said Evaran. As they continued on, Isaac studied the machines when they pivoted to examine the group. It made sense that they were able to detect a matter mage. Axel must have figured that she might not always be around and wanted to ensure that others of her kind could help out in that scenario. The robots scurried about their way after the gang passed, but every new machine they encountered stopped to investigate them. Isaac wondered what they were thinking. They probably revered Axel, and although she was gone, here was another, far more powerful matter mage. Perhaps he could ask M about what was being discussed later. After a bit, they arrived at the massive open area with the elevated platform in the center where they had met C7 before. They went in the middle, and a moment later, C7 formed.
"Amazing! A grand matter mage," said C7, looking Froz over. "I'm Frozitalactus Jaren, but you may call me Froz. I know of your matter mage, but I never met her."
C7 nodded. "Not surprising. Ours wasn't the only one who died while trying to help us. There were a few others."
Froz sighed. "Unfortunately, Antion destroyed over 400 matter mages during his campaign. The remaining 200 or so formed me, and only 6 matter mages exist outside of me."
He glanced at Evaran.
"In this galactic region, anyway. At least you survived," said C7. "I assume you created the Galleon Veil?" "I did. It saved what's left of us, and also forced Antion to give up his hunt for us. Unfortunately, the USF took the brunt of his next assault."
C7 shook his head. "So much useless carnage." Evaran raised a finger. "I now believe my role here is to bring peace to this area. To that end, I have gained Froz's trust and assistance. However, Azric Krenzel is a problem. Don't we know it?"
"I assume he didn't accept our truce offer."
"Sadly, no.
He tried to capture us," said Dylan.
C7 looked at him. "I'm not surprised." Kate grimaced. "And I think he had bad intentions if he had caught us. Of that, I have no doubt. Did you physically meet with him?"
"We did," said Isaac. "But he saw right through our deception."
"He's highly intelligent for a cyborg," said C7. Evaran's eyes glowed. "To that extent, I'm curious to understand the dynamics around his position, the KUC, and how they interact with the USF. You have an infiltration form, as you mentioned, so I suspect you have more experience with that than we do. Well, we have some knowledge of that. The Peacekeepers are who you really want to speak with," said C7. Evaran paused. "The former USF Defense Force. They're a reasonable group that would like nothing more than to restore the USF to what it was before they became a loose federation of planetary states." "Where would we find them?" "Surprisingly, they hide themselves well," said C7. "However, if you go to Permiticus, the capital city on the planet Markern Prime in the Dresdith planetary system, the capital state of the USF, you can find Peacekeeper operatives in the lower levels. Although our goals don't always align, we do share a common foe in Azaric. Sadly, they view us with suspicion, so our work with them is very limited, and we have no way of contacting them." "That sounds like a good place to start," said Evaran. "Do you have a layout of the city?" "That we can provide," said C7. "One other thing. The Peacekeepers always meet in person, never through digital means, and they do so one-on-one. If there are others present who claim to be operatives without the informant knowing about it, then they aren't peacekeepers." "Understood," said Evaran. Frost dipped his head toward Evaran, then C7. "While you're doing that, I'd like to spend some time here to learn more about the Telzix, and as you mentioned before, perhaps my role in all this in regard to the USF is yet to come." "Very well." C7 beamed at Frost. "We'd love for you to stay and visit." It was still hard for Isaac to believe C7 wasn't human. It said a lot about the Telzic's ability to blend in if needed. "Chromu, do you wish to stay as well?" asked Evaran. She hugged Frost, then Evaran. "As much as I'd like to. I want to see Primiticus and explore more." She gestured at C7. "But after traveling with Evaran and M, I'd like to spend some time here." C7's face lit up. "We would welcome that, sister." Chromu embraced a startled C7. Isaac rubbed the goosebumps on his forearm. This was a big reunion no one had planned for. Matter mages and their creations would get to know each other better. He hoped that after the summons, he and the others could visit and hang out with everyone. Evaran cast his gaze about. "We're not in a rush, so perhaps we can have lunch here before leaving." "That'd be great," said Kate. "I assume there's matter replicators here?" C7 crooked a thumb toward the entrance. "We have moon-sized ones. If you have the patterns, we can make anything."
I'll send them,
said M. "Excellent," said C7. Isaac was eager to see more of the shard they were on, even if it was just a place to have lunch. There were so many questions he wanted to know the answers to, but he also knew there was work to do. He would take whatever time he was given and enjoy it for what it was. Chapter 15. M analyzed the group's lunch at TZ-S4 as they approached Primiticus. C7 had been a gracious host, and throughout the event, M had been contacted by several other machines that invited him to their virtual world. He said he would try to do so once his summons was completed. Chromu and C7 had made each other laugh. M calculated they would become close friends, something that was new to Chromu outside of her relationship with Borge. She also had Frost to learn more about, and this era of exploration and fresh experiences must be intoxicating to her. C7 had been perplexed at interacting with Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. The Telzix would have only known the USF humans, and M did not know the extent of the Telzix infiltration. Based on C7's reactions, he loved what he saw. The Telzix were a machine race, but they had many human characteristics. It reflected what their Matter Mage creator valued, which aligned with humanity in most time periods. Dylan had been all smiles as he joked around. Of the three humans, he tended to be the comedic one. That was not uncommon, as Jake Melkins, another young man M had a strong bond with, had that trait as well. They liked to tease, and Dylan had done so with Chromu, making everyone crack up. Isaac partook in the festivities and snuck in many questions that were technical in nature. That didn't surprise M, and he valued Isaac's inquisitive mind. C7 had answered what he could and seemed to relish the opportunity to do so. He had commended Isaac on wanting to know more about the Telzic's technological rise and their history. Kate and Frost had eagerly chatted. He had reacted positively to her zest for knowledge of the Galleon Veil and how it was created. Like Isaac, Kate asked several scientific questions, and Frost answered what he could. She understood the opportunity before her, and she didn't seem to want to lose the chance to discuss it. Her curiosity and drive to know more inspired him, and he allocated resources to spend more time with her. Evaran had also been quizzed by C7, especially in regard to Antion and the visit taken, but Evaran had limited his answers. However, he deferred to Frost to answer some things. Although the knowledge was known by Frost, there was much he didn't know of Antion and his history. Evaran seemed content to let it be, which didn't surprise him. The Torvata entered Primiticus's orbit and descended toward the city. Dylan scrutinized a data window. "Looks like there's a bounty on us." "Yeah, and look at how they phrased why we're wanted, tying us to Antion as if we were working with him," said Isaac. The mere mention of a cosmic being probably solidifies that in people's minds. Kate motioned at another screen. The bounty has some videos that show our escape, but it looks like we're attacking from their angle. Propaganda. Thankfully, we can slide into the lower levels because we've got the Toravada, said Dylan. Indeed, said Evaran. I don't know what to expect on these lower areas. From what I've read, it becomes more and more lawless the deeper you go. There could be a darker side of the USF humans we haven't seen before. It may be safer if you all stay on board.
No way, said Isaac. We didn't decide to travel with you to stay on the sidelines. We know the danger and accept it.
Yeah, don't sideline us, said Kate. I had to try, said Evaran. I know humans, especially those who travel with me, like to be involved. Dylan smirked. I guess with M's orb, he could probably go solo and not require us.
I would never deny you all the chance to experience the darker side of humanity,
said M. Everyone stared at him. He smiled. The group laughed. M calculated that they would understand he was joking, which required a lot of analyzation on what to say and when. Dylan was right in that it would be safer if it was just him flying around in his orb mode and taking on a human projection, but it might not be as effective, especially if those he interacted with could see through it. It was a testament to Dylan, Isaac, and Kate's resolve to be a part of the action. After 20 minutes, the Toravada flew toward a large city shaft.
Kinda reminds me of Zell's world,
said Isaac. Huh. Yeah, I can see that, said Dylan. Zell was an android the gang had met on a previous adventure. He was from 2377 AD, and his world was part of the United Planets. Zell's planet was essentially a docking bay for massive, burrowed city ships. Unlike his world, Promethicus's shafts were not mobile and had been integrated in a more permanent manner. Kate surveyed the shaft as they descended. This is much wider than what we saw at Zell's city. Each level has its own landing pads and docking bays. Look, there's even ships just floating next to each level's walkway.
Whoa, said Dylan,
standing to survey the environment.
It's like a never-ending shopping mall, except it goes down.
Isaac grimaced. Yeah, but the deeper we go, the less we see of those ships labeled as law enforcement. Em agreed with Isaac's assessment. There was initially one solo-piloted craft per level along with a security presence on the walkways at the upper sections. After level 49, there was one ship per 3 levels, and the walkway activity had diminished. The areas they passed had walled-off fronts with pathways that led to the interior. Kate rubbed her arm. Also noticed that the type of people hanging out has changed quite a bit the deeper we go. I noticed that as well, said Evaran. You all will need to keep your helmets closed. M can use a faceplate. M created a blank one with a small visor. That's so cool. Dylan eyed Evaran. What about you? You definitely stand out. I'll use a helmet to obscure my face, and will rearrange my suit some and change the color scheme. Oh, I gotta see this. Me too, said Kate. Evaran grinned. I wasn't aware my fashion was a topic of high interest.
Well, it's not like you wear something to cover your face often. I mean, we've never seen that. Our previous disguise was just a hood, said Isaac.
I understand. I hope it lives up to everyone's expectations. The group chuckled. As the Toravada continued to descend, M detected the elevated heartbeats of Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. This was an exciting moment for them, and he determined they were anxious. The event with Azaric had most likely left a bitter experience in their minds, and Isaac had even been knocked out. Now they were going to a place where they had a bounty on them, and there would probably be people who wanted to collect on that. The fact they still wanted to go showed their resolve. M had connected to the city's systems and determined that docking at these lower levels was different than above. It was a first-come, first-served setup, and the ships didn't need to register. There was no official law enforcement present, including cameras or drones. However, there were a variety of guilds that maintained some semblance of security. They required a small fee, and in exchange, they made sure no one stole your ship. Another strange facet was that the guilds used credits. In a society that could produce what it needed, it showed how some tech wasn't as freely available on the lower levels. As odd as it was, they used a central repository for their funds that was managed by Promethicus, which also lent them some authority. M had created an account and put in a large number of credits. Although they had a specialized AI that handled that aspect, he was able to get around it. After 15 minutes, the Torvada reached level 147, the start of the level C7 had suggested they visit. They pulled up to a platform that had 2 walkways extending out that resembled a U-shaped magnet. Evaran stood. Outfits on. M walked into the research lab and created an outfit for Chromu, then came back out and handed it to her. She slipped on the blue light armor suit. "I love this."
I figured since your crystals are blue, you would like that color.
"I do." She hugged him, then returned his high five. M pointed at the collar.
You can raise a helmet that will cover your head, but it's transparent on the inside when looking out.
Chromu activated it. "It works well."
Acknowledged.
Dylan, Isaac, and Kate used their own color palette to change their suits. Dylan had gone with black and red. Isaac did blue and silver, and Kate used green and yellow. Evaran replaced his white banded armor with blue pads and a gray helmet with a T-visor wrapped around his head. His color aesthetic also changed from dark gray to orange. It was easy for M to change his appearance via his nanoswarm. Although a hollow projection could have worked, there were probably scanners that could see through that. Evaran waved toward the ramp. "Let's go." Dylan's pulse quickened as they exited the Torvada onto a metallic platform that led to a large walkway that ringed the level they were on. He had thought it might be quiet, but there was a lot of activity, as ships came and went, and denizens visited a smorgasbord of stalls selling one thing or another. He had let some of the environment seep in to get a sense of the smell, and was surprised at the cinnamon-like aroma. There didn't seem to be a single source for it, and he thought there would have been an oily odor. The area was brightly lit, which was also a surprise, as he figured it would be darker, both physically and metaphorically. They reached the end of the platform and stepped onto the walkway. A blue-skinned man in a loose beige suit and metallic boots walked over to them. He had long, greasy black hair on one side of his head, and the other had a metal plate with various antennae.
"I'm Jim Bana, and I represent the Docking Guild. It's 30 credits for 45 minutes. How long you staying?"
he asked in a gruff voice. 9 hours, said Evaran. Jimbana nodded.
"That'll be 180 credits.
He displayed a set of holographic numbers, letters, and special characters from a chest projector.
"You can deposit it there."
"Done. Is there an incentive to monitor our ship with more attention?" Jimbana snickered.
"Of course there is. 100 credits and I'll personally watch over it."
"Transferred," said Evaran.
"All right. All that's left is to register your ship and yourselves."
"I'm Sanders, and with me are Ada, Blake Brown, Rakar Hojador, Andia Kiggs, and Edev."
Jimbana guffawed. "Weird names. Okay. Ship name?"
"We call it V."
"Short and simple. You're good to go."
Dylan liked the deception. Evaran had called him Blake Brown, and that was a name Dylan had heard but didn't know much about. Isaac was Rakar, Kate was Andia, Chromu was Edev, and M was Ada. Although the names would not be needed, it didn't hurt to have them. "What happens if someone tries to take our ship?" asked Dylan. Jimbana harumphed.
"We kill them, of course."
"Oh."
"You seem kind of new to this level."
Evaran raised a finger. It's his first visit here. Jimbana looked Dylan over.
"Young and fit, and I can tell even with your suit on. People might pay him for a ride."
"There'll be no riding," said Evaran.
Jimbana snorted as he walked away. "Okay, then. Enjoy your stay."
Evaran glanced at Dylan. "I assume you don't plan on riding." "I'm not even fully sure what that means," said Dylan. Isaac swatted his arm. "I think you do." They chortled. "Let's move," said Evaran. Dylan figured riding was meant in a sexual sense, and he did have an idea about it. It was definitely a different experience interacting with Jimbana compared to the KUC visit. Another thing he noticed was Jimbana didn't care that they wore helmets. He was probably used to seeing that. It also offered some plausible deniability if he was asked to recognize faces. Dylan studied the various stalls as they walked toward a large, dome-shaped entrance. Weapon and armor merchants were present in large numbers, which fit the atmosphere. There were a variety of manufacturers, and despite having a matter replicator that could easily make any of the items, it made sense that these would be essentially untraceable. Items could be created elsewhere and transported here. Then whoever used them would not be logged anywhere. His stomach rumbled at the numerous food vendors. That solidified that there must be some type of replicator limitation at these levels. Many armor-clad denizens sat, ate and drank while talking with others or looking about. "Place is pretty active," said Isaac over comms. "More so than I expected," said Kate. Dylan liked that they could talk freely without anyone noticing their interior helmet faceplate. It had an option to allow for external communication, and he had used it when asking a question to Jimbana, but the default was internal if in a group. They reached the level's interior entrance. Dylan gazed down the massive pathway that had multi-story buildings on the sides. The ground level of each building had a business, and there were no vehicles anywhere. The hustle and bustle showed this to be a thriving place. Humans of all types and skin colors walked around, and although light blue skin was the standard, there were many with red, black, brown, orange, purple, yellow, and even pale white skin. As they pushed through, Dylan peeked down the equally large side streets. The intersections were busy, and he liked the music he heard in the distance. Evaran had steered them close to it, so Dylan suspected that must be where they would start asking around. They turned right at the fourth big intersection and soon arrived at a huge building that resembled a warehouse. Dylan bobbed his head to the rhythm blaring out. It had a techno beat with a high-pitched singer and a deep-voiced chorus. The mix was good, and it dawned on him that he didn't really know the entertainment culture of the USF. It was probably regionalized, but if this was a sample of the music, he could get into that. He made a note to check it out later. Chromu danced around. "I feel that," said Dylan, grinning at her. "We going in?" Evaran surveyed their surroundings. As this seems to be one of the more populous venues, there's a higher chance the peacekeepers are present here. "What's our strategy?" asked Isaac. "We'll see if there's a place to sit. Then we can figure out more." Dylan was unsure how to go about asking for a secret organization in a dance club, but he would follow Evaran's lead. The entrance had a small security team comprised of some beefy robots and men, but they weren't checking passes or credentials. They were likely there to ensure there was no havoc upon entering or exiting the place. They didn't check the group when they walked past. It made sense, as half the people had some form of physical augment on their bodies, most with a metallic aspect. A metal scan would be useless. The guards would have no idea about PSDs, and they probably didn't see them as a threat. Inside, there were several dance areas, interspersed between islands of seating. A second and third level made the place seem bigger than it was, and Dylan loved the atmosphere. The music he heard earlier was being performed on a stage in the back, and he admired the graceful, robotic dancers. Evaran picked out a booth on the left side against the wall, and they took their seats. Dylan examined the table, which activated with any touch. One press, and a menu came up. There was an option to shut off interactivity for portions of the surface, and that made sense, as it would be chaotic if every time you put down a drink, something was ordered. "I like this place," said Chromu. "Life is vibrant here." "Definitely," said Kate. Dylan tapped the table, and a console appeared with some options. He selected a layout of the facility and a list of named tables. "Seems you can send messages to these." "Interesting. Perhaps there's someone we can message," said Evaran. He analyzed the same interface, then interacted with it. "Done. There's a data broker here, which wouldn't be unusual in a place like this. Let's see what happens." A moment later, an attractive woman in a form-fitting black suit came over. She had light blue skin and shoulder-length silver hair. Her sidearm stood out, as did the baton on her belt. She had a metallic neck guard and a wraparound device on her right forearm. "I hear someone may be in need of my services," she asked. "Please sit," said Evaran. gesturing for Dylan to scoot over. She took a seat. "I'm Helica," she said. "I represent the Data Brokers Guild here. Know that if you try anything violent, you'll have an army of mercs on you." "We understand and only want information," said Evaran. Helica interacted with the table console, which displayed an account number. "Credits first, 50 to even ask questions of me, and another 50 after our conversation has ended. This is regardless of if I can provide answers or not." Evaran transferred the funds. Done. She eased back into her seat. "What do you want to know?" "The Peacekeepers. How do we get in contact with them?" "That's an easy one to answer, but why do you want to contact them?" "This is important. We have classified information that may give them an edge," said Evaran. Helica steepled her fingers. "You don't want to say. That's fine. You do know that we offer a service to relay information. We can split any profit." Evaran shook his head. "It's classified." "It was worth a try," said Helica. She made the table show a map, then marked a location. "This is an abandoned factory from the old days. The Peacekeepers monitor it. Go there and wait, and they'll come." "Are you the only person who knows of this?" asked Evaran. "It's from when the Peacekeepers were the USF's main defense force. They used this tactic to talk with informants, which it sounds like you are." Isaac cleared his throat.
"How long do we need to wait?"
"No more than 20 minutes on average," said Helica. "Then we'll head there," said Evaran. "Thank you for your help." Helica drew her lips to the side. "Not sure why you want to contact a useless organization, but it's your credits." She smirked, then left. "Think it's a trap?" asked Dylan. "Possibly," said Evaran. "M and I will go alone while you all return to the Toravada. M can send his robot body with you." Kate drew her head back. "I think we should go with you." "Normally, I would say okay. However, even if this is an ambush, information can still be obtained. I plan to sneak in, and that's easier with M and me than the whole group." Isaac bobbed his head.
"We get it. We'd be in the way."
"There's the possibility the Toravada may be needed," said Evaran. "We can handle that," said Kate. "We're your backup." "Yes." Evaran slid out of the booth, and M's orb left his chest and faded from view. "You can stay here for a while before leaving for the Toravada, and when you get there, you should be able to see things from my chest, assuming someone shows up." Dylan sighed after they left. As much as he wanted to accompany them, he knew that a stealth mission was much harder with a group, especially if not trained. It made sense why Evaran would approach this with caution, but it was their best lead so far on meeting with the Peacekeepers. He analyzed the table's menu options. At least he could get lunch before having to leave. Hopefully nothing bad would happen with the rendezvous, and it would be as Helica described. If it wasn't, he had no doubt Evaran and M could handle themselves. Chapter 16. M flew alongside Evaran, who had dipped into an alleyway and entered chameleon mode, which could regulate his shielding temperature to the surrounding one. His stealth also had sound dampeners and allowed light to bend around him in a way that didn't produce artifacts. As powerful as it was, it deactivated when using any tools, but it would work for what they were planning on doing. M reflected on the disappointment on the others' faces when they couldn't come. This was a rare case where stealth was needed, and if it had been Dr. Snowden and Emily from the first gang, they would have been allowed, as they were experienced, but the new one was not. He stored a note to have them train for this type of situation. His robot body kept him up to date on what the group was doing. He liked that he could be in 2 spots at once, but the downside was that his body wouldn't have him in it. When he was inside, he could extend his orb's cosmic energy like strands, making his robot form sturdier. The path to the warehouse took them to what had been labeled as an abandoned district. It most likely had some population, but there were no businesses or defined entities there. When Helica had pulled it up, it had shown as a grayish area on an otherwise colorful map. M wasn't sure why no entities wanted to go there, but he had calculated that it was under the control of some group that didn't care for attention. Hopefully, that was the Peacekeepers. On the way there, M scanned the variety of beings moving about. Although he had initially determined there would be a high human presence, it was roughly equal to the number of aliens. The disparity between topside versus below stood out. One thing that was not new to M was the idea of human supremacists. When visiting the KUC's homeworld, there were very few aliens, and that was most likely related to their xenophobia and human supremacist views. Evaran moved swiftly between passerby while M flew overhead. There were times when Evaran had to move onto a side street due to the masses, but the closer they got to their destination, the less he had to do that. The businesses intrigued him, and he wanted to spend more time visiting them with the others if possible, but the shops lessened significantly as they continued on. After 20 minutes, they reached the edge of the abandoned district. M didn't expect to see a fast-flowing artificial river with a bridge. He was unable to determine how the water system worked on the levels. It would make sense if there was a controlled central repository that spread out. The river would not be a drinking water source, so, outside of aesthetics, its functionality was unknown. He understood that most humans liked nature in general, so perhaps this was a nod to that. The illumination had dimmed to just a few lampposts along the path beyond the bridge. There was a slight mist, and it was like stepping into another world. Grass grew waist-high, and a beaten-down trail showed the way to a series of dilapidated wood and concrete buildings. Most had boarded-up windows, and the distant sound of the busier parts of the level echoed about. "I wasn't expecting this," said Evaran, pausing to look around.
"It's very different,"
said M.
"Your form is highlighted by the mist."
Evaran checked out his suit. "I suspect that's by design. Let's proceed with caution." M flew after him as he took off. There were surveillance devices on towers that poked up every now and then, and some buildings had attached objects. Whoever monitored the area also used the mist. Unfortunately for them, Evaran stayed against the structures to limit detection. M had to fly close by, as his wakes from the cloud made him stand out. The factory they were headed to was on the opposite end of the abandoned district. It was one of 9 that formed a 3x3 grid. M didn't know what was stored there, or even processed, but the closeness of them suggested there had been a multi-step assembly process at some point. Their destination was on the far right in the first row. It was large and had only a single lamppost about 15 feet away from the massive open doorway. The overall scene resembled a monster lurking in the dark, awaiting a victim and using the light to lure them in. Evaran stopped. "The only life forms I detect are small animals and insects. This place is devoid of humans and aliens."
"How do you wish to proceed?"
asked M. Evaran pointed ahead. "We'll enter, and I'll find a location to deactivate my chameleon shielding. You'll then fly out and stay hidden out here to give a visual update on whatever comes. I'll be waiting at the center."
"Acknowledged,"
said M. They entered the factory. Old shipping containers resided on the left, and on the other side was an assembly area with various machinery. Several offices stacked on top of each other covered the back, with a series of steps and walkways connecting them all. Evaran leaned against one of the metal poles. "Go." M flew out of the warehouse and hovered about 100 feet away. After 25 minutes, he detected a lone woman approaching. She had on light armor and wielded an energy sword and 2 pistols. She was tall, standing at 7'1", and she had very little body fat. It was an aspect of USF humans that he had noticed. Everyone was fit and attractive due to a specific augment in them. Her augments shone like Christmas ornaments, and she had been heavily bioengineered. Based on his scan, she had a high regeneration factor, and her skin was tougher than normal. She also had enhanced senses and moved much faster than Dylan, Isaac, or Kate would. She wore a helmet that resembled that of a medieval knight. Although it was dim out, she traveled as if she had dark vision, which would most likely be something anyone would have at this technological threshold. She glanced at him as she passed, and he wasn't sure if he had been detected.
"A woman is approaching. I've sent you the visual feed along with my analysis,"
said M. "I see it," said Evaran. M appreciated that he could talk to him without needing a verbal aspect. They would show up in each other's ARI, and their cosmic communication couldn't be snooped upon. The only downside was there was a range limitation. He focused on viewing things from Evaran's perspective when the unknown woman approached him. Evaran tossed an illumination orb into the air. Although he didn't need it, there was a defensive aspect to it. It could emit a bright light that blinded others, and could even shoot luminous beams at attackers. Evaran bowed slightly with his left arm across his stomach. "Hello. I'm Evaran." The woman lowered her helmet faceplate, smiled, and peered around. "Jasteria, Peacekeeper Special Operative. I assume your presence here indicates you want to meet with us." "I do. And I have some information regarding Azric Krenzel that I think your organization will find useful." "We're definitely interested in what you have to say." Evaran raised a finger. "However, before we begin, I have some questions." Jasteria narrowed her eyes. "Okay. What do you want to know?" Evaran was using a delay tactic. Jasteria had come alone, which fit the method C7 had described. That didn't mean she would remain so for the full visit. Only time would show that. C7 had shown images of the peacekeepers he and his other infiltration units had worked with, and they had at most an energy pistol. Jasteria was equipped for a small war. Something was off, and Evaran most likely already knew that. He cleared his throat. "When the peacekeepers lost power, what was your experience like during that event?" Jasteria sighed. "It was heartbreaking. We dedicated our lives to ensuring the USF was stable and secure. Then Antion and his Time Wardens came, and it showed how weak we were. I was stationed in the Geliot state, where I witnessed billions die." M alerted Evaran.
17 heavily armed people just crossed the bridge. They're on a direct course to our location.
"Understood," said Evaran. "Create an opening in the roof, and when they approach the warehouse, lay down a swath of sticky globules behind them."
Acknowledged.
As M went to comply, he listened in again. Evaran placed his hands behind him. "Do you know Helica?" "She's a data broker," said Jasteria. "How long have you two been working together?" Jasteria drew her head back. "What do you mean?" Evaran waved his finger around. "She sends people here, and you capture them. You get the information out of them, then give it to Helica, who can now sell it to whoever would pay the most." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I suspect the large group headed this way isn't coming for a social meeting." Jasteria stared at him, then harumphed. "Well done. For what it's worth, I was a peacekeeper. But this setup, it's lucrative and comes with many benefits that I could never get as an operative. Antion showed how utterly useless we were. Life is short, even with our advanced technology, but it should be enjoyed. I'm not the only one who feels that way." Evaran frowned. "You've fallen." M contacted him.
Another group has attacked us near the Toravada. I'm dealing with it now.
"You're attacking my friends," said Evaran, his eyes glowing. Jasteria took a step back and pulled out her energy pistol, then aimed at him. "Of course we are. Do you think Helica is stupid? 6 strangers with helmets on and matching the highest bounty ever known, and I mean life-changing credits. Contact her. She knew exactly who you were. Also, she says you're a cosmic being like Antion, or so the bounty says. I hate cosmic beings. There's no need for this. I suggest you stop this foolishness. Call off your attack on my friends." Jasteria laughed. "Yeah, I don't think so. We're attacking them right now, and you're not going to assist them. I'm doing the USF a favor by stopping another cosmic being." Her helmet closed, and she fired. Evaran's illumination orb pulsed a bright beam that engulfed her helmet as he spawned his energy shield and reflected the shot back. She dodged and fired again, then rolled away when the blast was returned and hit her leg, making her fall. She growled as she stood and pulled out a stun stick. "You need to stop and get out of the way," said Evaran. Jasteria scowled and charged him. Evaran leaned to the right when she attempted to strike him. He pushed her arm away and kicked her hip, sending her sprawling. She got up and shot at the illumination orb, which kept its beam steady on her as it evaded. She huffed, then dashed over and tried to jab Evaran. He shoved her arm down as he moved to the side, then grabbed her shoulder and utilized her momentum to send her flying. She landed on her head. "Enough," she said, hopping up and spinning around. She pulled out another stun stick and rushed him. Evaran stepped back and used his foot to push down the first assault, then shoved her arm up on the second one. He grabbed her wrists and twisted them so both sticks hit her chest. Jasteria cried out as she crumpled.
"The group has arrived,"
said M. "Jasteria is down. I'm going up now," said Evaran. He spewed a mist cloud that covered the area, then flew through the opening created earlier. The enemy surged into the warehouse. M lathered the area outside the entrance with sticky globules. When the mercs converged on Jasteria, Evaran shot a stun beam, lighting up the mist and downing a large percentage of the group. Those who stumbled outside fell into the sticky globules. Evaran joined M in downing those who had escaped. As those who had avoided the initial blast fired out, Evaran waved forward. "Let's go. The others need our help." Kate surveyed the streets with a different perspective. Evaran and M were going to meet with the peacekeepers, but she didn't know if this was a trap or not. Helika's reputation would take a hit if every informant she sent to the warehouse resulted in an ambush. A darker thought was that maybe the informants didn't survive, and the operation was silent. Her lunch had been a soup that reminded her of broccoli cheddar, but it was not as creamy. It was good, and she wasn't sure what the ingredients were. No bugs or strange alien meat was in it, so that was a plus. Dylan had some type of kebab, and while it did smell good, she didn't want to know what the meat was. He was adventurous like that. Isaac just had a green protein shake that had a strong orange smell. They had left after 50 minutes, and she was on high alert. Although they were going to the Toravada, it was still a bit away. M's robotic body led the way, and that gave her some confidence. Chromu was also with them, and she was powerful with her living swarm. Dylan and Isaac had the same nanobots, PSD, and survival suit as Kate, so they weren't weak either, just inexperienced. The entertainment center had been a short but interesting event. She wished she could have spent more time there, but she also understood they were there for a mission to meet the peacekeepers. Perhaps when everything was over and they didn't have a bounty on their head, they could revisit. She wanted to go with Evaran and M, but she figured she would be a liability if stealth was required. It was something she planned to research when there was downtime on the Toravada. A hollow room session would work, and she hoped she could get Evaran and M to help train her. Dylan bounced around as they continued on. He was always full of energy, and despite the situation, he was in a good mood. While in the club after Evaran and M had left, Dylan had bobbed his head and moved his shoulders to the beat. It cracked her up when Chromu mimicked him. Isaac was more serious, and he had scanned the area with inquisitive eyes. He most likely absorbed every piece of information like her. M was his usual self, and she saw no difference in his robot body with or without the orb in it. She was sure there was, but she had no idea how to determine that. They paused at an intersection.
"A woman is approaching Evaran's location,"
said M. Kate studied the person in her ARI. "She's heavily armed for a peacekeeper."
"Yeah, and I don't think she's coming to help,"
said Isaac. "Why wouldn't she?" asked Chromu. Isaac grimaced.
"While she might have been a peacekeeper, I don't think she is now. She looks like someone coming to collect on a mark."
Dylan smirked. "Yeah, but against Evaran? She'd stand no chance."
"She doesn't know who she's meeting. Probably just the name."
Kate pondered Isaac's words. He had a point that whoever this woman was, she must have figured this would be an easy pickup. She would learn very quickly that Evaran was no mark. "Should we go help?" asked Kate.
"We have it covered,"
said M.
"However, it's now more important that we reach the Toravada. This person may not be alone for long."
Kate picked up the pace to keep up with M. The walk was effortless, thanks to her survival suit, and she once again marveled at being able to wear something so powerful. She loved Evaran tech, and situations like this made her value it that much more.
We're being followed,
said M. A screen in Kate's ARI showed what was behind them. A figure in a light armor suit was highlighted, and he would stop every now and then as if interacting with a vendor. However, just as he was out of sight, he would hustle to another one. It was obvious he was trying to stay close enough to keep a visual on them. I doubt he's working alone, said Isaac.
I agree,
said M.
We'll continue on our path. Evaran is talking with Gesteria, the Peacekeeper Special Operative, or so she claims.
They reached the main pathway leading to the Toravada. Just a straight shot now, said Dylan.
Acknowledged,
said M. Kate grinned at hearing him say that. It made it feel like everything was going to be okay, and although someone was following them, she doubted they would try anything. Gesteria would also be no threat to Evaran. Kate hoped to reach the Toravada soon, which was quickly becoming home to her. When they reached the midpoint, M stopped.
There's a large group of people blockading the entrance to the docking area.
Kate wrinkled her brow. Do you think that's to prevent us from leaving?
Yes. Also, 17 individuals are approaching Evaran and Gesteria. I have calculated that this isn't coincidental. Helica is trying to collect on our bounty through the use of Gesteria and her mercs.
Oh shit, said Dylan. What do we do?
I'll create another path to the docking area once we're close,
said M.
Follow me.
They ducked down a side street, then stepped into an alley. When the man who had been following them came into view, M rushed forward and shocked him until he collapsed. M laid him down. Kate puffed her cheeks. I guess he won't be tailing us anymore. Do you think the others know he's out?
I'm not sure,
said M.
My shock disabled most of his equipment, including any communication and monitoring gear.
Isaac peeked out. Well, I'm sure they're going to notice when he isn't reporting in.
I agree. Let's go,
said M. Kate tiptoed around the man and followed M out of the alleyway. There was no one else about, and M had plotted a course to a wall that separated the docking area from the rest of the level. She figured he would use his nanobots to open an entrance. They barreled down a new street, packed with people. Kate hoped the presence of others meant some might help them, but most moved out of the way. They seemed to understand that if someone was running, then a chase was happening. When they reached the wall they wanted to go through, M used his nanobots to open a hole. They worked fast, and a moment later they were in the docking area.
The Toravada is missing,
said M.
Gesteria has also attacked Evaran.
Kate's heart sagged when she saw Jimbana and several of his men unconscious on the ground. They probably tried to stop the attackers to no avail, and now Gesteria had shown her true colors. What do we do? Asked Dylan.
Meet up with Evaran,
said M. Some men standing around shouted and fired stun blasts. Chromu tilted her head when several shots hit her to no effect. Her face contorted. Stop shooting at me! Kate found her response comical, but this wasn't the time for that. M moved to the front.
Go. Evaran should be marked on your internal map. He's headed for us.
Kate followed Chromu back through the gap, but flinched when 4 objects landed next to them. She gritted her teeth as a massive blue explosion made Dylan and Isaac crumple to the ground, unmoving. Isaac! Dylan! Kate screamed as she ran over to them. They were still alive, but the blast had knocked them out. She had survived because she had been directly behind Chromu, but Kate didn't escape its impact. It was like a strange burning sensation inside her. What do we do? Asked Kate. Chromu picked up Dylan and Isaac. Let's go back to M. We can't go this way. Kate followed her back through the hole, but M had been snagged in a net by a ship that was flying away. Another vessel moved toward the group. Kate fired a repulsion beam at the mercs coming at her, which sent some tumbling off the walkway. The attackers responded with a hailstorm of stun blasts. Kate used her shield to block them, but she couldn't effectively angle it to reflect them back. Chromu laid Dylan and Isaac down and charged the men. The shots had no impact on her, and when she reached them, she began tossing them. Kate had a glimmer of hope that they would make it through this, but when a net swept over Chromu from the nearby ship, she was picked up and taken away. Kate was alone. She swallowed hard. The mercs from the hole they had tried to leave through had arrived, and she was sandwiched between both groups. She fired a repulsion beam at the ones behind her, sending them sprawling, but fell to the ground as a blast hit her back. Her nanobots were on fire. A merc in heavy armor strode forward, his club raised to hit her. She tried to attack him with a repulsion shot, but another merc hit her wrist with a baton, causing her to drop the PSD.
"That'll be enough of that,"
said the merc. He jabbed her chest with a stun baton, which emitted a strong charge. Everything went black. Chapter 17. M had relayed everything from his robot body to Evaran, and now they were at the bridge. They were stealthed as they moved toward the docking area where the rest of the gang had been captured. The Torvada being missing was also a big issue. M wasn't concerned with anyone breaking in and using it, but it did make it more difficult. Evaran's intermittent frowning and fluctuating cosmic energy indicated he was annoyed. He had gone to meet with the peacekeepers in good faith and had been burned. His idea to move the gang to the Torvada had been a solid choice, but the unexpected involvement of Jasteria's mercs had not been a factor for him, but it had for the others. To be on the wrong side of Evaran was an invitation for disaster.
My body has been deactivated,
said M. I figured as much, said Evaran. We need to find out where it and the others were taken to. I think it's time to visit Helica.
Acknowledged.
M shimmered out of view, as did Evaran. It wasn't safe to move about normally, and although they could probably fight the whole level if they had to, discretion was the more efficient approach. M analyzed the shouting of the men still at the warehouse. Some had gotten loose from the sticky globules and were assisting the others. It would be a while before they could do anything. The trip back to the entertainment center had been quick, and M's cosmic orb pulsed in an erratic manner. He didn't like that the gang had been captured, and although he had activated his density control, it was no match for a fast-flying ship that threw a metallic net on him and scooped him up. He had fought to release himself, but the binding had held tight. It had some energy on it, which boosted its strength. His orb's pulsing slowed as he replayed the frightened faces of Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. M had failed in his effort to protect them, despite the odds they faced. He would run simulations to determine which courses of action he could have taken. The immediate answer was they should have gone to where he and Evaran were after detecting the man who had followed them. Focus, said Evaran. M figured he had detected the orb's strange pulsing. Although M couldn't control what his orb did, he could dictate how it was expressed. To others, nothing would seem out of the ordinary, but that didn't work with another cosmic being. They bypassed the guards out front without issue. Movement was more difficult inside, at least for Evaran, but one possible concern was that some areas had a mist that would reveal them. They picked an isolated spot along the walls between two booths and slipped in. Evaran highlighted Helica. There she is, but a group approaches her. M analyzed the 6 individuals. They wore white-armored peacekeeper outfits with blue and green highlights, and the pace of the lead member indicated some type of aggression. Fly over and let's see what they're talking about, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
M crossed the open space and hovered above Helica's table. The arrivals had blue skin and silver hair. They were all fit, and their mix of heavy and light armor suggested different roles. One thing that stood out was the various emblems on their shoulders. It was obvious the scowling woman with narrowed eyes was the leader. Helica eased back into her seat. Ryaulus Crownder, former peacekeeper commander. To what do I owe this unfortunate meeting? Helica, data broker, violated multiple peacekeeper rules, said Ryaulus. Yeah, too bad peacekeepers aren't in power, right? You were useless before, and you still are. What do you want? Ryaulus moved her hand to the side to stop one member from grabbing Helica. There was an incident reported here. It seems Evaran and his group came, and you tried to collect on their bounty. Who do you send? I'm not surprised you heard about that. Fast, too. As if you have informants here. Don't make me repeat myself. Who'd you send? Helica crossed her arms, like I'm going to tell you anything. Information's not free. You can talk here or in our prison. Your call, and yes, we've already contacted your guild. They're okay with your imprisonment. Wasn't cheap. Helica sat up. You're lying. I figured you might say that. Ryalis tapped at her forearm, causing a hollow projection of a series of documents to appear. Helica read the display. Why? Seems you pissed them off recently. You've also been using our old method of meeting informants to tie the guild to activities they don't want to be associated with. So answer our questions now, or we'll take you. And yes, even if you do answer, this will still be active for us to come get you at any time. Simple as that. All right. And to do this for free, said Helica, grimacing. What do you want to know? I already said. Helica licked her lips. Jasteria's crew went to meet Evaran and his group. Ryalis shook her head. Jasteria's group is known for their brutality. They didn't capture Evaran or M. Ryalis laughed. Of course not. They're cosmic beings. Helica eyed her. Jasteria's group did get the others, though. I'm guessing they split up because I highly doubt they would have done that with Evaran present, and now you've created a situation where the companions of two cosmic beings have been captured. How do you think that's going to play out? Don't know and don't care. Where were the companions taken? Asked Ryalis. Helica shrugged. How would I know that? Because you're a data broker who's probably sent many that way. Helica sighed. Fine. The robot went to the robot impound on level 14. Chromu and the others are in Dudrax, the maximum security center topside, awaiting the arrival of Azaric. I'm shocked your informants wouldn't know that. Ryalis glared at her. We're not everywhere. You'll respond to my requests in case we need more information. After visual confirmation, you're free to go. But as I mentioned earlier, we can come pick you up any time. I suggest you change your methods. Do you understand? Helica growled. I said, do you understand? Yes, I heard you the first time. Just go away. Ryalis pointed at her. We will. But I'll be in contact. M flew back over to Evaran.
It seems like Ryalis is who we need to speak with.
I concur, he said. We should meet with her and find a safe place to talk. You can act as a relay.
Acknowledged,
said M. He tracked Ryalis's group. After they exited, he contacted her communication device and patched Evaran through. I'm Evaran. We should meet. Ryalis paused and looked around, causing her crew to also survey the environment. Everything okay? Asked a member. I'm not sure. Someone contacted me on my personal encrypted channel and claims to be Evaran. That shouldn't be possible. It is possible, and I am Evaran, he said. Is there a safe place to meet? Ryalis motioned forward. If you are truly Evaran, then follow us, assuming you can see where we're going. We can, said Evaran. We? Yes. This communication is possible due to M. I assume you know who he is, said Evaran. Ryalis took off. I do. If this is a deception, there will be a harsh reaction. Understood. M kept above her group as they hustled toward the abandoned district. He assumed they had a safe place there, but hopefully not where Jasteria and Evaran had talked. He stayed a bit behind and easily kept up with their hurried pace. When Ryalis and her team reached the bridge, they went left instead of down the path to the factory. Although Emma wasn't sure where they were going, it didn't surprise him that the peacekeepers had a safe house or command around. It was apparent they still held some sway here. In the distance, he heard commotion at the factory. Jasteria's crew was still there. The peacekeepers also heard it and stopped for a moment before continuing on. Ryalis paused in front of a massive wall that went up to the river and spanned the whole abandoned district. She interacted with her forearm device, and a door slid to the side. She entered and waited. Evaran and M decloaked. There you are, said Ryalis. This is a safe house. If you have something to say, then this is the place to do it. Come in. "Thank you," said Evaran. "We have a lot to discuss." Ryalis walked down a small tunnel to the safe house's command room. She wasn't fully sure if this was Evaran or M, but they matched Azuric's bounty, and Helica had tried to capture them. If they were imposters, they chose the wrong ones to impersonate. She wasn't clear why she felt like she could trust Evaran. It was almost as if he radiated an aura of trustworthiness. Perhaps that was a cosmic being thing, as she had checked her readings to ensure there wasn't something in the air. Evaran and M had walked away unscathed from Jesteria's crew, which was an impressive feat. The crew was still at the factory, which was an old informant meeting spot, and it sounded like they were in disarray. Ryalis could count on one hand how many times someone had evaded Jesteria. It saddened her, as Jesteria used to be one of the most loyal peacekeepers. Something broke inside her during Antion's campaign in the Galliot state. Perhaps it was witnessing whole planets get glassed, or the merciless purge of anything in orbit or flying nearby. Trillions of humans had died, and it left a deep scar on the survivors and those who had observed it. Jesteria had personally seen billions die. Another concern was that Ryalis's private encrypted channel had been hacked. That put Evaran and M's technological ability far beyond USF tech. She had a lot of questions, and the open room with a large rectangular table in the center was a good place to do so. The area was secured and had sound dampeners in the walls and over the doorways. She gestured for them to stand on the opposite side of the table. The rest of her crew relaxed some and took off the heavier parts of their armor and their helmets. They surrounded the rest of the table with their weapons slung. "I'm allowing this meeting because I think you may be Evaran and the orb is M, and we may be able to help each other. However, how do I know you're not some impersonator?" said Ryalis. "Are you familiar with the event on the KUC homeworld that Azuric broadcasted about?" asked Evaran. "Yes. M can show you that event, and also a bit earlier when we talked with Azuric," said Evaran. M projected a holographic display of the discussion in Azuric's office. Azuric was his usual self, but Ryalis knew him well enough to know he was shaken. It was no surprise he had seen through the deception. The conversation between Evaran and Azuric fascinated her, especially the part about dealing with Antion. Goosebumps raised on her arms at seeing the video of him. Even if he was mortal and far away, she still feared him. The Telzics wanting a truce intrigued her. The peacekeepers didn't subscribe to the theory that they were a violent machine race. They had worked together on some operations. C7 seemed sincere, but she knew the offer from Azuric to meet them was a falsehood. If anything, he'd try to capture and torture them for information. Ryalis widened her eyes when she heard the mysterious liquid that her team had been researching being referred to as colada. They hadn't figured out what it did yet, but it was apparent Evaran and Chromu knew. Ryalis and her crew didn't detect Chromu's race when they had scanned the planet earlier. She enjoyed listening to the conversation at the Colosseum. Dylan, Isaac, Kate, and Chromu were curious. It lent some credibility to the fact that Evaran was truly good, as they would have been killed by Antion most likely. However, it also showed that they didn't understand the extent of Antion's actions or what he had done outside of the major events. She frowned at their interaction with a robot from the Robotics Guild. They were a shifty group, and their allegiances changed as often as the days. Although it was true that they disliked Azuric, that didn't stop them from doing occasional business with him. Selling out Evaran and his group would have been seen as something that could curry favor with Azuric. The team took a beating in the tunnels, but Evaran held his own with ease. It was what a cosmic being on the same level as Antion should be like. The Torvadas burrowing deep underground to rescue them was new, and answered what she had seen earlier with Jaehaerys. Ryalis wasn't sure of the significance of the name of Evaran's ship, but it had been mentioned earlier when M had been sent to get it. The Torvada was even more impressive when it ascended and remained undetected. The projection dissipated. I have so many questions," said Ryalis. Evaran smiled. "Breathe." She chuckled and liked that he had a sense of humor. "What do you wish to know?" he asked. "For starters, colada. We weren't aware it had a name, but now we do. We have a sample, but don't know what it does. I assume you do." Colada is an exotic energy in liquid form that when applied to a surface and excited will phase whatever it's attached to, said Evaran. Ryalis drew her head back. Phase as in go through anything. Yes. Krudik, one of her crew, snorted. "That's how they breach the Telzic's shielding." "I think so too." Ryalis dipped her head toward Evaran. "That's why Azaric wants it. It would give him an edge over everyone. Did Chromu's race use it?" There was some deception employed with Azaric. Chromu is the planet, and who you saw in the video was one of her traveling forms. The crew murmured before Ryalis silenced them. "She's a planet?" asked Ryalis. Evaran nodded. "A sentient one." She took a measured breath. "Okay. That's new." Chromu wanted to know why she was being attacked, said Evaran. Ryalis cocked her head. "Makes sense. I have a lot of questions for her if I get the chance to meet her." Evaran grinned. "She's quite empathetic and loves to show physical affection." "She must hate humans," said Barret, a female member. "Not quite. She has bonded with the ones I travel with, but they're from a different time period." The room went silent. Ryalis dipped her head. "Can you travel through time?" "Yes, I can," said Evaran. "Although we arrived here after the event on Chromu, we traveled back a day to witness it. M, play that."
Acknowledged.
Ryalis and her crew were transfixed on watching the fight unfold. She had only seen the aftermath, but to see it happening blew her mind. She had a much better grasp of how powerful Evaran was, or at least his ship was. He was still the captain of it and had tremendous power at his fingertips. The display ended. "You are Evaran," she said. She glanced up. "And you're M." He extended one of his segmented arms toward her with the end tilted up. She wrinkled her brow, then placed her palm against it.
It's a high five that's meant to show joy, but can also be used as a greeting. You just tap it, though.
"Oh." She tapped his hand. Her crew laughed. Ryalis found herself engaging with Evaran and M as if they were close friends and strong allies. It evoked the direct opposite reaction when thinking of Antion. It was obvious Evaran was nothing like him, but to Azaric that didn't seem to matter. Creating a new foe for everyone to focus on would give him an excuse to do whatever he wanted under the guise of helping the USF. Antion was the avatar of death. "You two are like the avatars of life," she said. Her crew agreed. "I'm sorry to hear about your group," said Ryalis. "Thank you," said Evaran. "I miscalculated, and I should have escorted them back to the Torvada." Ryalis interacted with the table, causing a map of the lower levels to appear. "Even so, it seems the Torvada was taken to the Rigel shipyards where it's being impounded. You may have helped your friends, but you would have still been stranded." Evaran raised his head. "An astute observation. M recorded your conversation with Helica, so we now know where everyone went. I'm unclear on how the KUC can do this here, as this is a Dresdith planet. It just shows you how long their reach is. Azaric has a lot of power and influence here, sadly." "I see. Nonetheless, I assume you want to rescue your friends, but need transportation and information," said Ryalis. "Both would be good," said Evaran. "However, that's not why I initially contacted you. I wanted to discuss dealing with Azaric. M and I travel through space, time, and beyond to assist those in need, and the Torvada tells us where to go. It brought us here, and I suspect I'm here to help clean up what Antion did. I believe Azaric needs removed from power, and the USF needs to come together again, instead of remaining as a loose group of planetary states. To that end, the peacekeepers must once again be the sole protectors of a new USF." Ryalis beamed at him. "I think we all like the sound of that." Chapter 18. Dylan grimaced as he woke up. Everything hurt, but he could feel the nanobots going to work. The last memory he had was strange objects flying, then exploding at him. Now he was in a spacious room with a shielded door. Basic seating lined the walls, and every third seat was reclined. Another room was off to the side. Isaac and Kate were in recliners, similar to him. He figured it was meant for sleeping, as there were no beds. Nausea swept over him as he sat on the edge of his chair. A headache pounded away, and all his muscles were stiff. It was like a hangover on steroids. Thankfully, he began to feel better the more awake he became. He stood and stretched. His survival suit was gone. Instead, he wore a one-piece outfit with tapered ends around his ankles that ended with some type of rubber on the bottom of his feet. He searched around but couldn't locate his PSD. He bared his teeth as pain erupted from his right arm. Perhaps someone had taken a blood sample. He brushed the thought away and checked on Isaac and Kate. They appeared to be napping, and he figured they had been knocked out as well. He'd let them rest. The light blue shielded door was semi-transparent, and across the hallway outside the room was another of the same type. Chromu stood behind it and pounded against the shielding. "You're okay," she said. Dylan ran a hand over the back of his neck. "I think so. Feel like shit." "Oh no. Are your nanobots healing you?" "Yeah. I can feel them working. What happened after we were taken down?" Chromu frowned. "I picked you and Isaac up, then returned to the hole in the wall with Kate. Another group fired on us, so I went to deal with them, but I was swept up by a ship with a net. I don't know what occurred after that, but since we're here, I guess Kate wasn't able to defeat the attackers." Dylan peeked back at her. "Yeah, she seems to be okay as far as I can tell, although she has a bruise on her hand and one on the right side of her face. But the nanobots are clearing that up." "I couldn't protect you all," said Chromu. Dylan shook his head. "I don't think we would have won that fight anyway. There were simply too many of them, and we were in a bad spot. We also got pinched between two groups." "Have you seen M?" "I haven't, and I don't know why they kept me separate from you all." Dylan found that odd as well. A dark thought was that there might be nefarious plans for her. He didn't know if their captor still believed she was a member of the planet's race or a traveling form of the planet. There was no need to worry her about it, but he hoped she was separated due to not looking fully human. "Maybe just a race thing, a.k.a. humans and aliens," he said. "I hope that's all it is," said Chromu. Dylan winced as he cleared his throat. "It sounds like they used a tough net on you." "They did. I was able to cut some of it, but they pulled me up into a metal container. I couldn't break out of that. After a while, I heard clamping noises. Then they opened aside, and here I am." Dylan tilted his head. "You didn't hear them land?" Chromu crooked a thumb at a sealed doorway behind her. "Not at all. I think we're high up somewhere." Dylan pivoted and saw the same door style in his cell. Whatever transported them must have flown to it to unload. It made sense in that if someone did try to flee, they could just shut down the level, and with air defense, escape would almost be impossible. Chromu pointed at him. "They stole your Evaran technology?" "Well, I still got the nanobots, but I believe they took a sample," said Dylan. "Can they gain anything from the suit and PSD?" Dylan shrugged. "I hope not. But if Evaran designed it, I'm sure he has a counter for that." "I don't like this confinement," said Chromu. He extended a hand toward her. "Hey, we'll get through this. I mean, Evaran and M will come for us. They did for me, Isaac and Kate across space and time. A jail cell is a cakewalk to them." Her eyes lit up. "You're reassuring me. I like that." Dylan tried to laugh, then drew his lips flat. "Hurts to even do that still." "Don't try that, then," she said with a big grin. He dipped his head. "Yeah, I'll try to avoid that." Isaac stirred. "Oh, what's going on?" Dylan rushed over and helped him stand. "Chromu and I think we're in a jail cell in a tower or something high up."
"I figured a cell,"
said Isaac. He checked on Kate.
"Think she's about to wake up too?"
"Hi, Isaac," said Chromu.
"Hey."
"Huh. We're in separate cells," said Isaac. "Yeah, we were just talking about that," said Dylan. "We think it may be a human and alien thing."
"Makes sense."
Kate wiggled her fingers as she opened her eyes. "Oh, feels like my college days after a long night."
"Relax,"
said Isaac.
"We're safe for the moment, it seems. Dylan and Chromu think we're in a jail cell high up somewhere."
Kate sat on the edge of her seat and stretched. "Great. You were the last person standing," said Dylan. Kate exhaled. "Well, I'm just glad you all are okay. After Chromu was swept away, it was just me versus 2 packs of mercs. That sucks," said Dylan. "And the Torvado was gone, too. I know it's happened before, but it's rare."
"Yeah, and I bet Evaran and M will get that back first, then come for us," said Isaac.
Kate joined them by the door and waved. "I'm glad you're okay," said Chromu, "and you as well." Kate reached out to the shielded doorway, which highlighted where her fingers touched. "I guess we haven't figured a way out yet." "Nope," said Dylan. "Even if we did, we don't have our PSDs to create anything that could fly." Kate looked down. "Oh, I just realized our survival suits are gone."
"Yeah,"
said Isaac.
"They gave us these outfits, but I also think they took some blood samples."
Kate rubbed her right arm. "Yeah, I feel that too." "So I guess we wait for Evaran and M?"
Dylan hated feeling helpless. Even if this was a low-tech cell, they'd still have no real way out. He missed having his PSD and survival suit. If he had his PSD, he could use its nanobots to open a hole, then create a flying suit or a flying pattern. The doorway pulsed as a digital voice spoke from seemingly nowhere.
"Stand away from the door."
Dylan's pulse quickened as they stepped back.
"What's that?" asked Kate.
Isaac narrowed his eyes. "I'm not sure, but I don't want to find out what happens if we don't comply."
Dylan agreed with Isaac's assessment. The last thing they needed was even more trouble. Isaac hated the situation they were in. While he ached still, his nanobots healed him, and he was content in that knowledge. The instructions to clear the doorway had been sudden, and he suspected someone was coming. Chromu had moved away from her door, and he wished she was with them. She was stressed, and this was probably her first experience being restricted. A large, humanoid robot paused between the cells and peeked in each. A spherical probe launched from its backpack, infiltrated the shielding, then scanned the room. It then did the same to Chromu's cell, where she tried to swat at it. However, it moved out of range and returned. The robot faced down the hallway and took a step back. Isaac grimaced as Azaric walked through the shielding. He wasn't sure how that was possible, but it was for the probe and Azaric. He had on the same dark blue outfit with highlights of black and orange that he had worn at their first meeting. He had an imposing presence, as he stood 7 feet tall and had light blue skin with silver eyes.
"As I figured, it required little effort to capture you," said Azaric. "Without Evaran around, you're useless."
"But he will come for us," said Dylan. Azaric charged and punched him in the nose, sending him flying. "Hey," said Isaac, putting himself between Dylan and Azaric. Azaric pushed Isaac hard enough to send him sprawling. Kate went to help him, but Azaric kicked her into the wall. She struck it, then slid down. You broke my nose," said Dylan. Azaric grabbed him by the arm, then tossed him across the room, where he slammed against the wall.
"Does anyone else wish to speak when not spoken to directly?"
Isaac took a moment to catch his breath. The speed and ease with which Azaric had thrown him startled him. He wanted to help the others, but this was Azaric's house for the moment, and his rules applied. "Stop hurting them!" shouted Chromu. Azaric interacted with his forearm device, and her cell door went solid.
"No need to entertain her."
Isaac used the wall to stand. Kate did so as well, although she panted heavily. Dylan, with his bloody lips and nose, lay crumpled, but he had turned toward Azaric.
"If it isn't clear, I'm your superior," said Azaric. "This should have been done the moment you stepped out of line in my office earlier. You all are lesser. I have pets smarter than you, but they wouldn't dare defy me like you have. Your mere presence earlier was an affront, as if you were somehow equal to me and worthy enough to even have a discussion. You aren't, and you'll speak only when I address you directly."
Isaac gritted his teeth. All he wanted was to beat him down, but he didn't have the means to do so. Azaric swept a finger in an arc.
"Your only value is that you travel with Evaran. Otherwise, you'd be in a Mindraker, and your lives would end shortly after you told me everything you know."
Isaac realized that Azaric feared Evaran. If he wanted to put them in whatever a Mindraker was, he would have done so if he didn't care what Evaran thought. Azaric must be concerned after witnessing what Antion could do, and now having the person who put him away coming for Azaric. Dylan coughed up blood. Azaric turned toward him.
"I don't know what Evaran sees in you. You're human, but it's like you're regressed. Your nanobots attacked us when we drew a blood sample." He harumphed. "If it isn't obvious, you're the bait. Until then, you have that precious time to exist in your current state. Then we'll gladly reuse your nanobots and take your brain out."
Isaac trembled. Azaric meant to murder them once Evaran was captured. Although Isaac had high hopes that Evaran and M would rescue them, his death was guaranteed if they failed. The looks on Dylan's and Kate's faces showed they understood this as well. Azaric turned toward the door.
"Now it's time to put Chromu in her place."
He walked back through. Isaac and Kate rushed over to Dylan. "How bad is it?" asked Kate. Dylan touched his cheeks. "Well, broken nose, busted lip, possibly a cracked tooth, not sure. Nanobots are once again working overtime. Man, Azaric is a complete asshole."
"No doubt,"
said Isaac. They went to the door when Chromu started shouting. Isaac scowled at Azaric as he thrashed her. Although she was tough, he was more so. She put up a good fight, but eventually she stopped fighting back and sat against the wall. Part of her skin had been ripped open, and her face had cracked. Isaac's eyes misted at the defeated look on her face. There was nothing he could do but offer moral support, but he couldn't even do that until Azaric left. It made no sense why he came down to assault everyone. It wasn't like anyone would be able to take him down. Chromu had endured the worst of the beatings, and Isaac suspected that was because he thought she was an alien. This must be a power play, and Azaric's retribution for the perceived slight from their earlier meeting. Azaric walked out of her cell and stared into Isaac's. They all avoided his gaze. After Azaric left, Isaac looked at Chromu. "Are you okay?" She sat still, with her head slumped. "I am. I don't understand why he attacked and hurt me. He's just an asshole," said Dylan. Chromu stood as a mist covered her. A moment later, her cracks and wounds were gone. "I almost forgot you had those living things in you," said Isaac. "They seem more powerful than our nanobots." She went to her door. "Yes. I'm glad to see you all are okay. Yeah, and I'm sure we're being surveilled." Kate sighed. "Wish we had our suits and PSDs." "I guess all we can do is wait," said Isaac. He flashed a thumbs up at Chromu. "We'll make it out of this." She returned the gesture. "Yes, we will." Isaac liked that she kept up her good nature. It saddened him that she was seeing a side of humanity that was familiar to him. Power drove people to do weird things, and when they had biases, it got amplified. It dismayed him that even in an advanced version of humanity, people like Azaric existed. Isaac sat in one of the recliners. Dylan and Kate followed suit, and they could still see Chromu, who stood motionless and stared at them. Even if they couldn't help her, At least they could provide some mental reassurance. Isaac admired her resiliency. Dylan prodded his nose and wheezed a few times. Isaac wished he could do more to help him, but the nanobots could do that far more effectively. It didn't surprise Isaac that Dylan had talked back to Azaric. However, the ensuing beatdown had not been expected. Kate closed her eyes and lay back in her seat. While Dylan could take a few throws and hits, it angered Isaac to no end that Kate had received punishment for the mere act of trying to help. Isaac reclined. Although it hurt to do so, he chuckled when Chromu beamed at him through the shielded doorways. It made him want to do better and show her the good side of humanity. They could rest some, and he hoped Azaric didn't return. Whatever Evaran and M were planning, they needed to do it soon. Chapter 19. M endorsed Ryaulus's plan to retrieve the Toravada, his body, and the rest of the gang. The Toravada was being held in the Rigel shipyards, which was on the other side of the city, and was being researched underground and under heavy guard. However, Ryaulus knew of a path to get as close as possible, but Evaran and M had to figure out the rest from there. Once they had the Toravada, they needed to find somewhere where it could be flown out. The only concern was that while the ship could melt through to the top, innocents might get hurt. A massive lift on the left side of the levels was used to bring objects down, and they were usually vehicles. The Toravada was small enough to fit, and Ryaulus mentioned it was most likely going through a battery of tests, especially if Azaric believed it to be the ship of a cosmic being. The rest of the gang was in the Dudrax, a maximum security center, which was a massive tower. The worse an offender was, the higher they went, and they were near the top. Even if they escaped their cells, there was nowhere to go. The only way to reach a level was either via the lift in the center or through the sealed hatchways in each cell. Prisoners were usually brought in from special ships. The lift was also locked down, and it had measures to incapacitate anyone who wasn't a valid member of the tower's security detail. M's body was in the robot impound on City Level 14, which was essentially a storage area geared toward restricting and melting down robots. Ryaulus had been able to locate the pod that held his body, and she had those loyal to the Peacekeepers move it to a staging area closer to the city shaft. Thankfully, she had also laid out a path to sneak into the area. However, the first step was to retrieve the Toravada. After their meeting with Ryaulus, it was now 5:00 p.m. Earth time, and Evaran was ready to go. M had enjoyed talking with the rest of Ryaulus's crew. They were hungry to know more about Antion. Although Evaran provided as much information as he could without spilling too much, they could have gone on for far longer. Ryaulus would join Evaran and M to help retrieve the Toravada. She didn't want to implicate anyone else, and with her helmet up and a change of armor, she appeared as a heavily armored bounty hunter. Evaran had linked her into their communications channel. After saying goodbye to the others, Evaran and M activated their chameleon shielding. Ryaulus took them to the back of the safe house and into a hatchway that led to a tunnel system. It was controlled by the Peacekeepers and allowed them access to any part of the city. Everyone had dark vision. They would use other illumination if there were others who couldn't see in the dark, like they did when escorting 2 Cestral Council members through a dimly lit underground city in the previous adventure. Although the Cestrals were advanced, the senior council members didn't have that particular augment. As they walked, Ryaulus's avatar spoke in M's ARI. "While I think we can get the Toravada and M's body, there has never been a successful rescue attempt from Dudrax." Evaran's avatar highlighted. "Perhaps, but it has never dealt with us." "I appreciate your confidence," said Ryaulus. "I do have a question, though." "Of course." "I'd like to travel with you for your next step," said Ryaulus. "I can serve as a liaison to the Peacekeepers, and I can help with any solution." Evaran smiled. "Done." Ryaulus's eyes widened. Thank you. I won't slow you down." "I don't think you will." M liked her, and what she stood for. She seemed like a good ambassador for humanity, and even when stripped of power, she still tried to help out. He figured she would get along with the gang without issue, and it would be beneficial for Chromu to understand that not all USF humans were bad. Ryalis's big grin showed she was happy, which delighted M. She had access to this information's era and led a strong underground faction. One thing he always monitored for was when new crew members experienced the Toravata, and he was eager to observe her reactions. After a 20-minute walk, they emerged into a giant, circular corridor with flat ground. Ryalis pointed. "That'll take us right to the outskirts of the Rigel shipyards where the tunnel ends. One thing to be aware of is that this pathway isn't controlled by us. There's several factions here, and they deal in questionable services. I would suggest we not interact with anyone and avoid any businesses down here." "Understood," said Evaran. "I'm still not sure how you plan to reach the Rigel's underground levels. I can get us topside to a point as discussed, though." M glanced at her.
We can burrow to the level required.
Ryalis wrinkled her brow. "I didn't bring a mining laser."
There's no need. We have nanobots that can do that,
said M. "Oh, you didn't mention that before." Evaran raised a finger. "So as not to disclose our plan to everyone. It's best that your crew doesn't know what we're going to do. While I'm sure they're trustworthy, it's good to keep some details unknown." "I get it," said Ryalis. "I like your idea better." After 30 minutes, they reached a busy section of the tunnel. Storefronts carved into the sides had various signs out front. M detected the technology around him, and there were several matter replicators in use. He suspected the USF limitations on what could be produced didn't apply down here. Robots, androids, and a variety of light and heavy armored people milled about. M wasn't sure what most of the businesses did, but it was obvious there was no USF security present. They passed by without any issue, and to the denizens it would seem like a lone merc walked by. M wanted to explore this side of the USF, but he could do that later. With Ryalis joining up, she could fill him in on more details about the area. They arrived at the end, which was dark, cold, and abandoned. Evaran and M decloaked. Evaran approached a wall and aimed his utility handle at it. A swarm of nanobots flew out and overlaid a rectangular pattern, then began to burrow. "That's amazing," said Ryalis. "While we have nanobots, they're expensive, require lots of energy, and don't work like this." The tunnel being bored out led to another dark underground passageway that was smaller and unused. "This should take us to one of Rigel's lower levels, so we'll need to go up to where the Torvata is once we reach the outer wall," said Ryalis. Evaran waved forward. "Let's go." The walk to the shipyard was quiet, but M had detected the sound of insects and small animals roaming about. There was pooled liquid in some spots, and he derived that this corridor led to an abandoned part of the level. The architecture suggested that the USF simply sealed off areas it no longer planned to support. M wondered why criminal elements had not taken this one over like in the previous tunnel. It was probably too far away to get to, and also too close to Rigel, which could have some type of security he wasn't aware of. When they reached Rigel's outer wall after 20 minutes, M used his nanobots to chew through the ceiling to go up to the Toravata's level. Once done, Ryalis grabbed on to Evaran as he flew up. "M, once you're in the Toravata, fly over here and pick Ryalis up. I'll attend to the lift controls per her layout," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
"I could come with you," said Ryalis. Evaran shook his head. "They won't detect me, and it's safer this way. I care about your safety." "Okay." M detected Ryalis's heartbeat ramping up. Her eyes had softened some, and he suspected she was realizing that Evaran was truly different from Antion. While she probably knew that already, knowing was not the same as experiencing. Having someone like Evaran say they cared about you was something she most likely would never forget. M created a hole small enough to let him into the Rigel facility. The Torvata was easy to spot, as it sat in the center of a large, spacious area. Off to the right was a set of walkways with offices that spanned several stories. That was where Evaran would be going. The bay was quiet, with illumination provided by lights in the corners of the room and from the ceiling. M flew up, then over to the Torvata and down into it. He didn't want to cast a shadow, and going this route allowed that. Once inside, he verified that Evaran had used his chameleon shielding to reach one of the offices, and he was busy interacting with the workstation via his Universal Interface Card, or UIC. M turned up the Torvata's shielding temperature, which melted the clamps that held it in place. Then he activated Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode. Lights flashed in the bay as a blaring alarm went off. M moved the Torvata over to Ryaulis, who stood in a hole Evaran had created before he left to handle the lift controls. M went to the ramp and beckoned her to come on board. After she did, he flew over to the second level of the office structures and picked up Evaran. They assembled in the command center. Ryaulis paused as she inspected the main hallway. "How?" "We can go over that once we're in a safe place," said Evaran. He interacted with his chair console. "We're going to the lifts, and now that we have access to its control systems, we can leave." A chair materialized for Ryaulis, making her jump, but she sat as the Torvata flew over to the lift and hovered in the middle of it. The bay was flooded by various guards, drones, and robots who scanned around and investigated the area. The Torvata flew out after they had gone topside. A heavy defense force had been present outside, but they never detected anything. "M, take us to the Dudrax Tower. It's time to rescue the others," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dylan gritted his teeth as he sat in his cell. Chromu had been removed a while ago, and the look of confusion on her face was etched into his mind. It had taken several powerful guards to subdue her and put her into a container that was moved out of the hatchway. It angered him that he felt so useless. His nose had healed enough to not hurt. He loved his nanobots, and without them he would be in a world of pain. Isaac and Kate looked much better since Azaric's beating, but they had also been upset at Chromu being handled in a rough manner. Although Dylan knew Evaran and M were coming, they would need to get the Torvata first. He had thought it would have enacted some self-defense tactics, but apparently it hadn't. A dark thought was that Evaran and M might not find it for a while, leaving Dylan and the others at Azaric's mercy. Dylan didn't want that. Azaric's arrogance and power made him a dangerous person, and Dylan wanted nothing more than to take him down. He now understood why Dr. Snowden and Emily had invested so much time in combat training. It probably also helped that they were cosmic beings to some degree. Dylan made mental notes to learn how to be more effective in battle. Learning how to stealth was also on his list. He never wanted to be in this position again, but part of him liked the challenge. Isaac had sat in silence after Chromu had been removed. Dylan knew that worried expression. Kate also had been quiet, and she grimaced a few times. Dylan didn't know the full extent of either of their injuries, but the nanobots would be healing whatever damage they had received. Chromu was probably on their minds, as well as whether they would be taken somewhere before Evaran and M came. Dylan touched his straightened nose, and he could breathe normally again. He missed his survival suit, which had begun to feel like a second skin. He was weaker without it. He walked over to the matter replicator and got a pouch of water. Apparently, the jail didn't want anyone using anything with a sharp edge. There was a cap on one end that could be used as a weapon, but not by the likes of him. He replicated another 2 pouches and handed them to Isaac and Kate. "Thanks," said Kate, taking a deep draw. Isaac sipped from his. "I didn't even realize how thirsty I was." Dylan leaned against the wall. "Yeah, and with everything going on, it's easy to forget." Kate faced them. "How long do you think it'll take for Evaran and M to get the Torvata and find us?" "No idea," said Isaac. "However, I'm not thinking too long. I trust they'll come sooner than later." Dylan nodded. "No way they aren't in overdrive about now." Kate blew out a breath. "I hope so. I'd like to leave. Then we can go get Chromu. Where do you think they took her?" "If I had to guess, someplace where they can torture her for knowledge," said Isaac. "Azaric mentioned a mind drinker and used it in the context of some type of truth extractor. I don't know if that would work on Chromu." Kate frowned. "And she's alone and experiencing the worst side of humanity." Dylan ran a hand over his mouth as he paced around the room. He jerked back against the wall when a holographic image of Evaran popped up in the middle of the cell. "Do not speak or acknowledge my presence," said Evaran. "I'm contacting you through your ARI. M. Ryaolis Crownder, a Peacekeeper commander, and I are in the Torvada outside the sealed hatchway that was used to bring you to your current location. We're close to opening the door. When we do, M will loop your cell's video feed, and you all can board. I'll let you know when it's safe to move. For now, appear to be in a position that can easily be looped." Dylan sat and clasped his hands as he snuck a glance at Isaac and Kate, who did the same. His heart soared that Evaran and M had come, and he wanted to celebrate, but that would violate Evaran's instructions. He was eager to know what they did in the time between the fight and now, but figured that was something they could learn about after Chromu was rescued. "M is looping the feeds now, and the door is opening. You're free to move around," said Evaran. Dylan jumped up and pumped a fist in the air. "All right." Isaac chuckled. "Glad to be getting out of here." "Definitely," said Kate. Evaran yanked the door open. "Come now." Dylan followed Isaac and Kate out. Evaran placed the door back, and his nanoswarm resealed it. The nanoswarm had also created a temporary door handle, which reminded Dylan of the steel ones he used in high school. "From their perspective, it'll appear as if the door never moved," said Evaran. Kate squeezed his arm. "We're so glad to see you." "The feeling is mutual," said Evaran, smiling at her. Dylan's muscles relaxed, and he realized he had been tensed up for a while. It was like he could breathe normally again. Once the door was sealed, they went to the command center. M high-fived everyone. Evaran talked to a woman Dylan assumed was Ryaolis. "Although you probably already know them from the bounty, this is Dylan Townsend, Isaac Barret, and Dr. Kate Minter." Ryaolis placed one balled fist in front of the other, then extended her index fingers to form a V. "I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Ryaolis Crownder, Peacekeeper Commander." Dylan extended a hand. Ryaolis stared at it before shaking it, then repeated the action with Isaac and Kate. "I assume this is your form of greeting. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here. Evaran contacted me after my group talked with Helica about the fight with Jasteria and her assault on you all. We met up, discussed what to do, then retrieved the Torvada and you all. Now we have a plan for M's body." "Cool," said Dylan. "I didn't detect Chromu," said Evaran. Kate frowned. "She was taken away, but we don't know where." "We can find out," said Ryaolis. Everyone focused on her. "Every fifth level in this tower is an administrative one. If she was moved, they'd have her transfer record in the system. Then that's where we'll go," said Evaran. "Do you know the closest one?" Ryaolis interacted with her forearm device. 2 levels down, but it'll be heavily guarded. It'll also blow the cover you just did for this extraction." "What about our survival suits and PSDs?" asked Kate. "They'd probably be there in storage, unless Azaric took them for research. The tech won't provide any answers for them," said Evaran. "Nonetheless, I recreated them all for you in the research lab." "Awesome," said Dylan. Evaran's eyes glowed. "Also, the administrative level won't be a problem. If it breaks our cover, so be it. M, take us there."
Acknowledged.
Although Evaran didn't show it, Dylan suspected he was angry. The guards had no idea what was coming their way. He grinned as he joined Isaac and Kate in going to the research lab. Chapter 20. Kate eased back into her chair as M piloted the Torvada to the administrative level. She was glad to be out of the cell and to have a new survival suit and PSD, but her mind was on Chromu. Kate frowned at thinking of Chromu's beating. Although she was far older than the rest of the gang, minus Evaran and M, she was still forming experiences with humanity, and so far it had been off to a rough start. Kate beamed while looking around the command center. The Torvada was home, and one of the few places she was truly safe. Her nanobots had done wonders on her, and she could barely feel any pain from being tossed into a wall. At the time, it had taken her breath away, and she thought she had a few broken bones. She had broken her wrist when she was younger, and being able to be completely healed in a few hours versus a few weeks was a big win for the nanobots. Dylan fidgeted in his seat as the Torvada approached their destination. He had talked back to Azaric and had taken most of the punishment. Azaric had it out for him for some reason. He acted like Dylan was barely worth notice, and for him to be addressed or even in Azaric's presence was an affront. Thankfully, his nose appeared to have healed, although he'd had bloodstains on his face and jail suit. Isaac was stoic as always, with a furrowed brow. He had been calm throughout, and he had taken a similar blow. One aspect that stood out was he had a strong bond with Chromu. It was a testament to his caring side, and she had also seen it with Dylan. Isaac was empathetic, with a rational mind, a rare combination from her experience. He was also good at managing situations, something she suspected he had to do a lot at his day job. Ryaulus intrigued Kate. Not only was she tall and athletic, but she carried her confidence well. Kate couldn't put her finger on it, but the way she moved and talked was that of a leader. She was eager to learn more about her and how she met up with Evaran and M. Evaran had been short with his words, and his glowing eyes, along with a momentary scowl, showed he was not happy. Kate wondered how often Dr. Snowden and Emily ran into these types of situations when they traveled with Evaran's previous form. The situation made Kate want to train more to be able to handle herself. This was a new chapter in her life, and it was still being defined. The thought of mastering close-quarters combat and using her Evaran tech to its maximum potential appealed to her. M had been quiet, but Kate suspected he was busy interacting with the tower's systems and navigating the Torvada. They needed to get his body, but without it he was still powerful. His high-fiving habit endeared him to her.
"We're flush against the administrative levels hatchway,"
said M. Evaran gestured around. "M and I will handle this. If you wish to view what we're doing, you can do so in the hollow room." Kate sensed this was less of an option and more of a command. "Okay, we're going." She could tell Dylan wanted to go, as did Ryaulus, but Evaran would probably be more effective without worrying about them during combat. The hollow room showed a 360-degree view from M. He and Evaran were at the ramp, and Evaran's nanobots had already burrowed in. A moment later, he hit the door with his palm, sending it flying. A pulsing light filled the environment, along with a loud chirping noise. "Whoa," said Dylan. "Yeah," said Isaac. A heavily armored guard fired at Evaran. He reflected the beam with his shield, causing the attacker to crumple. Another rushed in and tried to smash Evaran with a glowing baton. He caught their forearm, kicked out their leg, then used his utility handle, which was now a stun baton, to end the fight. He placed his UIC on a nearby console. Another lightly armored security member rounded the corner and fired a red beam. Evaran reflected it, taking them out. Kate swallowed hard. Evaran hadn't even checked to see what was shooting at him. It was moments like this that made her remember how different cosmic beings were. She suspected he had a view from M in his ARI. M acted like an all-seeing eye. The door opened, and Evaran grabbed his UIC. He stunned 3 employees at their workstations. After placing his UIC on one of the consoles, data streamed in on an information window. Chromu has been transported to the KUCS Admonisher, a KUC heavy frigate. Your gear was also sent with her on the same transport ship. Evaran tilted his head. Interesting. I'm on my way back. As he went to leave, a device flew into the room. Evaran used a repulsion blast to send it tumbling out. Boom! He walked through the cloud that filled the hallway. Although he wasn't looking in the direction of where the device would have been tossed, there were 2 outlines on the ground of what must have been the throwers. They got a taste of their own medicine. Despite there being security forces, Kate hoped they would be okay. Evaran and M rejoined everyone in the command center. If Chromu and your gear went to the KUCS Admonisher, they'd already be gone, said Ryaulus. Evaran shook his head. We've already rescued her and the gear per the logs from the KUCS Admonisher. What? Asked Ryaulus. We'll travel back in time, enter the KUCS Admonisher, and when Chromu is moved out in her container, we'll save her. I assume the same was done for the gear, although it's in a small cube container. Dylan wagged a finger. Oh, this is like when we dealt with the Cestral ships. The event has already occurred, and we're about to go do it. So there was another version of us at a later point in our personal time stream that existed while we were in the cell." "Yes," said Evaran. He eyed him. "You're learning." Dylan smirked. "I try, you know." "I do." M high-fived Dylan, which caused the others to crack up. It was a brief, light-hearted moment, but the news that Chromu would be saved made Kate feel better. Although not needing her old gear anymore, she understood why Evaran didn't want his tech floating around. "M, take us to low orbit where the transport ship enters the KUCS Admonisher's docking bay. Once there, travel back to the time index where the shuttle entered and follow it in. We can then wait until she's unloaded to get her."
Acknowledged.
"So, we're going to travel back in time?" asked Ryalis. "You'll get used to it," said Isaac. Kate could almost see the gears turning in Ryalis's mind as she tried to figure everything out. She would become a time traveler, not something many could claim. It also showed how it was used in a tactical manner, and she was sure Ryalis had a lot of thoughts on its applications. After 20 minutes, the Torvata reached low orbit and moved into position. Ryalis shuddered when everything outside faded to pure darkness, then eased back in. "Was that time travel?" "It was," said Evaran. "Congratulations! You're now a time traveler," said Dylan. Ryalis exhaled. "I'll take it." She pointed out, "And there's the transport ship. How is the KUCS Admonisher not detecting us? They have a far more sensitive detection system than the tower." M addressed her.
The Torvata is in scan profile 1, which means it can't be detected by most systems. To handle the visual, we're in stealth mode.
"Nothing can detect the Torvata?" Evaran raised a finger. "Not quite. It still has a physical presence, so its presence can be inferred from things like a bright background or a mist." "Makes sense. Environmental factors," said Ryalis. The Torvata moved in close to the transport ship, and when the shielded docking bay entrance faded away, they followed the ship in. After it landed, M positioned them above where the loading ramp would open. "When Chromu is unloaded, I'll pull her container in, then get the gear one," said Evaran. He glanced at M. "Once she's aboard, you can take us up, then project a small craft leaving the bay through the shielded entrance. When they pursue it, the shielded entrance should go down. Then we can leave."
Acknowledged.
Kate liked the plan. It was simple, yet required something like the Torvata to pull it off. Anything else would be detected and then have to deal with a vigilant security detail. They didn't have to wait long as the transport ship's back ramp lowered. 2 heavily armored guards walked out with a hovering rectangular capsule behind them. A cube was tethered to it. After walking a short bit, they paused to talk with a docking bay robot. The Torvata descended while Evaran waited on the ramp. He shot a grappling beam, then reeled the capsule and container inside the Torvata's shielding. The robot and guards looked over. M moved the Torvata up as the search party spread out. Evaran interacted with his ARI, and the capsule and cube container dematerialized, leaving behind a surprised Chromu. She bear-hugged him. Then they came to the command center, where she embraced everyone, including a startled Ryalis. "Welcome back," said Isaac. Kate laid a hand on her back. What he said? "You know we wouldn't leave you behind," said Dylan. "And I love that." "I'm so happy to be here," said Chromu. She faced Ryalis. "I'm Chromu." Ryalis nodded. "I know you from the bounty, but I figure we'll go over all that once we're out of here." "We will," said Evaran. "M, project the escaping ship."
Acknowledged.
"Will they believe something flew through the shields?" asked Ryalis. "They will if they see it," said Evaran. "They may think it's a new alien technology." "Good point." Chromu sat next to Kate as the Torvata did its projection. Once the shields dropped and the ship scrambled, they flew out. "Now to retrieve M's body. Then we can take a break and catch up on everything," said Evaran. As the Torvata approached City Level 14, M listened to the excited chatter. Chromu was animated, and her excitement was hard to ignore. Although the others had said she had been beaten, there was no sign of it. Her living swarm must have repaired her. She became brighter whenever someone touched her arm or shoulder, as if physical affection reverberated through her. M allocated additional processing cycles to evaluate Ryaulis. She was now a short-term crew member like Chromu. Ryaulis' background as a Peacekeeper commander also allowed him to analyze that impact in the way she dealt with others. Ryaulis was friendly, smart, and adapted to new experiences fast. When she had been announced as a time traveler, she had been excited, and her questions revealed her curiosity, something humans had in abundance. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate had bounced back from a tough event, but after what they had suffered on the previous adventure, this was probably nothing to them. They were resilient. Their humor was also not diminished, and humans were one of several species that used it to lessen serious moments. The others might not have detected it, but Evaran had been irritated upon learning that Chromu had been taken and the rest of the gang had been beaten. His cosmic energy had fluctuated wildly, and he let a few facial reactions slip. His shortness with words and attention when at the administrative level also showed he was in a different state of mind than normal. The last time he was away from the other gang in his previous form, they had died. M was sure that was in Evaran's thoughts to some degree. The docking ports were busy when they reached level 14. M had to move the Torvada around to avoid the influx of ships. He was able to connect to the level systems, as there was no AI present. That made sense, since the level was meant to store and destroy robots. The last thing Prometheus wanted to deal with was a robot army commanded by a hostile AI. One unique aspect of this level was that it extended far beyond the topside's borders to a large element reclamation facility. The level's portion under the city contained a huge array of columns comprised of capsules and supporting pillars, and was where the storage occurred. It was a busy place, and everything was boarded onto train-like transportation units that were interspersed every few columns and ran down the length of the level. Returning units carried hover slabs with the elements that had been reclaimed. Security on the docking port and main entrance was represented by a large amount of heavily armored guards with white armor and big weapons. There were other lightly armored guards, but there were no robots present, save the deactivated ones being unloaded. The loading process from ships to a hovering platform was efficient. M monitored the chatter between the security forces, and the escape of the others and the Torvada had been mentioned. A new order had been issued to secure level 14, as it was assumed that M's body would be retrieved next. To that extent, an elite strike unit was on its way. Several ships had been assigned to provide coverage at the city shaft's entrance. His body had also not been moved. Azaric was taking no chances, and had already gotten a mercenary group from one of the lower levels to help provide some support. Coming out of the main tunnel were hover slabs with cubes of varying colors. They represented the various elements that had been reclaimed. While most matter replicators could handle dealing with disassembling smaller things, it needed levels like this to store human-sized machines, or larger for dematerialization at the facility outside the city's limits. "We may have a problem," said Ryaulis. "It seems that due to heightened security, M's body was not able to be moved to a staging area. It's instead been placed in a more secure area."
"We'll adapt,"
said M.
"I have the layout of the level and have located my body."
"Very well," said Evaran. "We'll be on standby if needed. M is adept at infiltration, especially when solo, and we can view his journey in the Hollow Room. However, it's past 8 o'clock p.m., and you all have had an ordeal. If you wish to rest, please do so." Isaac grinned. "That can wait. At least for me. I'm up for the viewing." "Same," said Dylan. Kate stood. "Let's go then." Chromu hugged M. "Be safe, and travel well."
"Thank you. I will."
He went to the ramp as the others left. After shimmering out of view and setting his shielding to match the ambient temperature outside, he exited the Torvada. He was able to fly undetected through the main entrance and down a long tunnel. The procession on the right side was a steady stream of platforms that M used as cover. He had picked one that had 9 capsules with robots of various types inside. They were depowered and were mostly humanoid, although some were more like large drones. M's orb slowed when he read the attached decommissioning details. One robot had been disabled because it bumped into Prometheus citizens too much while it transported items around the city. Another was decommissioned when it refused to perform mating acts with a couple. It saddened M that these weren't just robots with basic intelligence. They had a limited AI that could self-reflect, and now they were being punished for reasons undeserving of being shut down permanently. However, there were some that did deserve to be shuttered. One had decided that organics needed to die, and it had slaughtered a family. Another had stolen a ship and used it to fire on a government building, killing 6 people in the process. The robots didn't get jail like a human would. They would be turned into their basic elements for reuse. M focused on the massive column array when it came into view. After every 5 capsules in a column was a gap that had a supporting pillar. Each capsule had a small platform on both sides that transportation units could unload from. Some gaps were left open. This would make moving between columns easier. The platforms M had been following split off into various tracks as they navigated to their respective capsule block. His body was off to the right in a column dedicated to more security. Although there was a guard for every 5 capsules when he arrived, they were watching the interior. That allowed him to go to the other side, where there was 1 guard for every 15 capsules. Apparently, they didn't expect an assault from a wall, but weren't taking any chances. Surveillance devices were active at each column gap on the way to the secured area, and even more when M went to the back. He traveled down 63 capsules and found his body was in a magnetic shield, which was why he couldn't connect to it. There was a biometric scanner with no connecting port that he wouldn't be able to bypass unless he had Evaran's UIC or used his nanobots, which would reveal him. Although M could defeat most technological systems, there was also a bio component involved. "Oh no," said Kate. "What are you going to do?"
Use human curiosity,
said M. "Okay, I gotta see this," said Dylan.
Acknowledged.
M hovered over his capsule, then oriented himself toward the wall.
Azaric is weak.
A guard walked over and inspected the capsule. M flew to the other side and projected a hologram on the shielding that would make the guard think M's body was still active. This drew the front guard's attention, who joined the other one already investigating.
"You see the lights?" asked one. "Yeah, and it also spoke." "Better check it out,"
said the other. He shut down the magnetic shielding and stepped in close to inspect the straps and wires M's body was connected to. M broadcast another voice behind them.
"What was that?"
said one of them. M used the distraction to slip into his body via the chest hatchway. He reached out with his cosmic orb and formed a skeleton made of his tendrils inside. He stepped forward and touched both men.
Something shocking.
They collapsed to the ground.
Kate giggled. "Okay, that was good," said Isaac.
Unfortunately, their suits are emitting an alert to nearby security personnel,
said M. His body shimmered out of view.
I'm on my way now.
Evaran's eyes narrowed. It seems Jesteria's mercs were the group that had been called. They've arrived at the entrance about 40 strong. The elite forces are also about 10 minutes away.
They've stopped all outgoing traffic, and the area is being flooded by troops doing column sweeps,
said M.
They've also deployed a mist. I can get to the exit from this area, but I'm not sure yet how to pass that chokehold, and they'll soon be able to detect me. There's too much activity for me to burrow into the wall.
I understand. When they begin to head for the entrance, make your move.
You're going to cause a distraction.
Evaran's eyes glowed. I am.
Acknowledged.
Dylan, Isaac, and Kate used the Torvada stun beams to assist. You got it, said Dylan, hopping up. Evaran ran out of the room. When he reached the ramp, he launched off the edge and landed with a big impact, sending defenders flying. He used his utility handle, which was now a staff with electrical ends, to run around and knock down or push away others. Jesteria's group opened fire, but kept hitting guards, causing them to shoot back. The guards doing the sweep where M was had stopped and rushed toward the entrance. Their chatter indicated they were more concerned with Evaran's appearance than with finding M. He waited for a gap, then dashed into the tunnel leading out. Although the pace was frantic, M had no issue keeping up. Evaran was a whirlwind as he leapt and charged all over the docking port, often using attackers against themselves. It was chaos with so many combatants. The Torvada had also unleashed a steady stream of stun blasts that downed people. When M reached the entrance, he burst out and joined Evaran, and they flew into the Torvada. They met in the command area with the rest of the gang. "Take us out," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
M took a final look at the docking area. Stunned defenders littered the ground, while others moved around in confusion. Some ran back to the entrance. Thankfully, he had escaped before the elite forces arrived. If there had been a delay and they had come, this would have been a much more difficult rescue. Jesteria's crew had once again been defeated, something M was sure would rile them up. For now, getting to low orbit was priority. Then they could figure out their next steps. Chapter 21. Ryalis analyzed the command center as the Torvada ascended to low orbit. Azuric's elite forces ship had been detected on the way out, and there was a lot more buzz around the city shaft entrance. Like in the Coliseum event on the KUC's homeworld, the Torvada wouldn't be detected or caught when it was stealthed. She had a new appreciation for what it could do. It was not lost on her that 5 hours ago she had met Evaran and M. In that span of time, they had formed plans, had retrieved the Torvada and the rest of Evaran's team, and now had gotten M's body. Evaran and M moved fast and were able to adapt to new elements of a situation. Their technology was also far more advanced than anything she had seen. Evaran's fight at the docking port fascinated her. He moved faster than the defenders, and no movements were wasted. His efficiency was on display, and he often used those attacking him as shields. In one instance, a guard had gone to shoot him. Evaran was beside him almost instantly. Then he grabbed the man's hand and made him fire at another oncoming attacker. Almost immediately after that, he did a sidekick that sent another guard sprawling. He then shifted to the right as another attacker swung their stun stick, causing them to hit the initial man who had tried to blast Evaran. The whole sequence moved so effortlessly that it was like watching altered footage. Every movement had some thought and time put into it, which showed very fast thinking. Jesteria's mercs and the docking port security couldn't catch Evaran, much less hurt him. Ryalis understood why he went alone. Bringing the others would have slowed him down. While that might be fine on other excursions, this fight needed Evaran to be as free as possible to create the biggest distraction he could. And he did. M's abilities were also showcased. He was far more than just a robotic orb. While he was at least as advanced as the androids and robots she knew of, he also had cosmic energy, something no other android or robot had, as Antion most likely would have detected that. She also loved M's high fives. Chromu was someone Ryalis wanted to know more about. The fact she was a traveling form of a sentient planet had seemed far-fetched, but there was no reason for Evaran to lie about that. Azurix trying to mine Colada from Chromu was expected, and now that she was more aware of why Azuric tried to mine her and also had met him personally, it would be an interesting situation. She seemed eternally curious and happy despite taking a beating and liked physical touch. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate intrigued her. They were human, but obviously from a different time period. Although they had nanobots in them, they didn't carry themselves like a USF citizen did. Although there were many different cultures and states in the USF, Dylan, Isaac, and Kate were something different. Ryalis was curious to know more about where they came from and was eager to hear their perspective on the humanity she knew. Dylan had been wounded by Azuric, yet he had bounced back. He was resilient and had an upbeat personality. Isaac and Kate had also been harmed but were in good moods despite everything that happened. It helped that they knew they had Evaran, M, and the Torvada backing them. This might not even be their first trip, and Ryalis wanted to know more about their traveling engagement. "If we're ready for a break, we can do it at the Peacekeepers' headquarters," she said. Evaran looked at the others. "I think we can stay the night in the Torvada, then head to your headquarters to discuss everything." "Okay," said Ryalis. "I just realized this is probably the safest place to rest." Kate smiled. Well, I look forward to seeing your headquarters. It'll be nice to interact with other humans without being hunted. I have a lot of questions, and we welcome you. I, too, have many questions, but everyone has been through an ordeal. Evaran nodded. M and I can show you to your room. Everyone stood. Ryalis gestured at the hallway. I know this may be obvious to you all, but how is that hallway possible?
Dimensional mechanics, said Isaac, grinning. Took me a while to wrap my mind around it, too.
Oh. Interesting. She wasn't fully sure what was involved with that, but it was apparent the Toravada could create dimensions. If she didn't know what she already did of the Toravada, she might have been surprised. She followed everyone to the last door on the left and entered a vast concourse with 2 levels on each side. Doorways were equally spaced out, and Dylan, Isaac, Cade, and Chromu went to the first 4 doors on the right side. A 5th door had Ryalis' name over it. Evaran, M, and Ryalis walked over to it. You can control this door with the side console. It's keyed to you, said Evaran. Go ahead and tap it. Ryalis complied, and the door opened. Inside was a modest setup with couches, chairs, and a few tables. After entering, she checked out the interior. A matter replicator sat off to the left, and to her right was another hallway with several doors. She appreciated the sweet smell, although she wasn't sure what it was.
We've downloaded a room pattern we think may work for you,
said M.
If you don't like it, you can poke the air to pull up the menu and change the configuration.
Ryalis did so and scrutinized the offerings. Hollow rooms and menus were not new to her, but she suspected Evaran and M had a special connection to the Toravada that required no physical interaction. That was rare for the tech the USF had, but not unheard of. It was obvious the menu options reflected Prometheus ones, and she planned to offer more information once they were at her headquarters. I wanted to thank you again for allowing me to see what I don't think others from this time period are supposed to see, said Ryalis. You're welcome, said Evaran. I firmly believe you and M were brought here to see what Antion had done, and then to try to help restore some semblance of peace. You also try to avoid killing, which I admire. Evaran drew his lips flat. I wish we could interfere in the past here, but we're a part of events, and in particular, I don't want to change anything about Antion's personal time stream. He has been dealt with, and the last thing anyone wants is another version of him running around. Ryalis extended her hand. Yeah, let's try to avoid that. I don't know your sleep cycle, but we will meet at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, said Evaran. We can plan to spend the day at your headquarters. A good plan, she said. Evaran and M went to the door. Get some rest, and we'll convene tomorrow, said Evaran. Ryalis stretched out on her couch after they left. This had been the most unique experience of her life, and she didn't want to waste a moment of it. Traveling with cosmic beings on a ship that could go through space and time was far beyond what she had planned for when she had woken up this morning, but she would take it. Isaac awoke refreshed, and the previous day had already faded in his mind. He never got tired of the neural effect while sleeping, and he suspected it did more than just provide a good night's rest. Waking up to a new day was something he enjoyed. As a data architect, his job had been demanding, and a solid rest was rare. After 45 minutes, he had cleaned up and gone to the conference room, where Ryalis and Chromu were having fun discussing something. A shimmer of light streaked over Chromu's face when she saw him. Isaac, good morning. He chuckled as he got a protein shake and joined them.
Hey, hope you two had a good night's rest.
Probably the best I've ever had, said Ryalis. Usually my augment helps in that regard, but I didn't need it last night.
A brain augment?
Asked Isaac. A general one that goes in the back of the head. It upgrades as you age and is given to us at a young age. It's also what allows other augments to be added. That's standard in the USF. Isaac took a sip of his drink.
That's so interesting. I have so many questions on USF culture in general.
I do too, said Chromu. I'm pleased to have met Ryalis and look forward to knowing more about the USF.
Well, hopefully it's good and balances out what you've experienced so far,
said Isaac. Chromu's eyes softened. You, Dylan, Kate, and Ryaulus have shown me that not all humans are bad. As if on cue, Dylan and Kate walked in, grabbed their breakfast, and sat. Miss anything? Asked Dylan, chomping on his sausage burrito. Isaac shook his head. Was just discussing Chromu's perspective on things, especially in regard to humanity. Kate downed some of her coffee. Sounds deep. Evaran and M arrived and took their seats. I hope everyone is well rested, said Evaran. He glanced at Ryaulus. I don't know how the sleep here compares to your normal cycle, but I hope it was good. Definitely. I was telling Isaac that I didn't need to use my augment to help me sleep. I feel great, she said. Excellent. As it's only 9:15 a.m. Earth time, we can wait another 15 minutes to begin, said Evaran. Kate waved a hand at him. I think we're good to start, unless anyone objects. A moment of silence passed. Very well, said Evaran. We'll be going to the Peacekeepers' headquarters and learning more about the USF in general, in particular about Antion and Azaric. We can then discuss our next steps. Dylan whooped. Awesome! I take it the headquarters is hidden away somewhere? It is, said Ryaulus. However, I gave the coordinates to Evaran last night. Although we have public offices in most states across the USF, and even in some regional command centers, as well as a fake headquarters, we keep the real one hidden away. Even when we were still active as the USF's main defense force, we still had a hidden place. And you also have secret meeting spots, like that abandoned factory, said Kate. We do. And although Primiticus is friendlier than most to the Peacekeepers, some states actively hunt and imprison us, saying we're a terrorist group. Which is nonsense. Isaac drew his head back. Why would they think that? Ryaulus sighed. When Antion attacked, we locked down everything all across the USF. Some states on the other side of the USF who never had to deal with Antion rebelled against that, and deep distrust was created. Incidents ramped up, and it was almost like a mini-war unto itself. Once the Peacekeepers were disbanded in name only, those states charged us with using fear and terror to control the masses. The Peacekeepers moved out of those states, but we still have informants there. Seems like a lot of variety in the different states, said Isaac. There is, said Ryaulus. Evaran gazed around the table. We can discuss this and more once we've reached Peacekeeper headquarters. The Torvata is in Scan Profile 1, stealthed and in orbit. Isaac listened intently for the next 5 minutes, then joined the others in the command area. He grinned at the seating arrangement. He and Dylan were on the left side, and Kate, Chromu, and Ryaulus were on the other. Chromu sat between Kate and Ryaulus and was all smiles. He frowned for a moment as he recalled how defeated her face had been in the prison. It did him good to see her in a better state. The planet they were descending to was a lush jungle world. While it had a variety of environments like most planets he had seen, this had about half of Earth's water, and most of the land masses, save the poles, were green. His eyes were drawn to the data windows that identified life forms in the air. There were a huge variety of what he thought were birds, but there were also large insects and flying reptiles. Normally, the Torvata would classify something in one of the major groups he had known from Earth, but these were not identified as such. One creature resembled a huge dragonfly, but it had fur. Another reminded him of a giant bald eagle with scaled skin, and yet another had big bug eyes and mandibles, but also had feathers. He grimaced when he saw a horrifying, spider-like creature being carried by a line attached to a semi-transparent balloon with web strands on it. The evolution of these creatures must be fascinating. After 20 minutes, the Torvata approached a red dot that indicated where they were going, but all Isaac saw was a canyon formation. Although there was jungle everywhere, including vegetation on the canyon walls, it was hard to see due to the mist. He understood now why the Peacekeeper headquarters was here. The most amazing part was that the facility had been outlined deep inside a canyon run, but he couldn't see it with his naked eye. The Torvata dipped into the mist and flew between sturdy rock walls. Ryaulus interacted with a podium interface Evaran had materialized. "I've sent my command codes. We should get a quick response." After a moment, a woman spoke over the interior speakers. "Commander Ryaulus, you're back." "I am, Jaehaerys, and I have some passengers with me. I found Evaran and his team, and we're coming in on his ship, the Toravata. Assign me a bay. Of course." Isaac noted the excitement in Jaehaerys' voice. He wasn't sure if it was because of them or Ryaulus or maybe both. A yellow dot appeared inside the red one. "We can land there," said Ryaulus. She faced the group. "Please don't be alarmed if everyone stares at you. There'll be some worry from them, but I'll settle that." Dylan shrugged. "We're human, just like you." "Yes, but ones who travel with Evaran and M on the Toravata." "Ah, gotcha." Isaac surveyed the massive cliff they approached. The bay they were assigned had an entrance covered in vines. However, as they neared, the vines pulled up and to the side, revealing a spacious docking bay. Once they were in, the vines moved back into place, and a massive door sealed them in. Ryaulus stood. "And I'm home. Please, follow me." Isaac's heart raced as he stood. This was yet another new experience, and he was eager to learn more about the Peacekeepers and their tech. If he could squeeze it in, he would try to get a tour of the base. His breathing increased as they exited. Robots of all shapes and sizes scurried around, and their silver skin clashed with the green and brown walls and floor. The ceiling was gray, and illumination was provided by ceiling lights arranged in rows. Their design reminded him of long submarine sandwiches. A bit of the mist had seeped in, but he could still see the paneled metal floor. Ryaulus extended her hand toward a light blue-skinned woman in a light gray mesh suit and her security team as they approached. "Don't worry about Jaehaerys' heavy security detail. That's just protocol in case I was brought here under duress." The guards were different than the ones on Primiticus. These wore what Isaac assumed were peacekeeper outfits, and they had a mix of heavy and light armor. The green band across their helmets provided a clean contrast to their white armor. Although he didn't know much about the weapons used by the Peacekeepers or the USF in general, they probably packed a punch. They also had a variety of melee weapons on their sides and backs, the most common being a mace of some type. Jaehaerys stopped in front of the group and formed a V pattern with her index fingers. "Today could be blue, then tomorrow would be white," said Ryaulus, returning the finger pattern. Jaehaerys exhaled and waved off her security guards. "I'm glad you're safe." "Likewise," said Ryaulus. She pointed at everyone in sequence. "With me are Evaran, M, Dr. Kate Minter, Isaac Barret, Chromu, and Dylan Townsend. Dylan, Kate, and Isaac are humans. Chromu is a sentient planet. M is a highly advanced AI and cosmic being. And, of course, you know Evaran." Jaehaerys paused as she swept her gaze across the group. "I look forward to the debriefing." "We'll try to answer what we can," said Evaran. Jaehaerys glanced away. "Great." Isaac could sense that Evaran worried her some. Her heartbeat had shot up, and the quick clenching of her fists was a universal human response. The only other cosmic being she knew about had killed trillions of humans, and here were two more. She didn't know Evaran or M like Ryaulus did, so her fear was understandable. Perhaps that was why she was nervous before. "I've set up the grand planning room," said Jaehaerys. Ryaulus extended her hand. "Proceed." Isaac followed everyone as they headed out. He took in everything he could as they entered a large tunnel that led to a main hallway. It buzzed with activity as people moved about. What stood out was that everyone wore some variant of white as their main color. He suspected that although the Peacekeepers were no longer official, they acted as if they were, and held everyone to whatever structure they had before. Most people stared at them as they passed. Evaran got the most looks, and thanks to Isaac's enhanced senses, he could detect elevated heartbeats, the smell of sweat, and the unconscious actions that indicated they were nervous. It hit him that they had not been announced over a base speaker. Maybe they used a more effective means of communication about things like this, but this visit came as a surprise to many. Perhaps they were just nervous and scared of cosmic beings in general. Isaac recalled the first time he met Evaran and M. He had been glad to be rescued, but he thought Evaran was just an advanced human and M a robot at the time. If he had known they were cosmic beings and all they could do, it would have been a different type of reception. And now he got to witness the impact on others who knew more than he did. Chapter 22. Dylan soaked in everything as they headed toward the debriefing room. The metallic hallways clashed with the green and brown docking bay they had landed in. Maintenance robots moved along the walls, ceiling, and floor, cleaning everything, and a bleach aroma assaulted his nose. Lighting was provided by a few embedded round structures in the ceiling and quite a few more on the ground and sides. What caught his eye were the humanoid holograms talking with the peacekeepers. He had thought they would have just seen the holograms with whatever eye augment they had, but perhaps this was easier somehow. Another aspect that stood out was how fit everyone was. Their skin was immaculate. Their hair looked healthy, and they smelled of soap. It also seemed like everyone had an attractive face, including those with augments on them. With how easy it was to engineer a body, most would probably choose to go that route. The peacekeeper outfits varied, but the security guards were easy to spot in their heavy armor with big pauldrons. Almost everyone else had a form-fitting white outfit with dark blue belts and boots, as well as dark gray, lightly armored pads on their arms and upper thighs. The forearm device on their left forearm was thin, and it projected a screen they could interface with. It didn't surprise him that everyone had a sidearm on their belt or thigh, as well as a dagger. Being able to fight at a moment's notice was important. The trip to the debriefing room took a while, and on the way they boarded a rectangular transportation unit that was accessed from special areas outlined against the wall. It was like opening a closet door and stepping in, then whooshing off to wherever. M had provided a layout of the facility, and there was a massive travel network that was utilized. The base was far bigger than Dylan had expected. It boggled his mind that there were over 20,000 personnel stationed there. M also had a list of various groups the base housed, including the Peacekeepers' 5th Legion, which was about 5,000 strong. The base had various support groups, but Dylan suspected the Legion was the last line of defense. It made him wonder about the other forces deployed outside the headquarters. Another intriguing fact was that their docking bay was but one of several hundred spread throughout the canyon area. Some even had a presence in a nearby mountain several miles away. The debriefing room was 12 miles away, but the transportation unit made quick work of that. After 20 minutes, they exited into an area that only had a big, train-like staging section and a large door opposite them. A security complement of guards, robots, and turrets awaited them, and Dylan appreciated their presence. He had taken an interest in security groups like the Earth Ward Rangers, a security force meant to support the investigative arm of the Earth Ward, in particular, inspectors like Dalton Kingston. It was cool to see how the peacekeepers handled things. The debriefing room was huge, and in the middle was a large circular platform ringed by a thin, 2-foot-high metallic wall. Angled interfaces extended from that to allow multiple people to work on whatever was being projected. The rest of the area had various workstations spread throughout, especially against the walls, and large screens covered the upper part of the sides and showed activity from across the USF. There were 2 people at the workstations, but standing by the center consoles was an older man in a dark gray, lightly armored outfit with a black belt. He had the typical light blue skin and long white hair that Dylan had come to associate with most in the USF. His chest had 2 straps that supported a slim backpack, and on the sides of his head were 2 thin metal strips that went around the back. The look Ryaulis gave him indicated there might be something more than friendship there, but perhaps Dylan was reading too much into it. Ryaulis motioned to him. "This is Ducata Gajilton, one of the 4 high-ranking ambassadors who represent Dresdith to the USF. In particular, he represents the planet Markern Prime, where Primiticus is. He wields a lot of power and believes the Peacekeepers should be restored, and is working toward that goal. He was here on other business, and I asked him to extend his visit for a day to meet with everyone." Ducata smiled and flashed the Dresdith finger signs.
"It's great to meet you all. So you're aware. I know of Azric's bounty, and also know it's fake. If you've caused him to make an announcement, then you're probably on the right side of things."
Evaran bowed with his left arm across his stomach. "As I'm sure you already know, I'm Evaran." He introduced the others.
"Thank you for the introductions. We have a lot to discuss."
Ryaulus approached one of the consoles around the center platform. "It may help for everyone to understand how we got to where we are. Although I'm sure most of this has been covered, it may be best to ensure we're at the same level of knowledge." Evaran dipped his head toward her. "I concur. Please proceed." Dylan examined the holographic galactic map. It had several colored regions with titles and various lines from the USF to other areas, measuring the distance in light years. Ryaulus highlighted the USF region. "This was us 42 years ago. The USF was one civilization with 81 planetary states. The Peacekeepers were the USF's main defense force, but we also assisted local law enforcement at all levels. As you can see from some of the lines going to other civilizations, we were aware of them, but the official policy was to not contact them unless they contacted us. As an example, we knew of the Telzik Ascendancy, but had not met them formally. However, we did know they had sent infiltration units to us, but they weren't malicious. They were truly there just to learn about our culture."
"A surprise. To be honest," said Ducata, "they even shared technology with us that we kept classified."
"They've mastered human forms quite well, too," said Jaharis.
"Yeah, saw that when we met with them. They were quite friendly," said Isaac.
Ducata drew his head back.
"I look forward to hearing more about that."
"We can cover that when we get to that point," said Evaran.
"Fair enough. Continue on, Ryaulus."
She flicked her finger, and the map changed to the next year. She highlighted the closest Telzik Ascendancy area. "We noticed there was some type of conflict going on here. We didn't know it was Antion and his Time Wardens at the time." She gestured at a large dark hole between the USF and the Telzik Ascendancy. "This came out of nowhere, and Antion's fleet went in there. As you probably guessed, it alarmed us, and we sent a small force to investigate. Those that went in never came out." Kate shuddered. "You must have realized that wasn't a natural event. We did, and yes, we realized something had to have created it." Evaran raised a finger. "That something was Froz, a Grand Matter Mage. Matter Mages are a race of energy beings who can control matter. They like to create things. The Telziks are one of their creations, as is Chromu, a sentient planet."
"You're a sentient planet?"
asked Ducata. "I am." She hugged a startled Ducata. "This is one of my traveling forms, and these are all new experiences."
"Ryaulus sent me a report on Azric's imprisonment of you. I'm sorry to hear that you had to experience that, and hope it hasn't colored your view of the USF too much."
"I'm okay. I'm learning, and I understand that Azric is just a bad person." Ducata rubbed his chin.
"This has been enlightening so far."
Ryaulus ran her finger along the edges of the dark nebula. "Those ships we sent that were close to the nebula were the first to engage Antion's fleet when it exited at half strength. They easily destroyed the USF ships, then arrived at Gilead, the closest USF planetary state." She extended her hand toward Evaran. "Antion glassed the capital world after not finding you or even a mention of you. He then did the same to Pinocra. Trillions of human lives were lost, and the USF presence there was completely wiped out. Apparently, Antion figured one way to make sure you weren't hiding there was to just wipe the planets clean."
"A dark year," said Ducata.
frowning. "It was," said Ryaulus. The aftermath was Azaric said the peacekeepers had failed, and the KUC withdrew from the USF. 15 other states did the same, but Ducata offered a new alignment of each state being in a loose confederation. They could be their own independent state, but work together as the USF on certain things. Without that, it would have been a big civil war with many factions. Ducata grimaced. "It was supposed to be temporary, to buy time for the peacekeepers to regain their strength, and for Dresdith to reestablish the USF to its former glory. Unfortunately, between the KUC and Slatharka, 2 powerful states that avoided Antion's path of terror and also benefited from the sales of combat equipment and ships, they've kept the status quo. And here we are." Ryaulus glanced at Evaran. "Perhaps you can continue from there." "Very well," he said. M, Dylan, Isaac, Kate, and I travel through space, time, and beyond to help those in need. My ship, the Toravada, gives us summonses to attend to. This one took us to Chromu, where we analyzed the aftermath of a battle between the KUC, the Telzik Ascendancy, and Chromu's native denizens. We learned Azaric was after Collada, an exotic energy in liquid form that allows phasing. "So that's why they were there," said Ducata. Chromu nodded. "I didn't know what they were after at the time, but I was also vaguely aware of it on a conscious level. I did notify the local creatures that they needed to defend my crystal spike, and they responded." "Fascinating," said Ducata. "I'm sorry they attacked you. That was a bad first impression." "Yes, but Evaran and the others visited afterward, which gave rise to this form, and a new level of awareness." Evaran outlined the nearest Telzik Ascendancy Dyson swarm. We met with the Telziks and discussed the situation. We learned they had been monitoring the planet and suspected the KUC was getting something that allowed them to bypass Telzik defenses. They were right, and this meeting confirmed that. They also wanted a truce with the USF, but were unsure how to do that. "I'm impressed you met with them," said Ducata. "If the USF was whole, like before, we would have easily accepted that. However, with warmongers like the KUC, that will prove difficult. They'd need to make an agreement with each state." Dylan smirked. "That didn't go over well with Azaric." "He's right," said Evaran. We met with Azaric next and also used deception to get a meeting with him. He let us leave, then tried to capture us in the Colosseum. I'll show you what we showed Ryaulus. Ducata was glued to the meeting that unfolded and the subsequent visit to the Colosseum. "Azaric is like he always is. He saw an opportunity to use you for his own gain. It's likely he knows you're not like Antion, and he aims to take advantage of that." "I suspect so," said Evaran. "I now believe the Toravada wants us to leave everything in a state of peace compared to the current state. In essence, clean up Antion's mess. And I'm happy to do so." "What do we do next?" asked Kate. "The parts are coming together for a plan. Our next stop is to visit the Telziks, and Ducata and Ryaulus are needed for that." "I welcome any meeting with them that leads to peace," said Ducata. Ryaulus winked at him. "And to travel on the Toravada." He grinned. "Perhaps so." Ryaulus faced Evaran. "Is there a way for two-way communication from here with the Toravada?" "There is," he said. He tapped at his belt, pulled out a small cube, and handed it to her. "Place this on any communication console." "I'll place it," said Jaharis. "An excellent idea," said Ducata. "Keeping lines of communication open is always advisable, at least in most situations." Dylan already liked him and could see why he was a successful ambassador. He adapted quickly and had a sense of humor, not something he had seen much of outside of Promethicus's lower levels. The meeting between the Telziks, peacekeepers, and a powerful USF ambassador was something Dylan was eager to listen in on. Ryaulus appreciated that the meeting with Ducata had gone well. Although he was adaptable to most situations, she hadn't been fully sure of his reaction. With him on board, it gave Evaran access to a powerful group within the USF. She counted the peacekeepers as part of that. She also enjoyed seeing Ducata again, and his mere presence made her pulse quicken. After their meeting, they headed to the Toravada. She snuck glances at Ducata, and he was more alert than usual. One of the best ways to prove that Evaran was who he claimed was simply traveling on his ship. The dimensional portal jump as well as dimensional mechanics would show that the Toravada was far more advanced than anything the USF had. Chromu had answered many of Ducata's questions as they walked. Ryalis listened in and got answers to things she had wanted to ask. Chromu's brain was really a network of crystalline structures in the planet's mantle. Power came from a variety of sources, and most impressive of all, she had an army of living organisms that resembled a nanoswarm in their capabilities. It was how she had healed after Azuric's beating, but Ryalis also saw how powerful that would be as a horde on Chromu's planet. Ducata also had some pertinent questions for Dylan, Isaac, and Kate. Apparently, they were from 2014 AD, far in the past. They were even from another galaxy. To them, the USF was an advanced version of humanity. It hit her that humanity could have arisen in their galaxy and not in hers. That went against the official documentation of humanity's origins, and she made a note to see if Evaran would let her see this Earth that Kate had mentioned. After boarding the Toravada, everyone took their seats in the command area. Ryalis chortled on the inside when Ducata's eyes widened upon seeing the hallway that existed on the inside, but not the outside. He correctly assumed it was dimensional mechanics, but she knew him well enough to know that he would chew on this for days. The trip to low orbit went without issue, and once there the Toravada opened a portal and flew through. Ryalis stared at the strange structures orbiting the star. She had seen them from afar when the USF had detected them long ago, but it was another experience to see it so close. Ducata was equally impressed. It was evident the Telzics harnessed their star's power. While the USF had solar collectors in space, it was nowhere near the design or power of what was arrayed in front of her. Evaran interacted with his chair console, causing a hologram of a human to appear. Ryalis inspected the fair-skinned man with a black, form-fitting mesh suit. He had black hair, silver eyes, and no augments on his head. She had expected to see a destructor or perhaps a robot, but this form was hard to distinguish from a human. "Hello, C7, said Evaran. "I would like to meet, and with me this time are Ryalis Crownder, a former peacekeeper commander, and Ducata Gajilton, a high-ranking ambassador for Dresdith."
"Oh," said C7, moving his gaze over them. "I know both of them, indirectly, and they're welcome here. Welcome to TZS4, a regional shard of the Telzic Ascendancy." "It's an honor," said Ducata, showing the Dresdith finger signs. "The Dresdith pattern," said C7. He observed Ryalis doing the Peacekeeper one. "And the Peacekeeper sign." He bowed. "We just do that." M did a high five in the air.
Perhaps you can do that as well.
"An intriguing option. Perhaps you can demonstrate that technique when you arrive."
Acknowledged.
"Great," said C7. "You can land in the same place where you've already been cleared. I'll see you all soon." The projection dissipated. "That went well," said Ducata. "C7 had a very human form. Outside of the unusual color, although I guess he would have done that to mimic your group's coloring, at least Evaran, Dylan, and Kate." Isaac chuckled. "Yeah, if it was mine, it could stick out too much. No offense was intended," said Ducata. "As I'm sure you're aware, skin color has no preferential treatment in the USF. It's just a display characteristic left up to the individual." Isaac flashed him a thumbs up, which Ducata took a moment to return. Evaran's eyes narrowed. "As I'm sure you and Ryalis are already aware, the Telzics have infiltration units meant to observe and notify. It's not meant to be malicious, but is more of an information-gathering process.
They don't fully understand humans, other than that they've been attacked by them. Ducata sighed.
Oh, no thanks to Azaric. I'm just glad we can have a dialogue with the Telzics, even though they're considered an enemy combatant by the USF.
Indeed. After another 20 minutes, they reached C7's platform. The trip to get there had intrigued Ryaulus. The Toravata had landed on a green platform that wrapped up the Toravata, then pulled it into a cylindrical building. The bay had been empty, and they took a lift to a small hallway. The main path was packed with robots of all types. Some had stopped to watch them pass. Ryaulus had been somewhat unnerved by all the commotion, but she trusted Evaran and also that C7 wouldn't harm them. If he had wanted to, it would have been very easy to do so. Ducata had kept his cool, but she knew he was probably nervous as well. Evaran's group had waved at the robots. It was apparent they were comfortable with the situation. C7's platform was in the middle of a humongous open area, and its sheer size impressed her. She widened her eyes when a stream of nanobots formed C7. They had created a human form similar to the one she saw when Evaran had contacted the Telzics, and she understood why they were referred to as infiltration forms. This one had light blue skin and white hair, and was indistinguishable from a regular citizen.
Hello, everyone,
said C7. He bowed to Ducata and Ryaulus.
I assume this is your first visit to a Telzic structure.
It is,
said Ducata, bowing. Once again, we're honored to be here, and I'm impressed with what I've seen so far.
Ryaulus also bowed. Same here.
I'm glad you're both here, said C7.
We have some things to discuss, said Evaran. Is Froz around?
He's on his way. He left a device to signal him should you return, and it was activated the moment you contacted me.
Excellent, said Evaran. C7 scrutinized Dylan, Isaac, and Kate.
You three have been through something. I detect injuries being healed.
Dylan puffed his cheeks. Met Azaric in a jail cell. It didn't go our way.
I suppose it wouldn't. He isn't known for being kind.
Don't we know it, said Ryaulus. C7 extended his hands to Chromu.
Welcome back, sister.
She hugged him.
I could tell you wanted to do that, said C7.
It's good to see you, brother. Ryaulus wrinkled her brow. They were referring to both having been made by matter mages. It seemed all it took to bring them together was Evaran. She suspected they would enjoy working together. Chromu was eager for new experiences, and she was genuinely interested in meeting others. A flash of light blinded everyone, and a moment later, a red-skinned man wearing a blue, form-fitting suit appeared. He had long, white hair and white eyes, and stood about 6 feet tall.
I'm Froz, for the newcomers, he said.
Evaran introduced Ryaulus and Ducata.
Good to meet you both,
said Froz. He addressed Evaran.
I take it you've come here to discuss something of importance, unless this is just a social visit. Either is fine.
As you already know, I believe my purpose here is to bring peace to this area of the galaxy, said Evaran. It's apparent Azaric is a major block to that. To that end, I have a plan. Froz furrowed his brow.
You got my attention. Mine too, said C7.
It wasn't lost on Ryaulus that this must be routine for Evaran to meet with powerful beings and leaders. She swept her gaze around the room. Evaran had assembled a peacekeeper commander, a powerful USF ambassador, a Telzic curator, and a grand matter mage. The amount of power in the room was palpable. M will project as I speak, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
M used his eyes to display a holographic map of the USF. It's clear to me now that the USF will never go back to what it was before, with the KUC and others like Slotharka. I think what needs to occur is that Dresdith proclaims a new agreement to any states that want to join them, a rebirth of what the USF is, and the peacekeepers working with Froz to back it. Froz would also have a device that can sap cosmic energy out of a cosmic being.
A bold move, said Ducata.
He looked at Froz.
Would that mean that you're always available?
Froz paused.
I could have matter mages act as a liaison, as they can reach me quickly. If this is what Evaran believes will bring peace and stop the assault on our creations, then I'm amenable to that." He eyed Evaran. "This device you speak of, was it used on Antion?"
M projected a sphere with small holes on it. "No, but the end result is the same," said Evaran. "This is a cosmic energy sapper. It will extend tendrils, and upon touching a cosmic being, strip them of their cosmic energy. I can show you how it was used. M, project the final moments of our encounter with Wardax, another cosmic being."
Acknowledged.
Ryaolis's pulse quickened at seeing the massive creature Evaran and his group had fought. They had a different appearance, but they were all labeled. She didn't know who Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, V, or Lord Vigon were. Lord Vigon had jumped into Wardax, and a moment later, tiny dots covered Wardax's body. She wasn't sure what Dr. Snowden was doing by rubbing his hands on Wardax's body as cosmic energy left, but it was apparent after a hole opened to pull Lord Vigon out. "Wow! Never seen that before," said Dylan. "That's your previous form?" "It is," said Evaran. Ducata tilted his head. "Previous form?" "It's not important for now," said Evaran. "However, it shows how it's used and its impact. If it had been used on Antion, he would have become mortal." Evaran was like a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Ryaolis wondered if she would ever truly understand him, but even his own crew was still learning about him.
"And you'll freely give me this device?" asked Froz. "It could be used against you if you turned."
Evaran raised his head a bit. "If that does occur, I hope you do use it. However, when Dresdith announces this, it would be helpful if the device is mentioned. That would be a powerful presentation. Whatever the new agreement is, it would need voted on," said Ryaolis.
"It definitely would," said Ducata.
He motioned at C7.
"And what of the Telsic ascendancy? I assume we'd end all hostilities and sign a treaty of sorts?" "We'd like that," said C7. "The hard part is getting all of the USF to agree to it. The only USF state that attacks us is the KUC." Froz harumphed. "I think I can prevent them from attacking. However, I think they'll focus on Chromu."
Chromu tilted her head. "How so?"
"You have Kalata, and the KUC has shown its effectiveness. I won't let them hurt you again if I can help it."
She hugged him. "I'm so happy you're here." Ryaolis could see the strong bond between them. It must be a good feeling to be loved and protected by such a powerful being. She still didn't fully understand what Froz was, but if he could dust entire planetary systems, then his power level was beyond any tech the USF had. The fact he was able to defeat half of Antion's fleet and survive was a good indicator of his strength. "There is more to discuss," said Evaran. Seats materialized around the center.
"Then let's sit while we go over things," said C7.
Ryaolis took her seat between Chromu and Ducata. The overall plan was solid, and she suspected these other topics would get into the details about a treaty and how things would work. She paused to soak in the moment. History was being made, and she had literally been given a front-row seat, something she was more than willing to accept. Chapter 23. Kate had trouble concentrating. She understood the importance of the people around the table and how much power they represented. Evaran was truly a peacemaker, although she suspected there would be violence at some level of his plan. She always viewed that as a price to be paid to maintain normalcy, as without it, bad elements could take advantage.
"Where should we start?"
asked C7. Evaran gestured at Ducata. "Let's discuss how the treaty between the USF and the Telsic Ascendancy would work."
"I'd like to say smoothly, but it will be anything but that," he said. "While Dresdith is a powerful state, and we do have allied states with us, we don't fully represent the USF. The KUC also has its own allied states, as does Slotharka. There are 4 other major states like that,
and Dresdeth is the only one keeping the KUC and Slatharka from going to war with each other, as our planetary system is between them and controls that buffer space. We also have one of the strongest armed forces, thanks to the peacekeepers. While Dresdeth could offer the treaty, we can't guarantee the other states would honor it.
My backing of the new USF should help with that, said Froz.
It should, said Ducata. We could get more states allied with us to form the largest coalition. However, it would require some buy-in from them, and they would probably want to see something of your power before considering any option.
I see.
Kate could see the complexities of trying to form a united coalition. While Dresdeth was powerful, it was one of several. Perhaps the solution is adding new states, she said, like, say, a planet controlled by the Telzik and Dresdeth. It could be one near the Telzik home swarm and then slowly expand toward the USF. Chromu straightened. I could help with any terraforming needed and also help provide support. Ducata studied them.
Those are excellent suggestions.
I agree, said C7. Perhaps that would also show the rest of the USF that we aren't like how Azaric has characterized us. If a few states were created successfully, it would give Dresdeth a large advantage. He dipped his head to Kate. Great idea.
And I could offer my protection over them, said Froz. That would serve as a good example of my power. Also, I could alter the planetary system as needed, like if a moon was desired, or a larger planet on the outer orbit to prevent smaller natural stellar phenomena from entering the system. I can also optimize magnetic fielding.
Isaac rubbed his chin. Would you colonize a planet or build something like what the Telziks have?
Why not both?
Asked Ducata.
I like it. It would be a chance for a new opportunity for those who seek it.
Exactly.
Evaran gazed around the group. Then the process going forward should be the selection of a new state and its design planning. In the meantime, Ducata, C7, and I can discuss how to present this new situation to the USF. His eyes glowed. It seems Jaharis is contacting us, putting her through. Jaharis's head appeared as a hologram in the center. She jerked back upon seeing C7. Oh, hi, I'm Jaharis.
I know who you are,
said C7, grinning. You do?
Yes. I assume you wanted to talk to Ryaolis.
Jaharis momentarily studied Froz. All of you, actually. There's been some major activity in regard to the KUC. Their prime fleet, including the Sandular, Azaric's personal capital cruiser, is on its way to Chromu. Their secondary fleet has already subjugated Borealis, a neighboring state. The third and fourth fleets are on their way to Dresdeth.
What?
Asked Ducata, eyes wide.
What's their justification for this transgression?
Harboring Evaran, a dangerous cosmic being, and then helping him escape. His words. Slatharka has responded by sending their own fleet toward Dresdeth. Jaharis scowled. They see an opening to take down Dresdeth while it's defending on one front. Ryaolis grimaced. They're rushing to be the first to conquer Dresdeth. Capturing Prometheus would lend them a claim to the USF mantle. She bit her lip. What do we do? Everyone focused on Evaran. Firstly, Froz will go to Dresdeth if he's willing, said Evaran. With his ability, he can disable the ships but leave them with life support and enough power to return from where they came. This will also serve as a showcase of his abilities and introduction to the USF. His appearance will coincide with a digital address from Ducata, explaining the situation. He extended a hand toward Chromu. Is there anything you can do to stop Kalata from being mined? There is, she said. I can lower the crystals. Good, said Evaran. When Azaric's fleet arrives, I suspect it is to make your planet into a fortress where they can mine at their leisure. Without exposure to the crystals, they'll most likely settle to burrow in and probably have specialized equipment all ready for that purpose. He addressed C7. This is where your fleet could help disable their ships. The KUC fleet could get some dropships down, but Chromu can handle those. If a Destructor and Peacekeeper unit can be spared, we could use them in helping to take over the Sangular and disabling it while capturing Azaric.
I think it'll take more than a unit from each of us, said Ducata.
C7 froze for a moment.
Yes, we can provide a full battle unit.
And the vanguard of the 5th Legion will assist you, said Ryalis. They're stationed at Peacekeeper headquarters as a reserve unit, but they're ready to go at all times.
Ducata moved his head back and forth. A Legion vanguard. Yes, that's 400 strong, and sounds more reasonable. The rest of the Legion can handle base security still. How big is a Destructor battle unit? 300 members, said C7.
Ducata's eyes widened.
Okay. I think those are sufficient numbers. But how are they going to capture the Sangular? It's well defended.
The Torvata can adjust to house them, said Evaran. When the Torvata breaches Sangular at various points, forces can then unload from there.
The dimensional mechanics thing, said Ducata. And the Torvata, I assume, can get to the Sangular without being destroyed.
Evaran nodded.
Impressive.
Ryalis pulled up an image of the Sangular. We have the layout. There's many good points to infiltrate, and we've planned on how to disable it before, but it's never been something to be implemented. Kate examined the Sangular, which resembled a moon with a massive rectangular bar that had one end through it. The sheer size was daunting, and a prowler next to it was the size of one of the Sangular's cannons. The sphere had wings on each side, but she doubted those were for aerodynamics. A thick ridge sat on top of the spherical portion. This was a ship that never entered a planet's atmosphere. The crew of 6,245 made it seem like a floating fortress.
Wow, said Dylan. That thing is huge.
Ryalis grimaced. There's a reason its presence alone can take on smaller fleets. It has the strongest known shielding, weapons that can fire from far away and up close with precision, and several battle-ready units to deploy at a moment's notice. I can send everyone the layout. She tapped at her forearm device.
I've received it,
said M.
I'll also set up the hollow rooms to house the Destructors and Peacekeepers.
Excellent, said Evaran. For the moment, C7, Froz, and I should assist Ducata with his presentation to update the USF. We can do a second presentation once everything has been settled. Kate scrunched her face. I do have one question. How is the Telsic fleet going to get to Chromu? Are we going to portal it like we did in our last summons? Evaran grinned. An excellent point. Yes, that's what we'll do. The Telsic fleet can assemble, and when ready, we'll open a portal above Chromu that they can go through.
You're very observant, said C7, looking at Kate. We've already started fleet preparation. As we only really have one, it'll leave us somewhat vulnerable to ranged attacks, but we can manage. We still have our defense platforms.
Kate warmed at the compliments. She only wanted to make sure all angles were explored, and she was sure there would be further discussion as things moved forward. Evaran stood. While C7, Froz, Ducata, and I are dealing with the presentation, M can take Chromu to her planet to prepare defenses. Then he can come back to TZS-4 to pick up the Destructor unit and Ducata. After dropping him and Froz off at Primiticus, we'll go to Peacekeeper headquarters to get the 5th Legion's Vanguard unit. C7 can prepare the Telsic fleet during all this. Once we're back in orbit around Chromu, we'll await Azaric's fleet, and upon its arrival, we'll open a portal for the Telsic fleet. Afterward, the Destructors, the Peacekeepers, and the rest of the gang and I will board the Sangular. I want to stress that the focus of the fight should be to disable the ships, but to leave enough power for life support and minimal thrusters. Jaharis drew her head back. That's a very coherent strategy. Bringing a small army to the Sangular isn't something many could do. I'll have the Legion ready to go.
I agree, said Ducata. But if this works, we may see peace for the first time in a long while.
Evaran addressed the rest of the gang. You can stay here and wait until M gets back, or you can go with him. Kate squeezed Chromu's arm. We'll go with her. Chromu beamed. I'd like to see Chromu. As a planet, that is, said Ryalis. Isaac slapped M on the back. "Looks like we got a mission,"
Acknowledged.
said M.
As a close friend used to say, "Let's do this."
"Hell yeah," said Dylan. Isaac and Kate laughed as the others appeared amused. Evaran gave a brief frown. Kate knew that was what Emily Snowden used to say, and despite the situation, the mere mention of her name could cause him to pause. Their relationship was far deeper than what he had with Kate and the others, but perhaps over time it would get to that level. M took off with her, Chromu, Ryalis, Isaac, and Dylan in tow. Kate liked the new plan, but it saddened her that there would be violence. Azaric was the source of all this chaos, and she struggled to believe that humanity was the way it was in this time period. It was like they had learned nothing from history, at least the history she knew. Then again, they maybe had a different one up to this point, something she would like to dive into when there was time. She had envisioned the USF with Ducata and Ryalis as the ideal setup, but they seemed to be fighting against human nature itself. The trip back to the Torvada didn't take long, and Kate read the messages the robots sent. They were cheerful and supportive, and many referenced Chromu as a sister. Chromu almost bounced several times, and it did Kate good to see her absorbing the feeling of camaraderie. After boarding the Torvada, they flew out and portaled to Chromu, then began their descent to the planet. Ryalis tilted her head at Chromu. "What happens here? You just reintegrate somehow?" "Yes," she said. "We're going back to the crystal that formed this body. Once I'm whole, I'll create a new traveling form." "Ah, the place where the KUC and the Telezics fought. Is your new body going to be the same as this one?" asked Ryalis. Chromu smiled. "I'll create a new one based on the experiences I've had so far." "I'm eager to see what you create," said Ryalis.
"Same here,"
said Isaac.
"Can you create new forms to help you defend if the KUC forces land?"
Chromu paused. "I have some ideas. I don't want to hurt other creatures that wouldn't understand." Dylan wagged a finger at her.
"You could make an army of rock men, or women. Well, I guess rock people. You can call them rockers."
"An interesting idea. Give them Colada, and they could pop up anywhere and disarm KUC troops," said Kate. "I like that," said Chromu. Ryalis furrowed her brow. "To create an army is very powerful. With all that you've learned, you could even create your own space defense." M chimed in.
You could be a state with that type of power.
"I just want to experience new things," said Chromu.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada landed in front of the large crystal where Chromu's form had been created. Chromu jumped up. "Let's go." Dylan took off after her. "Follow the leader." Kate cracked up as she joined the others. She was eager to see what Chromu's new form would be and what defensive tactics she would use. Ryalis was as excited as Chromu, and was the third off the Torvada after Chromu and Dylan. Isaac swatted Kate's arm and had a small grin as he exited. Kate walked with M and savored the moment. She had a lot of memorable ones as of late. Isaac felt like the strange was becoming routine. To be on a sentient planet and interact with it was something he would never forget. Chromu, Dylan, and Ryalis had already rushed into the cave, and Isaac walked with Kate and M and took the opportunity to survey the environment. The corpses he had expected to see were gone, and it was like the battle never happened.
Chromu has cleaned the area,
said M.
"I just noticed that,"
said Isaac.
"I don't think native creatures took them away because there's no gear or dried blood anywhere."
Kate grimaced. "Yeah, I'm glad I don't need to see all that again. I prefer this."
I like it too,
said M. He high-fived her. Isaac chuckled and received one as well. He liked being around M, and like with Evaran, it was a feeling of safety. M was in his robot body, which he preferred over his orb, with a hollow shell. Isaac raised his head and closed his eyes for a moment as a cool breeze wafted across his face. The temperature was slightly warm, and thoughts of a cookout danced in his mind. Although he knew there was a fight coming up, he took in the present. They reached the room where Chromu's form had been created. Ryalis and Dylan stood next to Chromu, who faced the structure she had been formed from. "I'm ready," said Chromu.
"Don't let us stop you,"
said Isaac. Chromu stared at everyone. then entered the split in the wall. Isaac figured there would be some noise, but it was strangely quiet. After a moment, she exited with a new appearance. Isaac was surprised she had chosen light blue skin and white hair, similar to a USF denizen. Her face was the same, but her diamond-scaled skin was replaced by normal skin. "Do you like my new form?" asked Chromu. Kate and Ryalis touched her arms. "Looks great," said Kate. "You went with our look," said Ryalis. "I like it." Chromu spun around. "I can blend in easier, and I like the color blue." She oscillated between other skin colors, including fair and dark skin. "I can use any color." "Well, you'll have no problem now," said Dylan. "Are you still like a crystal being with human skin, or did you change the whole package?" "I made myself stronger, strong enough to fight Azaric. Let's hope it doesn't come to that," said Isaac. "I doubt he'll surrender peacefully, though." "He won't," said Ryalis. Chromu extended her arm to the hallway. "Let me show you what I created." Isaac followed the others as she sprinted away. Her excitement was contagious, and he was curious as to what she made. It was apparent that Azaric's thrashing of her would be part of his undoing. When they were outside, Chromu faced them. "Can you see them?" Everyone searched around. Kate shrugged. "I don't see anything." "There," said Dylan, pointing at a large rock formation in the distance. "That wasn't there before." "You got it," said Chromu. Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. "I'm not sure I'm following. You created a big rock? Watch." Isaac widened his eyes when the rock dissembled into what looked like snakes with 6 legs. They were composed of rock segments, and there had to be several hundred creatures. There were also small insect swarms that flew around. One of the creatures approached with a pack of flying insects. Kate stepped back. "What are they?" Chromu laid a hand on the creature's head. "My constructs. I used my living swarm to animate rock. The flying bugs have an acidic sac that will allow them to melt weak points in any armor. I placed these structures around every crystal, which I will now sink." Isaac gulped when the crystal near them began to submerge. It was a slow and loud process. They moved away, but they were already safe. He didn't mind giving it extra space, though. "They also have Colata, so they can phase through things as needed," said Chromu. "There's one other defender I made." Isaac thought he had seen everything until a 40-foot rock golem phased up through the ground in the distance. "Whoa," said Dylan. "It'll deal with any large machines that land," said Chromu. "I think the KUC will be in for a surprise if they get anything down here," said Ryalis. Chromu frowned. "I hope it doesn't come to that." Isaac wished she could be left alone, but Azaric wasn't going to allow that. He needed Colata to take over the USF, but he had no idea what was arrayed against him. He must still think Chromu was a planet that had no defenses and was ready to be mined. Isaac could see why Azaric would risk so much. However, to attack Dresdith showed his assumption that he would take Chromu and mine her for his war engine. Dylan petted the rock creature. It made a low humming sound and acted like it enjoyed the attention. "It likes me," he said. "We all do," said Chromu. "They know you all as friends to protect." The creature extended an appendage to M. M high-fived it, making everyone crack up.
They know how to do that.
It was that or hugging, and I think that might scare people, said Chromu. Yeah, definitely, said Kate. Chromu tilted her head. The Telzics and Peacekeepers are supplying forces for the Azaric assault, and I'd like to contribute some of my creations as well. They can serve up front since they are simulated and aren't fully alive. I can bring 300. Yeah, that's a force, said Dylan.
Very well,
said M.
I can designate a hollow room for them. The giant may be an issue, though.
I think the rock creatures and flying insects will be enough, said Chromu.
Acknowledged,
said M.
To the Toravata, then.
Isaac sucked in a breath when they arrived. A never-ending stream of the creatures filed aboard while he and the others stood back. It made his forearm hairs rise to see the creatures phasing up through the ground, then joining the procession. They would wreak havoc on a ship. That would bring the total number of additional troops to 1,000. While far less than what was on the Sangelar, he figured a lot of the cruiser's crew was support and other non-combat personnel. Isaac took a final look at the other creatures reforming into a rock structure. If the KUC dropped anything on the planet, they would get a nasty surprise. The giant waved before disappearing into the ground. If this was an example of what Chromu could do, he suspected her space defense would be equally powerful. Chapter 24. M went over his analysis of Chromu's defense as the Torvada ascended to low orbit. Her rock creatures and acid insects would allow for precise targeting, while the stone giant would serve as a large shield against powerful fire. The fact they could all phase offered a new approach to their tactics. She'd had time to see what they had on Promethicus, and her defenses were adequate. If she had more time and allowed input from him or Evaran, there could be more efficient designs, but what she had created should work. Her rock creatures resembled destructors, and the giant a heavily armored peacekeeper. The insects were like large nanobots. The next step was to go back to TZS-4 and retrieve Ducata, Froz, and the Telesic Destructor Unit. Ducata would then be dropped off at Promethicus to deliver his message, while Froz went to deal with the enemy fleets. Then the Peacekeeper force would be picked up from their headquarters. After that, it was back to orbit around Chromu's planet to await Azuric's fleet. The plan had several potential points of failure, but those could be adapted to should they occur. The requirements for housing the Destructors and Peacekeepers were very different, but C7 and Ryaulus had submitted detailed specifications. The fact they could do that quickly meant they had already planned for something like this. Having these details ready showed the preparation each had in rapidly deploying their forces. After reaching orbit, the Torvada opened a portal and flew through, exiting outside TZS-4. A different set of landing coordinates had been sent. M determined this was due to it being a better place for a destructor unit to board from. He received a stream of data with updates from a Telesic controller. Evaran, C7, Froz, and Ducata's presentation had been finalized, and the destructors were ready to go. M sent back confirmation that the hollow rooms were set up to the Telesic specifications. He also informed them that Chromu had brought her own force. "Man, Azric's ship isn't going to know what hit it," said Dylan. "I think they will," said Chromu. Dylan cracked up. "I'm just saying, they'll be unprepared for all that's coming their way." "Yes, I agree with that." M understood Chromu's confusion. He recalled encountering many scenarios like this in his previous version as V. Humans tended to use slang and phrases that had different meanings based on context. He did not have that difficulty with USF humans, as they tended to be more direct in their communication. That wasn't uncommon in most advanced versions of humanity. The Torvada landed on a large square pad nestled deep within the shard. Evaran, Ducata, C7, and Froz awaited them. After M and the others joined them, a line of destructors began to board. C7's new heavy robotic form had strong shielding, a variety of weapons from upper arm laser turrets to forearm blasters, and the ability to fly despite its weight. The heavy armor would be effective in close-quarters combat.
"We appreciate your adding your force," said Ducata to Chromu.
"I just want to help," she said. Ryaulus motioned at her. "After seeing what your natives can do, I have no doubt about the efficiency of your creations." "Thank you."
"I'll be joining your crew for this operation," said C7.
"I can tell by your new look. Which looks great, by the way," said Isaac. "Aren't you needed here?"
"Like Chromu, I can split myself. When done, I'll merge back in. And I'm glad you like my new look."
"That's fascinating," said Kate.
"Yeah, that's sick," said Dylan.
"I assume you mean you like both and not that either is related to a medical condition," said C7.
"Oh, yeah, I like both," said Dylan. "I guess the translator didn't do well there."
C7 grinned. "I knew what you meant. I was just having fun."
Dylan pointed at him.
"I see how it is."
M found it curious how C7 was able to adapt not only to USF humans, but also to ones from Dylan's version. Although M had an advanced organic interaction library, he didn't interact as fluently as C7 did. M added a comment to his memory stream to learn how the Telesics were able to interact with ease. He didn't know how extensive their programming was, but if they could do this with any race or species they met, it would be a big benefit and would also make them the foremost group for diplomacy. It didn't take long for the destructors to board, and M had relayed instructions on where to go. He had used several hollow rooms to break up the unit so that there were multiple exit points when the time came. Chromu's force had a similar setup, and he would have the Peacekeepers do the same. When it came time to disembark, he would signal which room was to exit in sequence. M joined everyone in the command area. They were excited, and even Evaran was via his cosmic energy. M navigated the Toravada out, then opened a portal to Primiticus and flew through. Ducata had entered some landing coordinates, so M headed there. Frost stood.
"I'll deal with the KUC fleet headed this way, then the Slatharkan one. I have a device that Evaran gave me that allows for two-way communication, which includes audio and video, so anyone on the Toravada will be able to see what's happening."
"And we'll record all that," said Evaran. "It can be used in the ceremony after all this is done, if required." Ducata stood and gave a Dresden finger pattern. Froz returned it, then hugged and animated Chromu, who had jumped up. M had calculated they would have a long time to strengthen what was already a powerful bond. Although Froz should be in no danger, there were some unknown variables. A powerful antimatter device or beam could hurt or even destroy him. But M doubted Azaric knew that. The USF in general didn't have weapons of that sort. Had they been more advanced with that type of weaponry, it could be a very different outcome. M went to the ramp with the others. Froz clasped Evaran's forearm.
"Good luck to the rest of you, and we'll meet again soon."
M high-fived him, as did Dylan, Kate, and Isaac. Ryaulis did her peacekeeper finger sign. Then Froz stepped through the Toravada's shielding and dissipated into a ball of light before streaking out into space.
"He's going to be busy," said Dylan.
"Most likely," said Evaran. "Next step is to drop off Ducata, then head to the Peacekeepers' headquarters." M liked Evaran's control of each step. It was something M was used to, and the outcomes were usually positive. The Toravada landed on top of a building. Like with Froz, everyone went to the ramp to see Ducata off.
"This is one of the few instances where I feel history is being made," said Ducata. He made his finger sign. "I hope everything goes according to plan, and thank you for the communication device. I'm eager to see how all this unfolds, and if it does go how we think it will, a new dawn awaits the USF, and I hope we get to share that with you," said C7.
M analyzed the look they gave each other as C7 bowed. The way Ducata worded his last statement was a skill that evaded M. He often spoke to the point, whereas Ducata could interweave in a sense of hope. The presentation he would give to the USF would be something for M to learn from. Ducata exited after giving and receiving high fives, forearm shakes, handshakes, a hug from Chromu, and a surprise embrace from Ryaulis. Perhaps there was something deeper there. "To Peacekeeper headquarters," said Evaran. M took the Toravada out after everyone returned to the command center. Like the trip to Primiticus, this one was relatively quick, and a new docking bay had been assigned. It was far larger than the one from before, and his analysis indicated it was meant for bigger ships. Although the Toravada was anything but that, there would be 400 peacekeepers in the bay to load. After landing and exiting, Ryaulis stood front and center before the troop columns. She gave a brief speech on the upcoming fight, what the stakes were, and what the end result would be, which had members erupt in cheers. M went into action as each column moved to board in an orderly fashion. He used his hollow projection to guide them to the assigned hollow room. Dylan, Isaac, and Kate waved and smiled at the troops as they filed past. Despite the hectic situation, they remained upbeat. One trait M admired about humans was their resilience. Although individuals could vary, as a whole, humanity tended to be optimistic. Even the USF version of humanity showed signs of that. The downside was that, without a common threat, they could undo themselves, something Azaric was using to his advantage. After half an hour, the 5th Legion's Vanguard unit had boarded. M had listened in on some of their conversations, and they were ready to fight. There was a general disbelief that they were going to fight on the Sangular, but they trusted Ryalis with their lives. Others discussed battle tactics. It was apparent they knew the KUC forces well, and M calculated they would do well in the upcoming battle. M moved the Torvata to Chromu's orbit. "And now we wait," said Isaac. "Indeed," said Evaran. He addressed everyone in the command center. "While we do, I can go over the plan for the assault on the Sangular." A holographic cutout of the ship appeared in the area between everyone's seating. 3 green dots were spread across it. Evaran highlighted one of the dots. "This is their engine core. It's somewhat isolated, with strong security in the form of lockdown doors, and the tunnels leading to it push in to allow only one person in at a time. It has powerful shielding, automated defense systems, and over 200 guards." "Wow, they aren't playing around," said Dylan. "No, they aren't," said Evaran. "Ryalis, I think your force would be best adapted to go there. You have the means to nullify their security and are familiar with how to disable the engines." Ryalis raised her head. "We'll handle it." "Good." Evaran selected a nearby bay a few floors away. "We can unload your forces there. Will you join them or be with us?" "Commander Relto will be leading that contingent. I'll be with you all," she said. "Very well." Evaran went on to the next dot. "This is the general living area, and next to it is the communications center. That and the troops there need disabled. C7 and his destructors can handle that." C7 glanced around at everyone. "I'll be with your group as well. I left a networked component of myself and plans inside each destructor to coordinate the assault." "That's awesome," said Dylan. Evaran showed another area. "And that's where we'll unload them." He indicated the last spot. "And this is where Azaric is. Along with this group, we'll take Chromu's creations. I expect heavy fighting, and with her creation's ability to phase and reassemble as needed, it will be a powerful factor that I don't believe Azaric will have a counter for." Chromu beamed. "We are ready." "Excellent. As your force takes them down, the rest of us will stun them and destroy their weapons. Once Azaric is defeated and the Sangular captured, the rest of his fleet should scatter. Then we can meet up with Ducata and Froz and go from there." Kate furrowed her brow. "I didn't realize Chromu would be able to reconstitute any of her creations or heal them. That's a very powerful ability."
"Yeah, no kidding," said Isaac.
He looked at C7. "Do the destructors have a similar ability?"
"Not quite, but they can heal from light wounds. As you saw on Chromu's planet, a certain amount of damage can be fatal," said C7.
"Ah." Evaran's plan was concise, and M had full confidence it would be executed as designed. He hoped there would be no casualties, but he suspected there would be some, and the peacekeepers would most likely suffer the most. His cosmic orb vibrated more than usual, and he was eager to resolve the Azaric situation. Dylan's mouth went dry as time seemed to slow. The KUC fleet had been tracked since it entered condensed space, so its arrival time had been calculated. 17 minutes until it dropped into normal space. The sheer size of the Sangular resonated throughout his thoughts. It was intimidating, and he could see how the arrival of something so powerful could demoralize opposing forces. The fact it alone could probably control a planet was unnerving. There had been a slight change of plans as they discussed things. 100 of each of Chromu's forces would join the destructors and the peacekeepers. Chromu had suggested it since her creations could be reassembled, whereas a destructor or peacekeeper could not. The idea was to use her creations as shock troopers leading the charge. They could also phase through things, and in places like the engine room, they could simply drop through the ceiling and cause a big distraction as Ryalis' forces moved in. The other change was that the Telesic fleet had portaled in and had taken up position near the planet. The KUC fleet would appear and instantly be in battle. That should minimize any dropship efforts. Dylan wondered how the Telesic fleet would perform. They had drone carriers, but nothing that approached the size and power of the Sangular. If the fight was near TZ-S4, the Telesics would have the advantage, as their defense platforms would carve up any ship within range. The Telesic fleet was still impressive, They had brought over 200 ships, but Dylan wasn't sure what some of the terminology meant in the data labels. They had organized groups and considerable firepower. Although the KUC fleet would have more ships, it was the Sangelar that made it powerful. He was ready to fight, but he still felt green. That would be remedied in the Hollow Room after this summons. He would absorb whatever he could while also learning how to effectively wield his PSD and shield. Isaac and Kate would probably step up their combat training as well, as they weren't combatants by nature. Their styles might even take a different route. He suspected they would come up with some strong designs. C7, Ryaulus, and Chromu were to be leaders in the fight, and their confidence inspired him like Evaran and M did. C7 kept the mood light. While Ryaulus was quieter, she participated when she could. Chromu was a bubbling cauldron of excitement, as this would be her first foray into a large combat scenario. Evaran and M were steadfast as always. No matter the chaos around them, they kept a level head. Dylan wanted to emulate that level of control, but he knew he needed practice. As it was, his sweating, elevated heartbeat, and dry mouth irritated him even if they were natural human reactions to a big event. When the KUC fleet arrived, it was like a fireworks show had popped off. The Telzics fired immediately on them, and the KUC fleet retaliated. Dylan was surprised at the hundreds of dropships that descended to the planet. It was obvious that taking control of the ground was a priority, and he didn't think they were expecting a Telzic fleet. "Take us to the Sangelar," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dylan sat on the edge of his seat. The Sangelar was so large it stood out with ease. Although there were big ships next to it, they were comically small to him. The Toravada moved fast and dodged the hailstorm of laser blasts, projectiles, and ships that flew past them. The Sangelar shielding was tough, and it didn't seem like the Toravada would be able to break through. Telzic lasers just lit up the shields without getting through. It didn't surprise Dylan when the Toravada jumped back in time, moved forward, then came back to the present inside the shields.
"What was that?"
asked C7. Kate chuckled. "A jump back in time, a move to the place we're at, then a jump back to the present."
"That's quite impressive," said C7. "You've trivialized one of their greatest defenses."
"Yes, but now the real fight begins," said Evaran. The first to be unloaded were the Peacekeepers. The Toravada had flown above the docking bay's shielding and burned its way in, causing the shielding to flicker. Most enemies had fled to the interior of the ship and sealed the door so as not to be sucked into space. The Toravada landed, then extended its shields to provide a safe atmosphere. Ryaulus stood next to the ramp entrance and encouraged the Peacekeepers and Chromu's creations. They made quick work of the sealed door and poured into the interior of the ship. Once the last of them had entered, the forces resealed the door, and the Toravada went to the next drop-off point. Dylan examined the new grid of windows that showed views from the Peacekeepers. They met little resistance initially, but it had begun to stiffen. Chromu's creations bull-rushed startled enemies. Some creations phased through to the back of the enemy's group, then solidified, creating multiple fronts of attack. The insects attacked weapons and armor, and then heavily armored Peacekeepers swarmed through. It was a great tactic, and the few creations that had been pulverized began to reassemble. It also highlighted the joint effort of two groups working together. The second drop-off went like the first. Chromu's creations went first, followed by a horde of destructors. Once they were past the interior doorway and had sealed it, the Toravada was on its way to the final spot. Instead of a docking bay, the Toravada would enter through a large hatchway. It was meant for hull maintenance and was far closer to where Azaric was. His command center was inside the sphere area, and the hatchway was on the main body right outside that. The nearest docking bay was a bit away, so this would cut the trip significantly. The Toravada went flush against the hatchway, with the ramp leading up to it. "Let's go," said Evaran, standing. Dylan rapidly blinked as he joined the others on the ramp. Evaran had used his UIC to open the hatch, but a stream of Chromu's forces phased through the door before it was open. Thanks to his ARI, Dylan could see them rushing toward the command area, taking brutal damage from turrets and enemy fire. Once the last creation was through, Evaran hustled out with everyone in tow. Dylan's adrenaline surged as he saw the reports from the other group that things were ramping up. There were even other ships coming to unload soldiers. This was going to get hot. Fast. Chapter 25. Kate was hyper-focused as she followed Evaran and the others through the hatchway. Every sound, smell, and movement had her undivided attention. Although safe with everyone around, she was cognizant of the fact that she was on the Sangelar, which would have a battle-tested enemy who would probably defend their ship to the death, and it would be more than a handful of foes at that. She wasn't a big fan of fighting in general, but it was part of traveling with Evaran. The thought of just moving through time and space and making observations was comedic to her now. Those times were the bonus. She had talked some with Dylan and Isaac about training more, and she was okay with becoming a better fighter in general. She had her shield spawned into a 3x3 square, and her PSD was set on stun. Chromu's creations had taken the lead and ran ahead. There were 100 of them, and they made a beeline toward Azuric's chamber. It was a bit away, and the rock spiders were getting hammered hard. Although they could reassemble, it took time, and the defenders had realized that, so they started vaporizing the creations. That wouldn't kill all of the swarm, and they would fly back somewhere safe to reassemble. "The guards are adapting," said Isaac. Chromu frowned. "Yes, they are, but they've cleared a solid path for us," said Dylan. "I'm thankful for that," she said. They paused at the first set of guards who had been downed by Chromu's forces. The KUC defenders had been highlighted as regular soldiers. Their heavy white armor and energy assault rifle registered as their normal loadout, and they didn't have much shielding in any form. Kate tossed their weapons into a pile Evaran had formed. He released his nanoswarm, which disassembled the pile after all weapons had been collected. "What if they wake up and go get a new weapon?" asked Dylan. C7 nodded. "Chromu's and my force has taken the armory on the other side of the ship. They've already destroyed most of the weapons there, although not as efficiently as what Evaran just did." "Ah, got it," said Dylan. "How long will they be out for?" Chromu stepped forward. "Only a few hours. Once their weapons were disabled, my creations unleashed some of their living swarm to knock them out. That should be enough time for us to accomplish our goals," said Evaran. "Then we can deal with them later once we have the ship." "Cool," said Dylan. Evaran waved forward. "Let's go." Kate liked Evaran's approach. It was non-lethal, and despite their not having fought anything yet, she was getting more confident. The first group of active defenders they came upon was in a large room that served as a junction point of various hallways. There were 2 heavy turrets on the ground, with some embedded in the ceiling. The ground was littered with the enemy and Chromu's creations, which were being fired upon as they reassembled. The rock spiders and acidic insects had taken out a few other ground turrets and moved on, and KUC soldiers from other hallways had come in after the fight. Evaran expanded his shield into a 6x6 square. The lasers pushed him back, but he was able to creep forward. "Dylan, Isaac, extend your shields and provide a wall to the left of me. C7, Kate, Ryaulus, take down the ceiling turrets and the guards. Chromu, M, dismantle the heavy ground turrets." Dylan mounted his PSD to his forearm and activated the heavy armor morphable matter pattern, which would still allow him to fire. Isaac placed his PSD on his chest and used the shield bubble pattern to block most light-ranged shots. Kate's heartbeat raced as she moved into action and got behind Dylan and Isaac. This allowed her, C7 and Ryaulus to weave in and out and take shots at the ceiling. Chromu went to the right and charged the turret firing on her. All that did was light her up and make her pulse. Once she smashed the turret, she engaged the defenders by using her strength to open holes in their armor and letting her living swarm knock them out. M took on the turret on the left. While taking heavy fire, he tore it to shreds. He then proceeded to shock any enemy in range. After 10 minutes, silence fell. Evaran motioned around. Same process as before, weapons piled in the middle. Kate took a deep breath. Hitting targets had not been as difficult as she thought, but she had flinched when the shield wall had been struck. Isaac's bubble shield held up well, and the few heavy shots that got through slammed into Isaac's and Dylan's energy shields. She knew the heavy shots would have killed her if they could have reached her. Stun was not an option for the turrets or guards based on what her ARI showed her. They meant to kill. Evaran pointed at Isaac. Your bubble shield pattern is quite effective.
No complaints here,
he said. And Dylan, your armor is tough. A wise pattern to use.
I'm good with it, said Dylan. I can still fire with it, which is cool.
Indeed. After the weapons had been dematerialized, they continued on. Kate studied the reanimating rock creatures in the hallway. They were in various stages of reformation, but some were forming large humanoid bodies with a crystalline covering. You making new creations? Asked Kate, tapping Chromu's arm. I am, she said. The previous form was powerful at knocking down and disabling guards, but they weren't meant for things like turrets or heavier guards. I'm bringing these new designs to the battle.
Now they're rockers, said Dylan.
Yes. Chromu gestured ahead. I've pulled some off the advanced group to create the new forms as well. Kate liked that Chromu could adapt to a chaotic situation. She was right that the new form would be tougher and able to handle a larger variety of enemies, and she enjoyed Dylan's name for them. Ceiling turrets could still be out of reach for them. The acidic insects wouldn't be able to do much against a shielded turret either. They reached the entrance to a massive concourse. There were various booths scattered in the main open area, along with a few small buildings, and to the right were smaller areas that led to various hallways. Illumination was provided by overhead beams. However, it was the security contingent that caught Kate's attention. Like the previous fight, there were heavy ground turrets and some in the ceiling. In addition to the soldiers they had seen up to this point, there was a new unit type called Breakers that stood 8 feet tall in bulky armor. They wielded hip-mounted chain guns and also had a massive maul on their backs. Her eye was drawn to the others who had lighter armor but phased in and out, although her ARI still outlined them and named them Stalkers. What Kate hadn't seen was the robotic side of the defense. But now thin, stick-like humanoid robots appeared in large numbers in addition to flying drones. There were even bulkier humanoid robots with forearms, known as Vestras, that carried dual energy swords, as well as an energy shield and ranged weapons of various types. Sprinkled throughout were drones that walked like a crab and were essentially a platform for a weapon. The ARI labeled them as walkers. She grimaced at the rock creatures trying to reassemble. This was as far as they had gotten, and despite putting up a good fight, they couldn't compete against the firepower.
Oh shit, said Dylan. How are we getting past all that?
Evaran highlighted the group's avatars as he spoke. You, Kate, and Isaac will hang in the back and use what you had before to provide cover while taking shots when you can. Ryalis will be assisting from behind the shields. M will charge to the right, and I'll go left. Chromu and C7 can go in after we've gotten their attention. Ryalis' eyes widened. You're going to charge into all that? Not charge. Land, said Evaran. Before we start, though, we'll all shoot a repulsion beam that should cause some disruption. My new forms are on their way to assist as well as the original ones, said Chromu. I can also send in a swarm of insects after the repulsion beam. Evaran laid a hand on her shoulder. Excellent. They should do well against the flying probes. Is everyone clear on the approach? Everybody acknowledged they were ready. Then Evaran directed Kate, Dylan, and Isaac to move next to him. Isaac retracted his bubble pattern temporarily to use the PSD to shoot. As the defenders took notice and began to fire, Evaran and the others fired their repulsion blasts, simultaneously causing everything except the turrets, Vestras, and Breakers to go sprawling. Chromu's insect swarm flew out from behind the group and assaulted the flying probes. Dylan activated his heavy armor and fired with his shield out. Isaac created his bubble shield and stood next to him, creating a unified shield wall with the bubbles surrounding them. Evaran and M dashed forward. Ryalis moved behind the shields, and a moment later, Chromu, her new forms, and C7 followed Evaran and M. Kate's hands shook as she used her stun beam to hit what she could. Ryalis placed a hand on her shoulder, relaxing her some. Evaran had flown into the middle of the enemies and landed on a Vestra, then kicked it into a turret. As a breaker went to fire, Evaran shot a grappling beam that pulled it forward and made it fall. It stopped moving when Evaran jabbed his utility handle, turned staff, into its back, and emitted an electrical charge. He then moved like a tornado through the others, trying to rejoin the fight. M had taken some blasts to his shielding, but he marched like an unstoppable juggernaut as he tore apart Vestras. He also stunned breakers and dismantled turrets. With C7, Chromu and her creations now in the mix, it became close-quarters combat. Kate and Ryalis took pot shots where they could. Kate would single out an enemy on the fringes and fire at them. She gulped when a breaker, Vestra, 6 robot guards, and a handful of soldiers rushed her. Apparently, they were tired of being sniped at. A repulsion blast this close and at the angle they approached would impact the others in the main fight. The breaker had switched to his maul and hit Dylan's shield, knocking him down. Kate moved to a better position, then fired a repulsion blast. The robot guards and the soldiers were sent flying back into the wall. The Vestra rushed in and hit Isaac in the chest, smacking away his PSD and deactivating the bubble shield. When he picked up his PSD, the Vestra knocked it out of his hand. As the attacker went to slice him open, Ryalis popped up behind it and used her energy pistols to open a hole in its chest. The Vestra turned and kicked her away. Kate fired a mist cloud at the soldiers and guards who had come back to the Vestra, then lit them up with a stun beam. All but the Vestra went down. Kate's breathing became erratic as the breaker charged her. The situation didn't look good. Isaac had retrieved his PSD, but he used his other hand to wield it. His wrist had been broken, and pain marred his face. Dylan had gotten back up, wincing. Ryalis had taken a shot to the arm, but she fought like a tiger with its back to the wall. The breaker moved toward Kate. She raised her shield as the breaker slammed her into the wall. The hit took her breath away, and she collapsed. She cried out as the breaker slammed its enormous boot on her leg and went for the death blow with its mace. She placed her PSD on her forearm mount and activated her flying suit. A quick boost sent her shooting out of the way as the maul came down, but she rammed headfirst into the wall. Everything went black. Dylan hated that he had been tossed away like garbage, even more so because it had been done with ease, like he was a piece of wadded-up paper. He assessed the situation. Isaac stood a bit away. Between them, Ryalis squared off against the Vestra with a hole in its chest. Dylan's heart stuck in his throat when he saw Kate against the wall. Her flying suit had saved her from being crushed. He started to move, but knew there was no way he would reach her before the breaker did. A yellow beam attached to the breaker's back. Then he yanked it away. Evaran clotheslined and stunned it. The breaker stopped moving. The Vestra that had been fighting Ryalis faced Evaran. Dylan widened his eyes when Chromu charged behind the Vestra, placed her hands in its chest hole, and ripped it in half. Its lights dimmed as Chromu tossed each part away. The group assembled around Kate. "Her leg is broken, and she's temporarily unconscious," said Evaran. He examined Isaac. "And your wrist is broken. You both need to go back to the Torvata." Isaac frowned. "I don't want to, but I understand." Evaran grabbed Kate's PSD and mounted it on her leg, then created a thick cast around her leg. Chromu knelt next to her and unleashed a stream of her living organisms. "My organisms will help steady her." "Thank you," said Evaran. He motioned for Isaac to hand over his PSD. When he did, Evaran used it to make a hover slab, then gently placed Kate on it. He glanced at Chromu. "Can one of your creations take the slab back to the Torvata?" "Of course," said Chromu. Dylan stood back as a beefy rockman came over and got behind the slab. "I hope you two heal up fast." "That's the plan," said Isaac. He peered back as the slab moved away. "Take care of Azaric. Good luck." Evaran dipped his head, then laid a hand on Dylan's shoulder. "Do you wish to go with them?"
A part of me does. But we've got some unfinished business to attend to.
Very well. Dylan surveyed what was left of the battle. M, C7, and Chromu's creations had almost downed everything and were working on the last remnant. C7 moved like a truck, slamming into enemies and then stunning them. M tossed or shocked anything he could get his hands on. The pair worked like a duo that had fought together for a long time, and between them they overpowered anything in their way. Chromu's giant rockers towered over their foes and had no problem smashing robots and disabling soldiers. Once the last resistance had been defeated, everyone moved all weapons and robots to a large pile that Evaran and M used their nanobots on. The turrets were cleared, and the rockers handled the Vestras. Dylan helped gather up the weapons. Although these defenders had tried to kill them, they had been shown leniency by Evaran. Dylan doubted Azric would extend that same courtesy. Dylan followed Evaran and the others as they headed out. Per his ARI, there were only a few hubs in the way. The layout of the area showed there were other major passageways off to the sides, but they were oddly empty. He suspected that most combat-ready personnel had gone to the other areas of the ship to help defend. The sealed areas were most likely where non-combat personnel went. There were several skirmishes on the way to the shielded command center, but they were no match for Evaran and the others. The guards were quickly overpowered, and their weapons and robots dismantled. It almost seemed too easy after their initial big fight, and Dylan felt better that Kate and Isaac had arrived safely in the Toravada's medical bay. The issue now was the heavy shield being projected in front of a large, bulky door that covered a sizable entrance. A device on the center part of the door was the source of the shielding, which had support from 4 other smaller devices, creating a shield barrier. "How are we getting past that?" asked Ryaulus. "Observe," said Evaran. He walked over to one of the smaller devices on the right. His hand glowed as it passed through the shield and opened a gap for his nanobots to go through. A moment later, the device had been disabled. He repeated that for the other 3 devices, then the center one on the door. The shielding disappeared. "Impressive," said C7. "Definitely," said Ryaulus. "Hard to plan around that." "Indeed," said Evaran. "There are 7 individuals in the next room. One of them is Azaric." Ryaulus grimaced. "He's probably with his elite guard. Each member is unique. I'm honestly still surprised he didn't try to use them on you after you left his office. Perhaps because he was unsure of my power. We saw them when we visited his office, and I'm aware of their capabilities from your files." He placed his UIC on the nearby console, which made the door slide up. Dylan took note of Evaran's brief scowl. It was rare for him to show that, but Azaric was the cause of many issues and had beaten the others. Dylan peered into the multi-level spherical room. In the center was an elevated platform with 3 levels of steps. A large chair resided in the middle, with 2 small posts at the end. The ARI labeled them as interface projectors. The levels on the side were wide and had various workstations and screens. He suspected that was where all the real work happened. Azaric stood there with his 6 elite guards in front of him. Like Ryaulus mentioned, each guard looked slightly different, and they had various armored outfits. He recalled seeing them earlier at Azaric's tower. Apparently their names were unknown, but they were referred to as G1 through G6. Perhaps that was for security reasons. G1 and G4 were thin and wore lighter armor than the others. They were the 2 in Azaric's office. G1 had dual blades on his back, while G4 had blades on his forearms. Both had belts with various gadgets, and like the soldiers, their armor was mostly white with blue and gray highlights. G2 was huge and didn't have any visible weapons. However, his enlarged gauntlets suggested those were his weapons. G3 and G5 were the closest to soldiers, and they had an array of weaponry from energy assault rifles to pistols. They also carried a lone energy sword and wore a larger metallic backpack. G6 was the odd man out. He was huge like G2 and had no weapons, but his armor was the heaviest, and he carried a big backpack on top of containers of all types. The ARI highlighted various drones in the containers. Evaran indicated for everyone to wait as he stepped forward. Azaric, your ship is being taken. This would be a good opportunity for you to surrender without causing more harm. Azaric laughed.
I don't think so. I'm impressed you got this far. There's a reason this ship has never been taken. But you're here now, and I've observed you fight. You move like Antion. But unfortunately for you, we've upgraded since his time.
There's no need for this. Your fleet will be rendered inoperable by the Telzics. Chromu will deal with your dropships, and I'm sure your other fleets moving toward Dresdith are now headed back to your state. Azaric growled.
Minor setbacks that can be corrected by taking you down. I didn't get a chance to fight, Antion. So you'll have to do?
He sneered.
Or this is a good opportunity for you to surrender without causing more harm.
Evaran's eyes glowed as he extended his hand, palm forward. I don't believe so.
So be it. Your companions' deaths are on you.
Ryalis' heart thundered as she tried to stay calm. Azaric's elite guard had never been bested before. He had them compete in gladiatorial combat to all takers in the Colosseum, and they had won without much effort. She trusted Evaran and the others' abilities, but this would be a moment in history regardless of the outcome. Evaran's head displayed in her heads-up display. Dylan, form a shield and hang back with your heavy armor. Use your PSD for ranged support. C7, you can deal with G1. He has speed, but so do you. M, take on G2. Your strength should be a match for his. Chromu, focus on G3. Use your creations to rush forward initially, but save some to deal with G4 and G5. Ryalis, stay with Dylan and provide range support, and in particular focus on G6. Leave Azaric to me. Ryalis assumed everyone else had heard him as well. It dawned on her that his physical form had stood still during the dialogue without any indication he was speaking. His plan made sense, and it awed her that he thought of it on the fly. Perhaps he had planned for this, but it lined up the group's strengths well against Azaric and his elite guard. Ryalis' pulse quickened as Chromu's rocker surged forward. It was like a moving stone wall. Thankfully, there was a steady stream entering the room of those that had reassembled from the previous fights. They gave Ryalis a sense of comfort, as there was a small army of them, and they were dedicated to helping the team. She widened her eyes when G2 punched the first Rockman, who burst apart. She knew G2's strength was legendary, and she now had seen an example of it up close. M charged forward and slammed into G2, sending them both tumbling back. G1 whirled into action, and using his dual energy blades, sliced off the legs of one Rockman, decapitated another, then cut off the arms of a third. C7 jumped into action and utilized his tough forearm shielding to block G1's progress. Chromu dashed toward G3, who unleashed an energy beam at her. She absorbed it and then redirected it at his weapon, which blew up. She reached him and gripped him hard as her living swarm engulfed him. A moment later, he dropped to the ground.
Back for more?
Asked Azaric, who sidekicked her across the room. Evaran leapt in front of him. Azaric stepped back. Then they engaged in close-quarters combat. Ryalis concentrated on G6, who had been launching small objects that stuck to the walls. She recognized them as small laser turrets, and after pointing them out to Dylan, they focused on taking them down. G6 also had grenades and mines, but he probably knew this was not the place to use them. G4 had used his forearm blades to slice his way to Ryalis and Dylan. She fired at him a few times, but he deftly dodged the attacks, often using the Rockmen as cover. He had taken a shot, but the stun didn't faze him. Dylan fired on him, but he kicked Dylan to the ground, then went for a decapitation move. Time slowed for Ryalis. She couldn't let Dylan die, and stun wasn't working. The look of pure terror on Dylan's face activated something deep within her. She was a Peacekeeper commander. Her goal was to protect the USF and humanity by extension. Those who attacked either would suffer the consequences. Using a move she had done many times before, she grabbed her energy dagger, tackled G4, and landed in a way that forced her dagger into his neck. G4 dropped his weapons as he struggled to pull the blade out, but Dylan moved over and pinned one of his arms while she had the other. A moment later, G4 stopped moving. She exhaled and stood, then helped Dylan up. She hadn't planned to kill, but it was either Dylan or G4. Her choice was clear. "Thanks," said Dylan, adopting a defensive stance with his shield facing the main battle. "I thought I was a goner." "No problem. Let's help the others," she said. Ryaulis concentrated on the fight. Although the confrontation with G4 had taken only a moment, the battle lines had changed. M had thrown G2 onto G6, and he had disabled G2's suit, causing him to be a big chunk of metal sitting atop G6, who struggled to get out from under him. C7 matched G1's speed, but G1 was able to cut off his leg and arm. C7 took G1 to the ground and used his body to emit a charge that knocked G1 out. The cost was C7 was now immobile, but he still used his blaster to fire at G5. Dylan also fired, and G5 was unable to block both directions and was hit. Although the stun blasts didn't stop him, they did distract him enough for the Rockmen to rush in and hold him down. Chromu hugged him tight, and the sheer number of living swarms she and the Rockers emitted eventually overrode his defenses, taking him out of the fight. What amazed Ryaulis was the fight between Azaric and Evaran. Azaric had the highest quality upgrades a human could get, and they were all geared toward combat. When it came to fighting one-on-one, he had no equal, not even his elite guard. However, Evaran not only kept up with him, but had struck him several times. Azaric aimed a direct punch at Evaran's head. That would instantly shatter a normal human skull. Evaran tilted his head to the side and evaded the hit, then grabbed Azaric's arm and used it to throw him over his back. Azaric hopped back up and tried to kick Evaran, who caught his foot and used it to flip Azaric into the air again. He crashed to the ground. Ryaulis shook her head. Evaran was simply on a different level. When Azaric drew his energy blade, Evaran used his forearms to redirect Azaric's strike. The energy blades should have seared Evaran, but all they did was leave a temporary burn spot. Evaran even took a point-blank energy pistol shot, and it didn't slow him down. Azaric wasn't completely outclassed, though. Chromu rushed in to help and took a second sidekick that split her in half at the waist. C7 fired on Azaric, who used his palm to redirect the blast, shutting C7 down. M also rushed in, but had been thrown at Evaran. Ryaulis and Dylan tried to shoot Azaric, but he reflected back the shots. Thankfully, Dylan's shield held, although it knocked him away. Although she disliked Azaric, she admired his fighting ability and tactics. Without Evaran, the group would have been doomed. Evaran was able to finally take away Azaric's weapons. She wasn't sure if her eyes played tricks on her, but Evaran's eyes and hands glowed as he moved like lightning. His strikes hit hard as part of Azaric's armor broke off. The speed of the blows was hard to follow. This was a cosmic being facing off against a powerful foe who wasn't, and she now understood how futile it would have been to have tried to fight Antion in a close-quarters combat situation. In mere seconds, Azaric's armor was stripped, and he lay flat on the ground. His helmet revealed his angry but exhausted face. Evaran stood with a foot on his chest and his utility handle inches away from his throat. This ends now. Azaric coughed up blood.
Cosmic beings should just leave us alone. How are you different from Antion attacking humanity? Me?
You chose actions that hurt humanity. I can't allow that to continue.
And who are you to judge that?
Azaric spit blood to the side and licked his lips.
One cosmic being was enough. You could have chosen to stay out of our affairs, but you didn't. Leave humanity alone.
Evaran paused. Ryalis drew her lips flat as she assessed Azaric's words. Although he tried to claim that cosmic beings' interference caused harm, that only applied to Antion, not Evaran. It wasn't a nuanced argument, and she wasn't sure why he was trying to portray himself as some protector of humanity when he was nothing like that. He wanted power, and would do whatever it took to get it, regardless of if humanity suffered. "I go where I am needed," said Evaran in a calm voice. "You were a threat to humanity, and I'm ending it now." He tapped Azaric's chest. A wave of electrical arcs danced around Azaric, and after a brief moment, he fell silent. Ryalis inspected the aftermath in the command center. Chromu had already begun the process of connecting her two halves. M assisted C7 in reattaching his severed body parts. Chromu's rockmen were taking the armor and weapons of the elite guard and stacking it in a pile off to the side. Dylan ran up to Evaran and stared at Azaric. Ryalis joined him. "I never thought this day would come." "Azaric got smashed," said Dylan. He faced Evaran. "You were like a lightning storm." Evaran sighed. "I wish it didn't have to come to this." Ryalis grimaced. "I know you wanted no fatalities, but G4 is no more." "I know," he said, "and I thank you for protecting Dylan." Dylan swatted Ryalis's arm. "Yeah, she was a badass. Saved me." "Of course she did. She's a peacekeeper commander." Ryalis's cheeks warmed as she raised her head. The high praise was unexpected, but it felt good coming from Evaran. It wasn't used as a criticism like she was used to, but as a compliment. This would be a snapshot in time that she would always remember. "The Vanguard has taken the engine room," said Ryalis.
"And the Destructors now control the areas they were sent to,"
said C7 as M held his arm in place.
"The KUC fleet is also leaving, minus the Sangular."
"Good. There's still much left to do," said Evaran. "Chromu, your planet has been scanned, and your creations are finalizing the cleanup of the dropships." "Great," she said. "I'll be together here shortly." She smiled. Dylan was right. You were like a lightning storm. "What's to become of Azaric?" Evaran crooked a thumb at the entrance. "He will be stripped of his augments on the Torvada, then handed over to Ryalis." "He has some complex augmentations to remove," said Ryalis. "Not to the Torvada." It was another moment that reflected the power Evaran had at his fingertips. The Torvada was like another member of the crew. She was eager to see how the future would unfold, but she would soak in the victory for now. Chapter 26. Kate rested in her room on the Torvada. It had been a week since the fall of the Sangular, and her performance there still bothered her. She had gone over everything she could have done, and had no answers on what could have been done differently. There were some ideas to explore, and she would make time for them. She and the rest of the gang were in Primiticus for a ceremony led by Ducata and the other Dresdith representatives. It was 1:00 p.m., and the start was in 2 hours. The day had begun like it always did, with a great breakfast. Everyone had attended to their own activities until lunch, which was now over. She ate light since she didn't want to feel full during the presentation. One thing she loved about the Torvada was its vast knowledge base. She had taken some time to catch up on everything, with a particular focus on the fight at the Sangular after she had been knocked out. The fall of the Sangular had reverberated throughout the USF. It was an era-defining moment, and the outpouring of communication from other USF states verified that. Ducata's initial presentation that had been workshopped with C7, Froz, and Evaran had been presented before the Sangular fight. He had prepared Dresdith for what was coming, and its current state. Now he would be able to do a victory presentation. Kate had taken some time to review the responses from the other states, and there was a desire to unite under the new USF. Froz had shown his might and turned back not one but 2 major fleets. He had even gone to Borealis and removed the KUC's invasion fleet, freeing up another state. His backing of the new USF was a major confidence builder. Kate didn't know what he would talk about at the presentation, or if he even would, but she was sure it would be impactful if he did. C7 had been busy back at TZS-4 as the Telzik ascendancy was entering a new era. The Telzik's contribution had won them a lot of favor in the regular USF citizens' eyes. The Telziks had offered aid and support in the rebuilding of the 2 planetary states Antion had attacked. They also provided a security buffer against other civilizations. Chromu had been absent, as she dealt with cleaning up and removing KUC forces from her planet. The peacekeepers took in prisoners, and once they were all gone, Froz had moved her planet into a planetary system next to the Telzik one. They would also put a smaller swarm around her star. Although the new USF state had been mentioned earlier, she figured this would be an official declaration of it. Chromu had learned a lot very quickly, and had designs for a new city that would be populated by Telziks and humans. She would have multiple traveling forms out and about, both on the planet and also serving as emissaries. Dylan had been jazzed up since the fight. It was all he talked about, and it meant a lot to him to be able to participate. Kate wished she could have done more, and she lived vicariously through Dylan's descriptions of the battle. He had a video feed of it from his viewpoint, and Kate had been fascinated to watch it. Isaac was in a similar boat to her, and he had also enjoyed watching the fight. He was upset that he couldn't have been part of the battle, but he also realized he could have been a liability. His wrist might not have been the only casualty. He had been stoic over the last week, but she knew him well enough to know he was not happy with how he had been taken out of the situation. Given his approach to things in life, he would research some tactic to be ready for the next battle. Evaran and M had taken an hour each day with her to see how she was doing. They were kind and sweet to do so, and she appreciated their company. Evaran was busy coordinating activities with the others, but he carved out time just for her. He did the same with the others. M also pledged to help train her, per her request. She made sure her survival suit was clean, then went to the command center. Evaran, M, Isaac, and Dylan were already there. It was time to go to the celebration, which was in a special area of the city. From what she had heard, it would also be broadcast in all locations across the USF via a holographic emitter. It was not lost on her that this was a historic moment. There were a few of those as of late. She followed them to the roof and sat on a couch at the edge. The area below the Torvado was a large cylindrical platform that towered over a massive grid of structures. Each one had an underground and ground level. The roof was where those who had come to watch were, and the ground level was meant as a place to store things, to use the bathroom, or to sleep if need be. And it also had a matter replicator for food and drink and whatever else was needed. The underground component was part of a transportation system, although you could also walk to the structure. The units created pathways that radiated out from the central platform like rays from the sun. Her ARI showed the area could house around 500,000 people, which she struggled to believe, but every structure had been filled. It put extra emphasis on how important this event was. The Torvada's position allowed for a great view of where the speakers would talk. Holographic projectors were spread throughout and showed a large display of what was going on at the central platform. Ducata spoke with some people on the platform, and behind him in chairs were C7, Froz, Chromu, and Ryalis, along with other representatives of Dresdith. Kate wanted to join them, but she understood that Evaran was trying to limit their impact. Azaric had messed that up with his announcement and bounties, but Evaran could limit it somewhat. Kate sat between M and Dylan, and to the right of Dylan were Evaran and Isaac. Dylan had, as always, made sure there was a drink cart in easy reach. It also had some snacks on it, but Kate was too excited to eat anything. She did get a water bottle, though. She directed her attention to Ducata as he began to speak.
Citizens of the USF, hear me. I'm Ducata Gajilton, ambassador for Markern Prime of the Dresdith State. I gave a presentation a while back on the current state of things and what could come to pass. It was a delicate moment, but I'm happy to inform everyone that time has come.
Kate was glad there was a muting effect to the shields, as the noise level from the cheering was off the charts.
This is the dawn of a new USF, and dare I say, for humanity. We were scattered and divided after Antion attacked us. Some, like Azaric of the Krellic United Corporation, tried to take advantage of that chaos. He recently tried to unite the USF through force. But he has failed. As for the USF, Dresdith is leading a coalition of 27 states that will form the new USF. Those not aligned can choose to join later if they wish. We didn't get here alone, though. Kate liked that he started with the current state of things versus going into great detail. Top-down explanations were easier to understand. Ducata partially turned and pointed at Ryaulus. The peacekeepers of old, led by Ryaulus Grounder, stood against Azaric. They were instrumental in the capture of his command cruiser, the Sangular. There now, once again, the USF's primary defense force. Ryaulus stood and waved to thunderous applause, then took her seat. And we also have Froz, a Grand Matter Mage, and his Matter Mages who have guaranteed our safety, said Ducata, pointing at Froz. He single-handedly turned back the KUC and Slatharka fleets that were headed to Dresdith. When Antion had arrived, Froz fought him in the Galleon Vale, a construct that Froz created. His power is beyond anything we possess, but he has aligned himself with this new vision of the USF. He winked and grinned. And he also has a cosmic sapper, so any other cosmic being who wishes us harm will have a rough time should they choose to visit us again. The crowd laughed. Frost stood and waved before taking his seat. Also of importance is that we have a new ally in the Telzik Ascendancy, said Ducata. He gestured at C7. They tried to negotiate a peace with the USF, but the KUC kept attacking them with new weapons. Thankfully, the Telzik Ascendancy was patient, and they helped us capture the Sangular. They will help us rebuild from Antion's destruction, and also assist us in heralding in a new era of friendship and cooperation. C7 gave several slight bows before sitting. And finally, we have Kromu, said Ducata, indicating for her to rise. She's a sentient planet, and this is one of her traveling forms. Her creations also assisted in the capture of the Sangular. She was targeted by the KUC, but she neutralized their ground force. She's also joining us as a new state, and has begun the process of creating colonies for those who wish to go there. She'll be the first place where Telzix and USF citizens can coexist together. She's also offered her services to help rebuild the USF where she can. Kromu beamed and then clapped as the crowd mimicked her. Kate and the others cracked up. She was happy to see Kromu experiencing something like this. Hopefully, this would be a new period of learning and growth for her. Ducata scanned the crowd. I know some of you have heard about another cosmic being who interfered recently. Yes, it did happen, and he and his team did so to help clean up what Antion left behind. And we're beyond thankful they did. None of this would have come to pass without their help, and for that, they'll have our undying gratitude. Kate's eyes misted as everyone on the platform stood and joined in the joyous response from the audience. She had been a part of restoring humanity back onto a solid path, even though she had fallen short in the final battle. It also made her realize the summons was probably over, and she was going to miss those she had met. Ryaulus rode high from the ceremony.
Although she had a lot of work to do, she had wanted to take some time before all that to visit Azaric. It was ironic that he was in the same place that he had held Dylan, Isaac, Kate, and Chromu from earlier. C7, Froz and Chromu had joined her in the Torvada's command center as they flew toward the administrative level closest to the level Azaric was in. The mood was one of euphoria, not only in the Torvada, but all across the new USF. It saddened her that only a quarter of the states had joined, but she had heard more wanted to join after the ceremony. Other players like the KUC and Slatharka had misinformation campaigns running, but they couldn't stop the ceremony from being broadcast. It was hard to hide the turning away of their fleets, and Froz's power being showcased later in the ceremony had emboldened some states that were uncertain about the new USF. Ryaulis's plate was full with getting the Peacekeepers ready to assume their former mantle. That would be her sole focus in the coming months. But thankfully, a lot of the old infrastructure was still there. She relaxed while thinking about the enhancements they were getting thanks to Evaran, Froz, C7, and Chromu. One of their priorities would be developing and deploying anti-Time Warden weapon systems. Having Froz would help there, but she knew he couldn't be everywhere. One surprise was the registration of citizens wanting to move to the new cities Chromu planned to create with the assistance of C7 and Froz. These would blend naturally with the environment, and Chromu planned to ensure that each city had easy access to global transportation. The sign-up had been up for a few hours, and she already had over 40,000 wanting to go. One of the promises was mixing with the Telzics and Chromu, which was a huge draw. Ryaulis still struggled to believe all this had come to pass. Evaran had done what he had come to do, and it saddened her that he and the others would be leaving soon. This would be the next great era of peace. That didn't mean there wouldn't be issues, but civilization-ending ones wouldn't be on that list. She also had powerful allies to help in Ducata, Froz, C7, and Chromu, so she wouldn't need to shoulder all this herself.
"We've arrived,"
said M. Ryaulis led the group to the edge of the Torvada's ramp and entered the administrative level. The guards flashed their Dresdith signs, then stepped to the side with lowered heads. One glanced at Evaran.
"I'm sorry about before."
Evaran laid a hand on his shoulder. "You did what you thought you needed to do. There's no animosity here." The guard vigorously nodded. Ryaulis loved that Evaran showed kindness to someone who had assaulted him before. It was just who he was. They took the lift up to Azaric's level, and a moment later they stood in front of his shielded cell. Azaric wore a one-piece suit, and there was no sign of the major surgeries that had removed his augments. Before Ryaulis could say anything, he walked to the shielded doorway and glared at Evaran.
"Come to gloat, like you did with Antion? I sense a pattern here. I think you enjoy taunting those you've defeated."
Evaran's eyes glowed. "No, I don't. However, I'll be leaving soon, so this will be our last encounter. I wanted to see how you were holding up after your augment removal."
"As if you care," Azaric growled. "I was going to lead the USF into a new era, one that could withstand assaults by beings like you."
"I do care. You're still human despite having delusions of grandeur. From what I understand, you'll be here for a while and eventually released back to the KUC.
67 years is longer than a while," said Azaric.
Ryaulis narrowed her eyes. "That's the USF cap, and you knew the consequences. If you didn't want to deal with it, then there was no need to try to take over Dresdith."
Azaric shook his head. "You think you've saved the USF now that you are back in power? No. You've made it weaker. The USF needs to be ready for the next Antion or humanity-ending event, and that's not going to happen with this new USF. It's going to be soft, with everyone settling into an era of peace and experiencing new cultures. What's wrong with human culture? The priority should be gearing up the USF into an engine capable of handling anything."
Ryaulis smirked. "So human culture is just your definition of it, and all these new changes would be under your direct control of the USF, I assume?" His gaze bore a hole through her.
Of course it would.
Dylan chuckled. Azaric snapped his head toward him.
You continue to be annoying. I should have killed all 4 of you when you were here.
But you didn't, said Dylan. Isaac harumphed.
Yeah, you could toss something else while you're in there.
If you want to stick around, I can guarantee you and your friends will die, said Azaric.
I wouldn't let you kill them,
said M. Like you were around the last time to do anything about it,
asked Azaric, extending his hands to the side. M's lights dimmed.
Perhaps not initially, but we did retrieve them.
It doesn't matter, said Azaric. It's good you all are leaving, one less group to deal with. You think I left the KUC without knowing my incarceration may be a possibility?
Froz eyed him.
Whatever your contingency plans are, I'll turn back your fleet again if I have to. Such short-sightedness. And from someone as powerful as you? No. That would be obvious.
Azaric paced around.
The new USF will see an influx of people wanting to join. Let's hope that those you let in are truly there for the new USF's benefit, and not, say, weakening your control and cohesion.
You plan to infiltrate it, said Kate.
Azaric clapped. Maybe you're smarter than you look. Barely. The new USF won't know before it's too late, and when that time comes, I'll be there, and my elite guard will be too. Oh, minus G4, because Ryaulis murdered him.
It was either Dylan or him. I chose wisely and have no regrets, said Ryaulis.
Right. And you've given my elite guard a new focus for when they get out. They'll be with me when the time is right.
Chromu stepped close to the shielding. As will I. You underestimate the new USF.
With allies like you? No. I don't. I know exactly what's going to happen, and there isn't much you can do about it.
He motioned at C7.
And if you think the Telsics are going to empower this new USF, think again. Their culture isn't compatible with humanity. When they tire of playing nice, you'll wish I was out there to deal with them.
C7 laughed.
You know nothing of our culture. That much is evident. I wouldn't need to if I had gotten more Kalata-coated missiles, said Azaric.
C7 leaned in.
Haven't you heard? We have a counter.
He straightened. Ryaulis could almost see the gears spinning in Azaric's head. He would have had no idea that Evaran had given the Telsics the countermeasure. She moved her finger around the group. This is the last time you'll see this ensemble. You'll have a long time to think about things. I hope for your sake you change. But I don't think you will. Azaric shrugged.
I am what I am. Human. All I can do is watch you and your plans fail until I can correct them.
Ryaulis motioned for everyone to leave. She pitied Azaric, but she wouldn't dismiss his threats. He most likely had terrorist cells that would do everything possible to cause chaos. She would need to be on top of that, as it would only take a few agitators to cause an issue. As the group walked to the lift, Azaric shouted,
"The fight is just starting."
Isaac relaxed when they got back to the Torvada. The next step was to take Chromu back to her planet, and Froz had requested all the Matter Mages to meet there. Ducata would be coming with them, and he had already arrived outside the Torvada. The meeting with Azaric still played in Isaac's mind. Azaric would always be a threat, and he suspected that would never change. The elite guard got a shorter sentence, and they would be out in 20 years or so. He hoped the new KUC banished the elite guard, but that didn't seem like it would do much. Azaric's confidence in what was coming unnerved Isaac. He didn't know what to expect at the meeting on Chromu, but the fact all the Matter Mages and Ducata were meeting there signaled there were important topics to discuss. Isaac loved being able to listen in on these conversations. It opened up a whole new world of ideas that stuck with him for days. It bothered him that the end of the summons was coming. He doubted he would see anyone once it was over outside of the gang. It was rough to make new friends and experience new cultures, then have to leave relatively quickly. He understood the impact the Torvada could bring to an area, and also why it was important to not linger. Maybe he could see if it was possible to visit these places in between summons. After everyone greeted Ducata and boarded the Torvada, it took off to low orbit. A portal took them to Chromu, and 20 minutes later they had landed outside the crystalline structure they had interacted with previously. Isaac examined the 6 matter mages who had taken on a USF humanoid form. Each had a slightly different outfit on, and they resembled robes with armor plates. Chromu rushed into the crystalline structure, then emerged a few minutes later. Everyone had assembled outside the crystal's entrance by that time and had introduced each other. Isaac found it interesting that the matter mages did the Dresdith signs in reaction to Ducata doing them, then the peacekeeper ones with Ryaolis. They did it flawlessly, which reminded him of how clunky his attempts had been earlier. Ducata addressed the group.
"I'm glad we can have this meeting, as it's of utmost importance. As you all know, the new USF only had 27 allied states agree to join. There are several more interested, especially after our ceremony, but they are on the edges of USF space and have strong states between them and Dresdith that want nothing to do with the new USF. As you may guess, trying to support them would be rough. To that end, Froz and I have talked, and he suggested that he could use the Galleon Veil to recreate planetary systems that match states that want to move. They would be located between the Telzik Ascendancy and Dresdith, and would be neighbors to TZS, like what Chromu will do."
Evaran placed his hands behind his back. "How do you plan to handle transporting people and items?"
"Each mage will construct a massive transport ship that can make multiple trips in condensed space," said Froz. "That'll avoid having to deal with hostile states, but the trip will still take some time."
"Then I'll show you how to utilize Condensed Space Level 2 for those ships." Silence fell. C7 scrunched his face.
"I wasn't aware there were other levels."
"There are more than 2, said Evaran. "I don't usually share this level of knowledge, but in this situation I think it's warranted. Condensed Space Level 2 requires exotic energy that isn't common in this region of the galaxy. However, I'll give everyone a detector for it and some Daedrold energy to start you off."
"How much of an increase is it?"
asked Froz. Evaran used his ring to project 2 bars showing the difference between Condensed Space 1 and 2. While you would normally do 40% of a light year in 1 hour, you'll now do 1 light year in an hour.
"That's impressive, and will greatly enhance the migration of those wishing to leave their states."
Isaac pursed his lips.
Is this migration just going to be offered to those states, or do they need to hold a vote for it?
Ducata frowned.
"Each state is different, but the ones that approached us will have a vote. I fear that only 60% or so will leave."
"What happens to those who stay behind?" asked Dylan.
"They will continue to govern, just without a lot of citizens. This is a big decision that each member of that state needs to make."
Kate crossed her arms. "What if the vote is to not move? Will you still offer your service to relocate those who do want to leave?"
Ducata sighed. "We have to respect whatever decision the state makes. If they vote no, but there are irregularities in the voting, then you'll most likely see an exodus to a nearby state to leave. This is going to take some time."
Froz raised a finger.
"Any state that agrees to leave will be under our protection." "And we greatly appreciate that," said Ducata.
M tilted his head.
How long will it take to recreate their planetary systems?
"A good question," said Froz. "It's a matter of moving the material there and shaping it, and I do require an analysis of their current system. I can change some things as well, such as making their star younger, altering their orbits, and the like.
Everyone cracked up when M high-fived Froz. Isaac admired the new USF's plan. He could see a mass migration, especially when Froz could recreate the state's planetary systems, which would allow states to exist as they were. There would probably be a lot of issues to deal with, and the thought that there could be troublemakers taking advantage of the situation made his stomach churn. Ryalis would need to be on alert non-stop. It sounded exhausting. Evaran swept his gaze across the group. After giving you the information for Condensed Space Level 2, we'll go and leave everything in your capable hands. We plan to come back in exactly 100 years at this location and time to see how everything has gone. We'll be here, said Chromu, giving Evaran a big bear hug. He rubbed her back. However, I do have a question. Have you ever been to a cookout? Chapter 27. Dylan was not sure what to expect at the cookout, but he was familiar with Lord Noskov's base. Lord Noskov was a powerful, ancient vampire lord, and one of the toughest non-humans on the planet. It was said that he had even fought Evaran's previous form in the past and had lost, but had put up a good fight. That form and gang used to hold cookouts often, but this would be the first with a new version and gang. It was February 15th, 2014, 1:00 p.m., one day after they had taken off to handle the summons. Time travel never ceased to amaze him. Although it felt like a lifetime on the summons, from the perspective of someone on Earth, it would have been one day. Evaran had actually arrived a week earlier to alert Lord Noskov, then popped back to the present. Ducata and Ryalis were beyond excited to see where humanity originated from. C7 and Froz were equally curious. The 6 matter mages had left to begin their roles in the new USF, and it didn't surprise Dylan they didn't come. They were focused on what they needed to do, and it seemed like they viewed a cookout as a distraction. This would be an eye-opening event for everyone else. The Torvada landed on a platform that jutted out over the Appalachian Mountains. Dylan's pulse quickened as he followed everyone to the ramp. There were 9 of them in total. It would be quite a few people after mixing in whoever was already at the cookout. It saddened him that Inspector Dalton Kingston's team was on a break, but Dalton and Evat would most likely be there. After stepping through the shielding, Dylan took a moment to take in the sun and the smell of grilled burgers, hot dogs, and other food items. There was a lot of chatter going on, and a sweep of the large platform revealed there were far less people than he had expected. The grills were on the right side of the platform, as were long tables with a variety of foods. The main central area was open, and guardrails secured the edges. Seating was on the left and also spread throughout. He was glad for the light shielding around the platform, which helped keep the area free of bugs. A song that reminded him of pop music played over the speakers. Evaran led them to the center of the platform, where Lord Noskov and Lord Vigon waited. Everyone else on the platform had stopped talking to observe the interaction.
A cookout, as you requested, said Lord Noskov. And you're first, said Lord Vigon. In this new form, anyway.
Indeed so, said Evaran, clasping forearms with him. Let me introduce everyone. Lord Vigon and Lord Noskov bowed slightly, then stepped back. Evaran pointed in sequence. This is Ducata, an ambassador for the planet Markern Prime of the Dresdith State of the United Star Federation, or USF. Ducata smiled and made the Dresdith finger sign.
That's a mouthful.
Indeed it is, said Evaran. The USF is a human society from 4322 AD in the Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy. Next to Ducata is Peacekeeper Commander Ryalis Crownder. The Peacekeepers are the USF's main defense force. Ryalis flashed the Peacekeeper sign. It's good to be here, and to see where we came from.
And we're glad to host you,
said Lord Noskov. Evaran continued on. Next is C7, a curator for the Telzic Ascendancy, a civilization that is machine-based. He's using an infiltration form, which would work well in the USF, but would stand out here.
I look forward to knowing more about Earth, said C7.
Dylan caught Evat staring at C7 with interest. Although she had met machine races as a virtual intelligence, he wasn't sure she had met one since becoming an AI. He wanted to try to listen in on or join their conversation. Then we have Chromu, said Evaran. She's a sentient planet, and this is one of her traveling forms. Chromu clapped and beamed at everyone. And this is Froz, a Grand Matter Mage. Lord Noskov cocked an eyebrow.
Another Matter Mage? Well, you're a grand one, so this is new. You're always welcome here. There's been others who have come here, asked Froz. Evaran seems to pick them up from time to time and bring them here, said Lord Noskov. But as you probably already know, any friend of Evaran's is a friend of mine. I'm curious to know more about these other Matter Mages, said Froz.
And we'll have plenty of time for that, said Evaran. He introduced the rest of the gang. M did a high five in the air, which was reciprocated with laughter. Evaran faced the others on the platform. Now I'll introduce who's here already. Lord Vigon is an ancient vampire lord, a powerful Daedrald, and also one of the strongest non-humans on the planet. He is one of 4 ancient vampire lords and works with the Earth Ward, a group dedicated to the management of Earth. Next to him is Lord Noskov, another ancient vampire lord of similar power, and this is his headquarters. Lord Noskov and Lord Vigon grinned and bared their fangs. Next to them is Inspector Dalton Kingston, said Evaran. He's a cosmic being like me, and he handles cases here on Earth. Evat is beside him, and she's an AI embedded in his chest but can control 2 servbots, essentially nanoswarms. His team is currently on break and not here. Raulus's eyes widened. Another cosmic being? Dalton's eyes glowed as he waved at everyone.
Yes, but probably not as wild as Evaran.
Evaran eyed him, causing the others to crack up. Evat clapped with excitement.
I can't wait to talk with everyone.
Chromu repeated the action. Me too. Dylan could see they would feed off each other's energy. It was infectious. Aphrodite is the Greek goddess of love and beauty, an outsider who belongs to the Greek pantheon, said Evaran. Dylan gulped when she moved her hand in an arc. She almost glowed, and it was hard not to notice how beautiful she was. He was aware of her effect on others, but it was something else to experience it in person. He tried not to stare to keep things from getting awkward. A quick peek at Ducata and Ryalis showed they had no problem with looking at her. Jake Melkins is someone I rescued, and is the first human of this era I met, said Evaran. He can be quite feisty, so fair warning. Jake smirked. Yeah, watch out. Dylan liked hanging with him. They were close in age and had a common bond with Evaran. Jake's being able to fly anywhere was awesome, and Dylan loved it when he, Jake, Brad Washington, and Evat got together and spent an afternoon in some faraway place. Jake was becoming one of his closest friends, and for Dylan, who had feelings of being alone in the previous adventure, life was much better with Jake in it. The man grilling is Robert Melkins, Jake's dad, said Evaran. Dylan had also gotten to know Robert, and it made him think of his dad. Robert was kind and a strong father to Jake, although Robert missed out on a lot of Jake's upbringing due to Sesselter slavers. He was close with Jake. Dylan yearned for that with his father, and it ignited something in him to reach out and see if he could reconnect. The large man assisting Robert is Mikhail, an ancient vampire enforcer. In an Eastern European accent, Mikhail said, "Don't let my size fool you. I'm an adept griller as well." Dylan would hate to be on the wrong side of the ancient vampires. Jake lived at the base, and he had filled him in on some of the ancient vampire lore and history. Mikhail was tough, and he had war stories for ages, and Dylan hoped one day he could hear them all. And last but not least, we have Dr. James Bryson, said Evaran. He has traveled with my previous form before, and was close with Dr. Albert Snowden, a former member of the gang.
That's me,
said Dr. Bryson, crooking both thumbs at himself. Dylan had met him before, and Dr. Bryson was not only a serious researcher, but also light-hearted in his mannerisms. He also had special insight into Evaran's previous form and gang. Being Dr. Snowden's best friend made Dr. Bryson's perspective even more unique. Kate had spent a lot of time talking with him since attending the Wildhaven Institute, and they had become good friends. Dylan was glad Dr. Bryson was invited. Evaran extended his hands to the side. "Enjoy yourselves." Kate sat at a small table with Dr. Bryson, Ducata, and Ryaulis. Jake had brought everyone a plate with burgers, hot dogs, chips, and an assortment of drinks from water to soda. She laughed when Ducata and Ryaulis stared at their cheeseburgers, then looked at each other. Kate held her burger with 2 hands and took a bite. "Oh," said Ducata. He replicated her action. "This is delicious." Dr. Bryson patted his belly. "And addicting. Not the healthiest thing out there, but I squeeze in a few a week." Ryaulis tested a jalapeno chip, then put her hand on her mouth. "These are spicy." "Yeah, and like James said, not the healthiest option. Not that it's an issue for you two," said Kate. "Our augments will handle it," said Ducata. Dr. Bryson narrowed his eyes. "Like a health one?" Ryaulis tapped several areas on her body. "They'll handle any food or drink and get it where it needs to go." Kate swatted Dr. Bryson's arm. "Yeah, and trust me, everyone I saw in the USF was fit, had great skin and hair, and was attractive." "Where do I sign up?" asked Dr. Bryson, causing everyone to chuckle. Ducata finished his bite. "I heard you traveled with Evaran's previous version, which I'm not sure I fully understand." "Oh, yeah," said Dr. Bryson. "Apparently I sent myself a message from the future and got pulled into the Toravada." Ryaulis shook a chip at him. "And the traveling crew was different?" Dr. Bryson grimaced. "Yeah, M was V back then. And Albert, Dr. Snowden and his niece Emily were the gang." "I didn't mean to bring up a dark moment." "You're good. I know they're in a better place, and I'll get to see them again, so all is not lost." Kate had Dr. Bryson explain Dr. Snowden and Emily's status before, but it touched on topics she wasn't familiar with, like Evaran's main form. She understood that, like Chromu, Evaran had a main form, and the ones that interacted in her reality were traveling forms. It went deeper with initial plane forms versus ones that had reformed, like the one she traveled with now. The next 15 minutes activated her intellectual curiosity. Dr. Bryson had a lot of questions, and Ducata and Ryaulis were more than eager to answer them. Ducata wanted to get the history of Earth, but Kate said that was up to Evaran. In particular, he wanted to know how humans went to his galaxy. She was sure Evaran would give him that information, but she could be wrong. One thing she did notice was that Ducata and Ryaulis sat unusually close to each other. If Kate didn't know better, she would think they were a couple. There was clearly some attraction between them, but she wasn't sure how USF couples worked. She hoped they would get together, as they would make a great pairing. She cracked up inside when she saw Jake, Dylan, Evad, and Chromu dancing to some music Jake had put on. It did Kate good to see Chromu letting loose. Her dance style was rough initially, but she was able to mimic the others' moves and even introduce her own. Kate made brief eye contact with her and had to signal that she wasn't about to hit the dance floor. Evad also flipped between her humanoid form and a cat on her back legs who swatted the air with her front paws, making everyone laugh. C7 and M talked with Isaac, Mikhail, and Robert by the grill. M was being a guide for C7, who she figured was glad to have one. C7 acted like he had known Robert and Mikhail for a long time. His infiltration skills served him well in a social situation, and the discussions covered Telzik culture, which fascinated both Robert and Mikhail. C7 drank some water but didn't need anything. Evaran, Dalton, Aphrodite, Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, and Frost talked off to the side of the landing pad. Kate wanted to join them, and as if on cue, Evaran waved for her to come over. She let the table know as she stood. Isaac took her place. "I was wondering when a seat would open up." She gave him an amused look. He smiled as he sat, then bit into his hot dog. A warm glow came over her as she approached Evaran. Isaac had made sure Ducata and Ryaolis had company. It was a kind thing to do, and although it was a small detail, she and Isaac understood each other at a different level compared to others. Everything was easy with him, and now, with her enhanced senses, she started to notice she was excited to be around him, something for her to think about later. However, another reason why he probably came over was that vampires creeped him out. Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, and Mikhail were not the vampires of lore the media portrayed, but for whatever reason, he didn't seem to relax much around them. She reached Evaran's group and waved at Dalton and Aphrodite. "Good seeing you again," said Aphrodite. "You too." Kate had only met Aphrodite a few times, and every time she was genuinely friendly. Dalton practically glowed in her presence, and they made a good power couple. Both had high standing in the Earth Ward and equally busy schedules as well. Kate glanced at Froz. "What do you think of all this?" He waved around. "This concentration of exotic energy fascinates me. I can't sense Dalton or Aphrodite like I can a human, and we need Daedrald energy for our condensed space level 2 drives, and here are several with Daedrald energy. There's a lot I didn't know about." "I get it," said Kate. Lord Noskov bared his fangs. "Just don't try to get the Daedrald energy from me, Lord Vigon, or Mikhail." "I'll try not to," said Froz with a grin. Evaran raised a finger. "I'll give you a limited supply of Daedrald cubes that can be used for the evacuations. Although Daedrald energy is uncommon in the USF region, there are places where it can be searched for, and you'll receive a detector for it." "I appreciate that," said Froz. "On another note, you mentioned other matter mages?" "I did indeed. I can put you in contact with them before we return you and the others." Dalton dipped his head toward Kate. "He's always the ambassador, which is a good thing," said Lord Vigon. "I'll take it," said Froz. Kate enjoyed the next 20 minutes of talking with them. Dalton and Aphrodite intrigued Froz to no end, and he had a seemingly unending number of questions. As a cosmic being, Dalton fascinated Froz, as did Aphrodite with being a goddess from another dimension. Evaran was calm as always, and jumped in when appropriate. She went to the grill to get a drink and took the opportunity to catch up with C7, M, Mikhail, and Robert. Robert handed her a water bottle, and she gave him a quick hug. He was one of the nicest people she knew, and he went out of his way to make sure everyone was comfortable. Despite his not being able to see Jake grow up, they had a strong bond. She had no doubt he was a great father, and having him around made everything better. C7 gestured at Robert. "And you just have these cookouts randomly?" "Oh, no," he said. "They're always planned, although they can be done any time." C7 studied the grill. "The USF doesn't have events with this type of object that I'm aware of. If you visit the rougher areas, there are places that cook like this, but I'm sure it's a different meat source." Mikhail bared his fangs. "So many new blood sources."
It would be a smorgasbord for you,
said M. "Oh, yeah." Kate giggled as M high-fived Mikhail. C7 tilted his head, and Kate figured he was curious about vampires in general. Evat, Dylan, Jake, and Chromu joined them. "I like this dancing," said Chromu. She grinned at Dylan. "Your moves were exciting." Jake swatted his arm. "You're going to give him a big head." Chromu frowned. "I don't wish to do that." Robert squeezed her arm. "He was joking around." "Oh," said Chromu with a big smile.
"He likes to do that,"
said Evat. Jake shrugged with a big grin. Dylan dug into the burger Mikhail had given him. "These are great. You want another one, Kate?" "I'm good," she said. Mikhail offered Chromu a burger. "I'm curious. Do planets eat?" Chromu touched her chest. "Only sunlight and whatever stellar objects fall on me. I also feed on my planet core and other energies."
"I wish I could see your planet,"
said Evat.
"It sounds like a nice place."
"I am nice," said Chromu, hugging her. Everyone laughed. Chromu was so empathetic, as was Evat. and it was hard not to be entertained when they were together.
"I like this gathering," said C7. "There are so many unique individuals here with different stories. I hope we can get a knowledge base of Earth before we go."
We can do that, unless Evaran doesn't want to, but I don't see it being an issue,
said M. C7 pointed at Chromu.
"Maybe you can create a dance club on your planet and use all the moves that can be learned."
"A great idea," said Chromu. She grabbed M's arm. "Maybe you can show me some."
"Acknowledged,"
he said as he was dragged to the open area. M's form was perfect, and he had an up-to-date library of dancing. Evat grabbed C7, and they joined in. Mikhail harumphed,
"I'm too big for all that, but I do enjoy seeing others do it."
Kate soaked in the moment. She had the whole day and night to talk with the others, and she understood how rare this was. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event with this group of people. She doubted Ducata, Ryaulus, Froz, or C7 would ever come back, and she would make sure to get as much time in with them as possible. Laughter at Ducata's table caught her attention. Isaac and Dr. Bryson fed off each other, and there was an animated discussion about something that made them gleeful. It was probably something deep. Chromu had pulled Ryaulus and Aphrodite to the open area. Kate had read about other cookouts, and dancing was not part of them. But it was hard to deny Chromu, who was enjoying life to the maximum. Ryaulus seemed unsure of what to do, but she mimicked the others. She moved gracefully and even showed off some moves that must have been from the USF. Ducata watched her with intent. Kate felt like she belonged here, and it was a far cry from the life she had led before the incident that sent her to the quarantined moon. Evaran, Froz, Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, and Dalton had come to the grill, and the others who danced kept trying to pull her and Isaac in. She widened her eyes when Isaac appeared next to her and grabbed her hand.
"Come on,"
he said. Her heart pounded as she went with him. It wasn't something she had planned to do, but it would be easier with him, and it didn't hurt that he had some moves. She would savor the moment for everything it was. Isaac was with the others on Chromu's planet. Evaran had allowed C7, Ducata, Froz, and Ryaulus to stay on Earth for a couple of days, and they made the most of it. Evaran had put Froz in contact with a Matter Mage colony, and to Isaac's surprise, they wanted to come back with Froz. Being with a Grand Matter Mage was the main draw, and it was not something he had asked them to do, but they desired it. A Matter Mage known as Maxilogorax Ephinticolasta, or Max, had a strong bond with Evaran. Apparently, Max knew Evaran, despite the change in form. They had spent some time catching up, and Isaac suspected that to Froz, this cemented Evaran's bond with Matter Mages in general. Ducata and Ryaulus had spent a lot of time learning about Earth's history, and Evaran even allowed them to search the Torvata for information on how humans got to their galaxy. It turned out there had been a stable portal for decades. Colony ships had been sent through, and when the portal collapsed, it stranded the humans there, who formed a government of their own. However, that had occurred 10,000 years before the gang had arrived. During the time span from the humans' arrival to when the gang got there, knowledge of the portal had been lost, and humans had formed and reformed various governments until the USF was founded. Isaac loved learning about all that with Ducata and Ryaulus, and he had gotten to know them both much better and considered them close friends. C7 had toured Earth and spent as much time as possible learning what he could. Chromu visited various cities with Kate and Evat, and from what Isaac had heard, Chromu had been ecstatic to be around so many people and to interact with them. That boded well for when she created her own cities, and he was sure she was probably inspired by what she saw. She also visited various parks and natural habitats, and Isaac figured she wanted to compare her environments to Earth's. Led by Max, the new Matter Mages had already taken off for the Gallian Vale. They had been hiding in their colony, but there was no need for that with Froz around. Isaac could see Max becoming a powerful voice for the Matter Mages in the future. Everyone assembled outside the Torvata.
"We're going to miss you all," said Ducata. "Your contributions, without any request for compensation, are truly noble."
"We're glad to help," said Evaran. Ryaulus nodded. There's still a lot of work to do, but we have a path forward.
And I look forward to assisting with that,
said C7. Me too, said Chromu.
As do I,
said Froz. Evaran's eyes glowed. We'll meet here in 100 years. Ryaulus, bring the cube I gave you here. It will act as a beacon to help us locate you in the future. I'll handle it, said Ryaulus. Isaac's throat constricted. He had fought alongside this group and had become friends with them, and now it was time to leave. Thankfully, he would get to see them shortly, but it would have been a long time for them. He grinned when M high-fived everyone, although he didn't escape Chromu's hugging. No one did. It was a tough moment when Isaac said goodbye to C7, Froz, Ryaulus, and Ducata. They had an interesting road ahead of them, and he was curious what a 100-year difference would show. After Evaran, Dylan, Isaac, M, and Kate said their goodbyes, they all went to the command center. Although the mood was one of sadness, there was an undercurrent of excitement at being able to see them again. This was just a temporary goodbye. The Torvada lifted off to orbit, and after arriving, it jumped ahead in time and checked for the location of the cube. Isaac figured that since it was dimensionally bound to the Torvada, it was like a quantum beacon in a way, but probably far less resilient. They opened a portal and flew through to Chromu's new location, then descended. Isaac licked his lips as he examined the data windows. Chromu now had various cities on her, and there was a lot of activity in orbit. Space stations and ships were present, as well as a massive vessel that resembled one of the Matter Mage ships. "Lot different out here," said Dylan. Kate inspected a data window. "Yeah, and what is that large crystal thing in orbit? Looks like 2 huge diamonds fused at their base." "An energy store," said Evaran. "I suspect Chromu created that not only as storage, but also as defense." Isaac rubbed his chin. "Defense?" "Yes. It can release beams in any direction," said Evaran. "Oh, wow. I guess that's one way to defend a planet," said Isaac. M chimed in.
It also has heavy shielding. There's a Matter Mage inside this one.
"That's so cool. Seems Chromu isn't playing around," said Dylan. "Let's hope the reason for it isn't a bad one," said Evaran. Isaac chewed on Evaran's words as they continued their descent. There could be a lot of bad reasons that such a powerful defense was needed. It still boggled his mind that he would get to see the aftermath of the summons. Dylan and Kate fidgeted in their seats when the landing spot became visible. Isaac wrinkled his brow when the Torvada highlighted only C7, Froz, Chromu, and Ryaulus. His mouth went dry as his mind went to dark places as to where Ducata was. It could be that he was busy, but Isaac didn't think he would miss this event, no matter what was going on. "Ducata's missing," said Kate. Evaran stood as the Torvada landed. "Let's not rush to a hasty conclusion. Let's go." Isaac followed the others outside. Chromu was all smiles as she rushed forward and gave everyone a big hug. "Some things never change," said Evaran, rubbing her back when she bear-hugged him. Ryaulus showed her finger sign. She did handshakes initially with everyone, but ended up hugging like Chromu. C7 and Froz did as well. They all had similar appearances from 100 years earlier. Chromu had a slightly different face, while Ryaulus wore a new outfit. Perhaps that was the new Peacekeeper standard. C7 had also slightly changed his face, and he now had on a form-fitting light gray outfit. Froz looked exactly the same as before. "I hate to ask the obvious, but where's Ducata?" asked Isaac. Ryaulus frowned. "He asked me to play this." She tapped her chest. Isaac swallowed hard when a holographic projection showed Ducata on a ship bridge. There were small fires and sparks everywhere, and his scruffy appearance suggested he had been tossed around.
"Ryaulus, love of my life, I'm sorry it's come to this," said Ducata. "Azaric and his elite guard have breached my ship and its defenses. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. I can't let them capture me for a mind-draker. There's only one solution." A tear rolled down Ryaulus's stony face. "To Evaran, M, Dylan, Isaac, and Kate, I won't be making that appointment in the future. But know this, Azric's threat to the new USF ends here."
Kate gasped. The projection ended. Ryaolis sniffled. "There's more, but it focuses on other things. He made me promise to show you that part of the message." Evaran embraced her as silence fell. A lump formed in Isaac's throat. He had seen Ducata earlier in the day, and now he was dead. Ryaolis stepped back and sighed. After Azric was released from his 67 years of incarceration, he joined up with his elite guard, who had gotten out much earlier and had been busy creating terrorist cells. It took time, and we were able to eradicate most of them, but we couldn't capture Azric and his guard. Ducata dealt with them.
"That sucks," said Dylan, grimacing. Froz glanced down. "I tried to put him back together from what was left after the explosion, but even though I was able to recreate his body, he was gone."
"I tried to revive him and failed," said Chromu, lowering her head.
"Our technology was unable to assist him," said C7.
Ryaolis's lips trembled as she gazed at Evaran with hopeful eyes.
"Is there any way?"
Evaran shook his head. "Unfortunately, we're a part of events, and this event has already occurred."
"Frost said you would say that,"
said Ryaolis, lips drawn down. Her voice became soft.
"I had to try."
M tilted his head.
The summons hasn't been completed, and its purpose has been updated.
"Interesting," said Evaran. "This is most unusual. It appears we have one last thing to do." He paused. "Although I wouldn't usually do this due to the timeline impact, it appears this is the Toravada's will, and Ducata is a part of the timeline the Toravada sees. Do you still have his body?"
"We do, and it's been preserved since Frost reconstructed him."
Ryaolis's eyes lit up. "Does this mean you'll bring him back, per the Toravada's will?" "Yes, and I'm happy to do so."
"How is this possible?"
asked Froz. Evaran extended his hand, palm down. "Without going into too much detail, I had fought a Bargaltic subverse entity known as Chaldragra. He used a unique setup to redirect lifelink layers, or 3L, to his dimension so he could feed on them."
"Lifelink layers?"
asked C7. "It's a bond between sentient beings and a layer in the universe. Everyone here has one except M and I," said Evaran. Chaldragra used Bargaltic exotic energy, a dimensional overlap with condensed space, and a satellite to do this redirecting. The Toravada has all three parts. We can go to the moment of Ducata's death, then redirect his 3L to his reconstructed body, which will be on the Toravada. We will need to set some things up for this to occur." Ryaolis rushed over, and Evaran held her for a moment. Everyone assembled around them and touched or squeezed her arms and shoulders. Isaac wished the same approach could have been used with Diane, his deceased wife, but the Toravada had not updated the previous summons with that. He didn't understand why it hadn't, but he was beginning to think the Toravada had other plans for him. It still perplexed him that a ship had designs on his future. Ryaolis wiped her face and moved back. Evaran raised a finger. "Before we do that, I'd like to hear a brief summary of how the new USF is doing." Ryaolis cleared her throat.
"Sure, I got this. The new USF expanded after you all left. We went from 27 states to 46. Most were other states being transferred in, thanks to Froz and the Matter Mages, while others were new, like Chromu. Sadly, while the new transferred states thrived, their old ones were conquered. As of now, there are 5 human empires, with us being the largest and most powerful. There is little communication or trade between the empires."
Frost chimed in. "And some states were conquered by non-human civilizations. We had to create a stealth extraction network that has helped millions flee here. The Manor Mages from the colony and the unique ships we created for them were of great help. Max has become my second in command and is very popular."
"I also created cities for refugees here and elsewhere as needed," said Chromu. She extended her hand toward C7. The Telesics were a great help in that regard. Evaran glanced at C7. I take it your swarm has been upgraded.
It has, he said. We've even expanded to a new system near Dresdith. And thanks to Chromu and the new USF, it's a burgeoning shard system around the star along with populated planets in the system. We also have a small swarm around Chromu's star that she can pull energy from whenever needed.
That's awesome, said Dylan.
Yes, it is.
This is a golden era for humanity in the new USF, but also a dark one in the other empires, which are more like authoritarian war machines at this point, said Ryaolis.
I saw there were crystals in space, said Kate.
Chromu beamed.
They were a collaboration with C7, Ducata, Ryaolis, and Froz. It allows me and matter mages to use them as transport, and they are tough and can defend themselves. I prefer traveling in them over regular ships. They also allow me to use multiple traveling forms and have them be in contact with each other, and the Telesics can beam energy from the sun directly to the crystal. Fascinating.
I'm sure there's a lot more to go over, said Evaran. He motioned at the Toravada's ramp. But first, let's get Ducata.
Can we stay for a bit after that? Asked Kate. I'd love to get a tour of everything.
Dylan wagged his finger.
I'd be up for that.
Same, said Isaac. Spending some time to see all the new changes and, more importantly, getting to talk with Ducata again would be a perfect ending to the summons. Isaac loved the new mood. Evaran had slightly raised his eyebrow when M had said the summons had been updated. It was rare for Evaran to be surprised from what Isaac knew of him, but he suspected Evaran was. We can stay a month if Ryaolis and the others have time for us, said Evaran. They could spend a month, then be back a minute after they had originally left. Isaac loved time travel.
Of course we have time for you all, said Ryaolis.
Chromu clapped.
Yes!
Even if we didn't have time, we'd make it, said C7.
Froz chuckled.
What they all said.
Evaran's eyes glowed. Very well, then. Everything is as it should be. The end. Epilogue. Dylan had relished the months spent touring the new USF. He got to see Chromu's new cities, her crystal structures up close, the Telesics' new shard collections, and even the various new states. It had been a whirlwind where every day was something new. However, the shining moment was when Ducata opened his eyes. The setup to get everything in place had taken some time. The Toravada had to be present when Ducata's ship exploded in order to redirect the 3L to Ducata's body aboard the Toravada. Dylan had gotten goosebumps when the 3L had been highlighted. He had one but couldn't see it, and now he had an idea of its appearance. After the resurrection, they had traveled back to the point right after they had initially arrived 100 years later. Ryaolis and Ducata had been inseparable for the following month. Ducata mentioned that he would not resume his previous role, but would act in an advisory one. He wanted to spend every moment he could with Ryaolis. Dylan was glad they got a happy ending, although he also understood how rare it was. Evaran had not intended on reviving him until the Toravada said to. It spoke to Evaran's character that he was not upset or concerned that the Toravada had overruled him, and instead embraced the chance to help. It had been hard to leave the second time, but it was on a good note. The summons had been a success in his eyes. It had also ignited his desire to see Mark, his estranged father. After coming back, Dylan reached out with no expectations, but was thrilled when Mark replied. They agreed to catch up over dinner the next day at a nice restaurant. Although Mark was in California, Jake had flown Dylan out and dropped him off, and he would come back when Dylan texted him he was ready. The restaurant was a nice Italian one, and Dylan was eager to try their food, but seeing Mark was at the forefront of his mind. Dylan had already gone to a private booth, and he had a soda and some bread to keep him company. Although the meetup was at 8 o'clock p.m., he had arrived at 7:30 p.m. It was early, but the restaurant had no problems with him going to a private booth. It was busy on the floor outside where he was, and he suspected that Evaran, M, Dalton, or Evat had ensured the booth was cleared for the day. He chuckled at some memes Jake had sent. Dylan knew it was to relax him some, and that was just the type of person Jake was. He always looked out for Dylan without expecting anything in return. When 8:00 p.m. rolled around, Dylan sat up in his seat and rapidly blinked as he stared out over the floor. Mark should come through at any moment. Dylan went through a list of topics to talk about and played out some scenarios in his head. There was a lot to catch up on, but he also knew he needed to tread carefully. After 10 minutes, he sent Mark a text message. There was no reply. He did it again every 10 minutes until an hour had passed. His stomach churned. Either Mark had ghosted him, which was unlikely given how long it had been since they had seen each other, or he was in a situation where he couldn't reply, like maybe an accident. The server asked if he wanted to order an appetizer. The sad look on her face was probably about Mark not showing up, although she would have only known the booth had been registered for 2 and 1 hadn't shown up. He declined the appetizer request, but figured he would wait a bit longer. After another hour, he decided to leave. As he went to pay his bill, the server said it had been paid for, but she didn't know by whom. Maybe Mark had prepaid for everything, which meant he must be in some type of bad situation. Dylan exited the restaurant with some hope and went to the side alleyway that was buttressed against a wall of trees. There were lampposts spread throughout. Then he went to the middle of the alley and leaned against the brick wall. He tried to text Mark. Once again, there was no reply. He hunkered down and figured he'd wait. It was 10:00 p.m., so the night wasn't over yet. After an hour, he had given up on getting a response. What he thought would have been a night of reconnection had instead been one of disappointment. Maybe Mark's cell phone broke, although it had worked yesterday. Dylan tried to justify every possible scenario except the one he dreaded. Mark just didn't want to see him. He stood. It was time to call Jake for a pickup. He jumped when Evaran and M rounded the corner. "Evaran! M!" said Dylan. They joined him. "I told Jake we would take you back," said Evaran. "Cool." Dylan's shoulders slumped. "I guess you knew about this dinner with my dad."
We did,
said M. "Well, he didn't show. I guess maybe something serious came up."
I shadowed him tonight.
said M. Dylan drew his head back. "You did?"
Yes, I wanted to ensure he got here safely.
Do you have a recording?" M checked with Evaran, who nodded.
Are you sure you wish to see this?
Dylan swallowed hard. Yeah, I do. I mean, if he's in trouble, maybe we can help." "Perhaps the Hollow Room would be best for this, then," said Evaran. "The Torvada is around the corner." "Okay." He had not expected Evaran and M to be involved, but he began to feel like he was about to see something bad. Still, they had lifted his spirits temporarily with just their mere presence. When they arrived at the Hollow Room, M played what he had seen. The floating timestamp in the sky showed it to be 7:30 p.m., about when he had arrived at the restaurant. The Hollow Room showed M's perspective as he followed Mark into a bar. Dylan gritted his teeth as Mark met up with some friends and began drinking. At 8:10 p.m., Mark's cell phone had been highlighted, and it had data labels showing it was Dylan calling. Something in Dylan broke when Mark checked his phone, then swiped to ignore. He wasn't in a bad situation. He just didn't want to be bothered. Although Dylan tried not to show it, he began to tremble. His throat had gone dry, and every swallow was an effort. The video skipped to the times Dylan had called, and after a few, Mark shut off his phone. A tear slipped down Dylan's cheek. Mark didn't want to see him. He tried to stop the torrent that erupted from his eyes. In a cracked voice, while struggling to breathe, he said, "Why?" He squinted hard as his nose plugged up. "Why doesn't he want me?" Evaran rushed over and put his arms around him. "I don't know, but know that M and I will always be here for you." M laid a hand on Dylan's shoulder.
Acknowledged.
Dylan shuddered as he buried his head in Evaran's chest, and his face became wet. He was tired of trying to reconnect with Mark and failing. In the short time he had been with Evaran, M, Isaac, and Kate, they had become more of a family to him than Mark ever was or would be. A line had been drawn. It felt good to release all the negative energy that had built up inside him. Dylan stepped back and wiped his face. Well, at least I know where I stand. I'm so stupid to think there could have been something. Never let someone else dictate your worth, said Evaran. It's his loss, and you tried. On a lighter note, perhaps we can still enjoy dinner on the roof. Dylan sniffled. I'd like that. He finally relaxed. He hadn't realized how tense he had been. It was probably Evaran's cosmic aura, and he was okay with that. Mark had made a choice, and now Dylan would too. While blood might tie a family together, who you chose to be your family also mattered. He would become the best version of himself, and he would do it with his true family and friends. This has been The Cosmic Link, Book 2 of the Evaran Chronicles II, written by Adair Hart, narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2024 by Quantum Edge Publishing. Production copyright by Quantum Edge Publishing.